The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated Chapter 339 to Chapter 398. At this time, Shuren and his group had already entered the chaotic alleys and headed towards the depths of Cosmos. But the process was not smooth. Hey! That noble young master over there. Do you have anything valuable on you? Leave your things behind. Also, the maid beside you, stay here obediently. I rather like those two little girls. Not bad. Leave them behind. Walking on the dark alleys, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of Shuren and his group. They held weapons in their hands and laughed at Shuren and his group. Looking at their clothes, they looked a little like villains, and also a little like gangsters. However, because they had beast ears, beast tails, and wore clothes made of beast skin, they looked a little like savages. Most people would be scared when they encountered such a situation, right? Beast men were originally a race with outstanding physical abilities. They were strong and sturdy, much stronger than humans and elves. Their ferocious and evil appearance was naturally enough to scare people to death. The other party obviously understood their situation. Looking at their appearance and atmosphere, it should not be the first time they did something like this. In other words, the other party was a habitual criminal who specialized in robbery and evil. But facing these habitual criminals, Shuren sighed in annoyance. Not to mention Shuren, even Ai was annoyed. Only Feitsue blinked her eyes and looked on curiously. Xianxia was as indifferent as ever, as if nothing had happened. How many times has this been? Shuren asked Xianxia. If I remember correctly, it should be the 11th time. Xianxia replied expressionlessly. The 11th time. Shuren was really annoyed. Isn't that too many? There's no other way. Xianxia was still so calm. This is the border, a land of war. In addition, it is a melting pot of races. Now that it has become like this, there are many people who take advantage of the situation. Sigh. Shuren suddenly sighed in an extremely blatant manner. And Shuren's arrogant behavior naturally made the habitual beastmen angry. Are you looking down on us? You're quite brave, noble young master. It seems that we have to teach you a lesson first. Repent for me. The clamoring beastmen all rushed in Shuren's direction. Not to mention, they were quite fast. They indeed lived up to their natural strong bodies. Unfortunately, they bullied the wrong person. Sean waved his hand impatiently. Countless starlights suddenly shone and turned into small meteors that shot out like beams of light. This was a basic type of celestial magic. It was very weak and was used to suppress others. It was similar to the blanks in his previous life. It was used to capture targets alive and intimidate them. However, in the hands of Sean, who had a huge amount of magic power and had leveled up his magic skills to the maximum level, this kind of magic deliberately reduced its power and only increased its suppressive power. Even the most basic level of magic would become astonishing. Therefore, bang, 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 when the meteors that were as small as beams of light fell, the entire path seemed to have been baptized by small cannonballs, setting off bursts of explosions and bursting with loud rumbles. What? Woo. Ah. The group of habitual beastmen only saw countless streams of light flashing in front of their eyes. Then, their whole bodies were involved in bursts of small-scale explosions. In the explosions, they were blown away, turned into garbage that could be trampled. After a while, they fell to the ground one by one, dying. In the dim path, only a cloud of smoke and dust was left. Seeing this scene, Feitsue's face was filled with joy, as if she had seen beautiful fireworks. On the other hand, Xiaoxia's face was expressionless and unusually calm. Only Ai couldn't help but say. Is this really a beginner celestial magic that is used to suppress the enemy? Is there any misunderstanding in the human world about the words suppress the enemy, non-lethal, and beginner celestial magic? The effect of this beginner celestial magic is clearly similar to that of a high-level celestial magic. If it were not for the fact that it was non-lethal, the entire path would have been turned into ruins. Is the legendary celestial magic so terrible? Ai didn't believe it. Don't make a fuss. This is just a beginner celestial magic. Shuren didn't think much of it. He even loved this celestial magic. There was no other reason. Any offensive celestial magic that he cast had always been quite powerful, and the ultimate damage was not small. As a result, on some occasions, Shuren couldn't use his celestial magic freely. Sometimes, he really felt restrained and uncomfortable. Therefore, when he discovered that Flying Star was a celestial magic that could suppress the orcs, Shuren was even happier than if he had obtained a high-level celestial magic. This meant that on some occasions when he needed to restrain himself, Shuren could also use celestial magic to solve the problem. The maneuverability of the celestial magic instantly became a lot stronger. In view of this, Shuren was quite optimistic about the Flying Star magic. He even specially practiced it for a while. He could freely control the number of flying stars and the range of suppression. As usual, I'll leave these people to you, Xianxia. Shuren gestured to Xianxia twice. Yes. Xianxia responded without any objection. She stepped forward and dragged the dying orcs into the alley at the corner, but came back in less than 2 seconds. Along the way, the minions that were dealt with by Shuren were all dragged to the corner by Xianxia to be dealt with. Because Xianxia came back in less than 2 seconds, when Shuren first came forward to check the corner doubtfully, he was shocked to find that all those guys had disappeared without a trace. You. Where did you take them? Shuren asked in astonishment. They went to where they should go. Xianxia only answered this way. Her tone was as if she was saying there's no need to care about what happens to the trash, or trash should be buried underground. It was really a little scary. At least, Shuren did not dare to pursue the matter. He had a feeling that if he pursued the matter, he would definitely find out something that would ruin his view of the world. Therefore, a simple "Big Sister is awesome" was enough. Of course, Big Sister's awesomeness was not limited to this. Speaking of which, can we really find a hotel to stay in if we wander around aimlessly like this? Shuren was a little doubtful. However, Xianxia stared at Shuren closely until Shuren was a little scared. Please don't doubt my professional ability. That's what Xianxia said. That's right. Even though they had just arrived at Cosmos and the buildings were already in chaos, for some reason, Xianxia seemed to have lived here for a long time. She clearly remembered the terrain and kept leading the way for them. She said, "Don't worry, I've already booked a hotel. Please follow me." Frankly speaking, Shuren had no idea when Xianxia booked a hotel. The maid just disappeared for a few minutes after entering the city. Could it be that she memorized the terrain, found a hotel, and even booked a room in a few minutes? If the so-called time management masters in his previous life knew about this ability, they would probably kneel down and call him their ancestor, right? This could no longer be described as a fortress. She must be dreaming of ascending to the heavens. She might as well stop being a maid and become a queen. How about that? My dear sister Xianxia, while Shuren was doubting his life, AIE did not doubt Xiaoxia's ability. Since we booked a hotel, let's hurry over. AIE had already accumulated her worries and annoyance to the limit. She did not want to wander around outside anymore. She said, "If you continue to be so annoying, I'll really destroy the city." These words could really scare someone to death. Yet, Shuren felt the same way. If it wasn't for the fact that he did not want to harm the innocent people in the city, Shuren really wanted to use a meteor shower to wash the city. After all, it was a certain duke who had a grudge with him that would be lost. If he could make him cry, Shuren would definitely be happy to see it. It's the same blockade. Why don't you learn from Galuoli and build a camp outside so that I can be more decisive in my actions? Shuren said words that could incur the wrath of heaven. In short, not only AIE, but even Shuren was annoyed by some inexplicable minions who kept finding fault with them. If there's a next time, I won't hold back anymore. I'll send those bastards to hell to repent. Shuren said ruthlessly. AIE objected. Didn't I tell you not to talk about fighting and killing every time you open your mouth? The little girl said so. I'm talking about girls, not boys. Shuren immediately retorted. At this time, Xianxia suddenly spoke. You're not a boy anymore, Mr. Shuren. Her words made the whole place fall into a complete silence. Just as AIE was stunned, and Feizue blinked and looked at Xianxia in disbelief, Shuren, whose mouth was twitching, suddenly sensed a wave of magic power approaching. this is. Shuren raised his eyebrows. Just because, among these waves of magic power, there was one that Shuren was familiar with. That young master is also here? Shuren suddenly smiled and murmured, well, things have become a little interesting. Not only Shuren, but Aie also seemed to have noticed something. Again? Aie, who did not know the identity of the other party, finally showed a cold face. Seeing this, Shuren hurriedly explained. This time, they are not small fries who came to rob, Sean said, but he changed the topic and said, however, they may be more annoying. Aie made up her mind when she heard the word more annoying. Sure enough, it's better to destroy the city. Aie's patience finally ran out. No need. Shuren shook his head and said playfully, but, we can play a game. With that, a terrifying magic power suddenly broke out from Shuren's body. Carrying this huge magic power, Shuren fiercely stamped his foot. Give and move. At this moment, the whole of Cosmos shook. Then, earth-shattering changes began to appear. On a small path not far from Shuren and the others, Limjo, Yuri, and Sona led a group of knights towards Shuren and the others. Are you sure it's this way? Yuri calmly confirmed with Sona as he walked. Because the order of the buildings in Cosmos had become very messy, and even the streets were filled with buildings, it would be much more difficult to go to a specific place and find a specific person. In addition, Shuren and the others had not found a place to stay, so it would be much more difficult to confirm their current location and rush there. Fortunately, the first night group had already set up spies at various high points in Cosmos, allowing them to confirm the terrain, the location of the buildings, and the location of everyone in the city. They would monitor and report in real time, so as to achieve the goal of traffic and finding targets. Not only was the first night group doing this, but even the Broken Blade Knights from the Empire were doing the same. Therefore, it could be said that the slightest movement in Cosmos would be detected and reported to the leaders. Thanks to this, the first night group did not spend much effort to confirm the current location of Shuren and the others. About 5 minutes ago, there were reports of young nobles with maids and little girls in the surrounding area. The people in charge of monitoring other areas did not see them enter their area, so it should be this way. If we keep going forward, we should be able to meet the target. Sona replied with such a report. That's good. Yuri nodded, then looked at Limjo and said, later, you have to control your emotions. Don't let them sense your hostility, understand? Don't worry, uncle. Limjo said expressionlessly, the people of the Royal Guard group will go through a training, which is to let the knights control their hostility, so as to avoid being detected by perception-type skills like enemy sense. Controlling one's hostility is a compulsory course for any Royal Guard knight. After all, if one's hostility was too obvious, it would cause a reaction from perception-type skills like enemy sense. If the enemy detected one's presence, it would not be good for combat or covert operations. Therefore, not only the Royal Guard group, but also high-level and high-level knight groups would go through this training in order to completely conceal one's hostility towards others. Yuri and Sona naturally knew that the first knight group also had this training. However, it's easier said than done to not expose one's hostility when facing the enemy. Sona's somewhat vexed words proved just how difficult this so-called compulsory course was to carry out. To put it bluntly, other than the Royal Guard group, which was the pride of the kingdom, it was extremely difficult for anyone else to master this skill. If it weren't for the fact that the Royal Guard group were all experts above level 70, and each of them had very high combat attainments, it wouldn't have such a satisfactory training effect. Limjo was an outstanding rising star in the Royal Guard group, and he had mastered this skill. Otherwise, Limjo wouldn't have been able to be so calm when facing Shuren and not be suspected. Unfortunately, Limjo was still one step behind. When facing Shuren in the capital, there were a few times when he accidentally exposed his hostility. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to notice that moment of hostility. Only Shuren, who had maxed out enemy sense, could keenly sense it. Otherwise, he might have been kept in the dark by Limjo. Limjo definitely didn't expect that Shuren's enemy sense had already been maxed out. It would be extremely difficult for his hostility not to be exposed. Of course, Limjo still didn't know about this, so he didn't know that he had already been exposed and was blacklisted by Shuren. Limjo said, Father said that no matter what, I can't touch him now, so I will bear with it. Limjo's words made Yuri nod in satisfaction. I believe you can do it. Yuri patted Limjo's shoulder and didn't doubt his words at all. Yuri knew how excellent this nephew was. It could be said that Limjo had never disappointed anyone. If it wasn't for Shuren suddenly appearing halfway, even Barry wouldn't mind his slow progress on Rosie. In view of this, Limjo wanted to get rid of Shuren as soon as possible. Just because this person was his stumbling block, and he couldn't exist. Whether it was for public or private reasons, this was the case. Just wait, recalling the peerless beauty of Her Royal Highness, Limjo swore again. I will definitely defeat you and take away the favor of Her Royal Highness Rosie Rusty. This was what Limjo wanted to do no matter what. Even if the other party had the support of the Dragon Demon behind him, and the Moon Demon, the Supreme Demons, was watching him, Limjo would not give up. How could he give up, since he saw the princess? Limjo's heart couldn't contain anyone else. Even the family's hundreds of years-long wish, in terms of importance, had to be ranked behind the princess. I must get that princess. Only by getting her, Limjo could get everything he wanted, whether it was the love in his heart or the family's wish, it could be realized at that time. For this, right now, I have to be patient. Patience, 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 Limjo kept telling himself this in his heart, hinting to himself. In such a situation, Limjo slowly wiped away the hostility towards Shuren in his heart, deceiving his subconscious to let go of his hatred. Okay. Everything went smoothly, making Limjo nod, and Yuri on the side showed a gratified expression. However, boom. At this moment, an amazing magic power suddenly appeared in front of them. Yuri, Sona, and all the knights present changed their expressions abruptly, and they were shocked. This magic power. Limjo was also shocked, and he couldn't help but cry out. The sudden appearance of the magic power was quite shocking, and it shocked everyone. That was not the magic power that humans could have at all. It was terrifyingly powerful. But at the same time this terrifyingly powerful magic power appeared, the city began to tremble. Be careful. Stay alert. Yuri and Sona shouted, ordering all the knights to draw their weapons. Limjo also drew his weapon with a vigilant expression. However, at this moment, a strange phenomenon began to happen. Rumble. The buildings that were in a state of chaos suddenly began to slide, move, and change positions like a mechanism. Seeing this scene, Limjo, Yuri, Sona, and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that the strange things that happened in Duke Stringham's territory were happening again? But why was the movement so big this time? One had to know that when the strange things happened in the past, it did not cause such a huge commotion. Like this. Instead, it happened suddenly and quietly without anyone noticing. By the time someone realized what was going on, people or buildings had already been moved to other places. In the past, they encountered these strange things one by one, and the buildings also changed one by one. There had never been such a situation where all the buildings moved, and a large number of buildings were moved. Under this situation, the terrain that the first night group had scouted with great difficulty changed drastically, and the small paths changed constantly, looking completely different from before. In the moving buildings, there were even screams, exclamations, and panicked movements. This told everyone that they were also frightened by this sudden situation. Be careful. At this moment, Yuri shouted. A building crashed toward them at a shocking speed, and everyone's expression changed. Retreat. At Sona's order, everyone began to dodge to the side, avoiding the incoming building. However, the surrounding buildings were crashing into them one after another. The knights' expressions changed again, and some even raised their hands, preparing to use magic spells to blast the buildings away. Stop. Yuri immediately yelled in a low voice, no one is allowed to attack the buildings. It was not an empty house that no one lived in. If the first night group recklessly used magic spells to attack those buildings, it would definitely hurt the civilians who were screaming and panicking inside. Retreat. Retreat. Sona could only yell out orders again and again, so the knights did not dare to use magic spells at all, and could only dodge the incoming buildings again and again. Including Limjo. What's going on? Limjo was shocked as he dodged. This phenomenon had never happened before. Could it be that the strange things have escalated? Lemucho thought about this in his heart, but there was nothing he could do, and he continued to dodge the incoming buildings. The entire first night group was in chaos, as if they had mistakenly entered some formation, and lost their previous momentum. Unfortunately, other than the first night group, there was another night group that was involved in the chaos, and they were attacked by buildings one after another. It was a night group that was dressed in armor that was clearly not the style of the kingdom, and there was an image of a broken sword engraved on the armor. They were all women. "Your Highness! Be careful!" The female knights of the night group protected a princess in the middle, and looked vigilantly at the moving buildings around them, as if they were surrounded, and it felt like they were at a dead end. "All of you, back off." The princess, who was protected in the middle by the female knights, watched the situation silently and calmly. After a while, she turned to look in a direction, narrowed her eyes, and said, "It seems that someone doesn't want us to get close, so we can only use a more forceful method to break the situation." Saying so, the princess pulled out a sword from her waist. That sword was shining with golden light, and it was incomparably glorious. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely be surprised to find that this sword was 80% similar to the holy sword. However, it wasn't the holy radiance of the holy sword that was fluctuating on the sword. Instead, it was a white radiance that seemed right but wasn't. "This way, those fellows won't be able to come and bother me, right?" In the only path in Cosmos that did not produce any abnormalities, Xian, who was slowly withdrawing his mana, revealed a treacherous smile as if he had succeeded. "You really know how to play." Ai seemed to know what was going on and rolled her eyes. "Do you want those fellows to come to you?" Xianxia said casually. "I'm guessing that at least 80% of them will want to build a relationship with you." Obviously, Xianxia knew very well that his whereabouts had already been known by the knights in this stronghold. The first Knight Regiment already knew that there was a famous dragon demon among the little girls he brought with him. Otherwise, on the way here, his enemy sense skills reaction to Limjo wouldn't have weakened until it completely disappeared just now. This proved that Limjo was afraid of something, which was why he restrained his hostility. The young master of Duke Stringham had also been present at the banquet for the conferring of the title. Therefore, Xianxia could easily guess that the other party didn't dare to act recklessly because of Aie, but planned to build a relationship with Aie. If I can gain the recognition and support of the demon dwellers, then I can basically do whatever I want in the human race. With such benefits, any aristocrat would want to have a good relationship with them. Xianxia shrugged. Then they got the wrong person. Aie said expressionlessly. "I'm not interested in them at all." That one sentence completely crushed the Stringham family's hopes. Xianxia also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As for what the other demons were like, Xianxia didn't know, but he was very clear about how difficult Aie was to deal with. Basically, as long as you couldn't attract the little girl's interest, you wouldn't be able to get her attention no matter what, let alone get her to look at you. Just this condition alone had already eliminated 9,999,999% of the human race. And to those who weren't interested, Aie would be cold and ruthless. Xianxia had already seen it. Therefore, the Sterling family should thank Xianxia for creating some trouble for them so that they couldn't get here. Otherwise, Aie wouldn't even look at them, and might even destroy the city, leaving them with no place to cry. It was said that this terrible personality was not uncommon in the demon race. The demon race has always been a race that holds strength in high esteem. They will show respect to those whose strength is recognized by them, but they usually don't care too much about those who aren't strong enough. There are even some with bad personalities who will despise and look down on the weak, or even bully them. As the peak of the demon race, the 6 great demon dwellers are not low in this aspect. This was what Rosie had told Xianxia before. Aie obviously had this tendency. Although it wasn't to the extent of bullying and despising the weak, she maintained a cold and indifferent attitude towards people she wasn't interested in. From a certain point of view, this might be more serious than bullying and despising. According to Rosie, most of the other demons were like this. Even if their personalities were different, they wouldn't be interested in ordinary people. If you wanted them to look at you, you had to get their approval. From this aspect, Lady Scylla is an exception among the demons. That's why she became the leader of the 6 demons and stood on the position of the supreme demons, coexisting with the other 2 worlds and 2 races, right? The moon demon had a pair of discerning eyes, and her personality was more like a strategist. She didn't want to miss out on any small details, no matter how insignificant they were. She would carefully observe them, and that was why she could represent the demons and interact with the Protoss and the human race. In other words, among the 6 demons, Scylla was one of the friendlier ones. The rest of the demons weren't so easy to get along with. Of course, don't think that Lady Scylla is easy to get along with. Maybe she won't ignore you or look down on you, but if you aren't worth her attention, she won't care much about you either. In this world, if someone greeted you with a smile, it didn't mean that they liked you and welcomed you from the bottom of their heart. Scylla was the kind of person who seemed easy to get along with, but in reality, her words and actions made people feel distant. In other words, demons are actually not easy to get along with. For so many years, I've never heard of anyone being able to have a good relationship with a demon. You're the only existence in the Mitra kingdom to have a connection with a demon in the past 1,000 years. Now you understand why those nobles were so shocked that you were able to form a relationship with His Highness the Dragon Demon, right? This was what Rosie had said to Shuren. One could imagine how lucky Shuren was. Unfortunately, Shuren didn't feel anything at all. After all, a woman who can be settled with 1 or 2 desserts, tell me how hard it is to get her. I don't feel anything. At that time, Shuren, who said this, was beaten up by Rosie. Strictly speaking, this princess was also a woman who could be settled with 1 or 2 desserts. It was impossible for Shuren not to get beaten up for saying this. However, if others knew that this animal used a few desserts to settle the number 1 beauty of the human race and one of the 6 demons, Dragon Demon, what would they think? They would definitely release a deadly curse that even the Holy Sword couldn't resist, right? Well, in any case, Shuren wanted to see how the young master of the Duke of Stringham would deal with such a situation. Let me add a little more spice. As he said this, Shuren's body surged with magic once again. But at this moment, Aie raised her eyebrows and raised her head. It seems that an interesting guy is coming. When Aie finally stopped being so impatient and said this with interest, Shuren's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked in a direction. Bang! The wall of a building suddenly exploded, raising a lot of dust. Among the dust, female knights rushed out one after another and quickly spread out, surrounding Shuren and the others. This scene made Shuren and the others raise their heads. However, whether it was Aie, Xianxia, or Emerald, none of them panicked because of this sudden situation. Instead, they were all extremely calm. Of course, Shuren was the same. He was still staring at the center of the dust, as if he didn't see the female knights around him, and a trace of interest appeared in his eyes. In the next second, a figure slowly appeared from the dust. You are Shuren Bostut, right? It was a voice that was like that of a hero, full of momentum and awe-inspiring, but also pleasant to the ear. The owner of the voice was a young girl wearing a long robe and an Empire-style military uniform, but the lower half of her body was a light pleated skirt. There were 2 long gauze ribbons hanging from the back of the pleated skirt, and she wore long military boots on her feet. The young girl's appearance was also full of heroic spirit and exceptionally exquisite. At first glance, she looked like a Valkyrie who had descended from the sky, combining beauty and magnificence. Shuren could guess the identity of such a beautiful and gorgeous Valkyrie even if he used his toes to guess. The second princess of the Empire, Capellan Ragnar, Shuren guessed the identity of the other party. However, the sword in the other party's hand suddenly caught Shuren's attention. That is, looking at the shining golden sword that emitted a white light and had a very similar appearance to the holy sword, Shuren was stunned at first, and then he was surprised. Through the inspection of the Identify skill, Shuren saw through the sword. Holy Sword, Replica, Exclusive. Effect, Level plus 30. Effect, all skill levels plus 3. Effect, all types of damage are reduced by 30%. Restriction, only one of the above 3 effects can take effect at a time. Restriction, the above 3 effects can only take effect for 1 hour on the same day. Unique, when confronting the real Holy Sword, a certain degree of the Holy Sword's power will be absorbed. The above 2 restrictions will be removed, and the above 3 effects will be gradually enhanced. Unique, when confronting the real holy sword, a certain degree of holy power will be absorbed. For a certain period of time, it will have a restraining effect on evil objects and power. Replica of the holy sword. Only the descendants of the heroes with the blood of the heroes can use it. When such information appeared in Shuren's mind, Shuren was really shocked. Replica? There are replicas of the holy sword, what's going on? Sean's heart was filled with astonishment. On the other hand, Aie glanced at the replica holy sword in Capeline's hand, and her voice sounded in Shuren's ear. It's a replica of the holy sword that was successfully refined by the Ragnar Empire after 500 years using the corpses or ashes of the heroes as raw materials, and then adding extremely precious materials unique to the three realms of gods, humans, and demons. Even if you search all over the three realms, there's only one of it, and you absolutely can't use it unless you're a descendant of the heroes. Although it's only a replica, its power is far stronger than ordinary magical weapons. I've heard my subordinates mention it. I didn't expect to finally see it today. It could be heard from Aie's voice that her interest seemed to have increased a little. Obviously, the replica holy sword had aroused some interest in Aie. Instead, Shuren heard an even more shocking news from Aie's words. You mean the descendant of the heroes? The princess of the empire in front of me is actually a descendant of the heroes. Doesn't that mean, yes, the founding emperor of the Ragnar Empire was also a hero? Aie's tone was a little disdainful. Besides, I was the one who dealt with that hero back then. That was why Aie knew something about the Ragnar Empire. Just as the corners of Shuren's mouth twitched, the gaze cast on him suddenly became sharp. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? As these words rang out, a gust of wind suddenly blew over. Shuren suddenly came back to his senses, and immediately pulled out the holy sword at his waist without hesitation. Clang, the crisp sound of steel colliding suddenly rang out. Clang. Amidst the crisp sound of steel colliding, the white imitation holy sword slashed forward like a flash and landed heavily on the sealed holy sword that was hastily set up, causing a burst of dazzling sparks. The princess of the empire named Capeline had unknowingly appeared in front of Shuren and slashed with her sword, creating this scene. Did you react in time? Capeline's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared on her heroic and beautiful face. Although Capeline did not use her full strength in that attack just now, it was still an attack with the imitation holy sword in her hand. An ordinary knight would not even have the time to react, let alone block it. He would have been slashed and fallen. So that's how it is. To be able to get the favor of Rosie Lusty-Mitra, it doesn't seem to be a joke. Capeline's words made Shuren, who had set up the holy sword, raise his eyebrows. Do you know Rosie? Shuren subconsciously asked this question. Who would have thought that this question would be met with an unexpected reaction? Of course I know her. Capeline's face turned cold, and she even gritted her teeth and said, even if I forget all the important things in my life for the past 17 years, I will never forget that woman. His words revealed an astonishing stubbornness and hatred. Shuren suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this princess of the empire had some friendship with the princess of the kingdom that ordinary people did not know about. However, their relationship didn't seem to be very good. Didn't that woman come? Capeline stared closely at Shuren and said coldly, did she not dare to come because she knew I was here? Or is it just a small matter at the border not worthy of the kingdom's most outstanding genius in 1,000 years? Hearing this, Shuren was unhappy. What? My wife is not by my side, so I can be so wantonly slandered. What position do you put me, a man, in? So, Shuren said mercilessly. I don't even know where you came from, sister. The implication of Shuren's words was very direct. He was telling the other party not to take him too seriously. No one knew you were here, and no one would be afraid of you from afar. To put it simply and crudely, that was, who do you think you are? As Shuren spoke, his body suddenly shook with a huge amount of magical power. Bang! Capeline was sent flying by the magic storm that rolled up from Sean's body. She slid across the ground for some distance. This magical power, Capeline was a little surprised. She seemed to be shocked by Shuren's powerful magical power. Your Highness! Your Highness! When the female knights saw this, their expressions changed. They glared at Sean angrily and were ready to attack. Capeline stopped the female knights and looked coldly at Lin. Capeline stopped the female knights and looked at Sean coldly. You are the first person who dares to talk to me like that. Is that so? Shuren curled his lips and said, sorry, I was already an adventurer before I became a noble. I'm just a rough person. I'm different from a delicate and cultured existence like your highness. Please forgive me. Sean pursed his lips and said, sorry, I was already an adventurer before I became a noble. I'm just a boor. I'm ultimately different from a delicate and cultured existence like your highness. Please forgive me. Are you being sarcastic to me? Capeline smiled sweetly, but there was not much joy in her eyes. She said, are you like this in front of Rosie and Rusty? Why? Shuren smiled and said, is there a problem? If it is, then there is no problem. Capeline said lightly, but if it is not, then it proves that you are not a rough person who treats everyone equally, but like other men, a vulgar person who only knows how to circle around that woman. In other words, this imperial princess could tolerate Shuren being a rough person, but she could not tolerate Shuren being a vulgar person. This was because such a difference in treatment would only make her scoff at it and feel very unhappy. In the past, it was not that Capeline had never encountered the same thing. The men of the kingdom only know how to revolve around that woman. They're all so polite on the surface, but in reality, they can't wait to find an opportunity to stand up for that woman. Whenever I say something bad about that woman, they'll immediately act like they're trying to show off, or they're stimulated, and they'll stand up for me. Capeline spoke with some contempt. You are probably the same kind of person, right? You want to step on me to please Rosie and Rusty Mitra, right? But I have to tell you, it is better not to think too much. That woman doesn't like any man. Your performance, in her eyes, is probably similar to a performance, not worth mentioning at all. Hearing Capeline's words, Shuren frowned. In the next second, Capeline's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly raised the imitation holy sword in her hand, and like Shuren previously, she used it to block in front of her. At the same time, Shuren's figure turned into a phantom and suddenly appeared in front of Capeline. The holy sword in his hand also turned into lightning, bringing along a cold sword light. Like a white lightning, it flashed. Dang! A bell-like sound of steel colliding suddenly rang out. The white lightning-like slash fiercely smashed onto the imitation holy sword that Capeline had raised, causing a circle of energy to explode. Capeline only felt a powerful force explode on the imitation holy sword that she had raised, and then her entire body was sent flying. She rolled a few times on the ground in a sorry state. Then, she patted the stone bricks under her, smashed them, and turned around at the same time. She leaped into the air, landed on the ground, and stood up again. Your Highness! The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights suddenly exclaimed, and finally, hostility emerged in their eyes as they looked at Shuren. You! Not to mention the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights, even Capeline did not expect Shuren to suddenly attack her. What's more, the attack was so fast and so heavy that she almost couldn't react in time, resulting in embarrassment. At that moment, Capeline was shocked and angry at the same time. Instead, it was Shuren who looked at Capeline and said with a faint smile. I don't know what happened between you and my Rosie, but I just want to say, speaking ill of our Royal Highness Princess in front of me, anyone from the kingdom would stand up for her. Would they stand up for you, a cynical person from the Empire? Shuren said as if he was looking at a fool. As for whether she likes us or not, what does that have to do with you? Your Royal Highness Princess? The harsh remarks made Capeline's face turn a little ugly. The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights finally could not stand it anymore. Shut up! Don't you dare insult Her Highness! Hateful people from the kingdom! Several female knights shouted angrily. They stretched out their hands, rolled up their magic, and even directly rushed towards Shuren. Pay and bind. Shuren immediately released the magic and integrated the magic into the atmosphere, turning the atmosphere into a strong pressure. Like an invisible cage, it enveloped the bodies of the female knights. The group of female knights immediately froze on the spot, as if they had been frozen, unable to move at all. Pay and bind magic? Capeline was stunned. This man actually learned pay and bind magic, that's right. His magic was so abundant. This kind of magic that depended on the amount of magic to determine the strength of the effect would be useless in the hands of ordinary people, but in the hands of people with powerful magic, it would be of great use. This kind of magic that tested a person's ability was indeed quite suitable for him. However, it might be a little tricky now. Originally, Capeline had been thinking about what other skills Shuren had besides taming dragons, for that woman to take a fancy to him. Only now did she know that Shuren's personal strength might not be inferior to hers. This made the way Capeline looked at Shuren changed. Interesting. Capeline had always thought that among people of the same age, there should not be anyone in the world who could be at the same level as her and that woman. But now, Shuren showed overwhelming strength, telling Capeline that there was no shortage of geniuses in this world. This made Capeline's eyes gush with fighting spirit. From her body, a powerful magic began to seep out, shaking the atmosphere. Huh? The corner of Shuren's mouth raised. As soon as Capeline appeared, Shuren knew that this empire's princess did not seem to be an ordinary person. This was because she seemed to be the same age as Rosie, but her level was comparable to that of the kingdom's treasure, who was known as the #1 genius of the human race. Yes. Capeline's level was 70, not below Rosie's at all. The series of skills she had learned were also of high level, and she was only a little behind Rosie. She also had the imitation holy sword, so she should not be underestimated. Coupled with this extraordinary magic, if she also had a unique skill that was not weak, among people of the same age, perhaps only Rosie could suppress her. This made Shuren a little interested. Come. Shuren hooked his finger at Capeline and said, "Let me see, between the kingdom's princess and the empire's princess, which one is stronger?" This sentence made the fighting spirit in Capeline's eyes change. It became more shocking and terrifying. There was no other way. Which one was stronger, was there a need to say? Of course it's me. Capeline suddenly stomped on the ground under her feet and rushed in the direction of Shuren. Her speed was as fast as lightning. Flying star. Without any hesitation, Shuren instantly released celestial body magic, making countless tiny meteors turn into a rain of light, falling from the sky, pouring down, covering Capeline's direction. Divert. In the face of the downpour of the rain of light, Capeline did not dodge. Instead, she chanted a short incantation, causing the imitation holy sword in her hand to flicker with light. Bang, 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 bang. The rain of light suddenly fell on Capeline's body, constantly attacking her delicate body. However, Capeline was not affected at all. She directly rushed toward Shuren against the rain of light. Shuren instantly understood the reason. She changed the effect of the imitation holy sword to damage reduction, and then combined it with a defensive skill to rush over in one go. Her Royal Highness was surprisingly tough. Bang! 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 In the sky, the rain of light formed by tiny meteors was still pouring down, bombarding Capeline's body. However, as time passed, the scale and power of the pouring rain of light increased by a lot. It became like cannonballs washing the ground, setting off more and more intense explosions. Shuren no longer showed any mercy. He increased the power of Flying Star to the maximum in an attempt to stop the Empire Princess. However, perhaps because Flying Star was a beginner magic and did not have much lethality, the rain of light falling from the sky did not hurt Capeline at all, allowing her to successfully advance in front of Shuren. Divert. Capeline, who had advanced in front of Shuren, once again chanted a short incantation, replacing the effect of the imitation holy sword. As the light of the imitation holy sword flowed, this time, Capeline's body was no longer enveloped by the holy sword's light that weakened damage. Instead, the light turned into strength, and her aura soared. Is it to level up this time? Shuren saw through her at a glance and immediately set up the holy sword. Clang! Capeline's imitation holy sword turned into a flash of light and knocked on Shuren's holy sword, causing sparks to burst out again. However, it was different from the previous attack. The strength and force of this attack were much stronger. Shuren involuntarily took half a step back, allowing Capeline to gain the upper hand. Swoosh! 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 Amidst the sound of the air being pierced, Capeline calmly brandished the imitation holy sword, creating streaks of sword light. The flashing slashes attacked rapidly, enveloping Shuren's entire body. Shuren saw countless sword lights attacking him, and he was surprised by Capeline's attack. Capeline's slashes were very fast and straightforward. There were not too many fancy moves, nor were there any twists and turns. It was a killing sword technique that pursued killing efficiency, which was fundamentally different from ordinary swordsmanship. In fact, in Capeline's skill column, her two-handed sword skill was only at level 5, which was far from Shuren's maximum level. It was also far from Rosie's level 8 two-handed sword skill. However, she had learned a skill called flashing sword, which was at level 7. This flashing sword seemed to be a high-level weapon skill. Compared to ordinary weapon skills, its specialty was that it specialized in a certain aspect, so its power was extraordinary. Normally, the two-handed sword and other similar weapon skills would provide the learner with a standard sword skill, which meant that all aspects of the skill would be average. There were no outstanding advantages, but there were no disadvantages either. It was considered a stable skill that sought victory in the midst of victory. However, skills like flashing sword were different. This type of skill would usually specialize in one aspect, making that aspect's strength extremely prominent, far surpassing ordinary moves. For example, Flash Blade was a skill that pursued efficiency in killing enemies. It had an unparalleled advantage in terms of killing enemies quickly. It allowed the person who learned the skill to make extremely fast and straightforward slashes, like a gust of wind, like a flash of light. If one was careless because of this, they would definitely not even see the trajectory of the slashes before their head was chopped off, and they could not be more dead. However, high-tier sword skills like this would usually have a flaw due to a prominent feature. Capeline's flashing sword was like this. It specialized in the speed of slashes, but gave up on defense. So, swoosh! Shuren's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of Capeline. Countless flashing slashes landed on the spot where Shuren was a second ago, but they only cut through the air. What? Seeing Shuren disappear, Capeline's expression changed slightly. But at this time, Shuren had already appeared beside the Empire's princess. Dang! The holy sword suddenly slashed down, once again bringing with it a shocking bell-like sound. Gulp. Capeline only had time to hurriedly set up the imitation holy sword to defend, but this attack made her arm numb. She let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. This was proof that her defense was insufficient. Otherwise, Capeline wouldn't have taken so many steps back. Pay and explode. Sean mercilessly released magic at Capeline, who was retreating fiercely. Bang! The atmosphere that had been imbued with explosive properties suddenly expanded and exploded, turning into endless flames that swallowed Capeline. However, divert. The imitation holy sword in Capeline's hand turned again, and the effect changed. With a tremor in the atmosphere, a red magic light appeared on Capeline's imitation holy sword, turning into a magic blade. She raised it high and slashed it down. Poochie! The endless flames were immediately cut open by the magic blade, turning into a burst of sparks and dissipating. There was no doubt that it was the demonic sword skill. Moreover, it was the demonic sword skill that had been strengthened by the imitation holy sword. Has it become the effect of leveling up the skill? Shuren narrowed his eyes. Capeline's demonic sword skill had been upgraded to level 7. In addition to the effect of adding 3 levels to all skills of the imitation holy sword, Capeline was equivalent to having the demonic sword skill at the maximum level, making the magic light of the demonic sword extremely condensed and bright, illuminating the surroundings. With a gust of wind, Capeline held the incomparably red demonic sword in her hand, and with the technique of flashing sword, she made a sudden stab that was like a scarlet flash. The stab seemed to be able to cut through space and distance, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Shuren. With such a lightning-fast attack, even Shuren had to admit that he couldn't avoid it. After all, firstly, Shuren didn't use the illegal strengthening skill, limit change. Secondly, even if he had the evasion skill that constantly warned him how to dodge, his body couldn't keep up. Even if his brain understood that he should dodge, it wouldn't work. Moreover, with the effect of adding 3 levels to all skills, both demonic sword and flashing sword were at the maximum level, and the opponent's level was higher than Shuren's, so naturally, Shuren wouldn't be able to dodge it. If he didn't have the similarly illegal skill, instant shift, swoosh. Just as the red magic blade was about to pierce through Shuren's chest like lightning, Shuren's figure disappeared once again. Boom. The red slash that pierced through the air actually set off an explosion and shock wave, causing the surrounding ground to fly up. He disappeared again. Capeline's gaze froze, but she suddenly felt something. The demonic sword in her hand turned into a second scarlet flash, and she suddenly slashed to the side. Amazing! There, Shuren's figure suddenly appeared. Facing the horrifying attack head-on, he wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy and laughed loudly. Boom! The powerful, demonic sword landed on Shuren's body, setting off another explosion and shock wave. It shattered the ground under his feet, causing the ground to sink as if struck by lightning. However, under the red magic slash, Shuren was unscathed. The powerful magic torrent hit his body, but it couldn't even cause him the slightest bit of damage. Resistance skill. Capeline's pupils shrank, and she instantly understood the reason. That's right. Shuren smiled at Capeline in the red magic torrent and said, "It's the resistance skill." To be precise, it should be said that it was the resistance skill plus the protection of the holy sword. Although 3 seals were applied, don't forget that there was still a small part of Shuren's holy sword's effect that could not be completely sealed. It could bring effects such as +10 to Shuren's level, +1 to all skill levels, and reduce all types of damage by 10%. With the resistance skill that was above the maximum level, and the damage was reduced by 10%, even the maximum level, demonic sword, and the maximum level, flashing sword, would not be able to hurt Shuren at all. Of course, if you had Rosie's level of magic power, the power of the demonic sword would definitely be so strong that the resistance skill couldn't completely reduce all the damage. Shuren said as if it was a pity. Unfortunately, you don't. With that, Sean suddenly rushed out of the torrent of mana, and punched Capeline's abdomen without any mercy for the fairer sex. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on Capeline's abdomen, sending her flying. She smashed into the wall of a building, causing it to crack open. Cough. Capeline could not help but exhale all the air in her lungs. At the critical moment, Capeline changed the effect of the imitation holy sword in time and obtained the power to reduce damage. Together with her own defense skill, she resisted Shuren's blow. However, Capeline didn't manage to completely block this attack. This was because Shuren had the maximum level, penetration, skill, which allowed his attacks to ignore a certain degree of defense and directly cause damage to the opponent. If it was not for the fact that the effect of penetration could not surpass the power of the imitation holy sword and was greatly weakened in the end, this punch would have at least made Capeline spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at Capeline in this state, Shuren was extremely satisfied. He could one-sidedly crush this empire's princess, which was enough to prove that his strength was improving. After all, Shuren had not used limit change yet. Back then, when Shuren used limit change, he could only tie with Rosie and was even at a slight disadvantage. Compared to Rosie at that time, Capeline's strength was only stronger, not weaker. After all, at that time, Rosie was using a sealed holy sword. Even Capeline's holy sword was an imitation and was far from the original. However, the imitation holy sword was not sealed, and each of its effects was stronger than the sealed holy sword. In general, compared with the sealed holy sword, there was not much difference. But this time, Shuren was able to overwhelm Capeline without using limit change, which proved that his level had not risen to level 55 in vain. Therefore, you can't do it, Your Highness. Shuren said so. It seems that Rosie is still stronger. As soon as these words came out, Capeline's hand, which was embedded in the wall, suddenly trembled. On his body, a strange magic began to take effect. Aie, who had retreated to the edge of the battlefield with Xianxia and Emerald, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. Shuren was about to turn around and leave, but his expression suddenly changed. Boom! A terrifying magic surged out from behind Shuren. The earth instantly trembled. Shuren turned around forcefully and looked behind him. There, endless magical power was constantly spewing out like a volcanic eruption. However, the magical power did not gush out aimlessly. Shuren could clearly see that as the magical power gushed out, a pair of white wings were slowly taking shape and unfolding behind a figure. While spreading such a pair of magical wings, the figure floated into the air. I didn't expect that I would be forced to use this move by peers other than Rosie and Rusty. The princess of the Empire, holding the imitation holy sword, looked down at Shuren with a cold expression. Her eyes had turned silver at some point, reflecting the pair of white wings behind her. Her posture was like that of a real Valkyrie. But looking at such an angel-like Valkyrie, Shuren's expression began to become solemn. Just because, from the beginning, his magic perception skill had frantically sent warnings, telling Shuren how dangerous the enemy in front of him had become. Shuren knew what was going on. As far as he knew, apart from the holy sword, there was only one other ability that could make someone undergo such a drastic change and cause such a terrifying increase in strength that defied common sense. Unique skill. The princess of the Empire used her real trump card. Sure enough, there is a unique skill. Shuren calmed himself down. Capellan said expressionlessly. We, the royal family of the Ragnar Empire, are also descendants of the hero. In that case, is it strange that we, who have inherited the hero's blood, can have such talent? Capellan said coldly, but the world only sees the Mitra kingdom and only recognizes the descendants of the hero of the Mitra kingdom. After thinking that they are true heroes, they often subconsciously forget that we, the royal family of the Ragnar Empire, also have the hero's blood. This is something that can't be helped, right? Because our ancestors were unable to defeat the demon king, not even the demonic humans, and were killed by the demonic dragons of the 6 demonic humans, the world thinks that our ancestors of the hero are unworthy of their name. Capellan's tone could not help but reveal a trace of unwillingness. People only remember the winners, never the losers. So, when it comes to the descendants of the hero, the world will only think of the royal family of the Mitra kingdom, not the royal family of the Ragnar Empire. We can only live under the shadow of the hero Mitra. The Ragnar royal family can only live under the shadow of the Mitra royal family, and even I can only live under the shadow of Rosie and Rusty. At this point, Capellan's tone gradually became weak. The Ragnar Empire has always wanted to get rid of this shadow. For this reason, they did not hesitate to ask for the remains of their ancestors, spent a huge price to collect precious materials from the 3 realms, and spent 500 years to finally successfully create a replica of the Holy Sword. But the Mitra kingdom was able to ask the Protoss to help, and under the voluntary sacrifice of the hero Mitra, they easily obtained the real Holy Sword. We have been working hard to strengthen ourselves and strengthen the power of the country. Unknowingly, we have become the most powerful country in the human realm, with the largest army and the strongest military combat power. But this combat power that we are proud of is also considered to have only quantity but no quality. It is simply not comparable to the Guardian Knights, who were once companions of the hero, and the Wyvern Legion of the Mitra kingdom. And in this generation, the royal family of the Ragnar Empire finally gave birth to a genius who had the hope of surpassing our ancestors. The moment he was born, he alarmed the shrine and attracted the attention of the highest superior god, who personally blessed this child, causing the whole Ragnar Empire to celebrate and the royal family to decide to do their best to cultivate him. But almost at the same time, the news of the birth of a stunning genius came from the kingdom. His magic directly alarmed the divine realm and the 3 goddesses, causing the goddess of destiny of the 3 goddesses to personally come and bless him. As she spoke, Capellan's weak tone became more and more full of unwillingness. When the most outstanding genius in the history of the empire obtained the imitation holy sword, the genius who was known as the kingdom's treasure received the recognition of the real holy sword. When the most outstanding genius in the history of the empire displayed a powerful unique skill, the genius who was known as the kingdom's treasure displayed a unique skill that moved the Protoss. Her blessing was only from a superior god, but her blessing was personally bestowed by one of the 3 goddesses, and it was not inferior to her ancestors. Her beauty was regarded as the first in the country by the empire, and her beauty was crowned the first of the human race by the world. In the end, she became a loser in all aspects, but she also became a superior winner in all aspects. People will always remember the first human, but never pay attention to the second who has always lived in the shadow of the other. As these words appeared, Capellan's pair of eyes became more and more flashing with silver light. The white wings behind her and the imitation holy sword in her hand also began to emit a brighter and brighter white light, causing magic to surge. So, I swore that in this life, I would defeat Rosie Rusty and get rid of her completely. I will not let her be a shadow in my life, and I will not let the Mitra kingdom always be a shadow in the Ragnar Empire's shadow. You're strong, really strong. You're even stronger than I expected. I'm greatly shocked. No wonder Rosie and Ruthie are so fond of you. Among her peers, she must be very excited to have an opponent like you, right? But it is precisely because of this that I want to defeat you. Capellan raised the imitation holy sword in her hand and pointed it at Shuren. Not for anything else, but to not lose to that woman. As soon as her voice fell, the magic that surged out of Capellan's body was suddenly sucked into her body like a whirlpool. No, he was sucked into the pair of pure white wings on his back. Whoosh, the next moment, the wings behind Capellan suddenly flapped, and her whole body turned into a white light that shot out. In an instant, she came in front of Shuren. Shuren only felt that his vision was blurred, and then Capellan's figure appeared in front of him, causing him to be shocked. Without hesitation, he activated the skill, Instant Shift, and disappeared from where he was. Boom, Capellan, who had turned into a white light, rushed past the place where Shuren was, bringing up a storm that smashed and cracked the ground there. Although her attack missed, Capellan was not discouraged at all. Her figure that had turned into a white light turned around, ignoring the inertia. Under the flapping of the white wings behind her, she darted in another direction. There, Shuren's figure flashed out. Evolve. Seeing the white light approaching at an alarming speed, Shuren no longer dared to hold back and activated the ability, Ultimate Evolve. So, magic flowed through Shuren's body, causing all of Shuren's abilities to skyrocket. But at this time, Capellan had already approached Shuren, and the imitation holy sword in her hand turned into a flash and slashed out. The speed of that slash was at least 10 times faster than before. Bam, Shuren could not react in time, and the imitation holy sword that was as fast as a flash slashed on his chest. With a heavy muffled sound, he was sent flying. But as he was sent flying, Shuren activated the skill, Instant Shift. His figure suddenly disappeared in midair, and he turned around and appeared behind Capellan. Buzz, the atmosphere trembled, causing the red magic light to extend on the holy sword. Shuren looked at Capellan, who had her back to him, and he slashed out with the demonic sword in his hand. It was like a red thunderbolt, and it landed on Capellan's back. However, clang, amidst the sound of collision, Shuren's holy sword with the demonic sword was bounced off. The white wings on Capellan's back seemed to have grown eyes. With a flap, one of the wings bounced Sean's slash away, causing a circle of strong wind of magic power to tremble. It actually bounced off? Shuren's eyes widened slightly. However, Capellan would not let go of this opportunity. She instantly turned around, and the imitation holy sword in her hand turned into a flash again, slashing violently. This slash once again stirred up a storm, shattering the atmosphere wherever it passed and shattering the ground in the surrounding area. That terrifying Aurora sword was like a condensed natural disaster, and it had already destroyed the terrain in this area to the point that there was no longer any terrain that should have existed. Shuren's figure appeared not far away as if he had teleported. He looked at this scene with a solemn expression. It seems that the so-called second place is not an undeserved reputation. Capellan's strength after using her unique skill was on a completely different level compared to before. The pair of wings seemed to have many abilities such as high-speed flight, automatic defense, and amplification. At this moment, Capellan had become unprecedentedly powerful. At least, in Shuren's opinion, the current Capellan was even more terrifying than Ter, who had entered a ghostly state in the Adel Canyon. Even Aie, who was watching the battle at the side, narrowed her eyes and murmured. This unique skill is quite strong. It's no worse than the hero that I defeated, right? That was what happened. Capellan used her full strength, displaying strength that made Shuren feel pressured, and also gained Aie's recognition. Why? Is this your full strength? Capellan flew into the air again, looked at Shuren, and spoke calmly. You should also have a powerful unique skill, right? Aren't you going to use it? Obviously, the Empire's princess felt that Shuren had not used his full strength. She felt that it was impossible for Shuren to not have a powerful unique skill, given that he was recognized by Rosie and had such strength at such a young age. If he did not, he would not be worthy of being recognized by people at their level. After all, unique skills could go against common sense, ignore level, skills, and other conditions, and directly display terrifying power. Without a powerful unique skill, no matter how high one's level was or how strong one's skill was, one would not be a match for them in the end. In fact, this was the case. Shuren did have a unique skill, and it was a cheat-like unique skill. Unfortunately, Shuren's unique skill was not the type that could directly increase combat power. However, Shuren had not used his full strength. After all, he still had the holy sword. Should I use it? Shuren hesitated. Of course, the holy sword was not something that could be casually used in front of others. In front of trustworthy people, it was fine. When he encountered a life-threatening crisis, Shuren would not hesitate to unseal the power of the holy sword and use it calmly. However, in the current situation, Shuren did not feel that he had been forced to that point. Moreover, Capeline's imitation holy sword would unlock its original restrictions when it encountered the real holy sword. It would even absorb the power of the holy sword to obtain the form of a weapon that the real holy sword should have. If Shuren unsealed the holy sword here, Capeline would also become stronger. Shuren did not want to subsidize his opponent and make his opponent stronger. Thinking of this, Shuren suddenly smiled. I still have more power that I have yet to show. Why should I use my trump card? That was the case. Although Capeline, who had used her unique skill, had indeed become very strong, Shuren had also become much stronger. During the month of studying hard in the capital, Shuren had not only greatly increased his level because of growth, but he had also obtained new power. So, come on. Shuren once again hooked his finger at Capeline. I'll let you see my full power now. Unsealing the holy sword, full power under normal state. Capeline seemed to understand something, and her eyes turned sharp. Bang! The next moment, Capeline flapped the white wings on her back without saying a word. While setting off an air explosion, she turned into a flash of light and launched an extremely fast attack. Boom! However, almost at the same time, majestic magic surged out of Shuren's body. The magic flowed through his body, making the space where Shuren was like a storm had descended, rolling up sand and dust and blowing up gravel. It looked terrifying. Shuren took out everything he had at this moment. Enemy sense, and magic sense, were telling Shuren the position and speed of his opponent. God of War allowed Shuren to instantly control the situation of the battle, judging all the changes in the battle from the movement of every blade of grass and tree, and even predicting the subsequent series of battles. Every move of the two-handed sword was replayed rapidly in Shuren's mind, allowing him to find the most suitable sword skill to deal with the opponent in front of him. Evasion, penetration, extreme change, and a series of other skills were also activated, including the resistance skills. Little by little, they indeed increased Shuren's chances of winning. Indeed, Shuren's unique skill did not have direct combat power, but the improvement it brought to Shuren had already been accumulated bit by bit in his daily life. How could ordinary people learn so many skills so easily? How could other people's skill levels reach the level of Shuren's? In addition, when he leveled up, his growth in all aspects was also the greatest. Shuren's unique skill allowed him to transform from a powerless person from a different world into a true hero in just a few months. It was also the most fundamental reason why he could challenge so many powerhouses in this world with such a huge level gap at only level 55. Therefore, when it came to using unique skills, Shuren had actually already used his own unique skill. Otherwise, how could he cross such a huge level gap, cross so many other people's advantages, and then challenge others? Now, Shuren used all the power that his unique skill gave him at this moment. Swoosh! At the moment when Capellan's imitation holy sword shone with the brilliance of demon sword, and blasted over, Shuren suddenly disappeared and used instant transmission to appear beside Capellan. Capellan noticed it. However, when she wanted to attack, Shuren had already begun to move. Oblivion. Dullness. Shuren released his magic toward Capellan. This is... Capellan's expression changed slightly. Because she clearly felt that her speed that was originally like a flash of lightning had suddenly decreased by a lot, becoming neither fast nor slow. Abnormal status type of Oblivion magic. While Capelin increased the magic power in her body to resist the abnormal status acting on her body, she slashed at Shuren with the technique of flashing sword. But at this moment, Shuren suddenly disappeared again and appeared on the other side of Capelin. Oblivion. Gravity. Shuren put his hand on the wings behind Capelin and cast a new oblivion magic, letting magic power surge out. Ugh. Capelin's figure suddenly became extremely unstable, and the light white wings behind her suddenly became extremely heavy, causing her to almost fall to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shuren did not hesitate to cast the negative status type of oblivion magic one by one. Oblivion. Stiffness, oblivion. Consumption, oblivion. Deterioration, oblivion. Blindness, oblivion. Paralysis. The characteristics of various negative statuses were piled on Capelin's body, causing the terrifying aura on Capelin's body that was like a volcanic eruption to decrease little by little. In the end, she even felt like she was carrying an invisible mountain, unable to breathe, and directly fell to the ground. Ugh. Ah. Capelin's voice was full of anguish. There was no other way. Stiffness made Capelin unable to move her body flexibly. Consumption made Capelin's magic power and physical strength depleted at an extremely fast speed. Deterioration weakened Capelin's abilities in all aspects. Blindness robbed Capelin of her vision, and paralysis also made Capelin's whole body twitch, feeling waves of soreness and pain. In addition to sluggishness and gravity, Shuren had imposed 7 negative statuses on Capelin in one go, and each of them was a characteristic of the superior oblivion magic. Of course, Capelin also had skills to eliminate abnormal statuses, but in the face of the superior magic that Shuren had cast with all his might, there was no way it could offset, right? One had to know that Sean was a person who used beginner spells as high-level spells. Now that he had cast a genuine high-level spell with an astonishing amount of mana, how could ordinary abnormal status defense skills be able to neutralize it so easily? It could be said that if it were not for the skills that had offset part of the effect, and the unique skill enhancement, as well as the help of the power of the imitation holy sword, Capelin would not have been able to move even a little. In such a situation, with a vast magic power, attract the stars beyond the sky, Shuren chanted the magic incantation. Dazzling lights, countless flames, listen to the command of the one who controls the night sky, at this moment show the mystery and trajectory of the gods. That is light, that is the powerful power of heaven, so, shine, stars, so, descend, light. The vast magic power that swirled around Shuren suddenly turned into bursts of starlight, shining like the Milky Way. That was the superior magic of the celestial magic. Starry arrays. The starlight that wandered around Shuren suddenly turned into stars, like small planets. They carried the magic power that shook the atmosphere and dazzling starlight, and they swept toward Capelin one by one. That scene was as if this part of the world was the universe, causing the many stars to follow the most mysterious trajectory and begin to operate. Although she had lost her vision, Capelin, who had slightly resisted the negative effects, could still vaguely see the scene, which shocked her. What magic is that? Obviously, Capelin could not recognize Shuren's celestial magic. But judging from the amazing magic power that the stars carried, Capelin had reason to believe that it was something extremely dangerous. Aha! Immediately, Capelin screamed and mobilized all the magic power in her body, as if she had exhausted all the remaining power in her body. Finally, she temporarily resisted the magic that was applied to her body. She flapped the white wings on her back and flew toward the sky. However, the stars seemed to have a life of their own. They actually changed their direction flexibly, changed their trajectory, and turned into another array. Like a large net, they chased after Capelin. Capelin could only keep flapping her wings and turning into a white stream of light, constantly avoiding the pursuit of the stars. Unfortunately, not long after, Capelin was shocked to find that she had been surrounded and had fallen into the array formed by the stars. At this time, there were stars rotating in front, behind, left, right, and even up and down Capelin, and they were emitting starlight. Capelin, who had an ominous premonition in her heart, did not hesitate to rush to the nearest star, and raised the imitation holy sword in her hand. She added the magic sword skill to it, and slashed with her strongest power. Clang! The star suddenly shone brightly, and a beam of light shot out, blasting Capelin's body. Bang! Amidst the explosion-like sound, a burst of light burst on Kaplan's body, blasting her away. Kaplan was not injured. At the critical moment, the wings on her back spread out and blocked in front of her, so that the beam of light did not hit Kaplan. But, clang! 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 Around Kaplan, the stars shone brightly one after another. Streaks of light were released one after another, darting in the direction of Kaplan. In just an instant, Kaplan was attacked by beams of light from all directions, causing her to hold her breath. She hurriedly spread the white wings on her back, covering her whole body. Bang 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 bang. Countless beams of light immediately blasted on the white wings, setting off bursts of light explosions and bursts of roars. Instantly, the wind and clouds surged, and the heaven and earth shook. Impacts rose in all directions, and the magic power became chaotic. In the sky above Cosmos, countless celestial bodies surrounded a pair of white wings, constantly releasing beams of light to bombard them. The resulting light explosions and roars were like the explosion of a star, so terrifying that the entire cosmos was shaking. The people hiding in the buildings in Cosmos listened to the roars and watched the terrifying light explosions. Then, they endured the violent tremors. Screams and exclamations could be heard continuously, and it was difficult to calm down. What? What is that? Even Limcho, Yuri, Sona, and the other members of the 1st Night Regiment, who were dealing with the chaotic buildings, saw this scene in the sky and fell into horror. On the ground, a group of female knights who were still bound looked at this scene, and they were even more anxious. Shuren held the holy sword in his hand and hovered in the sky surrounded by many stars. The mana on his body seemed to be endless, continuously gushing out. After an unknown period of time, Cosmos finally stopped trembling. In midair, the celestial bodies that were constantly releasing light bands had already stopped, but they maintained the celestial bodies' motion and rotated, causing the starlight to begin to dim. In the center of the celestial bodies, the pair of white wings had become riddled with holes and were scorched black. Bam, in the end, as if she couldn't hold on any longer, the white wings that were folded together suddenly shattered, turning into countless feathers that drifted away. Among the feathers, Kaplan's figure once again appeared in the air, but she seemed to be exhausted. Her body drooped down, and her head plunged directly toward the ground. Bam, after a while, the Empire's princess smashed hard on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. She was dying. Shuren then descended from the sky with countless celestial bodies and landed on the ground. It seems that I won. With these words, Shuren smiled slightly and waved his hand. The celestial bodies around him immediately disappeared, leaving only a dazzling flash like the Milky Way. It's over. In the distance, Xianxia only spoke at this moment. Her voice was still so calm and unperturbed. It was obvious that what had just happened in front of her was a fierce battle that would definitely be regarded as a disaster by ordinary people. However, this maid who was only at level 5 and had almost no combat power could be so calm. It had to be said that this was really a kind of ability. However, it seemed that it was not only Xianxia who had this ability, but also Emerald. Emerald seemed to be watching a show. Except for blinking her eyes and feeling a little sleepy, she was not frightened at all. On the contrary, Ai took a deep look at Shuren. His strength has improved so fast. This hero's growth was extremely fast, far beyond Ai's expectations. Although I don't know what his unique skill is, if he can be so strong without using the holy sword, I reckon that it won't be long before he reaches our level. That was what Ai thought. As for the female knights who were bound on the spot, when they saw that their princess was defeated just like that, their faces were still full of shock and disbelief. Her Highness Kaplan actually lost. How is this possible? They were unwilling to believe the facts in front of them. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Kaplan had used her full strength, but she was still defeated. Moreover, she was not defeated in the hands of the human race's famous legendary powerhouses, but in the hands of a young noble that they had never heard of before. How could Her Highness Kaplan lose to her peers? Even if the opponent is that of the kingdom's treasure, Her Highness can't lose so easily. How can he be so strong? This is a joke, right? The female knights of the Broken Blade Cavalry glared at Sean, their eyes filled with shock and anger. Sean glanced at them, and then with a wave of his hand, he removed the restraints on these female knights. Her Highness! Her Highness! As soon as the female knights regained their freedom, they immediately reacted and rushed towards Capeline, anxiously checking on her condition. Shuren pursed his lips and said, "She just lost all her magic power and physical strength, that's why she fainted from exhaustion. She's not seriously injured." Shuren had given her so many negative superior characteristics, but she still fought on and used her unique skill to resist the fierce attack of the star cluster array. It was impossible for her to collapse from exhaustion. But it was just exhaustion. Apart from exhaustion, there was nothing wrong with this imperial princess. I have also removed all the negative status magic on her. After a night's sleep, she'll definitely be alive and kicking again, right? Shuren smiled at the female knights and said, "If you understand, then hurry up and leave with your princess." You. Shuren's merciless words made the female knights angry. You what? Shuren disagreed and said, "You allow her to say a lot of things in front of others, but don't allow others to say a harsh word to her? Save it." With that, Shuren looked at the female knights. "When your princess wakes up, tell her that I welcome her to find trouble at any time, but in the future, don't let me hear her gossip about Rosie behind her back. Or else," Shuren showed a bright smile. "Next time, I'll strip her naked when I beat her." His words caused the female knights to be unable to restrain their anger. Hateful people of the kingdom! Despicable nobles of the kingdom! Dirty adventurers! Bastard, stinking man! The female knights all began to curse, without the slightest elegance and nobility of a knight. Shuren suddenly narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. Bam! The armor on the female knight who cursed the most fiercely suddenly shattered, turning into steel fragments that scattered all over the ground. Ah! The female knight immediately screamed, hugged her body, and squatted down. Due to the heavy armor, these female knights seemed to be wearing very revealing clothes. As soon as the armor shattered, all the parts that shouldn't be exposed were exposed. What? Be careful. You, what did you do? The rest of the female knights were shocked. Some of them hugged the exposed female knight, while others glared at Sean. It seemed that they were getting more and more shocked and angry. Sean still had a look of disapproval on his face. "This is just a small lesson, okay?" Shuren said with a smile, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I have the skill, armor destruction, and it's at the maximum level. I don't need to touch you. As long as I snap my fingers within a certain distance, all your armor will be destroyed unless you wear very tight clothes, otherwise." His words made these female knights shocked and furious, and a trace of fear and dread gradually appeared in their eyes. Obviously, they were all wearing very revealing clothes under their armor. Of course, don't think that only armor will be destroyed. Shuren's smile became more and more brilliant. "If I want to, I can directly use the magic to impose the tear characteristic on you. What do you think will be left on your body by then?" Those female knights suddenly turned pale, and one or two subconsciously hugged their delicate bodies, looking angry but not daring to speak. Shuren was very satisfied with their expressions. "Remember my words. Tell Her Royal Highness what I said, word for word." Shuren glanced at Capeline and said, "If you want me to come and personally strip you all naked, then you can pretend not to hear it." Leaving such words, Shuren turned around and walked in the direction of Aie and the others. Scum, seeing Shuren leave, there was a small scolding in the group of female knights. Bang! Ah! The next second, there was another shattering sound and a scream. A female knight whose clothes did not cover her body squatted down with tears in her eyes. Only then did Shuren stop snapping his fingers and return in front of Aie and the others. "Okay, let's go," Shuren said as if he had done a trivial thing. However, this still could not avoid being despised by the girls. "Do you think that by pretending that nothing happened, you can pretend that you have not done anything wicked?" Aie was speechless. It seems that Mr. Shuren is still young and vigorous. Even La Xiao wanted to sigh. Only Fei Tsue, as if she did not understand anything, tilted her head with a question mark on top of her head. Shuren laughed dryly and said no more. Only then did everyone leave together. The female knights of the Broken Blade Knights stared hatefully at Shuren and the others as they left, and then said one after another, Quick! Bring Her Royal Highness back. Take out all the high-level magic potions. Let's go. With that, the group of female knights escorted the two tearful companions who were in rags and left with Caroline, who had fainted from exhaustion. Gradually, the moving buildings in Cosmos came to a stop. Everything returned to peace. Not long after, a group of knights hurriedly rushed over. The leader, Yuri, was the first to see this scene. His pupils shrank, and he stopped in his tracks. What's going on? Sona stopped in his tracks with a horrified expression. Limcho also turned silent. At the same time, the knights, who looked a little embarrassed, exchanged glances with each other as if they were shocked by the scene in front of them. In front of these knights was a battlefield that had been turned into ruins because of the fierce battle. There was even chaotic magic power flowing in the air, causing the knights to suck in a breath of cold air. The knights could totally imagine what a fierce battle had taken place here. Head Commander, Uncle, Sona and Limjo looked at Yuri with an ugly expression. After all, among all the people here, Yuri was no doubt the strongest. But, I'm afraid that the people fighting here are all stronger than me, Yuri said with a heavy expression on his face. This caused everyone to be speechless, and they fell silent. Limcho even had a horrifying thought. Could it be him? The face of a hateful person appeared in his mind, and Limcho shook his head hurriedly, unwilling to believe what he had just thought of. At least, Limcho didn't want to believe that the person who was a thorn in his side was stronger than him. Even if this person had fought against a branch of the old demon's faction and was said to have fought with Her Highness Princess, thus gaining her appreciation, Limcho still didn't want to believe that he would lose to this person in terms of personal strength. As for the kingdom's knights that were almost destroyed, many people had long regarded it as Yuri's good deed and not Shuren's own doing. In short, Cosmos is about to become even more chaotic. Yuri's murmur was full of inexplicable persuasiveness, as if he was announcing the arrival of a storm. From now on, Cosmos was destined to become more chaotic. Night fell quietly. Due to the strange incidents in the past and the unusual phenomenon today, Cosmos at night was undoubtedly more deserted and eerie than any other city that Shuren had been to in the past. Even though there were oil lamps and magical lamps in use in the crisscrossing buildings, the light that shone through the windows couldn't reach the streets. Instead, it shone randomly on the walls of other buildings, narrow alleys, and unfrequented terrains. In addition to the lack of proper streets, it made the city look eerie. It went without saying that no one would be out on the streets at night in Cosmos, and no shops would be open at this time because no one would be there to take care of their business. Perhaps only the knights were active in Cosmos, patrolling and investigating at the same time, trying to find out the truth and the source of the strange happenings. Otherwise, only those robbers who wanted to take advantage of the situation would roam the messy alleyways and alleys, adding more color to the strangeness of Cosmos. Fortunately, even under such circumstances, Shuren and the others successfully found a hotel and checked in. After all, before the incident in Cosmos, there were many non-local tourists in the city. After the incident, many foreigners who were at a loss of what to do moved here from other places. Under such circumstances, the city was locked down and they couldn't leave the city, so naturally, they had to find a place to stay. In other words, in the current Cosmos, only the hotels that provided accommodation were barely able to do business. The hotel that Shuren and the others checked into was already full, but for some unknown reason, after Xia's negotiation, they were able to free up a room that wasn't inferior to the luxurious suite that Shuren and the others stayed in before in Teratelli, allowing the four of them to move in comfortably. Not only did the room have multiple bedrooms, but it also had a kitchen and a bathroom. It could be said that it had all the basic living conditions, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to stay there forever. It was said that the hotel also had a large public bathing area where men and women could bathe together, which was why it was quite popular, mainly for men. When Shuren learned about this, he was more or less tempted, but he received a subtle warning. Don't go, okay? Even if Mr. Shuren is young and impetuous, it's best that you don't vent your anger outside. Aie and Xia warned Shuren with their own styles. Am I that kind of person? Shuren yelled in anger, but what he got in return was an inexplicable look of disdain from the two young ladies. Okay, I'm that kind of person. Shuren had no choice but to admit it. Oh please, it's a mixed bath. A mixed bath, hearing about such a wonderful place, as a young and vigorous man, how could he not go and take a look? What? You're saying that I'm not just going to look, you're saying that I'm not just for a look. You must be mistaken. With such a mood, after nightfall, Sean sneaked into the big bathing area without telling Aie and Xianxia. However, 3 seconds later, Sean scrambled out of it. Why are they all old grandpas and grannies? Sharon felt like he was almost blinded. But on second thought, even if there were beautiful young ladies, how could they give benefits to others when they knew that the big bath was a mixed bath? Do you suppose that everyone is as kind as Ter? F***ck, Sean, who had suffered a heavy blow to his soul, dragged his injured body back to his room. After eating the dinner prepared by Xianxia, he entered the bathroom in his room with a dejected face. I wish Ter was here to help me wash my eyes, soaking in the personal bathtub, Sharon sighed as he rested his head on his pillow. I wonder what everyone is doing now. Thinking of his friends in the royal capital, Sharon found that he missed them. Vivian and the others should be having dinner at my house, discussing the migration of Lumia's younger sisters. Ter might be exercising alone. Marika. If I'm not here, that girl will go stalking others, right? While thinking, Sharon raised one of his hands that was soaking in the water. In this hand, there was a small bead lying on it. Looking at the bead, Sharon couldn't help but smile. Let's see what that girl is doing. With these words, Sharon tossed the bead in his hand into the air. Clang, the bead suddenly glowed and, as if submerged in water, plunged into the space in front of Sharon with a splash, causing a circle of ripples in the space. The ripples gradually spread, and not long after, they turned into a screen. On the screen, an extremely beautiful face that could cause the downfall of nations and cities appeared. Too slow. An extremely pleasant voice came from the screen, accompanied by anger. This person was Rosie, who was far away in the royal capital. Didn't I tell you to contact me at night? Rosie, who appeared on the screen, looked as if she had been waiting for a long time and was fuming. Seeing this, Sharon couldn't help but find it funny. Before Sharon left the royal capital, Rosie gave a magic tool to Sharon and repeatedly instructed him to use it at night to contact her, who was far away in the royal capital. That magic tool was the bead that Sharon had just used. It was a very rare magic tool that could connect 2 different positions and allow people to communicate through the environment created by the tool. It was a magic tool that nobles and feudal lords often used to communicate with each other. Sharon received this magic tool from Rosie, so he would meet Rosie every night. But every time this happened, Rosie would chatter endlessly. Do you know how hard I work during the day in order to free up time at night? In the end, you still made me wait here. Rosie complained incessantly. Do you have to? Sharon laughed and said, it was the same last night, and it's the same tonight. Are you going to make trouble every night because of waiting for me? Hearing Sharon's indifferent tone, Rosie became even angrier. This guy, even though he was not in the royal capital, he was still as infuriating. She really wanted to bite him. Rosie couldn't be blamed for this. After all, ever since Sharon left, Rosie did have a hard time. I used to be able to live on my own, why can't I now? This was not the first time Rosie had felt this way. Rosie's current pace of life was no different from before. Other than work, she still had to maintain her flawless princess image and not let outsiders know that she actually wanted to be a salted fish. But in the past, even if she couldn't be salted, Rosie could endure it and finish her work while sighing. But now, for some reason, Rosie found this situation a little unbearable. Perhaps the reason was because she already knew what it felt like to have someone who knew her true colors and could let her show it without any scruples. She no longer had to pretend and was no longer lonely. After experiencing the beautiful and comfortable time, she naturally couldn't bear to go back to the boring time. Not to mention, Sharon was now not only an object for Rosie to express her true nature, but he was also an indispensable partner in her life from now on. Speaking of which, generally speaking, who would run away after a few days after getting someone else's body? Rosie really wanted to throw a tantrum over this matter. Even though she knew that Sharon had a purpose for this trip, in the past few days, because of Sharon's absence, Rosie really felt that life was boring and unbearable. To put it simply, this princess was still a little worried about gains and losses. She had only been in love for a few days, but her man had already run away. It really made her feel uncomfortable. Now, Rosie worked every day while eagerly hoping that Sharon would quickly finish what he wanted to do and return to the royal city to accompany her. It was not easy for her to complete all the work during the day with such a mood. At night, Rosie was naturally looking forward to Sean's call. She was waiting anxiously for Sean to contact her. It could only be said that this princess was really lacking in love and entertainment. Otherwise, she wouldn't be throwing a tantrum like this. Sharon was naturally aware of this situation, so he immediately spoke in a rare kind tone. I'm now at Cosmos. Although I haven't seen the old demons yet, since I'm already here, I should meet them soon, right? Sharon reported today's itinerary to Rosie. Already here? Rosie was slightly startled and said in surprise, that's really fast. One had to know that Cosmos was at the northernmost part of the kingdom. If one wanted to reach there from the royal city by carriage, it would take at least half a month to a month. Sharon had already arrived at Cosmos less than 3 days after leaving the royal city. It had to be said that his speed was indeed fast. I have Yulin here, a level 99 dragon. If she flies at full speed, I think it will only take her a day to circle the kingdom. Sharon pursed his lips and said, not just me, even the young master of the Stringham family is in Cosmos. The young master of the Stringham family? Rosie was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, indeed, I heard that he returned to the Stringham dukedom with Duke Bali. If it's him, it won't be difficult for him to return in a few days. Is that so? Sharon was a little interested and asked, why not? Do you think you're the only one with a mount? Rosie rolled her eyes and said, the kingdom has the famous Wyvern Legion, and the Imperial Knights can get a wyvern as a mount. That young master should have rushed back to the Stringham dukedom on his own wyvern, right? So that's how it is. No wonder he could come here from the royal city in just a few days. I heard that the situation over there seems to be quite serious. What's the actual situation? Rosie asked Sharon. So, Sharon told Rosie everything he encountered in Cosmos today, including the matter with Capeline. But as soon as he said that, Rosie raised her eyebrows. Capellan Ragnar is there too? Rosie's mood seemed to have become less pleasant. What? You don't like her either? Seeing Rosie on the screen, who seemed to be in a bad mood, Sharon became interested. However, Rosie's answer was a little subtle. It's not that I don't like her, at least that's what I think. Rosie frowned and said helplessly, it's just that every time we meet, she won't let me go. Even though the Empire's envoy group has been persuading her not to fight with me, she still comes up to provoke me every time she sees me. She says some unpleasant words in an attempt to provoke me and make me fight with her. It's really annoying after a long time. Isn't this the trick that Her Royal Highness used when she saw me? She also used the same trick on Rosie? Eating all over the world with one move, how clumsy, then what do you think of her? Sharon asked tentatively. He was planning that if Rosie really didn't like Capeline, then he would help his wife teach that thorny princess a lesson. Who would have thought that Rosie would misunderstand? Why do you ask this question? Rosie narrowed her eyes and said with some vigilance, don't tell me you like her? The corner of Sharon's mouth twitched. Rosie, on the other hand, understood Sharon's reaction as a tacit agreement. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. I'll tell you first. Rosie said in an unquestionable tone, you can attack Tare, Marika, or even Vivian and the others. I won't have any objections, but you can't attack her. Rosie gave a death order. As long as it's someone else? Sharon originally wanted to correct Rosie's misunderstanding, but when he heard this sentence, he couldn't help but ask. Please forgive him, he was a man. Therefore, this question was very important and he had to clarify it first. Rosie seemed to have seen through the dirty thoughts in Sharon's heart. Her face was full of contempt, but she was not angry. No matter what, you are a proper noble. Whether it's for yourself or for the future of your family, it's normal for you to marry a few more wives or concubines. As a princess of the royal family, I can tolerate this. Rosie's words made Sharon feel for the first time that it was really great that he had reincarnated into a different world. Why did so many people want to reincarnate into a different world? Wasn't it because they could openly have a harem here? Sean had thought that he was not the main character. It was not until this moment that he finally felt like he was the main character. But, that person can't, really can't. I advise you not to have any ideas about her. Rosie kept denying it, which made Sean blink. Let's not talk about whether or not I really want to attack her. Let's talk about why can't I attack her if I do. Let's not talk about whether I really want to do anything to her. If I do, why can't I? But she doesn't like me, Rosie said straightforwardly. Rosie said straightforwardly, if you have really met her, then you should know what kind of obsession she has with me, right? Very obsession. Sharon did not deny it and said, those who don't know would think that you are the official couple, and I am the third party who inserted in the middle. Who is a couple with her? What nonsense are you talking about? Rosie said angrily, I just want to tell you that the relationship between the kingdom and the empire is already very tense. After the incident of the Slaughterer's Clique, 10 years ago, the relationship between the two countries has become even more tense. If you want to bring Capeline Ragnar into the family, how complicated do you think things will become? There would definitely be a lot of complicated and inexplicable causes and causes like a spider's web. Because of the incident 10 years ago, the nobles of the kingdom have secretly forbidden marriage with the nobles of the empire, not to mention the civilians. Coupled with Capeline Ragnar's obsession with me, think about it yourself. If you make a move on her, how troublesome it will be. Rosie warned him just like that. I don't want you to become a point of conflict between the two countries, and I don't want you to really enter the same family as Capeline Ragnar. So, don't blame me for not telling you first. Sharon listened to these words. After all, he hated trouble. In the past, he even wanted to stay away from Rosie because of it. Not to mention that she was the second in command, a bigger source of trouble. Sharon definitely wanted to stay away from her. I'll just obediently ravage the innocent women of the kingdom. I'll leave the women of the empire to the people of their own country to ravage. Sharon said this unconsciously. It's good that you understand it in your heart. Although after hearing what you said, I don't know why, but I want to hit you even more. Rosie was half relieved and half speechless. In short, Rosie hoped that Sharon could stay away from Capeline as much as possible. Her obsession with me can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, and it's even greater than what others can imagine. Not to mention meeting me, even if it's something related to me, she will focus all her attention on it, and do everything she can to prove that she is stronger than me in various fields. Rosie warned him quite seriously. The princess must already know that you and I have an intersection, and since she knows, it's very likely that she will take the initiative to cause you trouble. You must be careful, okay? Unfortunately, it's too late. Your husband has already beaten her up, and I'm afraid that she already hates me. Rosie, who didn't know about this, was still warning him. If she comes looking for trouble, it's best not to have a direct confrontation with her. Her strength isn't bad. Not only does she have a replica holy sword that the Empire spent 500 years to forge, but her unique skill is a powerful combination of attack, defense, and support, which allowed her to defeat almost the entire Empire when she was an adult. Except for a few legendary beings above level 90, ordinary people are no match for her. Even I was challenged by her a few times, and it took me a lot of effort to win, and I almost used all my strength. So, don't think that you can easily deal with her, okay? Rosie was like a worried wife, constantly persuading Kieran. Sharon didn't tell Rosie that he had actually won, and he kept listening to Rosie with a funny mood. He knew that although Rosie was a little worried about it, she wasn't worried at all. Even though Rosie still didn't know what Sharon's real limit was, she still understood Sharon's depth better than anyone else. Not only was the power of the Holy Sword far greater than the Mitra Holy Sword in her hand, but Rosie knew that it was Sean who killed Galuoli. Others thought that it was Yulin who did it, but Rosie knew that it was Sean who did it. Moreover, Sharon was a genuine brave, and he even had Aie and Yulin by his side. If something could happen to him, it would probably mean that the plot had collapsed, and that the author who wrote this book was just trying to take revenge on society and disgust the readers. Therefore, Rosie's words sounded like she was worried, but in fact, she was just worrying for nothing. But it couldn't be helped. This princess had already worked hard to get through a boring day, and now that she could finally talk to her lover, she was willing to worry for nothing. Clearly understanding this, Sharon didn't tell Rosie directly that she was just wasting her breath. He had already made the Empire's princess suffer. Instead, he listened to Rosie's every word and spent a rather warm time with this seemingly perfect, but actually pure, kind, and cute little princess. Presumably, Capeline would never have imagined that the opponent she dreamt of defeating was actually a pitiful little girl who was afraid of loneliness and had to respond to the expectations of the people around her. For this reason, she had to painstakingly suppress herself and spend every day of her life, right? Thinking of this, Shuren's gaze gradually softened as he looked at Rosie. You. Why are you looking at me like that? Sensing Shuren's gaze, Rosie also felt a little embarrassed. Nothing. Xianxia shook his head but suddenly smiled and said, I just suddenly feel that marrying you doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Have you always thought marrying me was a bad thing? Rosie ground her teeth as if she wanted to bite something, and said in an unfriendly tone, then what made you change your mind now? Of course it's for you. Xianxia shrugged and said with a smile, as long as we get married, you don't have to live that boring life anymore. When you enter my house, you can relax however you want. There's no need to hide yourself anymore. Hearing this, Rosie suddenly became silent. After a long while, this princess spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Actually, this is also what I've been thinking about, that's what happened. In the past, Rosie had always thought that she would have to wear a mask for the rest of her life. For this reason, she didn't even dare to get close to the opposite sex. But now, Xianxia had become the only person who understood her, and even had a substantial relationship with her. In the future, if she married Xianxia, then she wouldn't have to wear a mask to live, and wouldn't have to deal with those boring jobs anymore. She could be with Xianxia and show herself to her heart's content. That kind of future, sometimes, when Rosie thought about it, she would wake up laughing in her sleep. Xianxia really felt that this girl was extremely cute. As the kingdom's treasure, the #1 beauty of the human race, she actually had such a girlish attitude, it could simply make any man go crazy. Fortunately, he had successfully plucked this high mountain flower. I'll really be blessed in the future. Xianxia was also looking forward to that kind of future. But this was a different matter. When I'm done, I'll marry you. Come here, I'll give you a buff. There was no doubt that this sentence was learned from Xianxia. Looking at the trend, Her Royal Highness, who was still a girlish girl now, really did not know what Xianxia would teach her in the future. In the bathroom, Xian chatted with Rosie for more than an hour. They only stopped when they were almost peeling off their skin from soaking in the hot water. Although Rosie still looked a little reluctant to leave, there was nothing she could do about it. Being separated from each other meant being separated from each other. Both of them had things to do, so it was impossible for them to chat forever. The main reason was that Xianxia did not want anyone to barge in and hear him say, "How long are you going to occupy the bathroom?" Therefore, Xianxia cut off the mana, and the screen began to dim after losing the support of mana. The ripples in the space gradually disappeared, and finally turned into a bead that fell into Xianxia's palm. Is this the rumored kanji on the phone? Looking at the magical tool in his hand, Xianxia could not help but laugh. Yes, I did something very interesting. I hope it won't be burned. Xianxia put away the bead in satisfaction, and came out of the water. He dried his body, put on his clothes, and wiped his head with a towel while walking out of the bathroom. However, when Xianxia walked out of the bathroom and came to the living room, he met someone. Jade? Xianxia called out the other party's name in confusion. Jade was standing on the open-air balcony of the living room, looking out at the scenery outside. Her side profile appeared to be a little listless in Xianxia's eyes. It wasn't the usual sleepy expression, but the expression of someone who hated something and was enduring something. Xianxia looked outside suspiciously, but could only see a wall that spoiled the scenery. After all, the buildings in Cosmos were in a disorderly state. What was presented on the outside wasn't a beautiful scenery, but layers upon layers of crooked towers and walls that covered the surrounding area. That scene was indeed quite annoying, at least it would not make people feel good. However, Xianxia always felt that Jade did not show such an expression because the scenery was not good. Just when Xianxia was puzzled about it, a voice came from the side quietly. She has been standing there for half an hour. It was unknown when the elusive maid had appeared behind Xian and said such words. Xianxia was not frightened. But because he was not frightened, he felt a little sad. Because he did not notice Xia's traces in advance, but because he was used to it, he was not frightened just now. Shouldn't Shuren feel sad for himself, who was used to such a situation? Shuren calmed himself down and then looked at Xianxia. What's wrong with her? That was what Shan had asked for now. I'm not sure. Xianxia shook her head and said calmly, but ever since she came to Cosmos, that child would show that expression from time to time. Sometimes it would only be for a moment, and sometimes it would last for a long time. I don't understand what's going on. Is it? Shuren frowned and said, you didn't ask her directly? Not directly, but there are a few probing ones. Xianxia said faintly, unfortunately, she wouldn't say anything, or rather, she was unwilling to say anything. Even when I asked her, she would tilt her head from time to time, indicating that she didn't understand me. That was really troublesome. Of course, I didn't take any coercive measures because I didn't figure it out. Xianxia began to say something more frightening. She said, if I judged it to be harmful to Master, then I would do my best to find out the reason at all costs. But according to my judgment, it didn't seem to be harmful to Mr. Shuren, so I didn't act too recklessly. When he heard this, Shuren subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice. This maid was too amazing. Shuren had long regarded her as an omnipotent god. If this god acted recklessly for her own purposes, then he did not dare to imagine what terrible things would happen. Therefore, when he heard Xiao's words, Shuren first heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the heavens, the earth, and the person who was able to stop the car in time. And the purpose of Xiao's appearance here seemed to be to report this matter to Shuren. I think Mr. Shuren should be able to handle this matter. Xiao lifted the ends of her skirt and bowed to Shuren. She said, that's all for now. I'm going down to help Lady Ai bathe. Hearing this, Shuren nodded and said, be careful. That girl is sleeping, and she usually doesn't like to enter the bathroom with others. If she is woken up by others, she might lose her temper. Shuren casually reminded. In the end, this sentence was met with such a response. Please rest assured, it's just a bath. As a qualified maid, I can completely do it for her. I won't let the person serving her notice and affect her rest. Leaving such words that made Shuren freeze, Xiao left. Shan muttered to himself as he looked at the confident and carefree figure of the other party. Sooner or later, I'll learn this as well. This was an unknown ambition in Shuren's heart. After learning Xiao's secret stripping technique last time, Shuren successfully got rid of his virginity and ate the world's #1 princess. If he could learn this secret bathing technique, he wouldn't be far from becoming a human self-propelled cannon, right? Although in his previous life, as a high-quality bookworm, Shuren hated the setting of a human self-propelled cannon. But when he became the protagonist and could live such a life, it was another matter. Which normal man wouldn't want to live such an amazing life? Shuren thought of himself as a normal man. Therefore, no one had the right to scold him. Of course, Shuren was a person with integrity. He wouldn't casually make a move on someone he didn't have feelings for. He wasn't like those wretched men who scolded LSP in front of the screen all day long but thought GKD in their hearts. They said one thing, but thought another. It was like a matryoshka doll. As a person with integrity, Shuren didn't have high requirements. He just hoped to make a move on Terror, Marika, Xiao, and the like. In addition, if there were any beautiful girls who were willing to give themselves to him for free, then Shuren could reluctantly accept them. For example, Nian. Not high requirements, right? Manual comedy, okay, I digressed. Shuren immediately stopped thinking and walked in the direction of Jadeite. Jadeite seemed to notice the footsteps behind her. She came back to her senses, turned her head, and looked over. What are you doing? Shuren came in front of Jadeite and squatted down. He maintained eye contact with this girl and smiled at her. Jadeite didn't say anything. She was as silent as ever. She just looked at Shuren quietly and didn't say anything. Shuren didn't want Jadeite to speak either. After 2 days of getting along, Shuren knew that this girl either didn't want to speak at all, or she didn't know how to speak at all. And intuition told Shuren that Jadeite's situation should be the latter. This girl really didn't seem to know how to speak. Not only did she not know how to speak, but sometimes, Jadeite didn't seem to understand other people's words. She gave off the feeling of a newborn baby. Shuren suddenly recalled a period of history. It was a period of history that was described in the ancient book that Triss gave him. Recalling that period of history, Shuren stared at Jadeite and spoke slowly. "Hey, little Jadeite, who are you?" Shuren asked. Jadeite didn't answer. She was still so silent, so calm, but she gave off a feeling of lowering her head and feeling dejected. Looking at Jadeite like this, Shuren also felt a little breathless. He felt as if he could feel Jadeite's heart, as if they were in sync with each other's perception, forming a connection, which was exceptionally uncomfortable. At this moment, Shuren could feel the depression, loneliness, and sadness in Jadeite's heart. Withstanding this sadness, Shuren hesitated for a while and spoke like this. "If there's something on your mind, then you can choose to tell me." Shuren looked straight at Jadeite and said, "Don't look at me like this, I think I still have some ability. Maybe, I can help you." Hearing this, Jadeite looked at Shuren with a little ripple in her eyes. But compared to the ripple, Jadeite's eyes seemed to be more hesitant and timid. She seemed to want to tell Shuren something, but she was worried that if she told Shuren, it would scare him away in the future, or cause harm to Shuren and bring misfortune to Shuren. Shuren was quite inconceivably aware of these inner feelings of Jadeite. "So, although I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying, I want to tell you something." Shuren cast his gaze on Jadeite and said word by word. "Actually, I'm a hero who was summoned from a different world." This was the first time Shuren openly confessed his identity to someone. And Jadeite seemed to know the existence of the hero, causing her to suddenly raise her head and look at Shuren. Her eyes showed surprise and astonishment that had never been seen before. Seeing this, Shuren used action to prove himself. To be more specific, he had taken his own holy sword. "Unseal, Hirisu." Along with a short incantation, the originally ordinary holy sword immediately unlocked a layer of its seal, revealing its basic form. The holy light immediately illuminated the surroundings, causing Jadeite to stare at it. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right?" Shuren suddenly smiled and said, "So, if there's anything, just tell me." Jadeite fell silent again. However, not long after, Jadeite stretched out her hand, pulled Shuren's sleeve, and pointed outside. "Are you asking me to go with you?" Shuren asked thoughtfully. Jadeite nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you." Shuren did not hesitate and directly nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two left the room together and walked out of the hotel. It wasn't suitable to go out at night in Cosmos. Not only because of the chaos, but also because the probability of encountering those thieves who would fish in troubled waters would also increase. Moreover, the knights were patrolling every corner of Cosmos. If one were to be discovered by them, one might be captured without a second word and interrogated. One might even be treated as a suspect and arrested. Therefore, no one dared to wander around Cosmos at night. But under Emerald's lead, Shuren walked out of the hotel. "Have you been to Cosmos before, Emerald?" Shuren was indeed a little surprised to see Emerald walking in front of him as though she was familiar with the path. The main reason was that even if one had been to Cosmos before, it was impossible for one to be familiar with the terrain in the current state of Cosmos. After all, the location of the buildings here could change at any time, and even the passable path was uncertain. Therefore, logically speaking, even if one was familiar with Cosmos, one shouldn't be able to walk here so easily. Not to mention, the buildings in Cosmos had been moved around by Shuren today, causing the layout of the city to change. But Emerald was walking in front with a very purposeful purpose, and there was no hesitation in her footsteps, which really made Sean feel strange. Shuren didn't know if Emerald sensed the surprise in Shuren's heart. She turned around and looked at Shuren. Without saying anything, she pulled Shuren's hand and continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Shuren could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Carrying the holy sword, he followed Emerald and turned left and right in the small paths. The two of them walked for nearly 2 hours before they walked out of the complicated and crisscrossed paths and entered a flat area. Sean only felt that everything in front of him had suddenly become clear. The disorderly buildings disappeared behind him, and only a stretch of forest came into his sight. "Is this the suburbs?" Shuren looked around to confirm his location. After confirming, Shuren denied his previous statement. "This isn't the suburbs. If they were in the suburbs, they should be able to see the city walls of Cosmos." As a fortress city, Cosmos was surrounded by tall city walls, and the closer they were to the suburbs, the more they could see the city walls. But now, Shuren couldn't see the surrounding city walls, which proved that not only was this not the suburbs, but it was also close to the central area of Cosmos. This is clearly the central area of the city, but there are no buildings at all? This was unlikely. Unless, the buildings here have been moved away. If that was the case, things would be interesting. Because in the entire area, not a single building was left. All of them had been moved away. Sean did not believe that this was a coincidence. Moreover, when they entered Cosmos, Shuren and AIE had already discovered the abnormality of the magical power. After entering this area, the abnormal magical power in the air became even more obvious and intense. In this case, the magical power in the area, and the magical power in the air became more and more intense. Is this the source of the strange things? Shuren squinted his eyes and looked at the forest in front of him. Beside him, Emerald was also watching quietly. After a while, she pulled Shuren's hand and signaled him to move forward. Okay, let's go. Naturally, Shuren wouldn't refuse. He nodded with a smile and walked forward. The two of them walked for another half an hour. Then, under Emerald's lead, Shuren arrived at a place. It was a place where a temple was located. The shrine was very large and very tall, like a small mountain standing in the middle of the flat ground. It actually gave off a majestic feeling. However, such a majestic temple was pitch black in color, and it was covered in thorns and vines. It didn't look like a solemn sacred place at all. Instead, it looked like a dark castle where vampires were imprisoned. It was hair-raising. Where did such a strange temple come from? Shuren blinked, somewhat stunned. Emerald also stared at the temple. Her eyes drooped, and for a moment, a trace of irritation and rejection flashed in her eyes. But even though there was a sense of rejection, Emerald still pulled Shuren and pointed to the dark temple. Shuren seemed to have understood something. You want me to go in? Emerald immediately nodded. Okay. Shuren was somewhat helpless. There was no other way. Thanks to the skill, mana perception, Shuren had already discovered that the strange magical power in the entire cosmos was flowing from the temple. The temple was like a whirlpool, and there was a constant flow of magical power around it. Moreover, it didn't suck in, but released, as if it was repelling everything around it, causing the magical waves to impact the surroundings. It was very spectacular. Shuren even felt that the inexplicable phenomenon of cosmos transfer was due to the influence of the magical power released by the temple. The magical power that seemed to be repelling something pushed away the buildings and lives in the surrounding area, causing all the buildings in the area to disappear and be transferred to other places. Moreover, the influence of the magical power was gradually expanding, causing a lot of transfer phenomena in the surroundings. Under such circumstances, Shuren felt that once he got close, he would immediately be transferred to another place. If that wasn't the case, it would be impossible for the 1st Knight Regiment and the Broken Blade Knights to not be here, right? That was what Shuren thought. However, it seems that there are people who aren't affected by this magical power. Shuren immediately cast his gaze around the dark temple. There were actually many figures moving about in that place. Orcs. Yes. The figures walking around the dark temple were orcs. They were all wearing clothes made of animal skin, but their appearance was different from ordinary orcs. Not only would they have mysterious tattoos on their bodies, but they also wore crowns made of animal fur, giving off the feeling of tribal priests. The orc priests were guarding the dark temple, and their expressions were full of vigilance. The security was so tight that it was comparable to a military base. Using the appraisal skill, Shuren saw through the levels of these orc priests. They're actually all above level 60? This strength was far stronger than ordinary knight regiments, and they were close to the kingdom's royal knight regiments in terms of level. Why would such a group of powerful orcs appear here, and why were they so vigilant around the temple? I seem to have heard Vivian mention that although orcs have faith like humans, they only believe in the goddess of life of the 3 major goddesses. Shuren couldn't help but recall things about the orcs. Subhumans who had some of the characteristics of wild beasts were orcs. If elves were known for being a magical race, then orcs were known for being a fighting race. Although they generally lacked magical talent, they were born with sharp five senses and outstanding physical abilities. Their talent in close combat was known as the best of the human race, and no one could match them. Depending on the species, the orcs' racial advantages were also different. For example, among the orcs, wercats had sharp hearing and excellent agility, and were good at quick attacks to quickly deal with enemies. Canine people had a keen sense of smell, outstanding strength in their limbs, and were mostly gorilla and detection-type existences. There were also pig people who were extremely tough, wercats who had both agility and dexterity, and rabbit people who had amazing jumping ability. Orcs had all kinds of different species talents, and even their personality would be greatly affected by their species. For example, wercats were proud and aloof, wercats were overly vigilant, and canine people were loyal once they swore allegiance. These were all characteristics of orcs. These kinds of orcs also had an extremely strong reproductive ability, and were on par with humans. They were the type with a relatively large population among the human race. However, orcs didn't build their own countries, but existed in the form of tribes, and they had places of residence in various countries in the human world. Because of the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, and the fragility of life, the orcs regarded the goddess of life, one of the three goddesses, as their highest faith, and only accepted the blessings of the goddess of life. The way orcs received blessings was also different from that of humans. For humans, after their children were born, the parents would bring them to the nearest temple. And through the guidance of a priest, the goddess of Protoss would give blessings. Orcs were different. It was said that the blessings of orcs were given by the saintess of their tribe. The saintess was the most loyal believer of the goddess of life, and would give everything of herself to the goddess of life. When a child was born in the tribe, she would pray to the goddess of life, asking the goddess of life to give her the power to bless the child in the tribe. Of course, this blessing was not given by the goddess of life herself. Because the goddess of life was the mother of all things, and the mother of all life, she could use her own power to bless all life in the world. This kind of blessing was regarded as an inferior version of the blessing of the goddess of life, and the blessing itself was divided into strong and weak. Some were comparable to the blessing of a superior god, and some were only equivalent to the blessing of an inferior god, but no matter what, they could not compare to the blessing of the goddess of life herself. The saintess of the orcs was like this. By offering everything to the goddess of life, she prayed to the goddess of life, asking the goddess of life to temporarily grant her all kinds of power, and performing miracles in the tribe. Because of this, the saintess of the orcs had a very high status. Before she was born, she was regarded as the object of protection, and the tribe would train a group of priests for this saintess from an early age, specifically responsible for protecting the saintess, escorting her, and even giving her advice. The saintess of the orcs was usually held by a foxman, who had the magic talent that other orcs lacked. This foxman would also be immediately protected after birth, and would not easily appear in the world. But now, there was a temple guarded by beastmen, and those beastmen were dressed like priests. Could it be, they are the priests of the saintess of the orcs? If that was the case, then who was the owner of the shrine they were guarding? The goddess of life? Xianxia could not help but think. There's an intruder. There's an intruder. Just as Xian was deep in thought, some of the orc priests in the shrine seemed to have discovered something. They roared furiously and caused a commotion. Soon after, all of them rushed over to Xian's side. Eh? Xianxia came back to his senses and couldn't help but be surprised. Because of the concealment skill, Xianxia didn't think that he would be discovered if he didn't show himself. Even if the orcs were born with sharp senses, Xianxia's scent would be hidden in front of the max level concealment skill. Logically, he shouldn't have been discovered so easily. But then, Xianxia understood. Is there a problem with the flow of mana in the surroundings? That's right. Due to the proximity of the temple, the magic that flowed out of the temple seemed to have touched Xian, causing him to be repelled. Under the influence of that mana, ordinary people would be directly transferred out and wouldn't be able to continue staying there. But Xianxia had the magic resistance skill, and it was also max level, so the mana flowing over was resisted. As long as he wasn't too close to the shrine, it wouldn't be transferred away so easily. This caused the mana of the temple to flow around Xian, but all of it was blocked, causing the place where Xian was located to become a void without the temple's mana. Although the orc priests didn't discover Shuren, they relied on their sharp senses to discover the mana void here. Thus, they discovered Shuren at once, and their vigilance was triggered as they all rushed over. "Who is it?" one of the orcs shouted with a stern expression. However, when he arrived in front of Shuren and saw Emerald beside Shuren, his expression changed drastically. Half. The orc priest was about to shout something. Unfortunately, Shuren didn't give him the chance. "I'm sorry, I can't let you make a fuss here anymore." Shuren suddenly flashed in front of the orc priest like a ghost. Bam! With a muffled sound, Shuren's fist smashed heavily into the orc priest's abdomen. Goo! The orc priest's eyes bulged, and he bent over and covered his abdomen. In response, Shuren only had one sentence. As expected of an orc with outstanding physical strength. "You're already above level 60. Of course, I can't knock you out with one blow, but your resistance is not bad." As soon as his voice fell, Shuren fiercely chopped down with his hand. Bam! With a second dull thud, a heavy knife hand landed on the back of the orc priest's neck, causing his voice to stop abruptly. Finally, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The orc priest slowly gathered and came to the orc priest's side, who had been knocked unconscious. The group of orc priests slowly gathered around their unconscious comrade. Alert! Quick! The cries of the orc priests could be heard from time to time. At this time, Shuren had already left that position with Emerald in his arms and appeared on the other side of the temple. Specifically, he appeared in front of the gate of the temple. There were also orc priests guarding there. Although they knew that something had happened, they didn't dare to leave. Obviously, their duty was to guard the temple and prevent people from invading. For this reason, they couldn't leave without permission, even if something happened in other places. Seems like it's a bit tricky, Shuren thought. Because of magic resistance, he was still resisting the temple's magic power, which caused the flow of magic power around him to be abnormal. In this way, it would only be a matter of time before the surrounding orc priests noticed the abnormality here and found him. Should I retreat? While Shuren thought so, he met Emerald's gaze. The pair of amethyst eyes that were imprinted in her eyes contained emotions that others couldn't detect. Seems like I can only force my way in. Shuren smiled bitterly. If possible, Shuren didn't want to force his way in. Not for anything else, but because if the orc priests here were really the orc saintess's priests, it proved that they were the messengers of the goddess of life in the human world. In the face of the messengers of the goddess of life, even a country wouldn't dare to neglect them, and the clergymen of the temple would also treat them as important guests and treat them politely. Especially the orc saintess, whose status was on the same level as the temple pope, even the king had to treat her with respect. If Shuren forcefully broke into the important place guarded by the orc priests, he would probably have a conflict with the goddess of life. Under such circumstances, Shuren naturally didn't want to have too much conflict with the other party. But looking at the behavior of the orc priest just now, the existence of Emerald might make them hostile. In that case, with Emerald, as long as I don't want to abandon her, I'm bound to have a conflict with the orc priests, right? So, instead of waiting for them to appear at that time, it was better to just fight them now. Even if the other party's background seemed to be a bit strong, Shuren wasn't afraid. Which family doesn't have a big shot? If all else failed, he would close the door and release AIE. So, Flying Star. Shuren decisively rushed up and released magic without hesitation. Bang, 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 a rain of light immediately fell from the sky, bombarding the orc priests who didn't have time to react, causing them to howl in pain. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The orc priests who were bombarded to the ground first shouted, and then they were bombarded by a shower of light beams, completely fainting. In front of the gate of the temple, sand and stones were flying, and the rain of light was endless, causing the sounds of explosions and roars, as well as the orc priests' howls and howls of pain. By the time Shuren appeared from the dust, the orc priests were already lying on the ground. However, Shuren didn't relax his expression. What a strong resistance! Shuren felt that as he got closer to the temple, the mana flowing out of the temple became more and more intense, intending to repel him. Thanks to this, Shuren felt as if he was walking against a strong wind, and his footsteps were a bit heavy. If it wasn't for the magic resistance skill, I would have been teleported away. Shuren looked at the gate of the temple in front of him and frowned. Under such a strong repulsive force, Shuren's magic resistance skill seemed to be reaching its limit, causing the mana around Shuren to constantly mix in, like a trickle squeezing out from a crack in a stone, and sooner or later it would touch Shuren. Shuren was sure that once he stepped into the temple, he would be transferred away. Even the max-level magic resistance skill can't completely resist. This mana? What exactly is the background of this temple? Shuren began to be curious. Just as Shuren was considering whether to use the Holy Sword to upgrade his magic resistance skill level, or rely on the protection of the Holy Sword to directly rush into the temple, Emerald suddenly broke free from his arms. Emerald? Shuren was slightly startled. Under Shuren's gaze, Emerald slowly walked in the direction of the temple's gate. Seeing this scene, Shuren suddenly discovered an anomaly. The mana of the temple didn't reject Emerald? Shuren was surprised. That's right, the mana of the temple didn't reject Emerald. Instead, it seemed to be accepting her, allowing her to approach the gate of the temple. Emerald arrived in front of the gate, stretched out her hand, and placed it on the gate. Rumble, in the next second, the gate slowly opened with a heavy roar, as if welcoming Emerald. It was as if they were welcoming the return of their master. Emerald turned her head and looked at Shuren. Shuren saw a sentence in her eyes. Come with me. Emerald seemed to want to say so. Shuren couldn't respond in time. Over there. Hurry up. The cries of the orc priests in shock and anger came into Shuren's ears, allowing him to see the orc priests approaching from all directions of the temple. Flying star. At this moment, Shuren once again used the suppressive magic, making countless flying stars fall from the sky, turning into a rain of light, and attacking the surroundings. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of explosions and roars sounded again, accompanied by the more shocked and angry cries of the orc priests. Shuren followed Emerald into the dark temple. Rumble, the gate of the temple immediately closed automatically, isolating all the sounds. Everything returned to peace. Shuren retracted his magic power and looked ahead. There seems to be no one inside. Not a single one of Sean's perceptual skills reacted. However, Shuren could still feel a very strong flow of magic power. The magic power blew from the front like a storm, making Shuren feel as if he had turned into dust, entered the nostrils of a giant beast, and was being breathed out by the giant beast. Fortunately, this time, the magic power actively bypassed Shuren and did not hit Shuren. Otherwise, Shuren would have been repelled. Is it because of you? Emerald? Shuren looked at Emerald beside him. Emerald also looked at Shuren and nodded to Shuren, confirming Shuren's guess. The young girl held Shuren's hand, and a pair of amethyst-like eyes unconsciously lit up, causing all the magic power to bypass Shuren. Only then did Shuren successfully enter the temple. Otherwise, he would have to borrow the power of the Holy Sword to solve the problem of being repelled. What should we do next? Shuren asked Emerald. Emerald didn't respond. Instead, she directly took Shuren's hand and pulled him into the depths of the temple. Tap, 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 in the incomparably quiet shrine, the footsteps of two people, one big and one small, were so clear and loud. Sean observed the surroundings while following Jadeite's footsteps, and footsteps, and footsteps. After an unknown amount of time, the long corridor came to an end. Shuren and Emerald entered an extremely vast hall and saw an incredible scene. What? Shuren sucked in a breath of cold air. In the hall of the Temple of Darkness, a beam of moonlight shone through the skylight from the ceiling like a beam of light. The beam of light shone on a huge iceberg. No, it was not an iceberg, but a small crystal hill formed by a strange transparent crystal. It looked so dazzling and beautiful. However, there was a young girl in the crystal hill. A young girl with long golden hair that was as dazzling as the sun. Emerald stared at the young girl, and her amethyst eyes finally revealed a sorrowful emotion. Shuren looked at the young girl, and then at Emerald, and fell into a state of silence. This was because the girl looked exactly the same as Jadeite. Again? One could imagine what Shuren was thinking. Lesia and Lasia. Nyan and Omnis. Liz and Jess. In the short 2 months since he came to this world, how many pairs of people who looked exactly the same had he seen? Could it be another magical life? As Sean thought about it, he couldn't help but look at the girl in the crystal hill. At this moment, the young girl seemed to be frozen. Her eyes were closed, and she was naked. However, Shuren could not help but take a deep breath. That was because the young lady's exposed tender skin was actually covered in hideous wounds. The wounds were like centipedes, and they were extremely terrifying. They covered the young girl's entire body, and the sight of them made one's heart skip a beat. Shuren was shocked because he saw this scene. What the hell is going on? Sean could not make sense of it. There was no doubt that the strange things that happened in Cosmo's life were due to this shrine. However, where did this temple come from? Why was there a young girl frozen in a crystal and covered with hideous wounds in the temple? Why does Jadeite look exactly the same as this man? Who were they? Also, what's with the orc priests guarding this temple? One mystery after another appeared, and it gave Shuren a headache. I'm just here to fight against the old demon's faction. What did I get myself into? Sure enough, Rosie's premonition was right. This trip would not go smoothly for her. Emerald, who did not know that Shuren was thinking about so many things at this moment, walked to the front of the crystal, and looked at the young girl inside. The look in her eyes did not look like she was looking at her sister, but more like she was looking at herself in the mirror. Shuren wanted to know everything. However, Emerald had not said anything so far, and it was unknown whether she could explain it clearly. Sigh, Shuren could only sigh, sort out his feelings, and come to Emerald's side. Speak. Sean said to Emerald, what do you want me to do for you by bringing me here? When he said this, in fact, Shuren had more or less guessed what Emerald wanted to do. After all, this young girl, who looked like she was carved from the same mold as Emerald, was not in a normal state at first glance. She was not like the Supreme God, who fell into a deep sleep out of her own will. If Shuren did not guess wrong, this young girl was probably forced to sleep here. In other words, this young girl was sealed. And what Emerald wanted to do was clear at a glance. Emerald withdrew her gaze from the young girl in the crystal and turned to look at Shuren. She reached out and touched the holy sword on Shuren's waist. Her meaning was simple. Use the power of the holy sword to cut this seal, right? Shuren said this, and in return, Emerald nodded. Emerald brought Shuren here because she wanted to do this, right? And the holy sword could indeed do this. Among the effects of the holy sword, there was a description of purifying and dispelling evil forces. Shuren did not know whether the seal in front of him was evil, but it was definitely a negative state. Then, with the power of the holy sword, he might be able to purify or dispel this negative state and break the seal. If not, with the power of the holy sword, Shuren's strength would also be greatly increased, and even the level of his skills would double. In this way, if Sean used the demon sword that broke through the limit to slash at the seal, he might be able to break it. At least, Shuren did not feel that he could not break it. He had an inexplicable intuition that this so-called seal would not be able to obstruct him. Even without the holy sword, it would still be the same. He did not know if Emerald knew this, but she stared straight at Shuren, as if she was begging and saying something. Okay. Shuren sighed again. Originally, Shuren was still a little hesitant. He did not know who the girl in the seal was, who Emerald was, and why one of them was sealed and the other was thrown here by a group of magical beings. There were still many mysteries. No matter how careless Shuren was, he did not want to act rashly. However, it was just that he did not want to, not that he did not dare to. In other words, if it was really necessary, Shuren would not be afraid. If I really get into trouble, then let's make a complete mess. After thinking it through, Shuren touched Emerald's head and said softly. You step back first. Hearing this, Emerald's eyes lit up. She nodded repeatedly and retreated from Shuren's side. Shuren turned to the crystal hill in front of him and pulled out the holy sword from his waist. Shuren would not break the seal of the holy sword. I feel that this crystal seal will not be too difficult for me. Shuren did not know why he had this feeling. However, Shuren chose to believe this feeling and took a deep breath. Okay. Mustering. The determination in his heart, Shuren raised the holy sword in his hand high in the face of the crystal hill in front of him. In the next second, the holy sword in Shuren's hand fell. At this moment, chaotic footsteps sounded at the entrance of the hall, causing a group of orcs to rush in. It was not the orc priests who guarded around the shrine, but a group of orc priests who were obviously of higher status and more charming and imposing. At the head of the group of beastman divine officials, a young foxman girl cried out in alarm. No. Just like that, an anxious cry sounded from his mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late to make a sound at this time. Clang, the holy sword in Xian's hand turned into a flash of light, and with a sudden slash, it cut through the entire crystal hill. The crystal hill suddenly trembled. On it, a neat cut appeared, splitting it into two. The upper half slid down and separated from each other. Boom, a terrifying magic power erupted from the broken crystal. Bathed in this magic power, Xian felt suffocated. Just as he was about to retreat, he was greeted by a shocking hostility. Aha! Such an angry roar resounded, causing Xian's eyes to narrow, and he turned around abruptly. There, a burly werewolf roared while stirring up air currents like a storm. He rushed to Xian and punched his head. Boom, an explosive sound appeared in the hall. The werewolf's punch set off a shocking impact. Not only did it shake the atmosphere, but it also shattered the ground, causing it to suddenly crack and shatter, turning it into ruins. Xian violently retreated from the impact and landed upside down on the ground. After sliding for some distance, he used his feet to stabilize his body and stopped. Watch me tear you apart. The werewolf seemed to have fallen into a state of rage. He slammed his fists together, causing steel-like sparks to appear between the fists. At the same time, he turned into a storm again and rushed toward Xian. Xian did not dare to be careless. This was because the level of the burly werewolf in front of him was as high as 91. This guy was strong. Very strong. Xian felt a trace of threat, causing him to retreat without the slightest hesitation. Give and bind. Xian released magic in an attempt to stop the werewolf's attack. The atmosphere suddenly squeezed the werewolf's body, causing his body to stagnate. However, a scene that surprised Xian appeared. This level is nothing. The werewolf growled, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The muscles on his body bulged, and in the end, his body seemed to expand, causing him to forcibly break the restraint of the atmosphere. Boom, with a muffled sound, the atmosphere that was squeezing the werewolf's body exploded. It can't be? Xian was stunned. Good lord, you actually broke the restraint of magic with brute force. You're not an orc, but a dragon in human form, right? I'll tear you apart. The werewolf, on the other hand, continued to roar angrily and charged forward, bringing with it a chaotic airflow. He rushed to the front of Xian and blasted out an earth-shattering punch. Swoosh, without hesitation, Xian directly activated the instant move skill and disappeared. Boom, the divine palace suddenly shook, as if it was struck by lightning. The ceiling even cracked open, scattering down endless dust. As for the ground, it was forcefully blasted apart as if it was caving in. It kept cracking, shattering, and sinking. The burly werewolf stood in the center of the collapse, pulling out his thick arm that was blasted into the ground while looking around. Where did you go? The burly werewolf was still fuming with rage. As for the rest of the orcs, they had already surrounded Emerald. Finally found you. Unfortunately, we're too late. Damn it. The orc priests surrounded Feitsue. Feitsue wanted to rush to the side of the crystal, but she failed. Before the crystal, the foxwoman girl knelt on the ground and prayed with her eyes closed. Her body constantly emitted holy light that enveloped the crystal. Under the cover of the holy light, the cracking of the crystal stopped. The crystal split into two and the phenomenon of separating from each other also stopped. However, it was constantly trembling, causing waves of terrifying mana to gush out and shake the entire temple. Swoosh, Xian appeared in another position. Seeing this scene, he immediately wanted to go over. Unfortunately, I won't let you go. A catgirl suddenly appeared before Xian and stared at him. Xian raised his brows. It wasn't his fault. This work catgirl's level was also 89. This is interesting. At this moment, Xian was surrounded from both front and back. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. The werewolf clenched his fists with a ferocious look. Why would you do such a thing? The werewolf girl, on the other hand, looked at Xian calmly, as if she was going to give Xian a chance to explain himself. Xian looked at the burly werewolf behind him, who could attack at any time, and then at the werewolf girl in front of him. He smiled unhurriedly. "What do you think I'm doing this for?" Sharon threw out a provocative sentence. His words successfully infuriated the werewolf, but not the werewolf girl's expression. "You're a human, not a demon's, so you can't be one of those lunatics from the old demons. If that's the case, why would you break into our temple and remove the seal here?" The werewolf girl questioned Sharon. Unfortunately, this was exactly what Sharon wanted. "I also want to know why the group of priests of the Beastmen race would guard such an obviously abnormal temple. Why would they seal such a seriously injured girl in the temple?" Sharon stared at the werewolf girl and said with a faint smile, "Don't tell me that this is the temple of the life goddess, and you're just worshipping her." Sharon's meaning was obvious. He was telling her that they were also doing something shameful and had no right to criticize him. The werewolf girl seemed to want to say something but held back. She simply stared at Sharon and said, "We're just doing what we're supposed to do." "What a coincidence," Sharon said without changing his expression, "I'm just doing what I want to do." "You." The werewolf girl was finally a little angry. The werewolf couldn't hold it in anymore. "Don't talk to him so much, Muffy." The burly werewolf yelled rudely, "This guy has done something that he absolutely shouldn't have done. In my opinion, even if he's not an accomplice of the old demons, he's an evil cultist with bad intentions. He might even be the mastermind behind all this. Let's just take him down." "You're right." The werewolf girl was silent for a moment and then said coldly, "Let him repent." "Get ready, Oz, okay." The muscular werewolf agreed without any hesitation. In the next instant, the werewolf and the werewolf suddenly disappeared on the spot and turned into two afterimages, dashing toward Sharon. At the same time, Sharon also disappeared on the spot and turned into an afterimage. The three afterimages dashed toward the sky above the temple and collided viciously. Bam! A thunderous collision sound rang out in the sky above the temple, causing the atmosphere to tremble violently. "Oh!" The werewolf Oz was the first to rush in front of Sharon. His thick fists were like two huge meteorites, turning into continuous fist shadows that blasted toward Sharon. Swoosh 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 swoosh, the werewolf Maffy approached from behind. Her slender hands grew sharp nails and turned into two sharp claws. With astonishing speed, she swung out countless claw lights that enveloped Sharon in an overwhelming manner. At this moment, even Sean had no choice but to take it seriously. In front of him was a storm of fists that could split mountains. Behind him was a claw hurricane that was comparable to swords and blades. And the opponent's level was extremely high. In this world, they were strong enough to be regarded as the strongest among the strong. Even compared to those legendary existences, they were not inferior. Therefore, Sharon decisively used ultimate change and faced these two strong enemies. Immediately, the three streaks of light constantly crisscrossed and flickered in all directions of the divine hall, like meteors chasing after each other. Every time they crisscrossed, it meant a collision, and every flicker meant a clash. Booms rang out constantly. With the appearance of the roars, the temple also trembled frequently. In addition, all kinds of phenomena also appeared in the temple. Dazzling sword lights. Whistling fist shadows. Cold claw marks. Chaotic air currents. Sword and fist, claws and swords, the humans and the orcs continued to fight fiercely. 4A. While no one could do anything to the other. The Beastman divine officials surrounding Jadeite were shocked when they saw the scene. He actually tied with Oz and Maffy? This is impossible. Among the humans, when did such a young powerhouse appear? Could it be that the kingdom's treasure and the empire's Valkyrie have come? But he's a man. The group of orc priests fell into a state of shock. Emerald also stared in the direction of Sharon. After seeing that he was safe and sound, she turned her head and looked at the location of the seal. There was a faint trace of anxiety in her eyes. At the location of the seal, the Vulpur girl was still praying, making the holy light stronger and stronger, slowly suppressing the terrifying magic that gushed out of the crystal, so that the crystal that had been split into two began to recover. However, with the progress of this work, the Vulpur girl's face was getting worse and worse, like a piece of white paper, so pale, so weak, and quite shaky. This seriously affected Emerald's heart, making Emerald want to rush over, but she couldn't do so. The orc priests surrounded Emerald, not letting her move, but at the same time, they didn't dare to get too close to Emerald, more or less revealing a trace of fear in their eyes. Under such circumstances, the lookout was still trembling. Even though the situation on the side of the seal was getting more and more stable, the fierce battle between Shuren, Oz, and Maffy was getting more and more intense. Finally, it affected the walls and ceiling around the lookout, causing the walls to break, and the ceiling to crack, as if it was about to collapse, making people tremble with fear. Gradually, the anxious situation of the battle finally changed. Bang! With a muffled sound, a figure flew out of the fierce battle circle and slammed heavily on the ground, causing dust and cracks to appear everywhere. Oz! Oz! The Beastman divine officials couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. The person who smashed on the ground was none other than Oz, who had the highest level. Cough cough. Damn it. Oz coughed while struggling to get up. At a glance, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot of injuries. But looking closely, Oz's body was not only injured, but there was also a burst of magic lingering around him, constantly affecting Oz's strength. I can't use it. Oz seemed to fall into a state of weakness. His proud fists trembled, and it was difficult for him to lift them. In fact, Oz did fall into a state of weakness. Because the magic on Oz's body was the proof of Shuren's magic on him. In the fierce battle, Shuren used the weakness characteristic on Oz, making the strength that he was proud of gradually disappear. As for Maffy, this workcat girl was also surrounded by Shuren's magic, and she was given the slow characteristic by Shuren, so the speed that she was proud of could not be used at all. Thanks to this, Maffy quickly fell into a disadvantage. Bang! Shuren didn't show any mercy and kicked Maffy, who was a beat slower, causing her to crash into a wall of the lookout like a cannonball, causing countless gravel and debris to fly. Maffy. How could it be? Even Maffy lost? The Beastman divine officials held in grief, each and every one of them panicked. Only then did Shuren fall back to the ground. Although his body was unscathed, there were a few fist marks on it, and his clothes seemed to be torn. Fortunately, I have the physical resistance skill at max level, or I would have been hurt. Sean looked at the state of his body and couldn't help but laugh. However, his relaxed look was no different from an insult in the eyes of others. Don't get carried away. Human. Oz gritted his teeth and roared, squeezing out the last strength in his body. I must stop it. Maffy slid down from the wall and stood up shakily. Flying star. On the other hand, Shuren released magic without any mercy, causing countless flying stars to fly over and hit Oz and Maffy one by one. Goo. Ah. The strong werewolf and the werewolf girl immediately screamed in pain. Under the bombardment of the flying stars, their bodies were blown away like kites with broken strings, rolling on the ground. Stop. You bastard. The orc priests finally couldn't stand it anymore. They roared and wanted to rush out. Unfortunately, they didn't get what they wanted. This was because a terrifying aura erupted in the dilapidated Divine Hall. It enveloped everyone, causing their bodies to stiffen. Their faces were filled with shock. The source of the aura was Shuren, who had the oppression skill at max level. I don't want to act like a villain, so don't force me. With the holy sword in hand, Shuren said this to everyone with a smile, but there was no smile in his eyes. The orc priests were shocked and angry. They wanted to resist, but their bodies didn't listen to them, and they couldn't move at all. Sean's aura shrouded the entire place, bringing the fierce battle to an end and restoring silence to the scene. Jade, come here. Sean then spoke to Jadeite. Jade looked around at the frozen orc priests around her, and then she got out of the encirclement and ran behind Shuren. Shuren protected Jade behind him and looked in the direction of the seal. Over there, the terrifying mana surging out of the crystal had already slowly disappeared. The crystal that was cut by Shuren had returned to its original state, and only a faint cut was left, telling everyone that everything that happened just now was not a dream. The werewolf girl retracted her holy light and stopped praying. However, bam, with a dull sound, the werewolf girl fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Saintess! The orc priests let out their most panicked screams so far. Shuren's eyes flashed, and he looked at the werewolf girl thoughtfully. Lady Saintess. Saintess. Oz and Maffy, who were blasted away, looked at the Vulpur girl who fell to the ground. As if they were stimulated, they struggled to get up. The orc priests also broke free from Shuren's aura and rushed to the place where the Vulpur girl was. However, Shuren came to the side of the Vulpur girl before anyone else. Sure enough, is she the orc saintess? Shuren glanced at the Vulpur girl who was lying on the ground and completely fainted, and he stood in front of the orc priests. This stimulated the beastman divine officials. Pay and fix. Just when the orc priests couldn't help but want to attack, Shuren still took the initiative and released magic. What? Woo. I can't move. The group of orc divine officials felt as if they were frozen in place. Their feet were firmly locked to the ground, and they couldn't take another step. Shuren controlled the entire orc priest group and suppressed all of them with his own strength. Then, Shuren turned his head and looked at the crystal behind him, which only had a crack left. Other than that, it had completely returned to its original state. Emerald also came in front of the crystal and stared at it without moving. Seeing this scene, the orc divine officials became anxious. Stop. Don't touch that seal again. Oz, who was struggling to get up, was also anxious. Maffy couldn't help but speak. Please, listen to us. Maffy couldn't hide her anxiety and shouted, that is a very dangerous thing, and it must not be released. Otherwise, this country and even the entire human world may turn into hell. Hell. This word sounded so frightening. Shuren also frowned, and he couldn't help but look at Emerald. Emerald looked back at Shuren, and there was still a wave of appeal in her eyes. Obviously, Emerald hoped that Shuren could help her continue to unlock this seal. But the orc priests were terrified of the existence in the seal, and they looked at Shuren with pleading eyes. Seeing this, Shuren more or less understood the situation. There was no doubt that these orc priests were not villains, and they were even on the side of justice. The origin of Jadeite was a mystery, but she only had one purpose, and that was to unlock the seal here and release the existence inside the seal. But the existence in the seal seemed to be very dangerous. Because of this, the orc divine officials were guarding this temple. Their purpose should be to protect the seal here and not let the existence inside the seal escape. So, I really became the villain? Shuren was suddenly depressed. But, if unlocking the seal meant becoming the villain, what was Emerald's position? Was the villain's mastermind? Was he being used by the villain Emerald? Shuren thought about such things, but he did not take it too seriously. After all, as early as he decided to help Emerald, he was already prepared to bear all the consequences. It was not that he did not think that opening the seal here would cause a disaster, but even so, he did it. Not for anything else, but because Shuren felt that Emerald might be the biggest victim. This may be just an illusory intuition, but for some reason, Shuren was very convinced of this intuition. I always feel that since I came into contact with the Supreme God Omnis in the Holy Land, I always have some inexplicable intuition and feeling. Shuren himself was also a monk scratching his head. But Shuren still wanted to believe in his intuition. He was sure that what he had done was absolutely correct. Of course, now that things had come to this, Shan would not brazenly break the seal again in front of these orc clerics. Intuition was intuition, and Shuren still had to solve the mystery of this matter with his own hands. So, Shuren made up his mind. Let's call it a day, Emerald. Shuren said to Emerald, the seal has been unlocked, and this fox saintess should have only temporarily repaired the seal. Otherwise, there would not be a crack on the seal. When the power to maintain the seal was exhausted, the crack would expand again, and the seal would be broken. The originally strong seal has been loosened, and it is only a matter of time before it is unlocked. We don't have to be in a hurry, let's go back first. Shuren decided to put this matter aside first, and then take action. Emerald did not seem to expect Shuren to say that. After a little startled, she fell silent. After a while, Emerald raised her eyes again, looked at Shuren, and nodded her head. Seeing this, Shuren smiled slightly and touched her head to show his praise. Looking at Shuren like this, the orc priests all breathed a sigh of relief. At least, they did not have to worry about the seal being broken anymore. Although, as Shuren said, the seal had begun to loosen, and now it was barely maintained by the power of the saintess, it was already a blessing and misfortune that they could buy time to solve it. Just as the Beastman clerics were thinking about this, what happened next caused them to fall into a state of panic. Hey, they saw that Shuren turned around and suddenly picked up the fox girl who had fainted on the ground. What are you doing? Put down the saintess. Let her go. The orc priests turned pale with fright one by one, and they were even more agitated than before, shouting one after another. In particular, Oz, who did not know where the strength came from, actually roared in anger and surprise, and rushed over. Bang! Without any hesitation, Sean launched a kick and sent Oz, who was rushing towards him, flying. But then, it was Maffy who rushed over. Put down the saintess. Maffy was no longer as calm and steady as before. Completely immersed in shock and anger, she pounced on Shuren. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shuren treated them equally and once again kicked Maffy back. The two orcs, who were close to the legendary realm, seemed so pathetic and fragile in front of Sean. Why are you so agitated? Shuren said with a straight face, I just want to borrow the saintess for a while. I won't hurt her. This was the truth. Shuren did not want to do anything evil on a whim. He just felt that this saintess should know a lot of inside information, so he wanted to take her away. In addition, Shuren also wanted to use this fox girl as a hostage to prevent these orc priests from acting rashly. You have a high status in the orc race and a very special position in the human race. If you want to settle the account with me later, I will be in big trouble. Shuren said very calmly, so, I will first abduct your saintess. No, I mean, invite her to my place as a guest and entertain her well before returning her to you. At this point, a smile appeared on Shuren's face, as if he wanted to show that he had no evil intentions. However, at this time, Emerald, who was at the side, tugged at the corner of Shuren's clothes and pointed at one of Shuren's hands. Only then did Shuren realize that one of his hands that was holding the fox girl was actually pressing on an indescribable bulge. Ahem. Shuren quickly coughed and calmly retracted his hand while saying, my hand slipped. Sorry, I promise I won't do anything to her, trust me. These words instantly caused an uproar among the orc priests. Put down the saintess. Put down the saintess immediately. You are not allowed to take the saintess away. We will never allow it. I will fight with you. The orc priests seemed to not care about their lives and struggled frantically. Ah! Oz jumped up from the ground in anger and rushed towards Shuren. Again. His speed was much faster than before. This time, Shuren did not kick the strong werewolf away. Instead, he used one hand to hold Emerald and disappeared. The werewolf, Oz, swept past the place where Shuren was a second ago. Shuren appeared on the broken ceiling with Emerald and the fox girl. Wait. Maffei realized that something was wrong and quickly said, we promise not to pursue today's matter. Please return the saintess to us. Seeing that Shuren was about to escape, Maffei could not care so much and simply chose to compromise. The rest of the orc priests were also anxious. One could imagine how important the fox girl was in their hearts. This was a matter of course. After all the orc priests were selected by the orcs before the saintess was born. They were trained to protect the saintess in the future. They only had one meaning in this life, and that was to protect the saintess who was about to be born. For them, the status of the saintess was definitely stronger than the status of Rosie in the hearts of the people of the kingdom. To put it bluntly, the saintess was the only meaning of their existence. She was the object that they had to protect for the rest of their lives. She was not inferior to the goddess of life that the orcs believed in. To them, sacrificing their lives for the saintess was just a trivial matter. This was no longer a degree of loyalty, but a kind of belief, a brainless creed. As long as the saintess gave the order, even if the orc priests were to commit suicide on the spot, they would not hesitate to do it without any reason. This was a level higher than the magic life that could only listen to the orders of their masters. Under such circumstances, even the seal in the temple was not as important as the saintess. Naturally, the orc priests would be anxious. But it was also because of this that Shuren did this. It's a pity that I don't trust you very much, but you can only choose to trust me. The hero, who claimed that he didn't want to act like a villain, smiled like a demon king and stubbornly insisted on doing things his way. Then, we will bid farewell here. We will meet again if fate allows it. After saying that, Shuren took Emerald and the unconscious fox Sanctus, turned into a stream of light, and flew to the horizon. Only the orc priests were left, looking at Shuren who had gone far away. They were dumbfounded, and their faces were ashen. Sanctus! 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 Aha! Oz let out a roar of despair. Today was destined to be a nightmare for the orcs. About half an hour later, Shuren returned to the hotel where he and the others were staying. Welcome back. Xianxia stood on the balcony as if she knew that Shuren would come back at this time, or perhaps she had been standing there waiting for him. She said to Shuren who descended from the sky. Well, we're back. Shuren was really used to it. He ignored Xiao's appearance and just handed the jade to her. Xiao took the jade and held it in her arms expressionlessly. The jade also stayed in Xiao's arms obediently, but her eyes were still fixed on Shuren. No one knew what she was looking at. As for Shuren, he was still holding the unconscious vixen in his arms. Xiao naturally saw this scene. After glancing at the vixen, she spoke unhurriedly. Do you need me to bathe this guest first? Xiao said. No, I'll do it. Shuren responded subconsciously without changing his expression. Xiao fell silent but stared at Shuren. Alright, I was just joking. Shuren's expression immediately became a little resentful. He handed the vixen in his arms to Xiao and said, wash her clean and send her to my room. Bah. Wash her clean and check if there's anything wrong. Yes. Xiao didn't even have the slightest desire to complain. She took the vixen and turned to leave. The jade was also taken away by Xiao. Her eyes finally left Shuren. Only then did Shan return to the state of a human again, and he exhaled. It's really not a boring night at all. With that said, Shuren turned his head and looked in the direction of the lookout. Perhaps because he had been there once, now, Shuren could clearly feel that the abnormal magical power in Cosmos was surging from there, and the direction was very clear. This inexplicable transfer phenomenon is really because of this magical power, right? Shuren looked around and found that the surrounding buildings had become a little different. Obviously, during Shuren's absence, the transfer phenomenon had occurred once or more, which led to this situation. Shuren watched this scene and didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Xiao appeared again with the vixen. Alright, Mr. Shuren. Xiao said calmly. So fast. Shuren had a complicated feeling. Was there even a minute between the time when Xiao left and when he reappeared? I don't think so, right? If it weren't for the fact that the vixen's clothes had been changed and the fragrant steam was still rising, and even Feitsue next to her looked like she had just come out of a bath, which told Shuren that the two of them had indeed washed up, Shuren would definitely suspect that Xiao had deliberately taken them in and then came out to deliberately fool him. Forget it. Don't be calculative, or you'll lose. With that thought in mind, Shuren asked Xiao to put down the vixen and let the vixen lie on the sofa. How is it? Shuren asked Xiao. Not very good. Xia immediately replied, I've thoroughly examined her and discovered that not only has she exhausted her mana, but her body's condition is also very bad. It's as if something has placed a great burden on her body, causing her body to be in a complete mess. There are serious signs of internal bleeding, and even her internal organs have ruptured and shifted. This is really serious. No wonder her face is so pale. Shuren looked at the vixen's pale face. That face was quite exquisite and beautiful, giving off a charming feeling. Usually, it might have been maintaining a dignified expression, so it looked a little strong. However, because it had become as pale as a sheet of paper, there was a hint of softness in this strong expression, making people feel sorry for it and feel pity for it. As expected of a vixen. This sense of charm is almost catching up to a certain supreme demon with a great figure. Shuren clicked his tongue in wonder, but he also guessed the reason why she became like this. I'm afraid that she borrowed the power of the life goddess and bore too much burden beyond her body's limits. That's why she became like this? Shuren was not completely free of guilt. After all, the other party was so desperate to repair the seal that he had broken. Of course, Shuren felt embarrassed. So, celestial breath. Shuren released the only healing spell in celestial magic on the vixen. Clang, a Milky Way immediately appeared above the sofa out of thin air, sprinkling countless starlight, making it look like the breath of the universe. It fell on the vixen's body and slowly merged into her body. Under such circumstances, the starlight continuously healed the vixen's internal injuries. The vixen's pale face suddenly became much better, but she still did not wake up. How is it now? Shuren looked at Xianxia. Xianxia stepped forward and checked the vixen's condition before returning to Shuren's side. The internal injuries in her body are being repaired at an astonishing speed, but her magic power is still in a state of deficit. That was something that could not be helped. As the only healing spell in celestial magic, and it was also a high-level spell, this spell called Celestial Breath was known as an almost omnipotent healing method. Even if one searched through all the magic systems, there were not many that could compare to it. It didn't matter if one was poisoned or cursed, as long as one still had a breath of life left and didn't die, the breath of the stars would be able to cure them. Unfortunately, there was only mana, and this spell could not recover it. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that magic that could restore one's magic power did not exist to this day. Hence, although Shuren could heal all the injuries in the vixen's body, he could not restore her magic power. Mana was something related to one's vitality. When one's mana was severely depleted, they would usually fall into a coma and sleep for a long time. They would only wake up when their mana recovered a little. It seems that I can only wait for her to wake up on her own. Thinking of this, Shuren pondered for a while and then stretched out his hand. Give and confine. Shuren imprisoned the vixen's magic power so that she could not exert her power. Okay, Shuren said to Xianxia, take her to rest first. Okay. Xianxia nodded and said, should I send her to Mr. Shuren's room? No. Need. Thank you. This maid was definitely black when she was cut open. The next day came quickly. In a room, the vixen saintess who was lying on the bed finally woke up. This is. The vixen looked around in a daze. Then, the vixen saintess recalled what happened last night, which made her shiver and wake her up completely. Seal. The vixen saintess threw off the bed and got up. As soon as she got up, she discovered that her clothes had been changed, and her magic power seemed to be locked and could not be used at all. Could it be, looking at this strange environment, strange clothes, and strange magic power, the vixen saintess couldn't help but think of a possibility. That was, she had been captured. If that wasn't the case, then he couldn't explain the current situation, nor could he explain why his mana was sealed. In addition, before she passed out, the vixen saintess vaguely saw Oz and Maffy being defeated, which further proved this point. Did that human man change my clothes? At this thought, the vixen saintess couldn't stay calm. Although she looked charming and seductive like a vixen, as a saintess, the vixen was naturally very clean and had never been taken advantage of by the opposite sex. She had never even eaten with the opposite sex at the same table, let alone taken advantage of them. Because they were existences who dedicated everything of themselves to the goddess of life, all the saintesses would never marry or have sex with anyone. Therefore, the saintesses of the orc race had always been pure girls. If they were defiled by others, it would be 1,000 times more painful than death. Immediately, the vixen saintess checked her body. After this check, the vixen saintess not only heaved a sigh of relief, but she also looked puzzled. Not only was I not defiled, but my body is also unprecedentedly good. What's going on? The vixen saintess was puzzled. Because they had been borrowing the power of the goddess of life for a long time and using the goddess authority and miracles, the bodies of every saintess of the orc race would accumulate burdens and be damaged. Because of this, the lifespan of every saintess of the orc race was very short, and none of them could live past 40 years old. In the history of the Foxman race, there had even been a saintess who died of old age at 17. Because of this, the vixen saintess knew her body very well and knew that she had accumulated a lot of damage in her body, and she would die because of these injuries sooner or later. Because of these internal injuries, the vixen saintess had been unable to sleep at night recently. Sometimes, she would be woken up by the pain when she fell asleep. This phenomenon told the vixen saintess that she might not have much time left. Because of this, the vixen saintess had already made up her mind. But now, the vixen saintess was shocked to find that all the internal injuries in her body had disappeared. This was not a trivial matter. Because it's the burden caused by the power of the goddess of life, it said that only the most powerful healing spell known as a miracle light yarn, can completely heal the internal injuries of the saintess of the orc race. However, that kind of magic had not appeared for 1,000 years. The reason was very simple. It was just that the conditions to learn this magic were too harsh. Only those with the mana recovery skill at the maximum level can learn Miracle Light Yarn, the highest healing spell. Therefore, this magic had not appeared for a long time, and now, apart from the Protoss, no one could use it anymore. What's going on? The Vixen Saintess fell into deep thought. Katja, amidst the soft noise, the door of a room was silently opened. The Foxman Saintess peeked her head out of the room with a vigilant expression. Under the watchful gaze of the Foxman Saintess, the living room outside the room was completely visible. Thus, the Foxman Saintess saw such a scene. "Please open your mouth, Miss Emerald." An extremely beautiful maid was holding a bowl and feeding a cute little girl with a monotonous voice. The cute little girl immediately opened her mouth obediently and took the spoon that was brought to her face. She ate a mouthful of meat with soup in it and puffed up her little cheeks as she slowly chewed. Beside this pair of girls, there was a yawning man who was cutting the steak with a knife. "Isn't it not good to eat so much meat so early in the morning?" Even as he muttered to himself, he didn't hesitate in the slightest as he shoved the steak into his mouth, eating faster than anyone else. It was not that the Foxman Saintess could not understand his righteous behavior. After all, even if she was standing in her position, she would be able to smell the aroma that made her restless, causing her to be unable to stop even if she wanted to. "Oh, it smells so good." The Fox Saintess was certain that a delicacy with such an aroma was definitely a peerless delicacy. In front of such a peerless treasure, even those who despised it would probably be unable to restrain themselves from making a move and devouring it cleanly. The Foxman Saintess had the urge to rush out and eat to her heart's content. However, she held back. The Foxman Saintess knew all of these people in front of her. Needless to say, the Foxman Saintess knew of Emerald's existence from the beginning. Xianxia was also observed by the Foxman Saintess when she was praying in Teratelli. As for Shuren, it was needless to say that he almost caused a disaster by removing the seal in the temple. In other words, these people in front of her were no different from enemies to the Foxman Saintess. "I've really been captured." The Foxman Saintess's heart was extremely heavy. She was under a lot of pressure. This was because, from the moment she was born, she had always been accompanied by people from the clergy. She had never been alone like today, and she had even been captured by the enemy. This was undoubtedly a very stressful matter for the Foxman Saintess who had never acted alone. Under such circumstances, she still had to face a group of powerful enemies alone and even had to face Emerald. This made the Foxman Saintess have the urge to cry. "Sob sob, I can't." The Foxman Saintess cried in her heart. Perhaps because she had never been alone since she was young, the Foxman Saintess was unexpectedly timid. If there were people from the group of priests around her, she could still straighten her chest and display the majesty of a saintess. But once she was alone, this saintess would become very insecure. Had anyone seen a girl who did not dare to sleep alone because she was afraid of the dark? That she was. Had anyone seen a girl who screamed in fear when there was a thunder? Had anyone seen? However, no one knew about this side of the Foxman Saintess. Only the priests who had accompanied her since she was young knew about it. Hence, the Foxman Saintess' current situation made her very worried. "Will I be imprisoned like this until I die of old age? I'm sure I won't get any of the delicious food, right? What do they want to do by capturing me? And, did that human man change my clothes? What will happen to me next?" Sob. "I'm so worried." The Foxman Saintess couldn't help but imagine all kinds of miserable futures, and her timid side gradually emerged. While the Foxman Saintess was imagining things, Shuren and the others were still enjoying their meal. "Come on, have another bite, Ms. Emerald." By the way, I want one bite too. Can I have one bite?" "Next, please eat the vegetables here, Ms. Emerald." Ignore me." The three of them ate in front of the Foxman Saintess while fooling around. To be honest, the Foxman Saintess was quite envious of this scene. "I can't even eat with others when I'm eating." Because of their sacred status, the Saintess of the Beastman race basically wouldn't eat with others. The same was true for the priests around her. They would only quietly take turns to eat after the saintess finished her meal. Therefore, the foxman saintess was actually quite envious of those who could eat together happily. However, it's not the time to think about this. I must work hard and sneak out while they haven't found out about the situation here. After meeting up with Oz and Maffei, I'll come back here and bring Halfling back. The foxman saintess decided. Unfortunately, how about we add another dish? Sean, who was in the middle of eating, suddenly said this. If Mr. Shuren needs it. Xianxia stopped feeding and said lightly, then, what would you like to eat? Let me think. The corners of Shuren's mouth curled up as he said, fox meat. I've never eaten fox meat. As soon as he said this, the foxman saintess, who was about to sneak out of the room, froze. Mr. Shuren, do you want to eat fox meat? Xianxia was silent for a long while and then asked. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Shuren responded with a smile. It's pretty good. Xianxia said indifferently, I know how to cook it, and I also know how to get rid of the pungent smell of foxes, but fox meat is a bit hard to find. Hearing this, Shuren showed a big smile. The foxman saintess saw that smile. And that smile made her shiver uncontrollably, and a thought of fear gushed out of her heart. He wouldn't. The foxman saintess couldn't help but stare at Shuren. With this stare, something that terrified the foxman saintess happened. Unknowingly, Shuren turned his head and looked in the direction of the foxman saintess as he said this with a smile. Look, isn't the meat here? It was obvious who he was referring to. Bam, the door that was quietly opened was slammed open with force, causing a loud noise. The fox saintess couldn't bear it any longer. She rushed out of the room and ran out with a panicked expression. However, bam. Ouch. Accompanied by the sound of a collision, the foxman saintess felt her vision darken as if something had appeared. Then, she collided head-on with it and fell to the ground with stars in her eyes. When the foxman saintess' vision recovered, she found a person standing in front of her. Who is that? Without a doubt, it's a demon. Good morning, saintess. Shuren looked down at the foxman saintess sitting on the ground with a rather kind expression. However, the foxman saintess almost couldn't help but wail. Although the other party looked kind, the foxman saintess felt that the way he looked at her wasn't as if he was looking at a person but a piece of meat. This made the foxman saintess cover her mouth with a horrified expression. The other party's expression became more and more kind. Did you sleep well last night? The demon let out a low cry, making the foxman meat who was about to become the meal on the plate nod with tears. Do you want to take a bath first? The demon was still growling, making the foxman meat feel like she was being cooked in a hot pot. Thus, she shook her head desperately. Then, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first? The demon's growl had turned into a demon's temptation. The foxman meat really wanted to agree. However, she couldn't help but suspect if the other party wanted to fatten her up so that she could be cooked. Therefore, the foxman meat shook her head even more desperately, and tears almost flowed out. Looking at the foxman saintess sitting on the ground with tears in her eyes, Shuren only wanted to say one word. This was the sound of someone being satisfied. This was not good. Very bad. But he couldn't help it. She was so cute that Shuren felt like he had awakened something. I'll give you a chance to say something. The kind expression on Shuren's face turned malicious as he said, Come, tell me, what do you want to say the most? What did she want to say the most? Was there a need to say it? Don't eat me. The foxman saintess finally burst into tears. Give me a reason. Shuren didn't feel pity for her at all. Instead, he felt like his soul was being sublimated, making him think of Moto. Moto. The weak-looking foxman saintess satisfied him to the greatest extent. I don't taste good at all. The foxman saintess gave the answer that Shuren thought was the most vulgar but also the answer that he wanted to hear the most. With tears in her eyes, she trembled and claimed that she was not good. Her teeth were very white. No, I really want to eat you. Shuren successfully discovered a new hobby. Until, gulp. Sean suddenly let out a sound that sounded like he was in pain. Because Xianxia appeared in front of Shuren and stabbed the fork with a piece of meat into Shuren's mouth. Okay, I've given it to you, Mr. Shuren, can you calm down? Lasya said with a cold expression. However, Shuren couldn't answer. He could only cover his throat and roll on the ground, moaning in pain. Feizue picked up a fork and squatted beside Shuren, stabbing him again and again. Huaxia, on the other hand, arrived before the Foxman Saintess. I'm sorry, my master seems to be too rude. Lasya said calmly, can you stand up? Hearing this, the Foxman Saintess looked at Lasya blankly. Don't worry, Lasya looked at her and said in the same tone. You'll be fine. Hearing this, the Foxman Saintess looked at Lasya in a different way. It looked as if she were looking at a savior. When Shuren finally felt better and swallowed the piece of meat in his throat, he saw that the Foxman Saintess, who was helped up by Lasya, was looking at her with admiration. Can I call you Madam Big Sister? The Foxman Saintess said to Lasya with a blush. Lasya was silent. Shuren was stupefied. What the hell? Wasn't there something wrong with the development of the plot? The farce in the morning came to an end when Shuren couldn't get over it. After a while, as the Vixen Saintess hid behind Lasya and sat down with Shuren and Emerald, the atmosphere among the group became more serious. Shuren looked at the Vixen Saintess who hid behind Lasya and didn't dare to look at him. Alright, I was just joking with you. Is there a need to be so serious? That was what Shuren said. But the Vixen Saintess didn't believe him. Your expression and eyes were full of evil just now. I don't believe you. The Vixen Saintess poked her head out from behind Lasya and mustered up her courage to say this to Shuren before she retracted her head. Hee hee. Shuren couldn't help but sneer. If I really wanted to eat you, do you think you could have a good night? Although this eating might not be the same as eating, one had to admit that what Shuren said made sense. If he really wanted to do it, this Vixen Saintess might have been harmed by him last night. Thinking of that possibility and the fact that her clothes were changed, the Vixen Saintess began to tremble again. At this time, Lasya spoke. I changed your clothes, don't worry. Lasya seemed to have seen through the Vixen Saintess' thoughts and spoke indifferently. Big Sister, the Vixen Saintess seemed to have been redeemed, and her expression became unprecedentedly brilliant. She hugged Lasya tightly to express her gratitude. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. This little fox couldn't have been tamed by Lasya just like that, right? Does it have to be so dramatic? Could it be that the protagonist of this book should be Lasya? Big Sister is a maid? The passerby protagonist is a hero from a different world? My journey to a different world is not a main story? Why does it feel so real? Shuren almost doubted his life. On the other hand, Lasya didn't react at all to what the Vixen Saintess had done and only said so. The guest's breakfast is ready. Lasya didn't ignore the fact that the Vixen Saintess was a guest because of her attitude toward her. So, Lasya took a breakfast out of nowhere and placed it in front of the Vixen Saintess. Growl, the Vixen Saintess's stomach immediately made a cute little sound. The young girl fiercely covered her little belly, and her pretty face became incomparably red. Puff. Shuren smiled unkindly. And on Shuren. The fox holy maiden yelled with a flushed face. It was unknown whether she was angry or embarrassed. The Vixen Saintess's face was still red, and it was unknown whether she was angry or embarrassed. Xianxia was still as indifferent as ever, causing the Vixen Saintess to sit down uneasily. She kept glancing at the breakfast in front of her as if she wanted to eat it, but she was hesitant. This caused her to keep stealing glances at Sean as if she wanted to say something. Who wants you to feed me? The Vixen Saintess was angry. She grabbed the cutlery and ate. Who wants you to feed me? The Vixen Saintess was angry. She grabbed the cutlery and ate. While eating, the Vixen Saintess's expression was very complicated. I didn't expect that the first time in my life eating with someone would be in such a situation. But Big Sister's food is so delicious, the Vixen Saintess looked very emotional. It was unknown whether she was feeling gratified or indignant. Shuren didn't know that this was the first time the Saintess ate with someone, so he didn't know how complicated her emotions were. He just looked at the Vixen Saintess, who was eating Lasya's breakfast in small bites. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right, I still don't know your name. Shuren asked this question. The Vixen Saintess was a little hesitant, but she still said her name. Elise. The Vixen Saintess said softly. I'm the Saintess of the Beastmen, Vixen Elise. Hearing the words of the Vixen Saintess, Elise, Shuren nodded. Then I'll just call you Elise. Shuren said straightforwardly. You. Can't you use more honorifics? Elise didn't expect Shuren to be so direct. She couldn't help but stop eating, and her expression was very unnatural. Obviously, this Vixen Saintess had never been so rude before. Come to think of it, it made sense. As the Saintess of the Beastmen and the messenger of the Goddess of Life, Elise's status was equivalent to the human pope or the king of a country. She had never been called by her name like this. Even the Empire's Valkyrie, whom she regarded as a friend, had never called her name so casually. Now, she was actually called by her name by someone of the opposite sex who she didn't even know whether they were friend or foe. It was no wonder that Elise felt uncomfortable. But Shuren didn't care so much. If you don't like it, I can call you something else, Shuren said with a faint smile. Why don't I call you Little Fox? Hearing that, Elise shuddered and hurriedly said. Just call me Elise. Compared to being called Little Fox, Elise would rather be called by her name. At least, she just felt a little uncomfortable being called by her name. But when she was called Little Fox, she felt goosebumps all over her body. Unfortunately, Elise still didn't know that the man in front of her was someone who never played by the rules. Okay, Little Fox, I got it, Little Fox. Shuren said so readily, making Elise have the urge to use her tail to slap his hateful smiling face. Forget it, do what you want, Elise said angrily. Anyway, you're a bad person. I won't argue with you. I can't pretend that I didn't hear that, okay? Shuren raised his eyebrows and said, when did I become a bad person? Aren't you a bad person? Elise seemed to have finally found a chance to vent and said angrily, you invaded the temple that we guarded, injured my priest, and broke the seal. It's already light to say that you're a bad person. I should say that you're a big bad person. Hearing this, Shuren knew that it was time for him to get to the point. The temple that you guarded. Shuren looked at Elise and suddenly said, what's going on with that temple? Elise was speechless. But Shuren continued to speak as if he didn't see it. Why is there such an ominous temple in Cosmosli? Why is there such a seal inside the temple? Who is the girl in the seal? Why are you guarding that temple? Shuren asked the questions in his heart one by one, causing Elise to be dumbfounded. You don't know anything? Elise seemed to be a little surprised by this. Should I know? Shuren asked back. Since you don't know anything, why did you invade there and break the seal? Elise was astonished and puzzled by this. This made Shuren a little speechless. Speaking of which, he clearly didn't know anything, but he dared to directly break the seal without knowing the truth. If this matter were to be spread out, it would indeed be shocking and puzzling. If it were in the past, Shuren wouldn't do such a thing. But this time, Shuren did it based on his inexplicable premonition and response to Jadeite's plea. So, just think of it as me being too rash. Shuren glossed over this question and said, besides, Cosmosli has encountered such a strange thing, and there's such a strange temple in the center of the city. It doesn't seem strange that I would want to go in and check it out, right? This time, it was Elise's turn to be speechless. Shuren's words were not without reason. I think the reason why the Knights of the Sterling Dukedom and the people of the Empire can't find the source of the strange thing is that the magic flowing out of the temple repels people, right? Shuren once again said with a faint smile, otherwise, if they knew that there's such a suspicious temple, they would definitely think of ways to investigate and even break in. Am I right? Therefore, Shuren thought that there wasn't too much of a problem in this aspect. You're right. Elise also admitted this point and sighed. We were already mentally prepared to be discovered sooner or later, but we didn't expect that even though we were guarding it, a human would brazenly break in. At this point, Elise's tone inevitably became a little dejected. They had clearly taken this matter seriously and even sent a large number of orc priests to guard the temple, but in the end, they couldn't even stop a young human man. This was indeed a huge blow to their morale. If not for the intrusion, there was actually still room for negotiation. But now that things had come to this point, Elise and the others' actions were somewhat untenable. If they weren't careful, they might even be seen as the mastermind behind all the strange things that happened in Cosmos or even the Sterling Dukedom and the Empire. After all, the source of all these things was undoubtedly that temple. Yet, they were guarding that temple. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they were causing trouble. This was also one of the reasons why Shuren wasn't afraid that these orc believers would find fault with him. Because he had his own standpoint and reasons for doing so. Tell me. Shuren said, what exactly are you planning to do? Elise's expression began to become hesitant and she started to stutter. Seeing this, Shuren turned his head and looked at Xianxia. As expected, let's add another dish. Shuren decided. Alright. This time, Xianxia didn't have any objections. Wait. I'll speak. The saintess who didn't want to become fox meat immediately shouted, her heart filled with grievances. This is too much, too much. I'm not doing anything bad, why do I have to be threatened like this? And you want to eat little fox is still a child, woo woo woo. Poor Shuren didn't know that the saintess of the orc race in front of him was actually a whining monster. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would have directly killed the crying monster with a single punch. Now, after listening to this whining monster, Shuren finally knew what the temple was. According to Elise, the temple didn't worship the goddess of life, nor any of the current Protoss goddesses, but an evil god? Shuren was stunned. Yes. Elise took a sip of the soup and said reluctantly as she ate, you should know that the goddesses of the Protoss each have their own job and are in charge of one or more attributes, right? Shuren nodded. This was something everyone knew. Basically, except for the Almighty Supreme God, all the Protoss have their own job and control. Perhaps not every one of them is very strong, but in the domain of the Xian and Xian, there is no doubt that they are invincible. Take the three goddesses who stand at the top of the Protoss as an example. They are in charge of fate, nature, and life. Elise said so. The goddess of fate, Lidas, controls fate and has the power to manipulate fate. Whether it is the Protoss or the many races of the human race, they have all been guided by her, so she is the true goddess of fate. The goddess of nature, Najula, controls nature and has the power to create nature. Whether it is the forest or the sea, they are all created by this goddess, so she is the goddess of nature. The goddess of life, Anima, is the controller of life. She is the mother of billions of lives and has the power to create life. Many races in the human world were born because of the power of this goddess, including humans and orcs, so she is the goddess of life. The goddesses of the Protoss are like this, each in charge of one or more fields and reach the peak of their respective fields. However, among the many domains, good occupations and attributes aren't the only things that matter. Elise brought up a matter that was easily overlooked by the world. In the Protoss, there are actually some gods who have a taboo job and are feared by the world. Among them, the most famous is a goddess who controls misfortune. She is obviously a superior goddess, but the goddesses of the Protoss avoid her. There are such evil gods, and even demons among the Protoss. Not only are few people worshipped, but they are also regarded as problem children among the Protoss. Elise's words made Shuren recall the myths of his previous life. In those myths, there was no lack of evil gods, and the like. They were also gods, but they were responsible for spreading fear and death. Those who believed in these gods were usually evil cultists. There were also some existences that wanted to establish the evil side of the myth to warn the world and show the importance of good. That was why it was necessary to appear. Because of the special status of the Protoss, many people regarded the Protoss as a religion and a supreme existence. However, they would often ignore this matter and ignore that there were also evil and ominous individuals among the Protoss. Because of the special status of the Protoss, many people regarded the Protoss as a religion and a supreme existence. However, they would often ignore this matter and ignore that there were also evil and ominous individuals among the Protoss. Sean also had such a subconscious understanding. It was not until today that he was enlightened by Elise. I'm really stupid. How could I forget such a thing? Shuren could not help but laugh. Gods were divided into good and evil. This was something mentioned in countless stories. In other words, it was a routine. In many stories, the big boss at the end was actually not some demon, but a god. In such a situation, to distinguish good and evil based on race was really not something that should be done. But it could not be helped. The position of the gods in people's hearts was just that special. They were the creator and synonymous with miracles. People had faith in them and regarded them as spiritual sustenance. That naturally formed an instinctive worship the gods when they see them, or rather, it was subconscious. But in fact, among the gods, there were some sins that were not inferior to the ferocious ones among the demons. An existence like the god of doom is actually considered good. Although it spreads bad luck, it can also absorb bad luck. Therefore, there are still some countries among the human race that believe in the god of doom, hoping to use the power of this goddess to manipulate bad luck, turn bad luck into good luck, and eliminate bad luck. Elise said so. However, there are also some gods who can't do such things. Their existence itself is a kind of disaster. There is no way to believe in them, and there is no way to ignore them. Hearing this, Xianxia basically understood. Is such a pillar god sealed in that temple? Xianxia understood this. Yes. Elise's expression became more or less serious. Finally, with the majesty that a saintess should have, she spoke solemnly. That is the demon god who controls evil and chaos, Lilith. Lilith. When this name came into Xianxia's ears, Xianxia couldn't help but think of that girl. The girl who was wounded all over and sealed in the crystal looked ferocious and terrifying. And thinking of that girl, Xianxia turned his head again and looked at Emerald next to him. He saw that Emerald was sitting next to Xianxia, looking at Elise who was telling all of this, silent as always. Elise seemed to have noticed Emerald's gaze a long time ago. She cast her gaze on Emerald several times, but she immediately retracted it. She looked as if she was afraid of something. Xianxia could understand the behavior of this Foxman saintess. That was because the jade clearly had a deep relationship with the sealed evil god. Elise told Xianxia so. It is said that among all the evil gods, the goddess Lilith is the existence at the top. Because she is the goddess who controls evil and chaos, there is naturally no existence that can compare to her among the evil gods. Therefore, although the goddess Lilith is only a superior god, her power is extremely powerful even among the Protoss. After all, unlike the demons who had a clear distinction between class and power, the status of the Protoss only depended on the importance of their job, not on their strength. Although some gods were superior gods, their power was not even comparable to that of the inferior gods. Although some gods were inferior gods, their power was not even comparable to that of the superior demons. For example, the three great goddesses were obviously at the same level, but among the three of them, only one of them was so strong that even the demons could not compare. Although the other two were much stronger than the average existence, they were far inferior to the demons, and far inferior to their compatriot who was known as the strongest. In view of this, among the Protoss, there were actually some gods who were valued by the demons and humans because of their strength. Rosie once mentioned to Xianxia about a goddess who had a good relationship with her. That goddess is the god of justice and order. Her duty is to maintain the peace and order of the world, eliminate evil, and expel chaos. Thanks to this, that goddess is very strong. Among the Protoss, she is second only to the three great goddesses. Once she uses her power, she is even more threatening to the demons than two of the three great goddesses. Therefore, although the goddess of justice is only a superior god, she is regarded as a strong enemy on the same level as the three great goddesses in the war. She once confronted the devil of the 6 great demons, forcing the other party to fight with all his strength. It was precisely because of this that during the war 1,000 years ago, the Protoss could combine the power of the human race to fight against the demons. Otherwise, it would really be very stressful to rely on just the 3 great goddesses to stop the 6 great demons. Then, the evil goddess Lilith is an existence that opposes the goddess of justice Artemis. Elise said. These 2 goddesses were born at the same time, and they are also regarded by the demons as the only 2 Protoss figures who are not inferior to the 3 great goddesses at all, especially the goddess of justice Artemis. Because of her profession, she is like a natural enemy to the demons. In terms of compatibility alone, the power of the goddess of justice can restrain the demons, and it is definitely second only to the hero's holy sword. Under such a situation, evil god Lilith was able to fight against such a person. From this, one could see how terrifying she was. Once, the Protoss also hoped to use the power of the goddess Lilith to fight against the demons. Elise said in a low voice, "If there is the help of Lilith, whose power is enough to rival Artemis and the three great goddesses, I believe that the Protoss will not be at such a disadvantage against the demons." Unfortunately, this was an extravagant hope. As an existence that controls chaos in addition to being evil, the goddess Lilith has been in a state of loss of control since the moment she was born. Elise revealed such a secret that could not be ignored. Based on her own nature, when the evil goddess was born, out of instinct, she stripped away her own rationality and expelled it, completely falling into a state of loss of control, bringing many disasters to the world. Naturally, the Protoss could not leave such an existence alone. So, a long, long time ago, long before the human race was born, the three great goddesses worked together to seal the evil goddess Lilith and exiled her temple to a world gap that no one could reach, imprisoning it forever. Elise's voice suddenly became heavy. However, 1,000 years ago, this situation changed. Why? The reason was very simple. Because the war 1,000 years ago divided the world into 3 parts? Xianxia revealed the reason. That's right. Elise nodded and affirmed Xianxia's statement. Because the world was divided into 3 parts, the world gap was opened, and the darkness temple that sealed the evil goddess Lilith also escaped from the gap and finally landed in the human world. In that case, the answer to where the divine Hall of Darkness was located was already obvious. It's here, Cosmos. At that time, Cosmos had yet to appear. This was because 1,000 years ago, when the war had just ended, the heroes who had defeated the Demon King had yet to establish the Mitra Kingdom. Since the Mitra Kingdom had yet to appear at that time, Cosmos, the fortress city that belonged to the kingdom, had naturally yet to be established. Therefore, at that time, the area where Cosmos was located was actually the resting place of an orc tribe. The dark temple that sealed the evil god landed directly in the tribe of the orc ancestors, alarming the tribe's saintess at that time. At that time, the orc saintess prayed to the goddess of life for instructions. In the end, after a period of time, the Protoss seemed to have decided to let the goddess of life take over the temple and seal it again. Originally, the Protoss seemed to have planned to exile the temple back into the crack between the worlds, but after the world was modified by the supreme god Omnis, it had become far stronger and more stable than before. There were no more cracks in the world, only walls between the 3 realms of gods, humans, and demons. Under such circumstances, if the temple was exiled, it would at most be exiled to the realm of gods or the realm of demons, and that would not solve the problem. Therefore, the goddess of life, who was in charge of looking after the temple, exiled the temple to a small independent space. Then, the priests of the orc tribe were assigned to guard the area around the space node. When Elise revealed this ancient secret that no one knew about, Xianxia was more or less enlightened. "I think I roughly understand." Xianxia nodded and said, "Later, the hero Mitra established a kingdom and took this place as his territory. He built the fortress city of Cosmos here, so that's why the temple appeared in Cosmos, right?" "That's right." Elise could not help but nod in affirmation. Originally, because of the evil god sealed here, the Protoss did not want to see humans build a country or even a city here. But because the other party was the hero who successfully defeated the Demon King, the Protoss did not want to have a conflict with the other party, right? Xianxia pursed his lips as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, if this place could become the territory of the hero would also step forward to solve any problems. So, the Protoss chose to turn a blind eye, right? That's what happened. Elise picked up the cup of black tea beside her and took a sip to moisten her throat before saying, "Of course, the Protoss also communicated with the heroes, hoping that the heroes would leave the land around the space node to the orc tribe. We also talked to the people of the Empire and obtained the promise that the Empire would not invade the territory of the orc, under the condition of not getting involved in the war between the 2 countries. Hence, for thousands of years, although this place had become an important fortress, the orc tribe had always lived here and was not disturbed by humans. Perhaps this was the reason why Cosmos became a melting pot of different races. Because this place was originally the habitat of the orcs. Humans only came in later, which was why there were multiple races living here. Moreover, this place had become a fortress, attracting the dwarves who were famous for forging weapons. Hence, there were many races living together here. As for Elise and the other divine officials of the Beastman race, they had always lived here and never left. In other words, this is your homeland? Shuren did not think of this. That's right. Elise raised her head and puffed out her chest. We are not some suspicious organization. We are the people of Cosmos who were born and raised here. Because of this, Elise became friends with the Empire's Valkyrie. It was because Cosmos was the closest city to the Empire. The Empire had always regarded the kingdom as a formidable enemy and had been eyeing the kingdom covetously. With this reason, it was not surprising that the people of the Empire would appear in Cosmos and befriend the orc priests who had been living here for thousands of years. There were also many orcs in Cosmos. Shuren had seen many of them since he came here. He had even been robbed by the orc robbers. This was enough to show that Cosmos had a deep relationship with the orcs. If it wasn't for the destruction of the spatial node and the reappearance of the temple in the human world, the mana that flowed out from it would repel all the buildings and life forms, causing the forced transfer. You would be able to see the orc tribe. At this point, Elise's tone was a little disappointed. On the other hand, Shuren was enlightened once again. So it turns out that the reason why there are no buildings in that area is not only because the buildings have been moved away, but also because there are no buildings in the orc tribe? Shuren had heard that the orc tribes lived in tents or yurts, unlike humans who lived in houses. Some of the orc tribes even used caves as residences, and their living habits were somewhat similar to that of the savages. Now, the orc tribe had been expelled because of the appearance of the Darkness Shrine, leaving only a desolate flat land. If it weren't for the fact that we are clergymen and the messengers of the Goddess of Life, we wouldn't have been able to get close to that shrine. Elise's tone changed from disappointment to relief. Clearly, it was a blessing in disguise for Elise and the rest to be able to protect the shrine now that it had appeared. Then, there was a problem. Why was the spatial node of the sealed shrine destroyed, and the shrine that sealed the evil god appeared here? Shuren finally asked the most critical question. This question caused Elise to gnash her teeth in anger. There was no other way. The spatial node was deliberately destroyed. Elise let out an angry voice. Deliberately destroyed? Shuren frowned, looked at Elise, and said, "Is it the old demons?" That was undoubtedly the first suspect. Who asked the old demons to coincidentally appear in Stringham and even Cosmos during this period? Shuren still remembered that according to the intelligence, the first place the old demons appeared was Cosmos, and nowhere else. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to suspect the thoughts of the old demon sect. However, it was not the old demons who destroyed the spatial node, but humans. Elise said such a sentence. Humans? Shuren was stunned. Not to mention Shuren, even Xianxia on the side could not help but raise her eyes. Emerald's eyes were slightly rippling, and she seemed to be very surprised. But this was indeed the truth. On the night of the accident, the old demons did suddenly appear in Cosmos, and attacked our orc tribe on a large scale, massacring the orcs. Elise said hatefully, "Fortunately, the orcs are a very brave and fighting race. Except for being caught off guard at the beginning, we quickly reacted, organized a resistance, and successfully repelled the old demons." They were repelled. This was really amazing. However, Shuren could also accept this result. After all, there was a group of orc priests stationed here. Every orc in that group was at least level 60, and Oz was level 91. In addition to the level 89 Mafi and other high-level orc priests, it was not surprising that they were able to repel the attack of the old demons. But, after we successfully repelled the old demons, the temple suddenly appeared and released a very terrible magic, causing the orc tribe to be directly rejected by that magic. Everyone except the priests disappeared, and Cosmos was also affected. Gradually, there was a phenomenon of displacement caused by the rejection. In the end, even the territory of the Empire and the Duke of Stringham were affected. Elise told Shuren the reason for the so-called strange things that appeared here. Because of this, we and the other orc clergymen have been guarding around the temple to prevent the old demons from attacking again. I've also led a group of clergymen to track down the mastermind behind the destruction of the space node, but we haven't been able to catch him. At this point, there was only unwillingness and indignation left in Elise's tone. Shuren finally understood the whole thing. Are you sure it was humans who destroyed the spatial node? Shuren confirmed with a frown. I'm sure. Elise nodded heavily and said with great certainty, "We orcs are born with sharp five senses. Although we could not react in time and capture the smell of the people behind the scenes, the smell that they left behind is definitely the smell of humans." This was the only thing that Elise would not be wrong about. While they were orcs, they were also the messengers of the goddess of life. Even if they could not figure out the smell of all the living beings in the world, it was still very easy to distinguish which species the smell belonged to. The people behind the scenes have been using magic beings to interfere with our actions. For this reason, they did not hesitate to use those magic beings as disposable tools. Every time we find a clue, we end up finding traces left behind by the magic beings. Sometimes, we can only find a group of magic beings that killed themselves. It is so infuriating. Elise seemed to be panting with anger. But her words made Xianxia and Xianxia focus their eyes. Magic beings that killed themselves. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. They fell silent because of this. Xianxia also looked at Emerald and found that she was also looking at him. Xianxia was silent for a while, and he cast his gaze on Elise. "Tell me," Xianxia said in a calm tone, "is Emerald related to the evil god Lilith?" This question was actually very obvious. Yes. Elise hesitated for a moment, and then immediately spoke as if she had given up. "Miss Emerald has been staying in the Darkness Shrine and was sealed together with the evil god Lilith." Why is that so? The reason was also very simple. Because Miss Emerald is the other half of the evil god Lilith. Her rationality was once stripped away. Silence permeated the air. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fatsui's body. Looking at the girl who has been silent all this time, their eyes revealed different emotions. Elise was in awe. Xianxia was stunned. Xian, on the other hand, had mixed feelings. Because he already knew that Jadeite's identity was definitely not ordinary. In the ancient book that Triss gave to Xianxia, there was such a record. Ever since the kingdom was established, the Stringham dukedom would often encounter an unimaginable incident. Many people claimed that they had met a little girl with blonde hair and purple eyes, and some stories had happened between them. Some people adopted her and took good care of her, but one day, they found out that she had suddenly disappeared. Some people had malicious intentions towards her and wanted to use her to do something, but after a period of time, her body was found. Before her death, she seemed to have suffered from extreme shock, and even showed signs of mental disorder. Her death was extremely horrifying. Even the nobles had met such a little girl, but in the end, they either couldn't find her one day, or suddenly died at home. It was very strange. Gradually, this incident began to cause panic among the people in the territory. Some people even claimed that the demons had intended to harm the territory, which led to this incident. In a short period of time, everyone was in a state of panic. In the end, in order to prevent chaos, the lord of the territory, the Stringham family, issued a ban, forbidding all people from talking about this incident, or else they would be punished. Under such circumstances, the territory gradually regained its peace, but from time to time, there would be rumors about this, as if there were still people who encountered such an incident. So, people began to say that the little girl with blonde hair and purple eyes was a vengeful spirit left behind in the Stringham dukedom. Because she had not found happiness when she was alive, she would wander around the Stringham dukedom. When she met a kind-hearted person who was willing to take her in and treat her well, she would leave on her own, and when she met someone with evil intentions who wanted to harm her, she would curse them to death. This was an extremely famous 1,000-year-old legend in the Stringham dukedom, the vengeful spirit in search of happiness. It was said that even until now, there would still be people claiming to have seen this vengeful spirit. Every now and then, there would be nobles or criminals who died of unknown causes in the Stringham dukedom, leaving a deep impression on the people. Even with the ban, there were still people who would secretly spread this legend. That was why Triss had such a huge reaction when he saw Jade. This was enough to prove the extent of this legend's fame. It was enough to make people think of it immediately. On the contrary, the people outside the Stringham dukedom had never heard of this legend. Chris thought that Xian had been targeted by the legendary vengeful spirit, which was why he could not help but advise him to stay away from the Jade. Unfortunately, not only did Xian not care about this matter, but he also took the initiative to bring the Jade. The reason was simple. If it was really a vengeful spirit, why would a group of magical beings kidnap her, and even commit suicide to keep her with me. Shirin felt that there was something fishy going on. Moreover, strange things were happening in the Stringham dukedom, and the old demons were also stirring up trouble in this territory. Shirin felt that there might be something behind this incident with Jade. It might be troublesome, but it could also be a good thing. If the people of the old demons will be dragged out and appear in front of me, that would be the best. With this thought in mind, not only did Shirin not reject Jade, he even took the initiative to bring her along. Of course, other than this plan, the main reason was that Shirin did not know what to do with Jade. I can't just leave it by the side of the road, can I? So, Shan gave the choice to Feitsue to choose whether or not to come with him. Jade made her choice. So, Shirin brought her along. However, it was not until this moment that Shirin realized that Jade actually had such a huge background. That was what Elise told Shirin. Although she has been staying in the Darkness Shrine and has been sealed together with the evil goddess Lilith, Miss Jade's freedom has not been greatly restricted. Although Jade was half of Lilith's body, she did not have any power or any harm because she was just a part of her rationality that had been stripped away. Hence, the Protoss did not want to do anything to her. Not only did they not want to do anything to her, but the Protoss also hoped that Jade could return to her original body so that Lilith could get rid of her uncontrollable state and regain her rationality. She could then return to the Protoss and improve the strength of the Protoss. Therefore, the Protoss treated Jade rather gently and never imprisoned her. They even gave Jade the right to enter and leave the shrine freely. In view of this, regardless of whether she had been exiled to a crack in the world or sealed in an independent small space, Jade could freely return to this world and move about in this world. The purpose of Jade's activities outside was very simple, which was to travel the world and observe the lifestyles of others in order to strengthen her rationality and spirit. Only in this way can Miss Jade have enough rationality to suppress her instinct to pursue chaos when she returns to her original body, and successfully become one to become a true goddess. That was why Jadeite became the resentful spirit seeking happiness. It was precisely because Jade wandered the world, observed the various states of life, and strengthened her rationality that she was sometimes adopted and sometimes targeted by others. In the end, she disappeared because she continued to travel. As for those who had evil intentions, they would eventually die a horrible and violent death. It was probably because although Jade did not have any power, as the half of the evil goddess Lilith who controlled evil and chaos, the authority of the evil goddess Lilith would still play a role in protecting her when she encountered danger, right? After all, it was the authority of the goddess who controlled evil and chaos. It was too easy for her to make a person insane and die suddenly. Unfortunately, Miss Jade's rationality has never been able to grow to the point where she can suppress her chaotic instincts. This was also a matter of course. Even if she was the half of a rational being, Jade's origin was still evil and chaos. How could she allow her rationality to grow? Jade wanted to suppress her chaotic instincts by letting her rationality grow, but the chaotic instincts would also suppress the growth of rationality, leading to the emergence of contradictions. As a result, even after countless years, Jade still could not suppress her chaotic instincts. This girl. After learning about this, Shirin looked at Jade with some displeasure in his eyes. There was no other way. After learning about this, Shirin also understood two things. One was why Jade couldn't speak. Because although she had a certain degree of rationality, this part of rationality was not complete, causing her to be a little like a newborn baby. She could not speak, but she had some very mature thinking and judgment, which seemed to be the same as her current situation, which was contradictory and a little abnormal. The other thing was the reason why Jade asked him to break the seal of the evil god Lilith. It must be because her countless years of hard work have not been rewarded, so she wants to use this sudden incident to let me enter the shrine that appeared, forcefully break the seal, and then try to return to my body, right? Shirin finally saw through Jade's thoughts, so he became unhappy. It was easy to imagine how dangerous this matter would be. Perhaps this time, as the evil god Lilith's rationality, Jade would not be stripped away, but completely obliterated. She was also very clear about this, so when Shirin proposed to postpone the action last night and not break the seal first, she finally chose to agree, right? What did this mean? It meant that Jade had no chance of success at all, so she felt hesitant and afraid. After understanding this, Shirin glared at Jade. Jade seemed to know that she was in the wrong, and did not dare to look Shirin in the eye at all. She lowered her head and remained silent. On the other hand, after Elise explained everything clearly, she exhaled and took another sip of black tea to moisten her throat before speaking. The mastermind behind this incident not only destroyed the spatial node, but also released the shrine that sealed the evil god Lilith, and even kidnapped Miss Jade. To be honest, we have no idea what he or she is planning to do. Not to mention Elise, even Sharon did not know what the mastermind was planning to do. Let's not talk about other things for now. What was the purpose of packing up the jade and throwing it here? Sean could not understand the principle of the other party's actions. He frowned tightly. However, the reason for Elise's actions was very obvious. I don't know why you want to invade the darkness shrine and break the seal of the evil god Lilith without knowing everything, but I would like to ask you not to do such a thing again in the future. Elise looked at Sharon and mustered up her courage to speak. If the seal of the evil god Lilith is broken, the world will definitely suffer a great disaster and turn into hell because of her arrival. If an existence whose power was comparable to that of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons wantonly destroyed the human world, the consequences would be obvious. Before the world was divided into 3 parts, the land had been plagued by the evil god Lilith's rampage, Leyland said with a smile. Elise said. I've heard that at that time, there were many other races in the human race, some of which were not inferior to the elves and orcs. However, they were all exterminated by the evil god Lilith. It is said that Lilith also destroyed several continents and spread evil energy, causing the monsters and even life all over the world to fall into a state of uncontrollable madness. At that time, the world undoubtedly became hell, and even the demons chose to avoid it. Such an evil god was undoubtedly more dangerous than the demon king. At the very least, the demon king would not be like this, falling into madness and wantonly ravaging everything in the world without any scruples. However, the evil god Lilith did that. For this reason, the Protoss had no choice but to take action, and the 3 goddesses personally sealed her and exiled her to a gap in the world. All of this was because the threat of the evil god Lilith was too great. Now, after at least thousands of years, few people in the world remember the existence of the evil god Lilith. Even the legends only mentioned a few words. The demons and the Protoss have also forgotten this evil god. Only a few people remember her. And those who remember her know how terrifying the evil god Lilith is, and from the bottom of their hearts, they hope that she will not appear again. You are a noble of the kingdom, and I heard that you once fought against the old demons. You definitely don't want to see the world turn into hell, right? So, I beg you, don't do that kind of thing again. Elise's tone was full of pleading. Sharon fell into silence. Xianxia looked at Emerald and found that Emerald had raised her head again and was staring at Sharon. The whole living room fell into silence once again. There was no change for a long time. After that, Elise carefully proposed to return to the temple, but was rejected by Sharon. Although I already know what I want to know, your priest group must hate me to death now. If I just let you go, they will definitely get to the bottom of it and ask about me, and then settle the score with me. Therefore, Sharon directly told Elise that he would use her as a hostage to threaten the orc priest group. You really are a bad person. Elise complained tearfully, but it was of no use at all. Sharon was not worried that she would run away. Your mana has been sealed by me, which means that you can't use magic at all. Under such circumstances, as an extremely precious and rare Vulpera, what do you think will happen to you once you run out onto the streets? Given the current situation in Cosmos where criminals are trying to fish in troubled waters, what do you think will happen to you? Think about it. Sharon threatened Elise, causing her to turn pale and tremble again. Compared to other orcs, the Foxmen were fundamentally different. Most orcs were born with outstanding physical abilities and were suitable to be excellent warriors. Only Foxmen did not have an obvious advantage in physical abilities, but they had magical talent that other orcs seriously lacked. Their magical talent was even comparable to that of the elves. Because of this, the position of the orc saintess was usually held by Foxmen. Such Foxmen could only use magic and did not know how to fight in close combat. Once their magic power was locked, they could not even pray and could only be a weak ordinary girl. In this way, without the priest group around her, with Elise's timid personality, how would she dare to escape on her own? You will be punished by the heavens. You will be punished by the gods. After Elise uttered such Harsh words, she went to find Xianxia. No one knew whether she went to seek comfort or protection. Emerald also disappeared unknowingly, and no one knew where she went. Only Shuren was left. He went to the balcony and looked at the messy buildings outside, deep in thought. I didn't expect that little girl to be the rational half of Lilith. I really misjudged her. Just as Shuren was lost in his thoughts, a tender but pleasant voice woke him up, making him turn his head and look behind him. There, a girl holding a pillow slowly appeared and entered Shuren's sight. It was Aie. So you're already awake? Shuren looked at Aie and said in surprise. Aie wasn't sleepy or yawning, which meant that she had been awake for a while. That was indeed the case. I didn't want to wake up, but you guys seem to be talking about something interesting. No matter how sleepy I am, I can't continue sleeping after hearing such a topic. Aie didn't seem to care. Isn't that eavesdropping? Shuren rolled his eyes. You guys were chatting happily in the living room. Who eavesdropped? Aie seemed to feel that Shuren's words were too harsh and was a little unhappy. Shuren wouldn't spoil this little girl. However, compared to arguing about these meaningless things, Shuren was more curious about Aie's attitude. Why? Do you know the evil god Lilith? Shuren asked Aie. Aie's attitude was very straightforward. In that era, there were very few people who didn't know about this evil god. Aie seemed to be reminiscing. She narrowed her eyes and said, at that time, the Protoss and the demons were still fighting. Both sides were fighting so fiercely, but in the end, that evil god suddenly broke into the battlefield and descended in the center of the battlefield. He slaughtered wantonly without differentiating between friend and foe, sinking the continent. It was the first time we saw such a guy. That was really fierce. Shuren could imagine the scene at that time. It must have been very chaotic. And Aie was still reminiscing. Because of that guy's rampage, the war was even forced to stop for a while. No one wanted that kind of existence to suddenly break in and cause trouble in the middle of a life and death battle, so we quickly withdrew our troops. In order not to get involved, we also wanted the Protoss to solve this headache by himself. At that time, Sister Scylla was very happy and hoped that the Protoss would suffer heavy losses because of that evil god, so that the demons could reap the benefits. Indeed, those who played with strategies had dirty hearts. But it had to be said that this was indeed a very wise choice. That evil god's authority is very troublesome. Anyone with a weak will immediately fall into a frenzy and turn into a berserk beast as soon as she glances at them. Many of us demons have fallen for it. Not only did they kill each other on the battlefield, they also attacked us. At this point, Aie's expression became more or less unpleasant. In the face of a guy who can make people go berserk and completely lose their minds with just a glance, numbers are useless. No matter how many people there are, that evil god can make them lose their minds in an instant. Under such circumstances, who would dare to let the army fight on the battlefield? Because of this, Scylla quickly transferred the army of the demons back and threw all the mess back to the Protoss, letting the Protoss handle it himself. It was also because of this that Aie couldn't recognize Jade's identity. At that time, I wanted to take a look, but I couldn't get close. Almost the entire continent has been enveloped by the demonic aura emitted by that fellow's authority. I can withstand it and won't go berserk, but within the continent enveloped by the demonic aura, be it humans or demonic creatures, all of them have gone berserk. They're attacking me with all their might, making it impossible for me to get close. After that guy seemed to be wantonly on the ground for a while, refining the entire land into a living hell, making us demons not dare to get close to that guy. Otherwise, not only would they have to face the violent attacks of the evil god, but they would also have to face the attacks of almost all the creatures on the ground. To be honest, at that time, as soon as they heard the name evil god Lilith, even the big figures among the demons would show a look of fear and tremble. Aie curled her lips. I didn't expect that little girl who can't even speak a word is actually the other half of that evil god. Hearing this, Shuren really wanted to say, what right do you have to look down on others, little girl? But as soon as he said this, with Aie's personality that hated being treated as a child, she definitely wouldn't let it go. Shuren wasn't in the mood to play with her now, so he held back and sighed with emotion. It seems that this evil god Lilith is really very powerful. Sharon let out a sigh because of this. Her authority is indeed very troublesome. AIE also admitted this point, but she changed the topic and said, however, if we really fight, it's not certain who will win. Obviously, this dragon demon highness didn't want to admit defeat so easily. However, if her words fell into the ears of others, they would also be shocked, right? This was because, as a demon, she actually admitted that she didn't know whether she would lose or win against the evil god Lilith. This was enough to prove how terrifying the other party was. That was an existence that could truly be compared to the demons. Furthermore, as the goddess of evil and chaos, the harm that Lilith brought to the people and the world was even greater than that of the demons. Even the former demons temporarily avoided the blade because of this. One could imagine how powerful the evil god Lilith was. Hell. Sharon muttered these words. Whether it was Elise or AIE, they both mentioned this word. Presumably, in the era when the evil god Lilith wreaked havoc, the earth must have been plunged into misery and suffering, right? He almost released such an existence with his own hands. No wonder those beast-man divine officials were so angry. Sharon smiled bitterly. AIE seemed to know what happened last night. She turned her gaze and looked at Sharon. You don't really want to release that lunatic, do you? AIE's tone became more and more serious. What? Are you afraid? Sharon raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that was not a smile. I advise you not to act recklessly. AIE didn't know if Sharon was joking or not, so she could only warn him, that's not something that can be casually played with. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid the human world will no longer exist. This was not an exaggeration. Even the gods and demons of the ancient times were almost helpless against the evil god Lilith. The world that had yet to be divided into 3 parts was almost destroyed in her hands. Who would want to see such a crazy existence run out? AIE, who had always been uninterested in most things, also warned him for the first time this time. Now is not the same as before. Now the gods, humans, and demons have moved towards peaceful coexistence, and the war has long ended. If such a dangerous person is released, it will not be a small matter. AIE's warning made Sharon smile bitterly again. Do I look like someone who has no sense of propriety? Sharon asked AIE. AIE stared at Sharon and answered. Yes. AIE answered without hesitation. The corner of Sharon's mouth twitched. He wanted to hold this little girl in his arms and fiercely soak her a few times, no, hit her a few times. Am I so untrustworthy? I also admit that usually, I am a little unrestrained, a little ruthless, a little cruel, and left a lot of deep impressions on them, but that is the embodiment of my love. At this time, I am still very serious, am I not? Kiss, Sharon suddenly sighed. Alright, let's just say that I am a person who has no sense of propriety, but I will not go to the extent of doing things that harm others without benefiting myself, right? Sharon argued, I am not the demon king, I do not want to destroy the world. This sentence made AIE quite unhappy. Regardless of whether your words are reasonable or not, I do not like the example you gave. AIE said, does the demon king want to destroy the world? Sharon was slightly startled, and asked curiously, is it not? Of course not. AIE was extremely certain, and could even be said to be a little angry. Don't think that the supreme gods are necessarily merciful people. The demon king is an evil person who wants to destroy the world. AIE seemed to be very unable to accept this matter. Well, it is not that I can't accept what you said. Sharon blinked and said, but, if the demon king does not want to destroy the world, then why? Does she want to start a war? Although the gods and demons had been enemies since the moment they were born, but since they were enemies, then there must be a side that developed hostility first, and then started a war, right? And according to historical records, the first to start a war seemed to be the demons, or rather, the appearance of the demon king. It was because of the demon king's order that the demons attacked the Protoss, and fell into a long war with the Protoss. Under such circumstances, if the demon king did not do this to destroy the world, then why did she do it? That is because AIE subconsciously wanted to say something, but she held it back. Looking at AIE like this, Sharon found that there was a sense of anxiety in his heart. The anxiety came very suddenly, and it gave Sharon a feeling of something was affecting him, which made him feel a little strange. Unfortunately, before Sharon could figure out the source of the strange feeling, Aie sighed. It's useless to tell you. Aie seemed to be deflated, and some of the scars in her heart were opened. She said sullenly, anyway, the Demon King has been defeated, that kind of thing is no longer important. At this point, Aie's tone inevitably became a little depressed and a little sad. Sharon did not know what to say. Looking at Aie's appearance, she should be very concerned about the Demon King. That was true. One must know that the demons were born because of the Demon King's magic, and they were equivalent to the Demon King's children and descendants. In other words, for Aie, the Demon King and her mother were equal. And who would not care about their mother? Definitely not, right? Not to mention, Aie was the youngest of the 6 demons. Presumably, among the 6 sisters, she was the one who was most attached to the Demon King, mother, right? Otherwise, when the Demon King was defeated, Aie would not have lost control on the spot and almost been dominated by hatred, and she would have taken revenge crazily. So, let's not talk about the Demon King anymore. Let's talk about the evil god Lilith. Sharon changed the topic and said, you told me not to let her out, but I have already broken her seal. As mentioned before, the seal was only temporarily stabilized, and it was not restored. The seal will break sooner or later, and at that time, the evil god Lilith will still break out of the seal, right? Sharon said so. No wonder the flow of magic in this city called Cosmos is even stranger than yesterday. Aie came back to her senses, nodded, and said, however, you shouldn't have to worry. Why? Sharon was stunned. Because the Protoss must have noticed the problem with the seal. Aie said bluntly, that Foxman Saintus is Anima's messenger, right? Then, the goddess should have learned about her borrowing the power of the Lord God to repair the seal. Soon, the goddess will definitely come to the human world and personally repair the seal. The goddess of life will personally come? Sharon raised his eyebrows. In other words, it was very likely that he was going to see one of the top Protoss. This was really, why? Are you afraid? Aie sneered and said, are you worried that Anima will find trouble with you because of the seal? Regarding Aie's words, Sharon only had one thing to say. Do I look like such a coward? Sharon said as if he was not convinced. Aie was instantly speechless. Isn't this guy afraid of being hit by me again? Don't you know whether you are afraid or not? Anyway, you do as you see fit. Aie seemed to be too lazy to chat with Sharon anymore and said, anyway, our goal is only the old demon's faction. There is really no need to care about this big trouble. Leaving such words, Aie was ready to turn around and leave. However, before Aie left, Sharon's voice suddenly came. What if I want to care? These words caused Aie's footsteps to stop abruptly. Aie did not turn around. But Aie could feel that Sharon's gaze was fixed on her back. Aren't you always afraid of trouble? Aie was silent for a while and said such words. Yes, I hate trouble the most. Sharon admitted frankly, but as if he was helpless, he said, but this time, maybe I will be a busybody. Why? Aie was puzzled and said, that has nothing to do with you, right? Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. Sharon was still so calm and still so helpless, so he said, but without my help, that girl will probably never be able to achieve her wish. I'm afraid that she will forever be like the past, always wandering in the world, unable to be freed. It goes without saying how cruel and painful this was. Otherwise, why would Emerald be in a hurry to break the seal, knowing that once the seal was broken, the world would turn into hell? Emerald still couldn't help but do so. This proved that she had probably reached her limit and was about to collapse. In this case, what else could Sharon do? He could only be a busybody this time. Even so, will you become the enemy of the Protoss, and even the enemy of the world? Aie asked faintly. Suddenly, Sharon smiled. Very much like a hero, right? This simple sentence told Aie what Sharon was thinking. Aie also smiled. Indeed, very much like a hero. Aie admitted, but, I still want to say, you are really different from other heroes. After saying that, Aie left. Sharon watched Aie leave, smiled, and looked outside again. Outside, the scenery was still the same. At this moment, Shuren still didn't know that when he broke into the darkness shrine and almost broke the evil god Lilith's seal to kidnap the saintess of the orcs, some things were going on in other corners of Cosmos. For example, when a princess of the Empire woke up and found out that she had completely lost to Shuren, she was depressed for an entire day and didn't say a single word. This made the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights worry for a long time, and in the end they had no choice but to send the news back to the Empire. Another example was the 1st Knight Regiment. After suffering a setback and witnessing the ruins left behind by the fierce battle between Shuren and Capeline, they seemed to have realized that the situation in Cosmos was gradually becoming more complicated and dangerous. Hence, they also asked the Stringham family for instructions and didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Of course, Yuri still asked the people of the 1st Knight Regiment to report the movements of Shuren at all times, expressing great concern for the movements of Shuren and Capeline. In particular, Yuri specially instructed the 2 little girls beside Shuren not to be alarmed, or they would be severely punished. Under such circumstances, the orc priests also seemed to be constantly searching for Elise's whereabouts in Cosmos. In addition to the huge movements caused by Shuren's celestial body magic, as well as the inexplicable phenomenon that was becoming more and more frequent in Cosmos, the entire Cosmos now felt like a storm was coming. It became very oppressive, and the air was also very heavy. Needless to say, this was the calm before the storm. The longer this calm lasted, the more terrifying the undercurrent that was surging under the table was. At the very least, the kingdoms and empires gradually realized that something was wrong and began to worry if the situation here would worsen. The Beastmen were even more active in Cosmos because of Elise's matter. There were often sightings of Beastmen clerics going from house to house looking for something, which made many people feel uneasy. This uneasiness undoubtedly touched the nerves of many people, causing them to think if they should take action quickly to break the current stalemate. The Empire even showed signs of sending reinforcements. For this reason, the kingdom also made a lot of plans and seemed to be planning to do something. In this way, nothing happened to Shuren, and he welcomed a rather peaceful period. That night, Sean was taking a bath in the bathroom while reporting to the princess, who was getting more and more worried about gains and losses, as usual. In summary, this time it's probably not just the problem of the old demons. There's a bigger problem waiting for me to solve. Just as you expected, it has become super troublesome. Shuren soaked in the water with his upper body naked, and said to the screen that appeared in front of him. On the screen, Rosie was at a loss as she listened to Sean's complaints. Rosie was dumbfounded. What happened? What's going on? How did things become so terrifying in such a short period of time? Orc priests? Hell, how did things develop to such a shocking extent? Compared to this, the conflict with the Empire's princess was simply child's play. What made Rosie's teeth hurt even more was that her little man seemed to be involved in an extremely troublesome position in this matter. You were the one who almost broke the seal? You also picked up the body of the evil god? You also kidnapped the saintess of the orcs? The shocking events made Rosie's head dizzy, and she almost wondered if she was dreaming. Looking at Rosie like this, Shuren felt a little embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. I can't take a compliment. Shuren scratched his face and smiled. Who wants to compliment you? Rosie even wanted to kill Shuren. Is this something to be complimented about? This is something that makes people feel that burying you in the ground is too light. I'm so stupid. Rosie was a little autistic and murmured, I should have known that with your level of trouble, you wouldn't just finish your original goal. I shouldn't have let you out. With that, Rosie held her head, looking like she couldn't accept the fact. Well, don't be so pessimistic. Shuren laughed dryly and hurriedly comforted her, think on the bright side. Don't you think this is a blessing in misfortune? Don't think so. Rosie really wanted to say that. But Shuren spoke first. Think about it. Even if I didn't intervene in this matter, the situation would still have become so serious. Shuren said, the space node guarded by the orc priests was destroyed by the mysterious culprit behind the scenes. The old demons seemed to be involved in this action, which is why they attacked the orc tribe. In this case, it proves that the culprit behind the scenes and the old demons both have their eyes on the evil god Lilith's seal, right? This was the truth. The reason why the current situation had developed to this point was not caused by Shuren. Since someone is secretly watching the evil god Lilith's seal, even if I don't take action, someone else will find a way to break the seal sooner or later, right? That was Shuren's opinion. But no matter how Rosie listened, she felt that this was Shuren's excuse. Is it possible to break the seal that can seal that kind of evil god so easily? Rosie glared at Xian and said bluntly, that's a seal that the three goddesses have jointly set up. It's enough to seal the power of the strongest evil god. Even if there's a way to remove it, it's definitely not an easy task, right? That was indeed the case. If it were not for Shuren, even if the so-called culprit behind the scenes could break the evil god Lilith's seal, it would have taken a lot of effort. Otherwise, the other party would have invaded the temple. The seal of the temple was not a fragile thing. Except for Shuren, the unknown brave man, there were not many who could break it easily. If it were not for the Orc Saintess appearing in time, you would have released the evil god. I really want to pry open your head and see what is in it. Rosie gritted her teeth. Shuren also knew that his argument was useless. There was nothing he could do about it. He was in the wrong in this matter. However, this was only on the surface, causing Shuren to be in the wrong. In the eyes of others, Shuren almost made a big mistake, but in Shuren's eyes, he just wanted to help Emerald and followed the inexplicable premonition in his heart, which was why he did it. Therefore, Shuren did not regret his actions. After all, before taking action, Shuren also thought about whether it was a good thing to do, but in the end, he did it with the mentality that he would not hesitate to get into trouble. Therefore, Shuren was already mentally prepared. In other words, I'm prepared to clean up the mess. Shuren expressed to Rosie. Rosie was a little annoyed but also found it funny. You really are the most unscrupulous brave man I've ever seen. Rosie sighed and said, since things have come to this, it's useless to say more. And then? Shuren looked at Rosie and asked, what are you going to do? Is there a need to ask? Rosie rolled her eyes and said, of course I'm going to report this to the kingdom. That made sense. Since the evil god of ancient times was involved, the matter in Cosmos was obviously beyond the scope of the Stringham family's ability to handle. In fact, even the kingdom did not know if it had the ability to handle this matter. Fortunately, you still have the Dragon Demon Royal Highness on your side. According to the Dragon Demon Royal Highness, the Protoss should have also noticed that the seal had been broken. It is very likely that the Goddess of Life will personally come and repair the seal. Then things will not be the worst. Rosie's face froze as she asked seriously. What are you going to do next? This was the first thing he needed to ask. Should he say, as expected of Rosie? You don't seem to be completely on the side of the Protoss and the Beastmen, do you? Rosie saw through Shuren's thoughts. Do you want to help the other half of the evil god and that child called Emerald? Rosie straightforwardly revealed Shuren's plan. Shuren did not deny it. I'll give it a try. Shuren said, I just don't know how to do it. How could he help Emerald achieve her wish and return to her original body without being erased? Instead, he would be able to restrain her chaotic instincts and control the power of the evil god Lilith and become a true goddess. This was a problem that Shuren had to solve first. If there was no way to solve this problem, then Shuren might use some forceful methods. For example, I've thought about breaking Lilith's seal and letting her out. Together with AIE, we can injure her, weaken her power, reduce her threat, and then let Emerald return. Shuren felt that this method should be feasible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such a strong desire to break the seal and think that doing so would help Emerald. Although he did not know what this premonition was about, Shuren already had some clues, so he chose to believe it. The problem was that this premonition probably only told Shuren that this could be done, but it did not tell Shuren what would happen once it was done. Don't mess around. Rosie hurriedly said, according to what you said, the evil god Lilith is a very terrible existence. She once almost turned the earth into hell. It's too terrible for such a dangerous existence to be released. After Elise and AIE, Rosie also denied this matter, thinking that the evil god Lilith could not be released. This was also a problem that Shuren was worried about. But if I don't do this, what else can I do? Shuren said grumpily. Don't be impulsive. Let's think about it. Rosie comforted Shuren first and then said, I'll see what the kingdom plans to do, then help you look up information and ask my friends in the Protoss side. Maybe I can find a solution. That's fine. Shuren thought for a moment and nodded. Anyway, there's no rush. It's not bad for you to try it first. Okay. Rosie nodded and said, I'll hurry up. You should behave for a while and don't cause any more trouble, okay? Shuren suddenly rolled his eyes. Do you really think I'm a problem child who likes to cause trouble? F***ck. After that, Rosie reminded Shuren a few more times before she left, feeling a little uneasy. Shuren held the magic item that had turned back into a bead and muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. I really want to spend the whole day teaching this girl a lesson. I want to see how she sees me in her heart. That proper way of dealing with problem children really made Shuren feel like retribution. Fortunately, it was not like he did not gain anything. If Rosie could really find a solution to this problem from the Protoss or the Kingdom's library, it would naturally be for the best. Although I don't have too much hope for it. Shuren murmured. If there was such a way, the Protoss would not have chosen to seal the evil god Lilith for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, right? This meant that even the Protoss could not do anything about it, so they could only come up with this plan. Therefore, Shuren felt that there was not much hope. In the end, he might really have to use extreme means to release the evil god Lilith and weaken her in order to achieve his goal. Of course, this was the last resort. Before it reached a point where he had no other choice, Shuren did not mind waiting and seeing. I just don't know how long I can wait. Shuren thought silently. When the goddess of life arrives, that should be the last time. When the goddess arrived, she would repair the seal on Lilith and close the temple back into an independent small space, right? If that happened, Shuren would not be able to enter the temple and do anything to Lilith's seal. Therefore, the last time was when the goddess of life arrived. When the goddess of life arrived, in order to not let the temple be exiled, Shuren could only take action. The rest depends on how far I can go. If things really turned out that way, then Shuren would have to face the evil god. Lilith. Facing the evil god who once turned the earth into hell, whose power was comparable to the 6 demons, gave the Protoss a headache, and made the demons temporarily avoid him. Even AI might not have the confidence to win, right? At that time, Shuren would definitely have to attack together to have a way to weaken the evil god's power. But, an evil god that can rival the 6 great demons. Shuren was really a little worried. Although he had the strongest holy sword in hand, he was only level 55. Could he fight against someone of that level? Now that the Demon King had passed away and the Supreme God had gone into hiding, that was the highest combat power in the world. The opponent's power was even enough to sink the continent and make all the lives on the ground go berserk. Could he really deal with such a terrifying opponent? In any case, Sean felt that it was very uncertain. But, even if I can't win, I should be able to keep my life. With the protection of the Holy Sword and many resistance skills, he shouldn't be killed instantly, right? Not to mention that AIE was by his side, and Yulin was also on standby. With everyone's strength, they should be able to hold the opponent back no matter what. Should be. Shuren could only hope so in his heart. Crack, just as Shuren was thinking about these things, suddenly, the bathroom door was opened. Shuren came back to his senses and looked over, and then he was stunned. At the door of the bathroom, a petite figure slowly walked in under the cover of water vapor. What? Shuren's eyes widened. There was nothing he could do about it. It was not that Shuren was making a fuss, but the state of the girl who suddenly broke in made him completely unable to calm down. Patter. Patter, with the sound of footsteps stepping on the puddles, the girl came in front of Shuren. On her body, there was nothing. Jew. Jew? Shuren looked at the girl who appeared in front of him like a newborn and stammered out the other party's name. It was Jew. Jew stood in the water vapor, looking at Shuren who was soaking in the bathtub, and approached him without saying a word. Splash, amidst the sound of water, the girl soaked her delicate body in the water and leaned on Shuren's body. Yes. Jew came in. She sat in front of Shuren. She leaned on Shuren's chest. Shuren seemed to be hugging the girl sitting in his arms, letting her soft back lean on him. His whole body was stiff. And in Shuren's heart, there was only one word. Forgive Shuren for being uncultured, he could only use the word fuck to describe his mood and situation at this moment. He could smell the fragrance on Ju's body, feel the soft back of the other party, and his heart was beating fast. She is still a child. Still a child. Shuren fell into chaos, desperately roaring like this in his heart, trying to calm down. Unfortunately, from the moment Ju came in, Shuren was doomed to lose his calmness. The girl didn't say anything and remained silent as usual, as if entrusting everything to Shuren, or it could be said that she was completely unguarded against Shuren. She directly relaxed her body and leaned on Shuren's body. That posture seemed to say, "Do whatever you want," was really not very friendly to a man's heart. Well, it was not very friendly to a man's heart and spirit. If Ju didn't look like a little girl, Shuren felt that he might have gone berserk. The whole bathroom fell into an indescribable silence. Ju couldn't speak, so silence was a very normal thing. Shuren kept telling himself in his heart. Calm down, Shuren, you are a man who has eaten meat, and you usually wash with the little cutie tear. You are not a guy who hasn't seen the world, how can you lose your sense of propriety because of a little girl? Shuren muttered. Fortunately, Ju didn't seem to understand anything, and didn't know how to do anything. She just quietly leaned on Shuren's body, which made Shuren finally regain some calmness after a difficult psychological struggle. Why did you suddenly come in? Shuren asked in a tone that could be considered as having calmed down for the time being. Ju turned around and stared at Shuren with a pair of amethyst eyes, as if she was saying something. Unbelievably, Shuren understood. You mean, because you want to stay with me, so you came in? Shuren said with uncertainty. But Ju nodded, affirming Shuren's words. Shuren really wanted to say. I really hope that all the girls in the world can be as kind as you. Isn't that right? If all the girls are like this, why worry that the bootlickers can't find a home? Well, forget about the bootlickers, Shuren really hope that all the beautiful girls around him are like this. Now, it seems that only Tara's like this, right? Can I find a way to increase it in the future? Shuren smiled bitterly while thinking about this. Then why do you want to stay with me? Shuren asked softly, is it because you feel uneasy? Hearing this, Ju didn't confirm or deny, but just quietly looked at Shuren, revealing a very complicated expression in her eyes. Shuren knew that Ju must have a lot of thoughts in her heart. She wanted to return to her original body, but she was afraid of being erased. She wanted to put all her eggs in one basket, but she was afraid of failure. She wanted to put an end to the problems that had existed for countless years, but she was worried that it would affect others. In short, all kinds of thoughts were intertwined in this girl's heart, showing the same state as her own situation, contradictory and unwilling. Sigh, Shuren couldn't help but sigh, stretched out his hand, and touched Ju's little head. Ju didn't resist, silently letting Shuren touch her head, and even rubbed it twice, as if she was looking for support. After a long while, Shuren spoke. I know, you want to see what I will do, right? Shuren said to Ju, you want to know if I will still help you after knowing all your situation, right? Shuren's words made Ju's eyes droop slightly. Obviously, she thought so. In fact, this girl didn't know what to do. Countless years of wandering, knowing that it was a waste of effort, had made Ju a little anxious, and she couldn't bear it anymore. She was the other half of the evil god, the rejected rationality. In other words, she was Lilith herself, but she was driven out of her own body and couldn't go back. In other words, even if Ju was not a vengeful spirit, she was still a ghost. In such a state, she definitely wanted to return to her own body. Otherwise, she would always be a suppressed rationality, suppressed growth, unable to be complete, and could only wander alone on the ground. Unfortunately, she had experienced this situation for nearly 10,000 years. In this way, even a real god might not be able to bear it, right? Therefore, Ju intended to break the current deadlock. This time, the space node was destroyed, the temple appeared in the human world, and there was a hero who could break the seal by her side. It was undoubtedly a great opportunity. If she missed this opportunity, she felt that she might never be able to succeed. In view of this, Ju wanted to know if Shuren would still help her. But, what can you do if you don't have the confidence to succeed? Shuren said, if you really put all your eggs in one basket, you will definitely be obliterated. You know this, so you feel hesitant, afraid, and finally agree with my suggestion to postpone the destruction of the seal, right? Ju was speechless. Shuren continued to touch the little girl's head and smiled at her. Don't worry, I will help you. Sharon said truthfully, don't forget, it was me who asked you to choose whether to follow me or not. It was also me who asked you to say anything and claim that I would help you. Since you have made a choice, I will definitely help you to the end. With that, Sharon looked into Ju's eyes and said, don't worry, we still have time. Don't worry. We still have time. Let's slowly think about what to do. Okay? Sharon's words came into Ju's ears. Ju was silent. After a while, she nodded heavily and hugged Sharon. Sharon also hugged Ju, thinking in his heart. Well, it's soft. Sharon's heartbeat was still very fast. I really want to, Sharon muttered to himself. Just like that, another day passed. The next day, when Sharon just woke up, he found that not only was Xianxia standing by the bed, but even Feizue had slipped into his quilt and fell asleep in his arms. Sharon touched the girl's head and handed Feizue, who was dressed neatly for some reason, to Xianxia. Then, he let himself, who was also dressed neatly for some reason, out of the quilt. Then, he walked into the living room while yawning. As a result, as soon as he walked into the living room, Sharon saw Elise pacing back and forth in the living room. What should I do? What should I do? Elise seemed to be very anxious and couldn't calm down. She kept pacing back and forth. What's wrong with her? Sharon was slightly startled. He turned to Xianxia and asked with some surprise. I'm not sure. Xianxia said faintly, since living here, she seems to be a little anxious. After waking up this morning, she became like that. I can't persuade her no matter what. Even you can't persuade her? Sharon was surprised. Since that day, Elise seemed to have become a brainless fan of Xianxia. Just like the maids and servants in the royal capital, she was always in front of her elder sister and behind her elder sister. She was afraid of him. Every time she saw him, she would be vigilant and hide somewhere else. She was obedient to Xianxia and would not disobey her at all. Especially after seeing Xiao's superb housekeeping ability, the saintess worship for Xiao increased day by day. She followed Xiao's but every day and almost stuck to her directly. Sharon even suspected that the fox saintess didn't want to go back anymore. She was always cheerful all day. But now, Xiao told him that Elise had been feeling anxious all the time, and this anxiety was getting more and more serious. Today, even Xiao couldn't persuade her. To be honest, Sharon didn't want to believe it. But this seemed to be the truth. Ah. Elise saw Sharon walking into the living room. After screaming, she didn't avoid Sharon like before, but directly pounced on him. You, quickly release the magical shackles on me. Hurry up. Elise grabbed Sean's clothes and implored him with an anxious face. What's wrong? Sean did not expect that the saintess, who feared him as much as a tiger, would suddenly pounce on him. He could not help but be a little slow. On the other hand, Elise seemed to be more and more anxious. Elise felt like she was running around in circles, causing her to say anxiously, I just have a feeling that something terrible has happened. This sentence made Lin Sharon frown. If it were someone else, they might think that Elise was just acting, using a very clumsy method to get someone to release the magical shackles in her body so that she could take the opportunity to escape, right? But Sharon could see that the anxiety in Elise's eyes was genuine, and the anxiety was also genuine. She didn't seem to be bluffing. In addition, Elise was the saintess of the beastmen. Perhaps she really had some inspiration, so Sharon didn't think that Elise was just acting. So, Sharon was silent for a while, stretched out his hand, and pointed his index finger at Elise's chest. Ah! Elise screamed. It couldn't be helped. Sharon's point was at the position of the heart, and it was very fast and accurate, directly hitting Elise's weakness. Sharon seemed to be unaware of it and chanted in a low voice. Release. With such a chant, the shackles in Elise's body seemed to have broken and disappeared. Magical power swam in Elise's body again. But Elise didn't even feel the slightest joy. Instead, she hugged her body and squatted down with a tearful look. I've been touched. I've been touched. I've been touched by an annoying man in a place that shouldn't be touched. Wah! Elise cried. Sharon maintained the posture of stretching out his index finger, as if he had just realized what the touch was. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked embarrassed. Wasn't my finger a bit like a hooligan, but the touch seemed to be good. Sharon wanted to recall the feeling just now. Who would have thought that at this moment, an extremely cold gaze nailed onto Sharon, causing him to shiver and not dare to recall it anymore. This is sexual harassment, master. Xianxia said such words coldly, making Sharon a little afraid. Especially when she called him master. Usually, this maid wouldn't call him that. Now that she suddenly called him that, not only did Sharon not feel happy, but he felt terrified instead. At that moment, Sharon hurriedly spoke. Okay. Okay, I've released the shackles on your magical power. Hurry up and tell me what happened. Sharon gave Elise a smile that was uglier than crying. Sob sob, Elise was still sobbing, but she seemed to have heard Sharon's words. While wiping her tears, she looked at Sharon with hatred. After a while, she put on a praying posture, closed her eyes, and began to mobilize her magical power. Clang! Holy light appeared from Elise's body. Bathed in this holy light, Sharon only now realized that it was actually a light condensed from an extremely large amount of vitality. Under that light, Elise's aura began to become erratic, as if she had merged with the world, or as if she had flown to another distant world. It seemed so incredible. Ah! After a while, Elise screamed again. She opened her eyes, and her face was pale. I didn't have time to do anything. Sharon, who was startled by Elise's scream again, blurted out what was on his mind. Mr. Sharon, Xianxia immediately stared at Sharon, her gaze becoming colder and colder. Cough cough. Only then did Sharon react. He felt even more embarrassed than before, and he wished he could turn around and escape. Unfortunately, this time, someone acted one step ahead of him. No. Elise suddenly stood up and rushed out with an anxious look on her face. She actually jumped down from the balcony and left the hotel. Hey! Sharon didn't expect Elise to suddenly do such a thing, so he couldn't react in time. He hurriedly rushed to the balcony and looked outside. But Elise had already disappeared. And Xianxia, who followed closely behind, sensed something, and her gaze froze. Mr. Sharon, over there. Xianxia pointed in a direction. Sharon looked over, and his expression immediately changed. What's that? Sharon was astonished. It was because in the direction that he was looking at, a pitch-black gas was undulating like a fog, and gradually spreading. That's an evil aura. Xiao's murmur perfectly summed up the black fog-like gas. It was an evil aura that would make one flustered, depressed, anxious, and uneasy even from afar. The direction of the evil aura seemed to be in the direction of the darkness shrine that Sharon had been to not long ago. Could the seal have been lifted? Sean was bewildered and bewildered. That's not right. I didn't feel the terrifying mana that appeared when the seal was broken the last time. If the seal had been lifted, it would be impossible for Sharon not to feel the mana of that scale. Now, it seemed that only the evil aura had appeared, and the mana was still only flowing out from the shrine. What's going on? Sharon's expression kept changing. At the same time, there seemed to be a commotion in Cosmos. What? What's that? What's going to happen this time? Is there no end to it? The citizens seemed to have noticed the abnormality one after another, and all of them shouted as if they were on the verge of breaking down. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! On the streets, the knights were rushing towards the location of the demonic aura. They were shouting as they ran, appearing to be very anxious. The fortress city of Cosmos was once again in a state of panic, turning the previous depression and heaviness into a substantial pressure that engulfed every corner of the city and entangled everyone's hearts. Looking at the scene, Sharon immediately felt someone tugging at his clothes. Sharon turned his head and looked behind him. In Xiao's arms, Emerald had already woken up and was looking at him uneasily. It's okay. Sharon stroked Emerald's head, comforting her while pondering. Xiao was always so calm and silent, just looking at Sharon, as if waiting for Sharon's order. Under such circumstances, Sharon decided. I'll go and take a look first. Sharon said, Emerald, stay here and don't go out. Xiao, keep an eye on the situation. If anything goes wrong, wake up AIE immediately. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded without any hesitation and agreed. Although Emerald was a little uneasy and anxious, seeing that Shuren was looking at her, after a long silence, she still nodded with difficulty. Good girl. Shuren stroked Emerald's head again, nodded at Xianxia, and then turned around. Give and fly. In the next second, Shuren's body flashed with a burst of magical light, turned into a stream of light, and flew in the direction of the evil energy. Xianxia and Emerald watched Shuren leave. Don't worry. Xianxia was the first to withdraw her gaze, looked at Emerald in her arms, and said softly, he is a hero and has the protection of the holy sword. Even the power of the evil god can't make him insane. With his ability, there won't be any problems. Hearing Xiao's words, Emerald retracted her gaze and looked at Xiao. After a while, she gently nodded. Only then did Xiao enter the living room with Emerald. In Ai's room, the little girl who was sleeping soundly suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. This is big trouble, Ai muttered to herself. The situation, in a way that others could not imagine, had a new development. The Dark Shrine. When Shuren came here once again, it was already shrouded in a pitch-black evil aura. It was as if it was surrounded by a black fog, and he could not see the situation inside at all. The flat land that used to be a beastman tribe was now like a dark abyss. Only evil chi could be seen rising and falling from it. This evil aura, Shuren stopped in midair and looked down at the land of evil aura. He could not help but feel waves of dark and negative emotions. It was an emotion that could not help but want to be angry, but also could not help but want to destroy everything around him. Good lord, Shuren's expression became somewhat serious. Even with the max level of abnormal status resistance, he was still more or less affected by the evil aura. One could imagine what would happen if he charged into the evil aura. Could it be that this is the power of the evil goddess Lilith, the evil aura that once turned the ancient land into hell? Shuren could not help but think so. Moreover, Shuren also thought of something else. It seems that the seal is about to be removed. Although the evil goddess Lilith has not broken out of the seal, her power has already begun to pass through the loosened seal and interfere with the outside world. So, should I go in? Shuren began to think. But while Shuren was thinking, there seemed to be some movement in the surroundings. Huh? Shuren saw people rushing over here one after another, and he raised his eyebrows. Among the people who came, there were people from Duke Stringham's 1st Knight Regiment, as well as the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights. Capeline led the Broken Blade Knights, and as they neared, she suddenly called for a halt. Everyone stopped a certain distance away from the demonic aura, and their faces were solemn. Obviously, this princess of the empire had discovered the strangeness of the evil aura, and stopped her people from approaching rashly. On the other side, the people of Duke Stringham's 1st Knight Regiment also approached, but were also stopped by a middle-aged knight. Shuren cast his gaze on the middle-aged knight who looked like a soldier. The aura emitted from him was very extraordinary, and every move he made was swift and decisive. His level was as high as 88, and he was the highest level among everyone present. Shuren could not help but pay attention to him. Beside this person, Limjo and another level 80 middle-aged knight were waiting like adjutants. One look and it was obvious that this person was the leader. Shuren did not know who this person was. However, he was sure that this person was from the Stringham family, and was also the leader of Duke Stringham's 1st Knight Regiment in this matter. Now, this leader was the same as Capeline. First, he stopped the knights from approaching recklessly, and only then did he meet Capeline's gaze. Their gazes collided, and it was as if they could burst into sparks. It was obvious that they did not get along. It was natural. One side was the person in charge sent by the kingdom, and the other side was the person in charge sent by the empire. It could be said that they were at loggerheads, and it was normal for them to not get along with each other. According to the guard at the city gate, the 2 knight regiments had many conflicts before this, and they had even secretly attacked each other. It was obvious how much they disliked each other. At this moment, the people of the 2 knight regiments began to fight. You came quite fast, Leader Yuri. Caroline said calmly. Her Highness Capellan arrived rather quickly as well. Yuri responded indifferently. Both sides came to investigate and even solve the strange things that happened in Cosmos. Now that there was a change in Cosmos, they naturally had to rush over as soon as possible. But, since you're here, why don't you go in? Capeline spoke to Yuri aggressively. Her Highness, why did you stop here? Yuri didn't seem to care about Caroline's provocation, and said, if it were under normal circumstances, with Her Highness style, she would have already rushed in with her people, right? I'd like to do that. Caroline snorted coldly, and said, it's a pity. I can forget about myself, but the female knights around me can't just barge in. So. Her Highness has also seen the threat of this demonic aura? Yuri glanced at Caroline, and asked humbly, if that's the case, what does Her Highness plan to do? Why? Are you trying to trick me? Caroline suddenly smiled sweetly, and said with a faint smile, I'm the one who wants to know how the famous chief commander of Duke Stringham's knights plans to deal with this matter. Both of them looked at each other, and then snorted coldly, and looked away. Obviously, both of them were just testing each other, wanting to know if the other knew about the origin of the demonic aura, and wanted to know what the other party planned to do about this situation. However, both of them were rather unfamiliar with this so-called demonic aura, and did not know what it was, nor did they know the relationship between this demonic aura and the inexplicable phenomenon. Naturally, it was impossible for them to figure out what was the most appropriate action to take. Uncle. Limjo moved closer to Yuri's ear, and said, this demonic aura seems very strange. Just by staying here, the knights seem to be in a bad mood. Now, one or two of them seem to be absent-minded. What should we do? Should we barge in? Chief Commander? Sona said impulsively, we also have magic potions that can increase one's resistance to abnormal states. As long as we bring the magic potions in, this irritating feeling should disappear, right? Hearing this, Yuri did not act rashly. Don't be anxious. Yuri said calmly, I feel that this demonic aura is a very dangerous thing. I don't know if the magic potions will be effective, it's better to observe for a while. Got it. Limjo had no objections, and after nodding, he did not say anything else. So troublesome. Sona pouted, as if he had a different opinion, but he obediently followed the order, and did not act impulsively. The first Knight Regiment began to talk with each other, and began to discuss the next countermeasures. On the other hand, all the female knights of the Broken Blade Regiment were just quietly waiting for Capeline's orders. Capeline looked at the land of demonic aura in front of her, and her expression was full of thoughts. This seems to be the tribal camp where Elise and the others live, right? Capeline recognized her good friend's hometown. As Elise's good friend, although Capeline was the Empire's princess, she was also invited by Elise to be a guest here. Although it was a long time ago, Capeline could still vaguely remember this place. After the incident in Cosmos, when I came to this city, I didn't enter this place. At that time, because Capeline was worried about her friend, she wanted to confirm her friend's situation as soon as possible. But before she arrived here, she met her friend first, and from her friend, she learned that the Beastman tribe was attacked by the Old Demons faction, and from her friend, her tribesmen were also involved in an inexplicable phenomenon, and their whereabouts were unknown. Because of this, his good friend left Cosmos with the orc priests. It seemed that they were going to chase after the thieves. Only a few orc priests were left here to guard the place. The orc tribe was no longer there. So, Capeline did not come here again. Who would have thought that when she came here again, there would be such a strange phenomenon? Could it be that all these strange things are caused by something happening in the Beastman tribe? Capeline could not help but think of such a thing. She did not know what secrets there were in the Beastman tribe. However, since the Saintess of the Beastman tribe had been stationed here with her group of priests, and had not left for thousands of years, there might really be some secrets here. And it seemed that something had happened to that secret, which led to all this. Capeline thought through these problems, and her gaze towards the land of demonic aura in front of her changed. If this is the source of everything, then, Capeline had no choice but to go in. After thinking about it, Capeline had an idea. Open the mobile boundary. Capeline ordered. This Empire's Valkyrie prepared to use the mobile boundary to protect herself and others, and then go in. On the other side, the 1st Knight Regiment also came to a conclusion. First, send a small team in to explore the way, and let them take magic potions collectively to increase their resistance to abnormal states. Yuri decided. So, both sides started to act at the same time. But just as they were about to enter the land of demonic aura, I advise you not to go in, or else, you'll wish you were dead. When such a voice rang out in the air, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Who? Yuri said in a stern voice, and the knights behind him all entered a state of alert, pulling out their weapons. Be on guard. On Capeline's side, the female knights reacted spontaneously, protecting Capeline in the middle and pulling out their weapons. Everyone looked up in midair and saw the figure descending from the sky. Then, it's you. Limjo's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists fiercely. You. Capeline's pupils shrank. Looking at the figure, her whole body exuded a fierce aura. Xianxia landed on the ground in front of everyone. Don't mind me, I'm just here to ask. Xianxia was like a passerby, as if everyone in front of him was just a hospitable local, speaking with a jerky attitude, as if he was embarrassed. Excuse me, did you see the little fox that ran out of my house? Xianxia's words clearly passed into everyone's ears. Little fox. Everyone present heard these words that sounded like he was asking for directions, and they were all dumbfounded. Little fox, what little fox? Did you raise a fox in your house? You came here to find a pet? Everyone was confused. Just when everyone was in a state of confusion, Yuri, who was in the 1st Night Regiment, looked straight at Xianxia. You are Viscount Xianxia Porstuart, right? Yuri revealed Xianxia's identity in a single sentence. I am. Xianxia also looked at him, looked at the knights of the 1st Night Regiment who were obedient to him, and the silent Limjo, and asked curiously, who are you? Excuse me. Yuri indifferently said his name and said, I am Yuri Stringham, the head of the Knights of Duke Stringham. Oh, it's the head of the knights. Xianxia looked disrespectful, but said with a faint smile, so, Duke Stringham is my elder brother. Yuri didn't hide anything, and even looked deeply at Xianxia, and said, so, Limjo is my nephew. Xianxia could naturally understand what this meant. Yuri was indicating that he was on Limjo's side. And since he was on Limjo's side, if Xianxia went against Limjo, he would be going against him. Of course, on the surface, Limjo didn't act like he was going against Xianxia. I didn't expect to see you here, Xianxia. Limjo finally smiled at Xianxia. The smile didn't look malicious at all, instead, it was full of intimacy, as if he had met a close friend. Obviously, after discovering Xianxia's arrival, Limjo had adjusted his state of mind during the silence just now, and got rid of his hostility towards Xianxia. I also didn't expect to see you here, Master Limjo. Xianxia replied with a big smile, and said, the last time we met, I think it was when I went out with Rosie? Limjo's mouth twitched slightly. There was no other reason than that Xianxia emphasized the words Rosie and going out. Those who didn't know would inevitably think that Xianxia went out with Rosie to do something. At the very least, everyone present had such a feeling, and it caused their expressions to become slightly interesting. Presumably, they knew who the Rosie Xianxia mentioned was, right? If they didn't even know the name of the kingdom's most precious treasure, then they didn't deserve to be called humans. Limjo's friendly smile inevitably became a little forced. However, he also knew that Xianxia was deliberately provoking him. So, Limjo suppressed the hostility that almost welled up in his heart and smiled at Xianxia. You are really forgetful. Limjo kindly reminded him, the last time we met, it should have been at your conferring banquet, right? At that time, Limjo was indeed there, and even Barry was there, but he didn't talk to Xianxia. In this regard, Xianxia first came to a sudden realization, and then he seemed a little embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't notice. Xianxia said apologetically, at that time, everyone from the royal family came. I was busy entertaining Rosie, so I really couldn't take care of too many people, please forgive me. As soon as these words came out, the hostility that Limjo had suppressed with great difficulty almost burst out again, accompanied by a blazing anger. This was because this time, Xianxia emphasized the words Rosie and entertaining again. Those who didn't know would think that he had entertained Rosie with something, which made people's imagination run wild again. This made Limjo really want to curse. Obviously, Xianxia deliberately used Rosie to provoke him. All he talked about was Rosie, and he even looked very close to Rosie, causing Limjo to want to explode no matter how hard he tried to control himself. Yuri witnessed all of this clearly. When he saw that his nephew was no longer able to maintain his smile, and his expression had become extremely unsightly. He immediately shot a meaningful glance at Sona. Sona immediately understood. "Hey, kid, don't be so shameless." Sona stood up and shouted at Shuren, "You're just a viscount, don't call Rosie Her Highness Lusty so casually, that's disrespectful to Her Highness and the royal family." Sona looked like he didn't like Shuren. But before Shuren could speak, Yuri spoke first. "Don't say that, Minister Podet has a good relationship with Her Highness Lusty. With Her Highness's magnanimity, it's normal for her to allow you to call her that in private." Yuri said this, but he smiled at Shuren and said, "However, Minister Podet should also be careful. It's fine in private, but you can't be so casual in public, otherwise people will suspect that you're using Her Highness's name to intimidate others." This speech sounded like a kind advice, but in fact, it was just sarcasm. Sarcasm was that Shuren was using Rosie's name to intimidate others. Unfortunately, in terms of sarcasm, Shuren was really not afraid of anyone. "Is that so?" Shuren seemed to have learned a lesson and said in shame, "If that's the case, I'll remember to tell Her Highness next time. I'll tell her that the Stringham family doesn't allow me to call her that casually, so she told me not to be too courteous to her, to call her by her name, and to ignore the difference in status. Otherwise, a mere viscount like me won't be able to defeat a duke's family." Shuren's words made the Stringham family's expressions change. If Shuren really did that, Her Highness's impression of the Stringham family would probably plummet. They were still hoping to marry Rosie so that the Stringham family could return to the royal capital and enter the center of the kingdom's power, hoping that one day they could regain the royal power and fulfill the Stringham family's centuries-old wish. Therefore, they had to avoid anything that might lower Rosie's opinion of him. Although Shuren didn't know about this, he knew that these guys definitely didn't want to offend Rosie and let her remember them. Therefore, Shuren said a bunch of nonsense and successfully fooled these guys. Limjo was the first to speak. "You're being too serious, we were just casually mentioning it." Limjo laughed. "Since Her Highness has given us such instructions, we naturally won't be nosy." Yuri also said this after a moment of silence. However, both of them felt wronged in their hearts. It couldn't be helped. Shuren's behavior, to put it bluntly, was he not trying to snitch? As big shots in the Stringham family, Yuri and Limjo had to bow their heads to a snitch. How could they not feel wronged? As for Sona, he felt even more wronged. In his opinion, Shuren was just a person who used Her Highness's name to intimidate others. He couldn't understand why Yuri and Limjo were so afraid of this person. It's just a little relationship with the most valuable treasure of the kingdom. You'll be crying in the future. Sona thought that Shuren must have started to become arrogant because he had a little relationship with Rosie. But in reality, could the most valuable treasure of the kingdom really have a deep relationship with a viscount? It was impossible. He must have thought that he could get the beauty back and use it to climb up. He didn't know that the kingdom would not marry the most outstanding genius in 1,000 years to a small noble who was born as an adventurer. Sona felt that Shuren would fall from the pedestal sooner or later. He didn't have the qualifications to intimidate others. Because of this, Sona didn't like Shuren very much and was also very disdainful. If it wasn't for Yuri's permission, he definitely wouldn't mind teaching this guy a lesson. Sean's gaze swept across the three of them. It was as if he could see the grievances in their hearts. He smiled knowingly as if he was adding insult to injury. "Since you all said so, then forget it. I also want to be closer to Rosie. I can't let some small things affect our relationship." Shuren's words made Yuri, Limjo, and even Sona clench their fists. If they could, they really wanted to slap their clenched fists on that hateful smiling face. Especially Limjo, when he heard Shuren's words, he didn't feel good. If he could, he wanted to kill Shuren right now. Be closer to him, and affect their relationship? This was simply rubbing salt in Limjo's heart. However, now was not the time to touch Shuren. Even if Shuren appeared alone, who knew what that demon would do if something happened to him here? Limjo could only endure. Endure, endure, endure. Limjo once again began to practice his Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle martial arts. If Shuren knew how Limjo felt at this moment, he would definitely happily tell him. This person, when pretending to be a pig, he will really become a pig. If he continues to endure, he will really become a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Unfortunately, this young master still didn't know that Shuren and Rosie were already close enough. They were already lying on the same bed, and he still didn't kiss. It was already negative distance, and he still wasn't close. This guy with ulterior motives, did he really think that he could win Rosie's heart? I'm afraid he's not thinking about peaches. Shuren couldn't help but say such a sentence, causing everyone to be stunned. I mean, you're all good people. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you to peaches. Shuren quickly smiled at Limjo and the others, but what he said made Limjo and the others feel that something was wrong. But now was not the time to pursue this matter. On the side, Capeline, who had been silently staring at Shuren and watching Shuren interact with the Sterling family, finally spoke. Why are you stopping us from going in? Capeline looked like she was looking at an opponent, staring at Shuren while speaking aggressively. Could it be that you know what happened inside? Hearing this, Shuren stopped smiling, and the attitude he had when facing Limjo and the others just now was completely gone. This was also natural. For Limjo and the others, Shuren was still in the mood to play with them. But for this somewhat neurotic Empire princess, Shuren only had one sentence. So what if I know? Why should I tell you? Shuren threw out such words bluntly. You. Capeline was instantly furious. Shuren's impolite words not only stunned the Stringham family, but also the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights. How dare you be rude to His Highness? One by one, the female knights pointed their weapons at Shuren. Some of them even raised their hands, magic surging from their bodies, as if preparing to release magic. Stop. Capeline raised her hand, stopping the Broken Blade Knights. Your Highness. The group of female knights seemed to be somewhat unwilling. They did not understand why Capeline wanted to stop them. But Capeline said coldly, you are no match for him. He has ways to deal with you. Don't embarrass yourselves. Capeline's words were met with a regretful expression from Shuren. Actually, you can make a move on me. Shuren pursed his lips and smiled. After all, there weren't many spectators last time. This time, all the rough men of Duke Stringham's 1st Knight Regiment are here. Let them see something to be proud of. That's not bad, isn't it? Hearing Shuren's words, the members of the 1st Knight Regiment looked at each other, not understanding a single word. But the female knights of the Dwamran cavalry understood. Something to be proud of? What kind of place was that? Obviously, it was the feminine bodies under their armor that were full of feminine charm. With a snap of his fingers, Shuren could destroy their armor and expose their bodies to the air. So, sisters, this time, will you wear more clothes underneath? Sean's seemingly kind words made the faces of the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights turn pale, and their hands holding their weapons began to tremble. Especially the 2 female knights who had been stripped naked by Shuren. Their faces were filled with fear. The last time, Shuren had seen them almost naked, and that had already left a shadow in their hearts. If they were to be seen naked in front of the eyes of the people of the kingdom, a formidable enemy of the Empire, and these people were from Duke Stringham's 1st Knight Regiment who had been guarding the border for a long time, they would definitely commit suicide. Your Highness. At that moment, the female knights looked like they were about to cry. One by one, they looked at Capeline, completely at a loss of what to do. Capeline continued to stare coldly at Shuren. You can choose to hide it. Capeline said, but we will treat this as the kingdom hiding something from us. The Empire will also seriously suspect that the kingdom is behind this incident. Capeline tried to force Shuren to give an explanation through diplomatic means. But she obviously found the wrong person. What a joke. Didn't the Empire always suspect that it was the kingdom's doing? That's why they sent you here to investigate? Sean said disdainfully, if you want to put it that way, then I can also say that your Empire directed and acted this play to frame the kingdom. You're saying that we're framing you? Capeline's eyes were filled with anger. Don't act like I'm slandering you. Sean endured the anger and said expressionlessly, everyone saw what happened 10 years ago. It's not like your Empire can't do such a thing. Are you still afraid of being slandered? But Shuren endured this anger and said expressionlessly, what happened 10 years ago is obvious to all. It's not like the Empire can't do such things. Are you still afraid of being slandered? What Sean was referring to was naturally the large-scale assassination that took place in the capital 10 years ago. On the surface, others only knew that the tragedy that befell the royal capital was due to the invasion of the Old Demons faction. Only some of the higher-ups knew that the Old Demons faction was only able to invade the royal capital with the help of spies from the Empire. Yes, Sean was referring to the incident with Ter's mother. Ter's mother, Lydia's wife, was the daughter of a noble who married over from the Empire. In fact, the other party was a spy of the Empire. Thanks to the spy, the boundary of the capital could not be activated in time, allowing the Old Demons to invade unscrupulously. All of this was planned by the Empire's higher-ups. However, after the incident, the Empire claimed that it was not their intention. It was the daughter of a noble who acted on her own. It was the other party who degenerated into a traitor who conspired with the Old Demons. Under such circumstances, the Empire pushed the blame away, causing the kingdom to suffer such a huge loss. Others might not know about this, but Capellan, as the princess of the Empire, definitely knew about it. So, you've done the same thing once, so I'm advocating that you do it again. I think it's quite convincing, right? Xianxia smiled at Capellan, but there was no smile in his eyes. Capellan had nothing to say. It was because Capellan knew the inside story that she could not refute it. If it were any other qualified politician, they would probably deny this matter with an innocent face, but Capellan could not. Although Capellan was too persistent and stubborn, and also had a neurotic and sensitive side, she was a person of noble character and unquestionable integrity. She was open and aboveboard, brave and upright. Otherwise, Capellan would not be called the Valkyrie. Therefore, Capellan could not refute Xianxia's words. Even though she was only 7 years old when this happened, and it had nothing to do with her, it was indeed planned by the Empire's higher-ups. Capellan had to admit this. However, Capellan could not admit it herself, or it would only bring big trouble to the Empire. Therefore, Capellan fell into a state of speechlessness and could not respond. As for Xianxia, he did not really intend to push this matter to Capellan and let her be the scapegoat. However, he still wanted to stand up for Tyrion. In addition, Tyrion did not get along well with his wife, so Xianxia did not want to give her any face at all. Anyway, I'll leave my words here. You'd better not go in. Xianxia said straightforwardly, of course, if you want to die, then it's none of my business. It was because he had broken the seal of the evil god Lilith that Xianxia wanted to remind them to not implicate the innocent. However, if they did not listen to his advice, Xianxia would definitely not run over to protect them. Your lives are your own. Make your own choice. After saying that, Xianxia did not care about the crowd anymore. He turned around and looked at the land of evil in front of him. Boztut. Minister Xianxia. Yuri and Limcho looked like they wanted to say something. However, Xianxia was no longer in the mood to tease them. He waved at them, then pulled out the holy sword at his waist and slowly walked into the evil. Soon, Xianxia's figure disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. Let's go. Follow him. Capellan was silent for a while, then said without hesitation. She would not be afraid just because of Xianxia's warning. Yes. The female knights also did not want to listen to Xianxia's advice, so they all responded loudly. Of course, the first knight group was in the same situation. Trying to scare us? Do you really think you're somebody? Sona was dismissive of Xianxia's advice. Yuri and Limcho did not say anything, but it was obvious that they did not want to believe Xianxia's words. Let's go in. Yuri gave the order as if nothing had happened. The two knight groups followed the original plan. One opened a mobile barrier, while the other drank magic potions. Then, they majestically killed their way into the land of evil. This would be the beginning of hell. On the other side, as soon as Xianxia entered the evil, he immediately used a skill on himself. Clear mirror still water. This was the skill that Xianxia had obtained when he wanted to deal with Nian's mind-reading ability. Using this skill, which was used to get rid of his distracting thoughts and enter a state of no thoughts, Xianxia's spirit and heart immediately entered an extremely stable state. With the help of this skill, the faintly fluctuating negative emotions in Xianxia's heart immediately calmed down. As expected, this skill is very effective against mental-type abilities. Xianxia was relieved. Because the max level of abnormal status resistance did not seem to be enough to completely resist the authority of the evil god, Shuren had to use other aspects of power to prevent himself from entering a state of mental disorder. After all, Shuren did not want to become a berserker who only knew how to bite people. Fortunately, this skill is useful. Otherwise, I would have to unlock the seal of the Holy Sword and use the power of the Holy Sword to get rid of the effects of the negative status. Shuren said to himself and began to walk forward. In the evil aura, the visibility was very low. It could be said that he could not even see his fingers in front of him. The evil aura was like a thick black fog, blocking more than 90% of his vision. It made Shuren feel like he was blinded in the dark. Fuyu, clairvoyance. Shuren could not help but use magic to add the ability of clairvoyance to his eyes. This ability allowed Shuren's vision to pass through all kinds of obstacles. Not to mention the black fog, even walls could not block his vision. Thinking back, this was one of the first spells that Shuren learned. As for the reason, everyone knew. Because this kind of magic with clear criminal intent was generally strictly forbidden by the various countries, Shuren usually did not dare to use it in front of others. But now, Shuren wanted to use this magic on the right path. Moreover, there was no one around, so there was no need to be sneaky. So, Shuren's vision finally passed through the black fog and could clearly see the scene in the evil aura. However, with this look, Shuren could not help but change his expression. He discovered that there were actually quite a few black shadows silently moving towards his direction. Under such circumstances, Shuren's perception-type skills did not react at all. Perception-type skills are being interfered with by the evil aura and can't be used? Shuren immediately understood the reason. At the same time, the few figures also decisively pounced over. Ga. Wawa. Amidst the black fog-like evil aura, accompanied by such frenzied roars, a few black shadows that were pouncing towards Shan revealed themselves. People? Shan was dumbfounded when he saw the few black shadows clearly. The black shadows that were pouncing towards him were all people. There were elves, orcs, and even dwarves among them. They looked no different from humans, but they seemed to be in a frenzied state. Not only were their eyes red, but their faces were ferocious, and saliva was dripping from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had lost their minds. However, what surprised Shuren wasn't that they had lost their minds, but that they were dressed differently from the people of this era. They wore leather coats and sweaters made of animal skins, and the weapons in their hands were mostly made of stone tools. They looked more like ancient barbarians than people of this era. Shuren wanted to say something, but the barbarians attacked him crazily. Without hesitation, they brandished the weapons in their hands and slashed at Shan with all their might. Some of the unarmed barbarians pounced toward Shuren's arms and legs, biting at him like wild beasts. Fuyu explode. Shuren had to fight back and cast a magic spell on the air around him. Bang! Amidst the crackling sound, the air explosion took shape, causing a blast wind and shock wave to spread out from Shan's body and blast towards the savages. Bang! 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 The barbarians were blasted away one by one. They fell to the ground and rolled a few times. A few of the savages did not land in a good position, causing their hand bones, leg bones, and even skulls to be twisted, causing them to bleed profusely. However, Wawa. In the next second, these barbarians ignored the fact that they were injured. As if they had lost their sense of pain, they immediately got up and pounced toward Shuren again. What? Shan could not help but be stunned, but he did not dare to slow down at all. Relying on the skill of evasion, his body turned and moved like the wind a few times, and resolved the attacks of the savages. Not only that, Shan also used the close-distance evasion skill to dash to the back of the barbarians in a few flashes. He then slashed at their necks with his knife hand. What surprised Shuren was that these barbarians didn't lose their consciousness even though they were slashed. They still roared and pounced toward Shuren. Are they completely crazy? After that, Shuren tried a few more times to subdue or knock these barbarians out, but it was all to no avail. These barbarians seemed to have turned into the most violent beasts. They didn't care about their own safety and didn't feel any pain. They just kept attacking Shuren and wouldn't stop. Shuren even cast the fix magic on one of the barbarians. After struggling to no avail, the barbarian cut off his legs and crawled toward Shuren with his bloody body. Seeing this, Shuren knew that these barbarians couldn't be saved. Since that's the case, I'll set you free. Shuren's body exploded, and with a speed that was many times faster than before, he dashed in front of a barbarian. Pucci! The holy sword slashed through the air, and with a cold arc, it cut the barbarian's body in half. Fresh blood spurted into the air and scattered around, forming a fountain of blood. The barbarian fell into the pool of blood, and he twitched a few times before he stopped moving. Gah! Wawa! Seeing that their companion was killed, the other barbarians didn't show any fear. Instead, their ferocity was aroused, and they pounced forward even more violently. Set yourself free. Shuren didn't show any mercy. As he moved, the holy sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc, slashing at the barbarians. Pucci! 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 In an instant, the sword flashed, and blood splattered. Xian personally buried the savages one by one on the spot, letting them fall into a pool of blood and turn into corpses. Looking at the barbarians who had fallen to the ground, Xian frowned while holding the holy sword that was dripping with blood. Where did these barbarians come from? Were they locals, but why were the natives dressed like this, and why were they here, turning into crazy demons? Looking at their crazed looks, they must have been in a frenzy for a long time. Their self-awareness seemed to have completely disappeared in the long period of madness, which caused these barbarians to be so fearless. Moreover, their clothing clearly didn't match this era, and Shuren had a guess. Could it be? Thinking of this possibility, Shuren's expression turned grim. If that was the case, there would be big trouble. If things went wrong, the kingdom and even the world would fall into chaos. Fortunately, these barbarians seem to only stay within the range of the evil aura and won't leave the land occupied by the evil aura. Otherwise, there would be a huge problem. Looks like I was too hasty in breaking the seal without any hesitation. Shuren finally sighed. However, since things had come to this, and Shuren had expected that something might happen, he made some backup plans. Therefore, the problem was still manageable. Now, let's enter the shrine or find Elise first. Shuren was about to use his perception-type skills, but he remembered that they were hindered by the evil aura and couldn't be used. So troublesome. At that moment, Xian could only give himself the characteristic of flying, and according to the direction in his memory, he flew in the direction of the temple. As he flew, Shuren became more and more alarmed. This was because he realized that the closer he got to the shrine, the more barbarians there were. Not only were there humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, but there were also demons and magical creatures. Gaha! Arg! All the humans, demons, and magical creatures were going crazy, falling into complete madness like malicious ghosts and demons. Not only would they attack Shuren, but they would also kill each other, destroying everything in sight. Compared to the alchemists that Shuren had seen before, their appearance might not be as disgusting, but they were undoubtedly more dangerous and horrifying. Xian also saw many people who were dressed more nobly and did not have any combat power. They were biting each other, kicking each other, smashing with stones, and knocking their heads on the ground. All the attacks that could be achieved were displayed. Their dressing was very different from the people of today, or it could be said that they looked like people from a long time ago. This further confirmed Shuren's guess. At a certain moment, when Shuren encountered a three-headed magical creature that he had seen in an illustrated book many years ago and was now long extinct, he was finally sure. These life forms that have fallen into madness are not modern life forms, but ancient life forms. Exactly. They are ancient people who have lost their sanity and have completely lost control and gone completely mad by the power of the evil god Lilith. The evil god Lilith had once spread evil aura on the ground and used her power to cause many creatures to turn into berserk beasts who had lost their sanity and started killing each other on the ground. Those creatures did not seem to recover after the evil god Lilith was sealed. Instead, they continued to go berserk and crazy. In the end, they were sealed together by the Protoss. With the evil god Lilith's seal loosening, these living beings woke up first. They surged out of the temple and started to wreak havoc again. They were the sacrifices that had been abandoned in ancient times. Because they had been in madness for too long, their self-consciousness had been erased, and they would never regain their sanity. They were real walking corpses. Understanding this, Shuren could not help but feel pity. They did not do anything wrong. They were just unlucky and were no different from the victims who had been swept into natural disasters. At least let you be free. A huge amount of magic power surged out of Shuren's body. Give up. Fire. Shuren released magic at the ground. Kaboom. In the next moment, the ground shook violently and suddenly burst into flames, setting off endless waves of fire. The waves of fire swept over as if the ground itself was on fire. Countless flames spewed out from the ground like a volcanic eruption. The flames engulfed the howling savages and wild beasts, burning them to ashes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Just like this, Shuren flew toward the temple while setting off waves of fire, burning the savages and beasts. In the land of evil aura, in the black fog, the purgatory gradually formed, and countless crazy demons were devoured by the waves of fire. Huh? At this moment, Sean's figure suddenly froze. He saw a familiar person. He saw a beautiful workcat girl stumbling as she ran, looking extremely pained. Soon, the girl knelt on the ground and held her head, looking like she was about to go crazy. Her face was filled with pain, contorted, and struggling. Obviously, she was almost at her limit. Then, don't become crazy, the workcat girl gritted her teeth and took out a dagger from her pocket. Goodbye, Lady Elise, with a determined expression, the workcat girl pointed the dagger at her throat with trembling hands. After a while, she stabbed it with all her might. Slap. With a crisp sound, the dagger in the girl's hand was slapped away by a hand. You. The workcat girl froze at first. Then, she turned pale with fright when she saw the person who came. Oh, I remember you're Maffy, right? Shuren grinned and said, we meet again. But, aren't you being too hasty to kill yourself as soon as we meet? Then, Shuren reached out his hand to Maffy. Celestial breath. The Milky Way suddenly appeared, causing starlight to fall like rain, enveloping Maffey's body. Maffy felt that her heart and spirit, which were about to be filled with negative emotions, were cleansed, and the negative emotions were completely eliminated. This, Maffy, who had regained her senses, trembled, and looked astonished. It's done? As the goddess of evil and chaos, the evil goddess Lilith's authority allowed her to ignore any conditions and directly make others lose their minds, go berserk, and fall into madness. It seemed to be a kind of mental domination authority, but in fact, it was a kind of soul infiltration ability. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as general mental domination. In other words, Lilith's evil energy did not interfere with the mind or affect the hearts of living beings. Instead, it directly penetrated the soul and injected evil and chaotic poison into it. Even the goddess of life might not be able to save those who were afflicted with this poison, which was why the ancient gods and demons were helpless. In the end, the Protoss could only seal the evil goddess Lilith and all the living beings who had gone berserk, returning peace to the world. Under such circumstances, Maffy did not expect that she would be cured by Shuren. Don't look at me like that. Seeing that Maffy was looking at him in shock, Shuren curled his lips. I can save you only because you haven't gone berserk. I can't save any of the ancient living beings here. This was the truth. Although the effect of Star's breath was very strong and was known as an almost omnipotent legendary level recovery magic, it was undoubtedly a bit too much to use it to deal with the authority of the strongest evil goddess. People like Maffy, who had not gone berserk yet or had just gone berserk, could still be saved for the time being. However, if it was those living beings who had gone berserk for too long and had even lost their self-consciousness, then Shuren would be completely helpless. Otherwise, Shuren would not have freed those ancient living beings just now. Thank you. Maffy was silent for a moment, and then she thanked Shuren for the time being. Thank you? Shuren raised an eyebrow and said with a faint smile, I kidnapped your holy lady. This situation definitely happened because of me, and you're actually thanking me? Wasn't that right? The seal of the evil goddess Lilith was loosened because of Shuren, allowing the evil energy to escape and allowing these ancient living beings to break free from the seal and come to the outside world. Looking at Maffy's current appearance, it was likely that the orc priests guarding the temple had already gone berserk due to the influence of the evil energy. In addition, Shuren had also kidnapped Elise, so these orc priests should hate him to the core, right? Therefore, although Shuren saved Maffy, He was already mentally prepared to be held accountable by her. Who would have thought? These evil energy and evil beings did not escape because the seal was loosened. Maffy was silent for a while. Then, she gritted her teeth and said bitterly. It didn't escape because the seal was loosened? Sean was slightly stunned. He immediately frowned and looked at Maffy. What do you mean? The meaning was very simple. The reason why the evil aura and evil beings came out is because of the old demon sect. Maffy took a deep breath and said, it was the old demons who interfered with the seal, which resulted in the evil god Lilith not breaking the seal. The evil aura leaked out first, and the evil beings were released into the outside world. Maffy then told Sean the whole story. It turned out that when Sean took Elise away and the orc priests were in a terrible fix, the old demon faction that had attacked them previously appeared again. This time, they did not invade with great fanfare. Instead, they took advantage of the fact that the orc priests were worried about Elise to sneak into the darkness shrine and come into contact with the seal of the evil goddess Lilith. Their goal should be to free the evil goddess Lilith, but they don't seem to be able to break the seal directly like you can. They can only interfere with the seal and slowly break it. Maffy looked at Shuren and said. So, in order to occupy the darkness shrine and slowly remove the seal, the old demons sent people to release the evil energy and evil beings in the seal. They want to use the power of the evil energy and evil beings to eliminate anyone who intends to approach or stay near the shrine. We discovered this, but it was already a step too late. We couldn't attack the shrine in time to take it back, and we were attacked by evil beings. Hence, we were separated. At this point, Maffy could not help but look worried. She was worried about her companions and did not know how they were doing now. Shuren could guess that the orc priests were either affected by the evil energy and began to go berserk like Maffy just now, or they were attacked by evil beings. It was very likely that they were dead. Where's the Holy Lady? Maffy suppressed the worry in her heart and stared at Shuren. Please return Lady Elise to us. When saying this, Maffy's tone already had a hint of pleading. At this point, she could only hope that Sean could be merciful and return the saintess, whom they regarded as the meaning of their lives. Shuren sighed and shrugged. Unfortunately, Elise is not here with me now. Shuren told Maffy the truth. After discovering the evil energy, the Holy Lady rushed out like crazy, and I chased her here. What? Maffy's eyes widened, and she hurriedly said, in other words, Lady Elise. That's right. Shuren nodded, and said straightforwardly, it's very likely that she has already run here, or even entered the shrine, and come into contact with the people of the old demons. Hearing this, Maffy suddenly turned around and rushed in the direction of the shrine as fast as she could. However, Maffy had just rushed a short distance when a hand pulled her back. Let go of me. Maffy struggled and glared at Shuren. Calm down, little girl. Shuren grabbed the back of Maffy's collar without changing his expression. Let's not talk about whether it's possible for you to break into the shrine guarded by the old demons first. Let's talk about the evil creatures everywhere and the evil energy that permeates here all the time. Aren't you afraid that you'll go crazy before you reach the shrine? Being in this evil energy, ordinary people would definitely not be able to effectively resist it. They would soon be affected and fall into a state of madness. Maffy was still alive and kicking. On one hand, her level was not low. She was only one step away from level 90, and her resistance to abnormal statuses was more or less higher than ordinary people. On the other hand, the evil goddess Lilith had not completely broken free from the seal. The evil energy that was released now was only a small part of her authority, and the effect was not very strong. Yes, the evil energy that was released now was just the remnant of the authority of the evil goddess Lilith before she was sealed. AIE had also said that before she was sealed, the evil energy of the evil goddess Lilith had already permeated the land and even shrouded a continent. Presumably, this evil energy was something from that time. Like the evil creatures, it was sealed in the shrine by the Protoss. After nearly 10,000 years of sealing, the demonic aura had already been weakened by who knew how much. If it was the evil goddess Lilith herself who released the evil energy, the entire Sterling territory would have been shrouded in it. Everyone would instantly fall into madness and be unable to save themselves. Sean had a feeling that something was off. I feel that I don't need to be afraid of the authority that the evil goddess Lilith personally released. Although he did not know why he felt this way, Shuren knew that others definitely could not be like him. It was the same for Mafi. You can still barely maintain your sanity now, but if you stay here for too long, or get close to the shrine that is the center of the evil energy, you'll probably be finished. Although Shuren said so, he did not dissuade Mafi at all. That's all the more reason I should go. Mafi said loudly. The shrine is so dangerous. If Lady Elise goes there, she'll definitely. Definitely what? Shuren interrupted Mafi and sneered. Definitely something will happen? Then you're underestimating the messenger of the goddess of life too much. That sentence made Mafi regain some of her calmness. Do you understand? Shuren said. You priests are different. The saintess has indeed received the protection of the goddess of life. Even without the blessing of the goddess of life, she can use the power of the goddess of life to protect herself from being affected by the evil energy. With that said, Shuren let go of Mafi. As long as she is not directly discovered by the old demons or attacked by evil creatures, nothing will happen to Elise. And she seems to be able to use the power of the goddess of life to spy on something. It won't be difficult to avoid the evil creatures and the spies of the old demons. Shuren said confidently. Now, the situation of the saintess is probably much better than yours. You should worry about yourselves first, then worry about her. Listening to Shuren's words, Mafi calmed down and fell into deep thought. Shuren could not help but sigh in his heart. Originally, according to his character, he would not waste so much time talking to a group of people who might not even be his own people. But there was no other way. This disaster was most likely caused by him. Shuren could not just leave because he was afraid. Although, even without him, with the purpose of the old demons and the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes, there was a high probability that they would unlock the seal in the shrine and cause all of this. But that was only the outcome. In fact, it was Shuren himself who loosened the seal on the evil goddess Lilith, not anyone else. Shuren knew this. In that case, he naturally had to bear the responsibility for the disaster he caused. I really want to find someone to take the blame like before. Shuren missed the free and unfettered days in the past. Unfortunately, this was obviously something that could not be helped. Hence, let's go. Shuren said to Mafi. Lead the way. Ah! In the sky above the flat ground that was filled with evil chi, a shrill cry rang out continuously, startling the evil beings below. They all raised their heads and looked up into the sky, letting out shrill cries towards the sky. In the sky, Shuren grabbed Mafi and flew with a look of despair on his face. Mafi wrapped her limbs around Shuren tightly like an octopus, screaming as she did so. Sean felt as if his eardrums were being bombarded by the demonic sound, which almost made him dizzy and fly away on the spot. Hey, can you stop yelling? Shuren felt hopeless and complained to the workcat girl who was releasing the demonic sound, if you keep screaming like this, I'm going to disappear. Please spare my life, okay? Coco. But. Mafi hugged Shuren tightly, and her voice was at least 10 times louder than usual, causing her to cry as well. Why must we fly? Didn't I already explain it to you? Shuren looked like he was about to die. He staggered and said, there are so many evil beings on the ground. If we walk, who knows how many times we'll be attacked. Instead of that, we might as well fly. It's faster, isn't it? Because of this, Shuren grabbed the workcat girl and flew into the sky after Mafi pointed him in the right direction. Unexpectedly, not only did Mafi wrap herself around him, but she also made demonic sounds all the way, making Shuren feel like he was going to crash. As the brains of the orc priests, Mafi naturally knew that Shuren's actions were correct. However, I'm afraid of heights. Mafi cried. But hearing Mafi's words, Shuren wanted to cry even more. You're afraid of heights? Shuren wanted to find a rock and knock himself to death. He said as if breaking down, aren't you a cat? Cats are afraid of heights? As expected of an alternate world, meeting a cat with a fear of heights was really an eye-opener. In fact, Mafi was not afraid of heights. It was just because of her personality that she felt at ease when her feet were on the ground. Sometimes, she could use her jumping ability to jump in the air, But this feeling of having her feet completely off the ground and being unable to control her body made Mafi feel very insecure. Because of this, Mafi was afraid of heights, but not because she was afraid of heights. At least, that was what she thought. Now, this workcat girl's face was pale, and her hands and feet were wrapped around Shuren so tightly that he could snap a human body. Shuren was worried that his bones would make creaking sounds. If it weren't for the fact that this girl had given Sean some benefits when she used the ultimate move of devilish voice-piercing ear and hugging brother, allowing Sean to feel the squeeze of her soft and supple body, Sean would have thrown her back to the ground. Anyway, stop screaming. If you're really afraid, then close your eyes. For the sake of his own life, Shuren did not want to take advantage of her, so he could only speak bitterly. Kiki, Kiki. But I still have to show you the way, Mafi said while crying. Her eyes were still uncontrollably glancing downward, and her pretty face became more and more pale. Just show me the direction, and I'll find the rest myself, Shuren said without any explanation. Then fly that way. Mafi pointed in a direction with her trembling hand, and then immediately retracted her hand and strangled Shuren's body. This strangulation directly strangled Shuren's neck, and Shuren almost died from the strangulation. At that moment, Shuren could only speed up and fly in the direction of the temple. Aha! Mafi, who had her eyes closed, felt the sharp increase in speed, and she could not help but let out a scream. Stop screaming! Shuren roared with a bitter face. Aha! Muffy, on the other hand, couldn't hear anything. All she could do was scream. What sin have I committed? Shuren's expression once again became lifeless. Under such circumstances, with a loud scream, Shuren flew in the direction of the temple at an extremely fast speed, turning into a stream of light. At this time, in the pitch-black temple, which was located on the flat ground, waves of black fog like evil energy were surging out. At the gate of the temple, as the evil energy surged out, evil creatures rushed out one after another. Some of them roared and fought each other, while others were attracted by other things and scattered around, causing the entire temple to lose its previous heavy guard. It was like a castle under attack, and there were signs of chaos everywhere. It looked more or less spectacular. Shuren arrived here with Mafi, and they came to the sky above the temple. We're finally here. Shuren could not help but look as if he had been saved. Mafi seemed to be tired of screaming, and her face was pale as she looked at the chaotic scene below, and her voice was trembling. Are we going down? Mafi looked like she wanted to go down, but she did not dare to. After all, there were so many evil creatures on the ground, and if they went down, they might be attacked even more fiercely. However, Shuren only wanted to say that in midair, he would be attacked even more fiercely, and it was even more fatal. Whether it was physical resistance, magic resistance, or abnormal status resistance, none of them had any effect on the sound wave attack, which made Shuren wonder if he would die in the sky. Let's go down. Hence, Shuren made this decision without hesitation. As for the evil creatures on the ground, wouldn't it be easy to deal with them? Give to fire. Once again, Shuren turned the ground into purgatory, setting off endless flames and summoning heat waves. The raging flames surged around the divine hall, as if it had surrounded the divine hall, and continued to expand in all directions. Gah! Ah! The ancient evil creatures suddenly wailed in the flames, and then they were burned to ashes, disappearing in the sea of fire. Only then did the surroundings of the shrine become empty, and the chaotic scene was replaced by the scene of raging flames. Shuren brought Mafi and landed in front of the temple's gate. Finally down, Mafi immediately jumped down from Shuren's body, but she immediately fell to the ground, and her pale face was filled with the feeling of having survived a disaster. Shuren's expression was no less than Mafi's. That's right, I'm finally alive. Shuren still had some lingering fear. If there was a chance in the future, Shuren wanted to ask those male animals who brought girls to ride the Ferris wheel, hot air balloon, or bungee jumping, and think that it was very romantic. Was it really a very romantic thing? Wouldn't their girlfriends be afraid? Or inflatable dolls that couldn't open their mouths? No, perhaps it was those animals. No, it should be those brave men who had titanium alloy eardrums, and were not afraid of the screams of the banshees. Fortunately, Xianxia and the rest are not ordinary girls, otherwise, his eardrums might have been destroyed on the way to the Stringham dukedom with Yulian. The two of them rested for a while before they more or less recovered some yuan qi. Maffei's pair of cat ears twitched a few times, and her nose twitched a few times. Suddenly, she spoke with mixed feelings. "I can smell Lady Elise." Looking at Maffei, Shuren wanted to tell her that what she said was not good. If not for the fact that orcs were born with keen five senses, and that it was normal for them to smell other people's scents, Shuren would have suspected that this girl was a pervert. But Maffei's words did make Shuren a little concerned. "Do you smell it?" Shuren looked at Maffei, and said, "Don't tell me she really barged in like that?" "It's possible." Maffei's face was full of worry. Lady Elise's scent extended all the way to the inside of the shrine. She might have really gone in. No wonder this girl had mixed feelings. She was happy that she had finally found Elise. She was worried that Elise seemed to have barged into the most dangerous place alone, and might have met with misfortune. That coward, when did he become so bold? Shuren also felt a headache coming on. He did not expect that the orphan girl who could not wait to stick to Xianxia 24 hours a day would actually dare to barge into the shrine alone, which really surprised Shuren. But because he was surprised, it meant that the situation was bad. Otherwise, with Elise's courage, she definitely wouldn't want to barge into the divine hall alone. There must have been a very bad situation that forced Elise to summon the courage to barge in. Thinking of this, Shuren had an idea. "I'm going in." Shuren turned to Maffei and asked, "What's your plan?" Upon hearing this, Maffei didn't hesitate at all. "Of course, I'm going in with you." Maffei said this without the slightest hesitation. "Is that okay?" Shuren reminded, "If you enter the shrine, not only will the old demons stop you, but the evil aura is also much stronger than outside. If you suddenly go crazy during the battle with the old demons and attack Elise who is under your protection, then this time, Elise will really be finished." This? Maffei was speechless. "Also, your companions should still be in this evil aura, right?" Shuren reminded, "It is very likely that their souls have been infiltrated by the evil aura and have become crazy, or have been attacked by evil beings. They are waiting for you to rescue them. Aren't you going to look for them?" Shuren's words made Maffei silent. After struggling for a while, she showed a determined look. "The mission of us orc clerics is to protect the saintess. For this purpose, sacrificing all of us is a small matter." Maffei said in a deep voice, "If they know that Lady Elise is in danger, but I don't go to save her, and instead go to look for them, then they will definitely hate me." In other words, Maffei still wanted to go in with them. "Also, I can't let you enter the shrine alone." Maffei looked at Shuren and said with a serious face, "Don't forget, you almost unlocked the seal last time. I have to keep an eye on you." Maffei did not seem to trust Shuren. In fact, if not for the situation, Maffei would have wanted to attack Shuren. There was no doubt that Shuren was an enemy and not a friend to the orc clerics. "Is that so?" Shuren said indifferently, "Then do whatever you want." With that, Shuren stepped into the shrine. Maffei immediately followed. It was the second time he came to the shrine, and it was still as dark and strange as before. However, compared to the last time, there was not only evil aura that constantly surged like black mist in the divine hall this time, but there were also crazed ancient creatures surging out from within. It was a spectacular scene comparable to the beast tide. Humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, demons and monsters. Almost all races appeared here, and there were even some races that no longer existed, roaring and killing each other, biting, and trampling on each other. It was really creepy to look at. Accord. Fire. At a certain moment, with such an incantation, majestic flames gushed out from the corridor of the temple, exploding in an instant like a fire dragon rushing past. Countless evil creatures were ignited in the flames. They roared and howled in pain as they were burned to ashes, leaving the corridor empty. Shuren appeared in the corridor, holding the holy sword in one hand and raising the other in front of him. His body was still surging with waves of mana. At the side, Maffei looked at Xian. Although she had seen it before, she was still shocked by Xian's magic power and the power of the magic he cast with one hand. The property of fire. was not very advanced in pay magic. It was only an intermediate accord characteristic, which meant that it was only an intermediate spell. Most people who used this spell would at most add the fire characteristic to their weapons, so that the weapons would have the power of fire magic weapons for a short period of time. However, Shuren directly added the fire characteristic to the buildings, causing the buildings to spit fire, forming a large-scale sea of fire, and sweeping away the enemies. Even as an orc priest, Mafi, who had seen many Protoss goddesses and powerhouses with Elise, had never seen this level of power and technology. This was no longer something that a mere intermediate spell could do, and it was not something that could be explained by having strong mana. For Xian to be able to do this, apart from having enough mana, he would not have been able to achieve this if he had not practiced his magic skills to a very high level. What did this mean? It meant that the level of Shuren's accord was very high. However, the versatility and effects of high-level pay magic were not to be trifled with. Up until now, countless scholars in the field of magic had discussed this issue. They all believed that Fuhi magic could only display its true power in the hands of a mage with enough magic power and talent to raise the level of magic Fuhi. Mafi felt that she might have seen the person who could exert the true power of accord. Boom! The raging flames were still sweeping through the corridors of the divine halls, incinerating all the evil beings into nothingness. However, even so, there were still many evil creatures roaring and rushing out, attacking the two of them. Isn't this a little too much? Xian could not help but grumble as he walked toward the interior of the shrine with magic to clear the area. This is still a small number. Mafi responded subconsciously. But just like what Mafi said, this was still a small number. Back then, the creatures that the evil god Lilith transformed were counted in units of continents. If they were all sealed here, then the evil creatures that appeared now were just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, among the creatures that were transformed by the power of the evil god and turned into evil creatures, there are many powerhouses of various races that appeared on the battlefield back then. If they appear, it will be really terrifying. Mafi's expression was solemn. Shuren also knew that Mafi was not scaring him. Back then, among the creatures that were transformed by the evil god Lilith, there must be some powerhouses of their races. Some of those powerhouses had even reached the legendary level and raised their levels to above 90. Therefore, those evil creatures were the real scourge. If they were allowed to escape, it would probably be a big problem. However, from the looks of it, those powerful evil creatures haven't broken free from the seal yet, right? Xian used the skill of identify to confirm the level of the evil creatures and said so. That should be the case. Mafi nodded and said, the more powerful the evil creatures, the stronger the seal on them will be. The people of the old demons faction will definitely not be able to break their seals and release them. Is that so? Shuren released magic again, making the flame tornado rush through the corridor and sweep away the evil creatures. He then glanced at Mafi and said, what about you? Can you still hold on? Hearing this, Mafi did not answer. It should be said that she couldn't answer. At this time, Mafi was clutching her chest as if she was in pain, and her expression was full of struggle from time to time. Shuren could see that there would be dark emotions flashing across Mafi's eyes every once in a while, and she looked somewhat crazy. Obviously, after entering the temple, the influence of the evil aura on Mafi was even more serious. The evil aura in the temple was several times stronger than outside, and ordinary people could not stay awake here. On the other hand, not only was Shuren not affected, but he also felt like a fish in water. Why are you not affected by the power of the evil god at all? Mafi seemed to be unable to accept it. Even if you ask me that, I don't know what to say. However, Shuren gave such an answer. In fact, Shuren was also very surprised. After entering the temple and bathing in more evil aura, not only was he not affected more, but he felt much more relaxed than when he was outside. Now, Shuren did not even use clear mirror, and he blocked the evil aura with abnormal status resistance alone. Gradually, Shuren's perception-type skills were no longer affected, and he could use them again. This situation was really strange. It was so strange that Shuren wondered if the seal on his holy sword had also loosened, causing the power of the holy sword to leak out and protect him from the erosion of the evil aura. For this reason, Shuren checked the holy sword and found that the seal on it was still intact. In this way, why was he not affected by the power of the evil god Lilith? Shuren could only think of one reason. Is it the power of blessing? Shuren glanced at the effect of his Supreme God's blessing. Supreme God's blessing, special skill. Receive the protection of the world. Only limited to the Protoss, all conditions can be met. Only limited to the Protoss, all interference can be avoided. Only limited to the Protoss, all classes can be used. Only limited to the Protoss, all effects can be used. At this point, Shuren had more or less figured out the various effects of his blessing and roughly understood their power. Only limited to the Protoss, all conditions can be met. This referred to some of the conditions that only the Protoss could learn. Humans and demons could not learn the skills. Shuren could rely on this effect to meet the conditions to learn. For example, the God of War skill. According to the result that Shuren found in the underground magic library of the palace, this skill could only be learned by the God of War or the God of War who was in charge of war. The other races and even the other Protoss could not learn it, but Shuren could master it. Another example was the Magitech skill. This skill was mentioned before. It was a superior enhancement skill that only the gods and demons could learn. Shuren could also learn it by relying on the effect of only limited to the Protoss, all conditions can be met. According to Shuren's guess, not only the skills, he should be able to meet the conditions that only the Protoss could meet. For example, some magic that only the Protoss could learn, or places that only the Protoss could enter, Shuren could rely on the effect of this blessing to meet the conditions. This was the true face of this effect. Only limited to the Protoss, all interference can be avoided. As the name suggested, this was the effect that allowed Shuren to avoid any interference from the Protoss. The power of the evil goddess Lilith was indeed terrifying, but as long as she was a goddess, as long as this power was within the scope of the Protoss's power, then all of them would not be able to affect Shuren. If Sean's guess was right, all the goddesses of the Protoss would probably not be able to harm him if they were to go against him. In other words, with this effect, once he faced the Protoss, Shuren would have a great advantage. The Protoss could only attack Shuren with close combat or magic that the human race could also use. The power that they were proud of would be completely ineffective. Only limited to the Protoss, all classes can be affected. Only limited to the Protoss, all effects can be enhanced. Shuren did not know what these two effects were before, but recently, he had some understanding. This was because recently, he had been having some inexplicable premonitions from time to time, telling him which things would turn out this way and which things were right or wrong. This feeling was very similar to the guidance of fate that Rosie had mentioned more than once. In addition, all the Protoss were actually born from the Supreme Goddess Omnis, and Shuren had received the blessing of the Supreme Goddess Omnis. Therefore, he boldly guessed that the latter two effects of his blessing meant that he could have all the effects of the Protoss's blessings. The same was true for the Goddess of Fate. In other words, it was equivalent to Shuren having all the blessings of the Protoss's goddesses and being able to exert the power of all the goddesses' blessings. These were the effects of Shuren's blessing. The remaining one was World's Shelter, which Shuren still did not know what it was used for. In summary, Shuren felt that it was because of the power of the blessing that he was able to be like a fish in water in the evil aura and was not affected at all. The reason why he was somewhat affected outside was probably because the evil aura had existed from nearly 10,000 years ago until now and had been weakened a lot. It was even out of the control of the evil goddess Lilith and was no longer a power of authority. Instead, it was something similar to a natural phenomenon, which was why the resistance of Shuren's blessing was not triggered just now. After entering the shrine, the evil aura became stronger, which naturally triggered the resistance of the blessing, which made Shuren feel more relaxed. Muffy, on the other hand, was not so lucky. "I think you'd better go out," Shuren did not have any expectations and advised as if it was a routine matter. "It's not too late to go out now." "I don't want to." Muffy was obviously a very stubborn person. After refusing without giving any explanation, she continued to walk forward. "Fine." Shuren shrugged. Just as he was about to walk forward, his figure suddenly stopped, and he stretched out his hand to grab Muffy. "Ah!" Muffy exclaimed as she was pulled into Shuren's arms. Just at this moment, bang! The wall beside the shrine exploded and shattered into pieces. Inside, a figure staggered out and came in front of Shuren and Muffy. Ah ah ah. Ah 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 ah. A crazed roar came from his mouth. Only then did Muffy react and saw the full appearance of the figure. With this look, Muffy's pupils shrank. Oz. Impressively, it was Werewolf Oz. Ah 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 ah. Werewolf Oz fell into madness. While roaring, his eyes were red, and he madly pounced toward the shattered wall. There were actually a few figures there. Seeing those figures, Shuren narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I've finally found you, rats who can't show their faces. Ah! In the shattered wall, Werewolf Oz roared as if he had fallen into madness, and he rushed toward the four people as he roared. They were four black-clothed men in black robes, exuding an ominous aura. The levels of these four black-clothed men were very high. They were level 87, 86, 85, and 83 respectively. All of them were experts above level 80, and their magic power was surging, far stronger than that of ordinary people. Facing Werewolf Oz's frenzied attack, the four black-clothed men did not seem to panic at all. They spread out in an orderly manner while surrounding Werewolf Oz from four corners. Then, they stretched out their hands in unison, and magic power surged from their bodies as they threw out magic chains that wrapped around Werewolf Oz's body. Ah! Aha! Werewolf Oz kept roaring and struggling. His muscles bulged, and even his face was covered with blue veins, causing the magic chains to be stretched taut, and they made cracking sounds as if they were about to be torn apart. This werewolf's strength was still so exaggerated that he could even break free from the magic chains with brute force, which was shocking. However, the black-clothed men seemed to be prepared. Crackle, crackle. With the sound of an electric shock, the hands of the four black-clothed men who were pulling the chains flashed with lightning. The lightning turned into lightning, and through the chains, it rushed to Werewolf Oz's body, flickering directly on his body. Gwa! Werewolf Oz suddenly let out a painful cry. Obviously, the taste of the electric shock was not so pleasant. However, the four black-clothed men continued to cast magic indifferently, giving Oz electric shocks as if they were performing a job. They had no emotions, no feelings, just like a machine. Just as the four of them were about to knock Oz out, an angry voice finally rang out. Let him go. The werewolf girl rushed toward the four black-clothed men, and her fingernails turned into two sharp claws. As she waved them, they formed an overwhelming claw light that shrouded them. The four black-clothed men immediately stopped what they were doing and ran away like ghosts. Bang! The werewolf girl's claws suddenly fell on the ground and the wall, and with a loud explosion, the ground and the wall were shattered. Unfortunately, this attack did not hit the four black-clothed men. However, Muffy's goal was to save Oz, and this goal was achieved. Werewolf Oz was finally no longer being electrocuted, and the magic chains on his body disappeared, causing his body to fall to the ground, emitting smoke. Oz! Muffy immediately rushed to Oz's side. Muffy, who was usually deep in thought, did not realize that the four men in black who floated away like ghosts had already stretched out their hands towards her and were about to cast magic on her. But, she's not the only one here, okay? The rats of the old demon's faction. When the four black-clothed men heard this, they all stopped moving. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and released their magic at the same time. The young aristocrat raised his eyebrows. Good heavens, he had successfully discovered that the strength of each of these four black-clothed men from the old devil faction was actually not inferior to that of Beetho. Four of them from the old demon's faction like Beetho appeared at the same time. It seemed that this old demon's faction was quite powerful. However, you're not strong enough to deal with me. Shuren did not dodge. Instead, he slowly walked toward the lightning rain. Bang, 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 bang. Bolts of black lightning immediately fell on Sean's body, stirring up explosions and shattering the floor and walls. The lightning arc scurried in the air and shook the entire shrine. With the power of such magic, there was no doubt that the four black-robed men were using high-level magic. However, when the lightning arcs dissipated, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Sean walked out unscathed, the faces of the four men in black under their hoods seemed to have changed. Bang! At this moment, Sean suddenly exploded. His entire body turned into an afterimage, and with a shocking speed, he dashed in front of the four men in black. Clang! The holy sword was like a bolt of lightning as it was slashed down by Shuren. With a sword hum, it slashed toward the head of one of the black-clothed men. The black-clothed man immediately sensed danger and did not hesitate to cast a layer of dark veil to cover himself. It was a defensive spell. The black-clothed man reacted in time and cast a defensive spell, intending to block Shuren's slash. However, when the red magical light flickered on the sacred sword, it transformed into a magical blade and wrapped around the blade of the sacred sword. The black-clothed man's fate was sealed. Pfft! The red slash fell and cleanly cut through the dark veil and the air. It slashed across the black-clothed man's body. The black-clothed man's flesh immediately split open and blood appeared. A large amount of blood spurted out and splattered on the floor and walls of the temple. The black-clothed man seemed to be in disbelief as his eyes widened under the black robe. What surprised Shuren was that the old demons did not fall after receiving a fatal injury, nor did he retreat. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the holy sword's blade. Ignoring the wounds on his hands, he controlled the holy sword. Courting death. Shuren was so angry that he laughed. However, he also knew why the old demons did this. It was to create an opportunity for the other three. Swish! 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 The three black-clothed men appeared around Shuren and threw magic chains at Shuren. Get lost! The magic power on Shuren's body shook, and the red magic light on the holy sword immediately surged. It cut off the hands of the black-clothed man who was holding the sword's blade tightly. Then, it streaked across the air like a red flash. With this flash, the magic chains that were rushing over were all severed by the sacred sword's magic light and disappeared in midair. However, at the same time, the four black-clothed men also disappeared together. Once again, they fled like ghosts and gathered some distance in front of Shuren. Shuren wanted to attack immediately, but he saw a surprising scene. Clang! He saw the three black-clothed men put their hands on the black-clothed man who was drenched in blood. The black-clothed man's hands were cut off, and his chest was slashed. They injected magic power into him, causing the black-clothed man's body to be surrounded by a dark light. As the light circulated, the magic power of the three black-clothed men entered the injured black-clothed man's body at an astonishing speed. It actually healed the injured black-clothed man's injuries quickly, and even his hands grew back. Recovery magic? Shuren couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect these black-clothed men to have such high-level recovery magic. No, that's not right. That's not recovery magic. Shuren peeked through the skill, identify. These four old demons didn't learn the skill, mana, recovery, at all, so it was impossible for them to use recovery magic. Each of them only learned one magic skill, which were mana, fire, mana, lightning, mana, darkness, and mana, binding. In other words, these four people could use fire magic, lightning magic, dark magic, and binding magic respectively. They didn't know how to use recovery magic at all. However, this was a little strange. Putting aside the matter of recovery magic, these four black-clothed men obviously learned different magic, but they could use the same magic together in battle. What was going on? Shuren frowned. Then, he realized that these four black-clothed men actually had a skill, symbiosis. Symbiosis, passive skill. Able to connect with objects that have the same skill. Able to share skills and lives with the connected object. Able to communicate on the mental level with the connected object. Able to switch positions with the connected object and move at high speed. When he saw this skill, Shuren understood. It's a skill that can share skills and lives, as well as communicate and swap positions with each other. The way Shuren looked at the four black-clothed men changed somewhat. No wonder they could use the same magic. No wonder they could quickly heal their companions with magic power alone. With the skill, symbiosis, and life-sharing, it wasn't difficult to achieve this goal at all. In other words, unless I kill these four people at the same time, it's very likely that I won't be able to defeat them. Shuren realized this. This was a bit tricky. If he had to defeat them one by one, Shuren was still confident that he could easily win. However, with the existence of symbiosis, it was more than 10 times more difficult for Shuren to kill four old demons who were above level 80 at the same time. No wonder you dare to plot against the evil god Lilith. Shuren didn't feel afraid. He just smiled and became serious. It seems that I have to spend some effort to get rid of you. Shuren raised the holy sword in his hand and pointed it at them. But at this time, the other party didn't attack again. The 4 black-cloaked men didn't even look at each other. After a moment of silence, they suddenly floated away quickly like ghosts without bodies. They were ready to retreat. Seeing this, Shuren didn't hesitate. He directly stretched out his hand and was ready to release magic. But at this moment, behind Shuren, Mafi's scream sounded. Ah! With a frenzied roar, Mafi was shaken away and hit the wall. Werewolf Oz woke up, but he completely lost his mind and roared crazily. Shuren subconsciously paused. With this pause, the 4 black-cloaked men disappeared without a trace. TSK. Shuren couldn't help but be speechless and turned around. In front, Werewolf Oz roared angrily. His crimson eyes turned to Shuren, and he rushed over. Shuren also rushed over immediately. What followed was a fierce fight that shook the earth and mountains. When the shaking was over, Werewolf Oz fell to the ground and kept twitching. Shuren, on the other hand, was unharmed. He curled his lips and growled. Who told you to bark? Is he okay? Seeing that Oz had fallen to the ground and was twitching, Mafi's voice couldn't help but tremble. There was no other way. She saw with her own eyes that Shuren knocked Oz out. That's right, knocked out. His opponent was an orc with outstanding physical ability, and Oz was an orc with unparalleled strength above level 90. However, not only was Shuren not afraid, but he also went forward and directly fought hand-to-hand with Oz. Of course, this hand-to-hand fight was not the kind of hand-to-hand fight between the two, but Shuren's one-sided hand-to-hand fight with Oz. Great strength, wouldn't it be fine if he didn't get hit? Outstanding physical ability, Shuren who directly used ultimate change, would not be afraid of him at all, right? In addition, Oz had also lost his rationality. He only knew how to attack and not defend. Shuren only needed to use teleportation to dodge all of Oz's attacks and then punch his head. Would he still be afraid that he would not faint? Poor Oz, who might be the #1 expert in the orc clan, was beaten down by Shuren. Fortunately, no one else was here to see this. Otherwise, it would be a lifelong shame for this proud werewolf. Shuren didn't care about this. He said while putting away the holy sword. Don't worry, I didn't hurt him. However, he was attacked by the 4 black-shirted men sent by the old demons. He suffered a lot of injuries, and his soul was eroded by evil energy. He lost his rationality. His condition is definitely not good. It was estimated that Oz was gradually eroded by evil energy in the fight with the old demons and gradually went berserk. Otherwise, the old demons would not find trouble with Oz. If Oz had lost his rationality, it could only be that he was used by them to guard the temple. They would not fight with evil beings who had lost their rationality. I'm afraid that after you were separated, Oz ran into the temple and planned to attack the old demons. However, he was discovered by the old demons and they sent the 4 black-shirted men to kill him. As the two sides fought, Oz went crazy and came to us. As a result, it became like this. Shuren shrugged and said his speculation. This guy is so reckless. Mafi did not doubt and gritted her teeth angrily. After all, based on her understanding of Oz, this was indeed something that a well-developed, simple-minded werewolf would do. This time, if it weren't for Shuren, this werewolf would probably have died. However, it wasn't any better now. Immediately, Mafi looked at Shuren with a pleading look in her eyes. Save him, right? I understand. Shuren rolled his eyes and stretched out his hand to Oz, celestial breath. The almost omnipotent celestial body magic was once again used by Shan, summoning dense starlight that sprinkled on Oz's body and Muffy's body. The starlight entered the bodies of the 2 orcs. Not only did it heal Oz's injuries, but it also made Mafi feel relieved. The erosion brought by the evil chi had been swept away. Woo, Oz let out a bitter sound and slowly opened his eyes. Are you okay? Oz? Mafi quickly asked. Mafi? Oz didn't expect to see Mafi as soon as he opened his eyes, and he looked happy on the spot. But the next second, when Oz saw Shuren standing behind Mafi, the joy on his face froze and turned into anger. "How dare you show up?" Oz immediately roared and jumped up from the ground. "Wait. Oz." Maffei hurriedly said but couldn't stop Oz. "Return the Saintess to us." Oz was about to swing his fist at Shuren angrily. "Unfortunately, surrender. Weakness. Surrender. Fatigue. Surrender. Paralysis. Surrender. Stiffness." Without any nonsense, Shuren cast several kinds of magic on Oz in one breath, putting all kinds of negative status characteristics on Oz. Gua. Suddenly, Oz let out a strange cry, and his whole body seemed to become sick. He fell back to the ground very weakly. Damn. Damn it. Again with this little trick. Oz lay on the ground like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, only feeling sore and powerless. However, even so, Oz still stared at Shuren fiercely, looking like he wanted to bite off a piece of meat from him. Seeing Oz like this, Shuren was relieved. "Yes, this is the normal reaction of you orc priests when you see me." Shuren felt inexplicably satisfied. Maffei had nothing to say and could only smile bitterly. Oz didn't realize that something was wrong. Looking at Maffei, who was smiling bitterly there, he shouted desperately. "Maffei! You run! Find everyone! And find a way to save the Saintess." This silly girl was just short of saying, "You go first, I'll cover for you." Shuren was amused. "Hey, silly wolf, I saved you. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you're so hostile to me. This is not right, right?" Shuren couldn't help but tease this werewolf. Bah! Oz was really silly. Not only did he not believe Shuren's words, but he also said with a look of disdain, "You will save me? I think you want us to die. Hurry up and return the Saintess to us." Oz looked very excited. Obviously, this werewolf cared about Elise's safety. "You're so anxious, it shouldn't be just because of loyalty, right?" Shuren squatted in front of Oz, poking his head with the hilt of the holy sword, and said with a faint smile, "Don't tell me that you actually like that Saintess?" "What?" Oz's eyes instantly widened, and his square face turned red. Seeing this, Shuren understood. "Did I really get it right?" Shuren said, half surprised and half teasing, "Seeing that you're so understanding, why don't I take you back and let you and Elise be alone together? At that time, you two will have a chance to be lovey-dovey and do some enviable things. What do you think?" You, shut up." Oz was angry, but he was also faintly shaken, causing him to stutter, "No, you're not allowed to slander me. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. The Saintess is pure and clean. I don't have that kind of improper thought." "Is that so?" Shuren said playfully, "Since you don't want it, I'll just accept it. I think the pure and clean Saintess must taste it, right?" "How dare you?" This time Oz was no longer angry out of humiliation. Instead, he was furious, as if his reverse scale had been touched, and his bottom line had been touched. He roared. "Oh, it's terrible." Even though Sean said so, there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. He even poked Oz's head with the hilt of the holy sword until Oz howled. At this time, Maffei spoke. "Okay, Oz, don't yell anymore, it's all a misunderstanding." Maffei spoke to Oz, but her tone seemed to be a little off. Oz, the silly boy, naturally couldn't hear it, but Shuren could clearly see it. Seeing Maffei's somewhat complicated expression, Shuren showed a strange expression. This cat girl, could it be that she likes this silly wolf? Oh my god, it seems that I have unintentionally dug out a love triangle. While Shuren was thinking about this with a strange expression, Maffei also explained the whole thing to Oz. "What?" Oz was shocked and said, "You mean, the Saintess ran into the temple alone?" Well, compared to the fact that Shuren did save him and Maffei, this silly wolf only remembered this now. That's right. Although Maffei's expression was a little complicated, she still said solemnly, "Madame Elise should have had a premonition through prayer, so she suddenly ran out and entered the temple, intending to stop the old demons from continuing to release evil creatures. Otherwise, if the many ancient creatures that had been transformed into evil creatures came out and crazily attacked and destroyed everything, then even if the evil goddess Lilith did not break the seal, the human world would suffer a great disaster." You, what kind of person are you? Understanding this, Oz glared at Shuren again. Are you blaming me for not keeping a good eye on her? Shuren twitched the corner of his mouth, and the hilt of the holy sword directly stabbed into Oz's head, causing Oz to howl in pain. Then should I blame you for not keeping a good eye on the temple, causing the old demons to occupy this place? Hearing this, Oz wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Maffei. Okay, Oz, it's imperative that we quickly find Madame Elise, otherwise Madame Elise is likely to be in danger. Maffei said so. Yes. Find her first. Oz finally reacted and nodded repeatedly. I say, you haven't given up yet? Shuren was speechless. I already said that if you stay in this temple for a long time, you will definitely go crazy, but you still ignore this and rush inside. Are all orcs stupid? These two people did not consider their own safety at all. It really made people not know whether to call them too stupid or to say that they were too daring. But obviously, it was not that the two were indifferent, but they regarded Elise's safety as everything. Knowing that our saintess is in danger, but not rushing over, then you are not worthy of being an orc priest. In any case, we must save Madame Elise. Maffei and Oz both declared so without hesitation. Okay, since you are not afraid, then I am naturally too lazy to say anything. Shuren also said indifferently, but the old demons are also my goal, so don't get in my way, okay? In exchange for Shuren's words, Oz opened his mouth. But before Oz could speak, Maffei first stopped him and assured Shuren. Don't worry, we won't get in your way. Compared to the impulsive Oz, the thoughtful Maffei knew better that cooperating with Shuren, as far as the current situation was concerned, there were many advantages and no disadvantages. Even if Shuren did not help them, as long as he could help them avoid the problem of being eroded by the evil energy, then they would be satisfied. Then let's go. Shuren stood up, waved his hand, and released the magic imposed on Oz. Oz hurriedly got up, snorted coldly, and said so. I will not thank you. Thank you for your tsundere performance. Unfortunately, you are not a girl, but a rough man. A rough man's tsundere is not worth a dime. So, get lost as far as you can. Next, Shuren acted with Oz and Maffei. However, when the three of them moved together and prepared to go deeper into the temple to fight against the evil creatures, they suddenly found that the evil creatures actually ignored the three of them. They either roared and passed by them or fought each other. They were no longer like before, pouncing on strangers as soon as they saw them. It was as if they couldn't see Shuren and the others, which surprised the three of them. What's going on? Oz deliberately swung his fist at an evil creature until its head exploded on the spot. The other party didn't even look at Oz, which surprised Oz. They really can't see us. Shuren also swayed in front of a few evil creatures. As a result, the other party also didn't even look at Shuren. Instead, they rushed to each other and killed each other. This situation was really a bit unbelievable. Only Maffei, after frowning a few times, said thoughtfully. Could it be the old demons who did it? Maffei said such a thing. Old demons? Oz said doubtfully, how did they do it? How did they do it? Maffei couldn't answer this question. But Maffei knew that this definitely had something to do with the old demons. The reason was simple. Actually, I've always wondered why the old demons would want to use evil creatures to guard the temple. Maffei said, evil creatures are crazy demons who have lost their minds. They will only destroy everything in front of them. They won't even let go of other evil creatures who are also crazy. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable to say that once the other party released the evil creatures would first attack the old demons. However, the old demons seemed to have nothing to fear. Not only did they release the evil creatures unscrupulously, but they could also move freely in the temple full of evil creatures. It was really strange. Again, the temple has been filled with evil energy. Everyone who enters the temple should be the most seriously eroded by the evil energy. There should be no exception. When saying this, Maffei couldn't help but glance at Shuren, but she quickly retracted her gaze. But the old demons are not afraid of this and directly occupy the temple. They are not worried that they will be eroded by the evil energy and degenerate into irrational evil creatures. Why is that? Hearing this, Shuren also became thoughtful. Indeed, there were some inexplicable things in the actions of the old demons. Previously, Shuren hadn't noticed it, but now that Mafe reminded him, he also felt that it was a little strange. In addition, the old demon sect also wanted to break the seal of evil god Lilith. That seal was personally cast by the three goddesses, so it was impossible to break it with ordinary means. Yet, the old demon sect dared to touch it. Clearly, they had some extraordinary means. What method? No one knew. But Shuren knew. You mean to say that the old demon sect not only has a way to break the seal, but also a way to control evil beings and avoid being corroded by evil energy? Sean guessed what Muffy wanted to say. Yes. Mafe nodded and said, otherwise, it really can't explain the reasonableness of the actions taken by the old demons. If there was no way to avoid being eroded by evil energy, the old demons would not dare to occupy this temple and even want to release the evil goddess Lilith. If they didn't have the means to control the evil beings, then the old devil sect would become the first target of the evil beings. It was because the old demons had these means and methods that they dared to attack the evil goddess Lilith, openly occupy this place, and release so many evil creatures. Now, the reason why the evil beings here would ignore Sean and the others and detour on their own could only be the work of the people from the old devil clan. So, here's the problem. If this is really the old demons controlling these evil creatures, then they will make the evil creatures ignore us, which is equivalent to letting us go, right? Shuren smiled playfully. Is he welcoming us? Wants us to go over? That should be the case. Mafe thought for a while and then affirmed Shuren's statement. Maybe because the four old demons were beaten away by you, the other party realized that ordinary evil creatures can't do anything to you at all. Sooner or later, you will reach their location, so they simply let us go. Before Shuren could respond to Mafe's words, Oz got angry first. In other words, that guy is looking down on us? Oz pounded his palm fiercely, looking exasperated. The other party should really have nothing to fear. Otherwise, they wouldn't let us go knowing that we broke in. Mafe's expression was solemn. After all, if the other party really had nothing to fear, it proved that the old demons still had some trump cards in their hands that they had not used. That could be very fatal and terrible things. Mafe couldn't help but feel solemn. On the other hand, Sean glanced at the corridor in front of him and suddenly spoke. Why don't you say that the other party just needs me, so they let us go? Shuren said this very abruptly. Needs you? Mafe was startled, and then seemed to think of something. Her expression changed. That's right, the other party needs Shuren's help. They should know that I have the power to directly break the seal, so after knowing that I'm here, they chose to let us go, right? Shuren's expression became more and more playful, even to the point of sarcasm. But his words were undoubtedly very correct. As mentioned before, the old demons did not have a way to directly break the seal, so they could only choose to slowly break it. In this way, if the old demons knew that there was a person who could directly break the seal here, they would definitely want the other party to go over and help them break the seal. This was the reason why the other party controlled the evil creatures and made them ignore Shuren and the others, allowing Shuren to move forward. I'd like to see which old demon race did such a thing. Shuren seemed to be a little curious and walked forward. Oz and Muffy looked at each other, and there was a hint of heaviness in their eyes. There was no other way. They didn't know if Shuren would really help the other party and break the seal. Who asked Shuren to have a criminal record? Anyone would feel worried after witnessing that scene with their own eyes, right? Let's go. Mafe took a deep breath and said, if he really wanted to break the seal, he could have done so last time, but he chose to give up later, proving that he is actually not indifferent to the consequences after the seal is broken. Therefore, Mafe still had some expectations for Shuren. I hope so. Oz did not refute Mafe, but he did not feel lucky about it. Instead, he said with annoyance, but this person is too arbitrary, I feel that it will be difficult to control. The problem that Oz raised was also what Mafe was worried about. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Mafe had already seen that this young human aristocrat had a side that was quite difficult to control. To put it nicely, it was called free and easy. To put it bluntly, it was called temperamental and could turn hostile at any time. Moreover, although the other party was very young, he was not easy to fool at all. That was not to say that Shuren was very smart, But this person's actions were always unexpected, and it was possible that he would mess up the situation that had already happened, making people not know what to do. Such a person should be a nightmare for many wise people and superiors who thought that they could control the overall situation, right? However, the impact he brought was not necessarily all good, it could also be bad. To put it bluntly, this person was both good and evil. Last time, he was their enemy, and this time, he was helping them. He had compassion for the evil creatures and helped them to free themselves, but he also had the will to involve everyone in the incident he caused. He was like the eye of a typhoon, and wherever he passed, all situations would be destroyed. Only he, the eye of the typhoon, was left to control everything, and he could blow people to any direction he wanted. It was hard to fathom what he was thinking. This would make it difficult for others to feel safe, and they did not know what this person would do in the next second. When did such a terrifying figure appear in the human race? Maffei sighed. Now, Maffei only hoped that the other party would not be too reckless. If the other party really cooperated with the old demons on a whim, broke the seal, and released the evil god Lilith, that would be a nightmare. Oz did not think as much as Maffei, but he also knew one thing. When necessary, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to stop him. Oz was prepared for this. You're right. Maffei immediately relaxed her face and nodded. Thus, the two of them followed Shuren. Under Shuren's lead, they brushed past the roaring evil creatures. Not long after, the three of them successfully reached the depths of the temple. XXXXXX, when Shuren's group of three entered the hall of the Divine Hall, they first heard a series of indistinguishable voices. It was the sound of many people chanting a spell together. In the middle of the hall, around the crystal that sealed the scarred girl, old demons in black robes were kneeling on the ground in a circle. They knelt in an orderly manner while chanting incantations that were difficult to understand. The mana in their bodies turned into waves of pitch-black air currents and poured into the crystal. Following the actions of these old demon sects, the crystal, which had been repaired to the point where only a crack was left, was now covered in tiny cracks at some point in time. Obviously, the old demons were trying to break the seal. What they were doing now was holding a magic ritual to remove the seal. Under that magic ritual, the crystal was constantly cracking, and there was endless evil energy coming out of the cracks, diffusing into the surroundings. In addition, there were also evil creatures coming out from under the crystal, like evil spirits coming out of hell, roaring and rushing out. What are you doing? Stop. Seeing this scene, Oz and Maffei were instantly ignited, and they immediately wanted to stop them. But before that, Shuren stopped them. Don't panic. Shuren smiled and said, the main character is coming out. As soon as Shuren's words fell, laughter rang out. Welcome to the starting point of a new world, Viscount Shuren Porstuart. When such a laughter sounded, from the shadows in front of the temple, several figures slowly appeared together. Among the several figures, 4 of them were the old demons in black that Shuren had faced before. They were like guards, protecting a person in the middle in a four-sided formation. As the person walked, they walked out silently. In the middle of them was a demon who was also wearing a black robe but had taken off his hood. It was a demon who looked about the same age as Shuren. His face was sickly pale, like a weak noble sun, and he had a gentle and elegant smile on his face. Oz and Maffei looked at each other in bewilderment at the sight of this gentle and elegant demon. Shuren also narrowed his eyes, and there was inevitably a trace of surprise in his expression. Are you the leader? Shuren asked straightforwardly, and there was some doubt in his tone. This was something that couldn't be helped. Because Shuren discovered that the demons that were protected by 4 men in black who were above level 80 and had the symbiosis skill were only level 10. Yes, they were level 10. In other words, these demons were very weak. They were so weak that they didn't look like the demons that were known for their strength. Demons had an absolute innate advantage in terms of strength. Even the Protoss had to concede defeat to them. Such a race, no matter how low their talent was, could grow to a point that ordinary humans couldn't reach. Once, when Shuren first became an adventurer, the staff of the Adventurers Guild told him that ordinary humans could reach level 10 as long as they didn't have any defects. Demons were much stronger than humans. Therefore, when they reached adulthood, they could usually reach level 30, which was far from what humans could compare to. As for the Protoss, there was no such thing as adulthood. What they looked like when they were born would always be the same, and it wouldn't change. In other words, demons were the race with the greatest innate advantage among all the races. Other than children who hadn't reached adulthood, it was almost impossible for there to be a level 10 demons. Now, the demons that appeared in front of Shuren were only level 10, and they looked sickly. They should be the weakest among the demons, right? Such a character was actually the leader of the old demons. Shuren couldn't help but have doubts. However, although the demon was only level 10, he had learned a skill that surprised Shuren. While Shuren was doubtful and surprised, the demon smiled nonchalantly. Introduce yourself. The other party was like a real nobleman. He bowed politely to Sean while speaking elegantly. My name is Danas, the leader of the old demon faction, Mirage. So this is the name of the old demons? Just when Shuren was thinking about that, Danas spoke again. I've heard of your name for a long time. I've long heard of Lady Qing's name. Is that so? Danas showed a gentle expression and said, the adventurer who crusaded against the slaughterer faction, the new noble who tamed a dragon, and the demon dwellers of my demons, your name is quite resounding in the old demons. Is that so? Shuren raised a brow and said in a mocking tone, don't tell me it's because I crusaded against your comrades, so I'm on your kill list, the kind of resounding reputation that you will have to get rid of sooner or later? How could that be? Danas smiled lightly. Even if we are all from the old demons, we belong to different forces. Other than some cooperation and alliances, the forces of the old demons basically don't interfere with each other, and sometimes even become enemies. Under such circumstances, no old demons would go after you just because of a declining slaughterer faction. Declining. Indeed declining. After the large-scale assassination in the kingdom 10 years ago, the slaughterer faction, which once had more than 1,000 members and was known as the strongest force among the old demons, suffered heavy casualties and was left with less than 1% of its original size. It was something Rosie told Shuren before. Slaughterer faction was originally an old demons faction that mainly focused on assassinations and assassinations. They didn't have any extraordinary powerhouses. Even the leader, B though, was only at level 84 and didn't have any unique skills. If it wasn't for the fact that he mastered high-level dark magic and spirit magic, the leader's position would probably be shifted. After the decline of the old demons faction, the others of the old demons faction naturally wouldn't pay attention to them, and no one would go to war for them. But, you seem to be looking for trouble for me now. Shuren said without batting an eyelid. Danath quickly shook his head. You really like to joke. Why would I look for trouble for you? Danath denied. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Shuren had already used Identify to see through the only skill he had learned. You think I didn't notice that although your level is low, you have already learned magic. Biological creation, to the maximum level? Shuren said bluntly. Danath wasn't the only one who reacted to Shuren's words. Oz and Mafe also reacted. You said that he has the magic. Biological creation, skill? And it's at the maximum level? Mafe was stunned. Doesn't that mean that he can use biological creation magic and is very skilled in it? Oz's expression changed as well. Both of them immediately understood how important this information was. If that was true, it would mean that even though Danas was very weak, he was able to create magic creatures of a very high quality through the use of living creatures. Unfortunately, when they were chasing after the mastermind who destroyed the spatial node and took away the jade, they saw many magical beings that were treated as abandoned pawns. The meaning of this was very clear. You are the one who used magical beings as abandoned pawns, right? Shuren exposed Danath just like that. But Danath put on an innocent look. I think you must have misunderstood. Danas raised his hands and sighed pretentiously. Indeed, my only strength is to create magical beings. However, I've already lent them out. The one who ordered them to do so is not me, but your kin, Borstut. Kin. Humans. This wasn't a lie. Elise had already said that the one who destroyed the spatial node and took away the jade was a human, not demons. Since it wasn't demons, it proved that Danath wasn't lying. I have some cooperation with him, but it doesn't involve much. He gives me what I want, and I give him what he wants. That's all, Dana said sincerely. Dana's replied sincerely, if the magical life form I created caused you any displeasure, then I can apologize. However, I bear no ill will toward you. I hope you can understand this clearly, Qing. Danatha's attitude toward Shuren could be said to be extremely friendly. But from his behavior of completely ignoring Oz and Muffet, it could be seen that he wasn't as polite and refined as he appeared to be. Instead, he was a very arrogant and self-centered person. Shuren didn't mind chatting with him more. Because the more they chatted, the more Shuren learned. For example, I think I understand why your level is so low. Shuren pursed his lips and said, it's not that your talent isn't good, but you put all your energy into creating magical beings. That's why you didn't grow and train, and your level didn't increase, right? Shuren glanced at the 4 men in black. These 4 treasures should be the magical beings you created. That's why they listen to you, right? In exchange for Shuren's words, Dana smiled affirmatively. I'm not good at fighting, and my talent is very ordinary. Even if I train until I die, I probably won't achieve anything. I'll only become a weak member of the low-level demons and be buried in the crowd. Danath shrugged his shoulders and said in a seemingly helpless and light-hearted manner, fortunately, my talent in creating magical beings is not bad. When practicing creating magical beings, every time I level up, I can get a lot of skill points. Generally speaking, the number of skill points a person could get depended on the person's talent and the results of the person's battles. If one's talent was excellent and potential was extraordinary, and there was no limit to it, then one could get a lot of skill points. The more outstanding one was, the more skill points one would get when leveling up. Then, if one leveled up after experiencing a battle to the death, then one would usually get a lot of skill points. This showed the importance of growth in battles. However, there were also some people who only had unparalleled talent in 1 or 2 areas, but were mediocre in other areas. When they focused on those areas, they would usually get extraordinary growth. For example, if Danath had extraordinary talent in creating magical beings, then when he worked hard in other areas, his growth would be very slow. However, once he worked hard in the field of creating magical beings, he would get extraordinary growth. In view of this, Danath should have been working hard to practice creating magical beings. Therefore, when he practiced creating magical beings, he would get a lot of skill points every time he leveled up. In addition, he was talented in this area, and the number of skill points needed to level up was not high. That was why he could level up magic living creation to the maximum level when he was at level 10. Because he had no talent in other areas, even if he trained, he would not get much growth. Therefore, this person simply gave up, and his level had always been so low. However, this person was able to create a force with just a single creation spell. Putting everything else aside, the 4 magical beings around Danath who had the symbiosis skill were undoubtedly his greatest masterpiece. He was not strong enough, so what? Danath only needed to put in a lot of effort to collect precious materials, and then he could create powerful magical beings that would fight for him and listen to him. Thanks to this, Danath was the leader of Fata Morgana. He was a real leader, not a warrior. Let me show you something, Qing. At this moment, Dana suddenly said this. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. With the snap of his fingers, another figure walked out from the shadows behind him. The figure was petite and looked like a child at first glance, but it was also draped in a black robe, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, Shuren felt a familiar magic from the petite figure, and for the first time, the expression on his face disappeared. Not only Shuren, but even Oz and Maffei seemed to have sensed something. Could that be? How could it be? Oz and Maffei widened their eyes, and the other was speechless. It seems like you've discovered it. Dana said with a smile, this is my latest masterpiece. In order to create this, I have used up all the materials I have accumulated over the past few decades. In other words, it was a magical life that Dana's had recently created. In addition to using up the precious materials that Dana's had accumulated over the past few decades, this magical life also used something else. Did you use the magical power of the emerald as a raw material to create this magical life? Shuren said this expressionlessly. That was what happened. I believe that Qing also knows that there are many uncertain factors in creating magical life. Donna spoke with fervor and assurance again. There are many factors that determine the ability, characteristics, and even appearance of a magical life. The quality of the materials. The level of the skill. The imagination of the creator. These factors affect the completion rate of the magical life to a certain extent, and also determine the ability of the magical life. Thanks to this, even if the same materials are used to create magic spells, it's still unlikely that the same magical life can be created, said Roland. Donna swept his gaze to the four men in black around him. For magical life like me, I call them magic gladiators. The symbiosis that they learn is a skill that can only be learned by individuals with a particularly deep life connection. Usually, only existences like twins can learn this skill. Ordinary people can't learn this skill at all, not even the gods and demons. Therefore, in order to create these four identical magic gladiators, I have spent my entire life's efforts. How could it be that easy to create magical life above level 80? The amount of materials required would probably be sky-high, right? In order to create these four magical life that mastered the symbiosis skill, one could imagine how much effort Donna's had put in. In addition, there was the possibility of failure in the process, or the creation of other magical life that could not be symbiosis. In order to create these four magic gladiators, Donna's definitely had to spend all his wealth. Shuren could even imagine how many evil things Donna's had done in order to create these magic gladiators. After all, the old demons were lawless terrorists. In order to achieve their goals, it was impossible for them not to do unscrupulous things. What Donna's wanted to say now was that in order to create the magical life in his heart, he had to find another way. How to find another way? It was very simple. It is extremely difficult to create a magical life that is exactly the same as one's imagination. There is only one exception, right? Shuren said calmly. That's right. Donna's nodded cheerfully and said, only when magic power is added as a reference will there be a high probability of producing a magical life with the same appearance and ability as the owner of the magic power. This was something that Shuren could find out even in the underground magic library of the palace. Since even Shuren knew about it, Donna's, who was an expert in magical life, naturally knew about it. That was why Jadeite was taken away. My original intention was just to collect some of her magic power, and I had no interest in her. Therefore, it was Qing's compatriot who took her away from here. It had nothing to do with me. Donna smiled and distanced himself, but he patted Little Black's head beside him. This child is a work I created with the magic power I collected at that time. It is because of it that I can control the evil energy here, control the evil creatures here, and make them work for me. The truth of why the old demons who occupied this place could ignore the threat of evil energy and control the evil creatures to a certain extent was finally revealed. It was because Donna's had a magical life that was created from jade, which was equivalent to a replica of the evil goddess Lilith's half-body. That was why he could obtain such a method. But, you actually made a replica of a goddess? Muffy was shocked by this. This is impossible. Oz also shouted. The reason was also very simple. How did you do it? Shuren looked straight at Donna's and said, there is no way to use living creation magic to create Protoss. How did you succeed? This was an extremely unimaginable thing. One had to know that the basis of living creation magic was based on the way demons and monsters were born. Since demons and magical creatures were affected by magic power, they could be born naturally or even through artificial means. People used this method of birth as a reference and developed the life creation magic. And how were Protoss born? They were split from the Supreme God Omnis, and they were equivalent to the children of the Supreme God Omnis. This way of existence was worlds apart from the other races. Why was the number of Protoss fixed and would not change? It was because they were born from the Supreme God Omnis, and they only had the position and power they received at birth. The position was limited, and their number was limited. They could not reproduce, and they would not really die. Even if they died, as long as the Supreme God Omnis was willing, they could be resurrected and reincarnated at any time. In this way, they were fundamentally different from other races. Their life forms were also different, and it was impossible to use living creation magic to create their replicas. This was not a matter of strength or weakness, but it was impossible in theory. Therefore, no matter how many precious materials Donas consumed, and how high the level of his magic skills was, it was impossible to achieve this. However, a real god naturally can't do it, but the other party is just a rational half. As long as the magic style is adjusted, and the principle of creation is fundamentally changed, and a new system is created, it is not impossible. Donas's nonchalant words rendered everyone speechless. In other words, in order to achieve this goal, Donas had developed a magic that was specially used to create the magical life of Protoss. It might not be useful for a real Protoss, but if it was used on a half of a god, there was a possibility that it would succeed. Of course, it was only a possibility. There were indeed many uncertain factors when it came to living creation magic. Donas had put in so much effort for the 4 magic gladiators, and now for the half of a god, it was normal for the production to fail. I was even mentally prepared to fight for this for a long time and spend another few decades to complete it. Who would have thought that God would bless me and let me succeed on my first try? Donas boasted about his good luck, but it finally made Shuren give up the mentality of underestimating him, and completely take this old demons in front of him seriously. He might be very weak, but he had super strong perseverance, patience, and persistence, and was definitely not to be underestimated. At the very least, he had indeed become a huge threat. I'm actually not interested in the evil goddess Lilith. What I'm interested in is your compatriot. Donas said so. What I'm really interested in is actually these dependents of the evil goddess who has been completely berserk and fallen. He was referring to the evil beings who had gone berserk. Not only are there many of these evil gods' dependents, but there are also some super strong people from ancient times who have not been released. Donna's eyes were somewhat fiery as he said, when they are released, they will be under my control and become my army. Don't you think that by then, no one in this world will be able to resist me? At this point, Donna's motive was obvious. He just wanted to control the ancient creatures and evil beings that had been sealed and use them for his own use. Are you crazy? Oz couldn't help but speak out. For that purpose, you released the evil goddess Lilith and so many evil beings? Mufei also felt that it was inconceivable. On the contrary, it was Shuren who understood Donna's ambition. I see. Shuren said calmly, once the evil goddess Lilith is released, she will definitely spread evil energy again like in ancient times, creating berserk mad demons, and those will all become an army under your control. Donnas didn't need to exert himself to rule the world. He just needed to release the evil goddess Lilith and let her go berserk. At that time, the earth would once again become hell, and all the creatures in the world would turn into evil beings. He, who controlled the magic life of the evil goddess, would be able to reap the benefits, control those evil beings as his subordinates, and take the world as his own. The 6 great demons and the 3 great goddesses probably won't care about a small figure like me who is fishing in troubled waters. Their attention will be focused on the evil goddess Lilith, right? Donnas finally said proudly. Is my plan still feasible? Hearing this, Shuren curled his lips and smiled. Whether it's feasible or not, I don't know. Shuren took a deep look at Donnas and said, but I know why you are talking so much nonsense to me. After saying so much, Donnas actually wanted to remind Shuren of one thing. As long as you can release the evil goddess Lilith, then the world will be yours, right? Shuren sneered. You want to use this to convince me to join you and help you break the seal on Lilith. Then, you will give me a part of the world in the future, right? You are indeed Borstut. Donnas laughed and said, how about it? Isn't it worth considering? Donna's words were exchanged with a bright smile from Shuren. I'll consider your ass. As soon as he finished speaking, magic power surged from Shuren's body. Bang! A burst of flames immediately spewed out from the ground and blasted in Donna's direction. Shuren attacked without saying anything. Just at the moment when Shuren made his move, the magic gladiators around Donna's reacted and rushed to Donna's without hesitation. Along with a tremor of mana, a pitch-black defensive wall appeared in front of the magic gladiators, protecting them and Donasi. Boom! The raging flames hit the defensive wall like a storm, like a huge wave hitting a scorched rock. It first caused a roar, then it was blocked by the defensive wall. Waves of fire surged up and down around the walls, scorching the floor of the temple. What? The sudden change surprised both Oz and Muffy. Shuren looked at the front with sarcasm until the flames dissipated, and Donnas and his team appeared behind the defensive wall. What does this mean? Minister Porstut? Donnas's expression didn't change, and he didn't panic because of the attack just now. However, if you look closely, you will find that the smile in Donnas's eyes has disappeared. On the contrary, Sean's smile was much more cheerful than the other party, as if his position had been completely reversed. And Shuren said so. Sorry, I really can't help it. Shuren said bluntly, don't ask me why is it that you found the wrong person? This reason was extremely simple and crude. There was not the slightest bit of decoration. But wasn't this the case if one looked into it? I have no interest in conquering the world, and I have no interest in conquering the world with the ancient creatures who unfortunately fell as sacrifices. Sean said leisurely, it's better to say that as villains. Can't you come up with something interesting to persuade others to surrender? You always come up with the idea of conquering the world, and you want people to work for you with a big pie. You really have no sincerity at all. Really? Donnas was silent for a while, then immediately smiled and said, I thought I was quite sincere, but I didn't expect that in your eyes. It was actually not sincere enough. Isn't that nonsense? Sean glanced at Donnas, and his expression became sarcastic again. He said, if you're really sincere, then tell me about the human you're working with. Do you really think you can fool me by hiding your face and keeping me in suspense? So that's what you're referring to. Donna suddenly said, if you're willing to destroy the seal now, then I'll definitely tell you about that human after this. You still don't understand. Shuren said with a faint smile, what I mean is, I don't believe you, fool. Donna's smile finally disappeared. So, our negotiation failed? Donnas confirmed expressionlessly. Obviously. Shuren answered without hesitation. This was something that didn't need to be considered at all. Originally, Shuren didn't get along with the old demons. In addition, he was a hero. Even if he didn't have the great ambition of saving the world, as a condition of being reborn, Shuren would still help Nian deal with the old demons. Under such circumstances, Shuren still had such a deep friendship with AIE, and AIE hated the old demons so much that the two of them even came here together with the goal of annihilating the old demons. But now, the other party actually used the so-called conquering the world to persuade him to cooperate? Shuren just wanted to ask, have you ever seen a villain use the reason of conquering the world to successfully persuade the protagonist? Moreover, if I cooperate with you old demons, my wife far away in the capital won't let me sleep with her anymore. Shuren spread his hands and said. Times have changed, sir. Shuren's words made Donna silent, and it also made Oz and Maffy, who had been listening to the two of them, let out a sigh of relief. Obviously, the two were still very worried that Shuren would change sides and help Donnas break the seal. Now, Shuren directly fell out with the other party. In that case, I hope you can accept my hospitality and work hard to survive. Donnas relaxed his face, as if he no longer cared about the existence of Shuren, and he waved his hand. With this wave of his hand, Shuren and the others found that the evil creatures that had drilled out of the seal and were about to rush out of the temple suddenly turned their heads and looked at them. In the next second, a fierce glint appeared in their eyes. Gah! Gah! One by one, the evil creatures suddenly roared and rushed toward Shuren and the others. Give in. Fire. Sean, on the other hand, released his magic in an instant and released a super-large AoE attack. Bang! Flame surged out from Sean's body and rushed out again. Not only did it blast away countless evil creatures, but it also engulfed all the evil creatures and burned them all to ashes. Me too. Yes. Let's go. Oz and Maffy did not stand by and watch. Instead, they rushed out from behind Shuren and faced the army of evil creatures. Bang! 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 Oz roared as always. His fists were like heavy meteorites. All the evil creatures that came into contact with his fists were blown up on the spot by the terrifying force. They scattered into flesh and blood all over the sky. They were all dead. Poochie! 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 Maffei turned into a gust of wind, blowing through the army of evil creatures. Wherever she went, claws burst out, cutting the evil creatures into pieces of meat, and they died on the spot. The two most powerful and outstanding orc divine officials displayed their strength here, drawing away and blocking many evil beings. As for Shuren, he was undoubtedly treated with the highest level of treatment. Swish! 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 Four magic gladiators appeared around Shuren in a flash. While surrounding him, magic surged in their hands, forming a magic chain, and they threw it in the direction of Shuren. I've seen this move before. Shuren slowly pulled out the holy sword at his waist, and a second before he was hit by the magic chain, his figure suddenly disappeared. Over there. Donas, who was with Little Black, saw the scene. He was startled at first, then immediately discovered something, and ordered the magic gladiators. The demon gladiators immediately turned around and unleashed lightning at an empty place. Shuren's figure just happened to appear there. You discovered it? Shuren frowned, then stood still, letting the lightning strike his body. Bam! 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 Amidst the roars, lightning struck one after another, but it didn't even burn Shuren's clothes. The moment the lightning touched Shuren, it disappeared without a trace. That's a resistance skill? Donas immediately saw through the mystery, and his eyes flickered slightly. He had to admit that the leader of Fata Morgana had good eyesight, and he was very smart. Shuren discovered that the leader had been placing his hand on the little magic gladiator, which was the magical life that was created from jadeite, as if he was sensing something through her. Shuren immediately understood. Sensing the evil energy in the shrine through the magical life, and thus confirming my location? This seemed to be the reason why the other party could see through teleportation. Then I'll deal with you first. Since Donas wasn't strong enough, and he was the leader, it would be stupid not to take him down and instead fight head-on with others. Evolve. At that moment, Shuren directly activated the Ultimate Evolve skill, allowing the magic power to flow through his body, greatly strengthening his abilities. Then, he set off a storm and rushed toward Donas. Donas didn't panic at all. Magic gladiators. Under Donna's calm command, 4 magic gladiators suddenly appeared in front of Shuren like ghosts. Boom! A loud roar sounded. This time, it was the magic gladiators who released a large AoE attack, turning the flames into fire dragons that rushed toward Shuren. Shuren narrowed his eyes, feeling the amazing heat, and once again rushed into the flames without dodging. The flames immediately burned Shuren's body. However, Sean turned a blind eye to the raging flames. It was as if he was not being burned by the fierce flames, but was being blown by the spring breeze. He passed through the sea of fire at an astonishing speed and rushed to the front of the 4 magic gladiators. Hum! A tremor appeared on the holy sword in Shuren's hand. The red light of the demon sword covered the blade of the holy sword, and under Shuren's slash, it slashed toward the 4 magic gladiators. This slash wasn't aimed at just one person. Instead, it swept towards 4 demonic gladiators at once with the power to wipe out an entire army. The 4 magic gladiators wanted to put up a defensive wall and use defensive magic to block, but they seemed to remember that their defensive magic was broken by Shuren's demon sword, and they immediately turned into ghosts and scattered in all directions. Boom! The powerful demon sword swept through the air, and although it did not hit its target, it still set off a strong gust of wind, blowing away all the scattered magic gladiators. The magic gladiators were smashed into the ground one by one and rolled a few times. Then, they got up and used their high-speed movement techniques again. Like a ghost, they dashed toward Donas. Not bad. You learned your lesson. Shuren was not very satisfied with this result. He curled his lips and walked toward Donas while holding the holy sword with demon sword. Looking at Shuren slowly walking toward him, Donas not only did he not feel relaxed, but he also felt an extraordinary pressure. I see. The strength of the crusade against the Slaughterer clan is not just a rumor? Donas realized that Shuren was difficult to deal with. However, even though it was difficult, Donas still felt that he would not lose. I can't hold back anymore. Donas took out a book. Huh? Shuren stopped and exclaimed in surprise. This was because as soon as the book appeared in Donna's hand, a surprising phenomenon also appeared in front of Shuren. Boom! Waves of terrifying mana rose from the 4 demonic gladiators in front of Donasi. The mana was much denser, heavier, and even more oppressive than before. Donasi flipped open the book in his hand, allowing the book to emit waves of gloomy light that merged into the demonic gladiators' bodies. Under such circumstances, the 4 demonic gladiators' strength skyrocketed, and more mana surged out. That is. Shuren was astonished. Donasi saw Shuren's astonishment, and he laughed. Surprised? Donasi chuckled and said, "Don't be surprised. This book has a great origin. Have you heard of the Book of Schemes?" Book of Schemes? Shuren instantly frowned. He had never heard of this name before. However, not far away, Maffei, who was cutting several evil creatures in half, exclaimed in surprise when he heard Donasi's words. Could it be the legendary demonic book that can be used to seize unique skills? Muffet's words made Sean fall into a state of shock. A book that can seize unique skills? How could there be such an illegal magical tool in this world? While Shuren was still in shock, Donasi spoke with regret. This isn't something that can be used that easily. Unique skills are known to defy common sense. If it can be seized so easily, it would be a waste of its reputation. Donna's face was filled with regret as he spoke. He then began to elaborate. If you want to use the Book of Schemes to seize unique skills from others, you have to fulfill several very strict conditions. Not only does the target have to offer their unique skills willingly, but the target also has to sacrifice themselves in front of the Book of Schemes, burning themselves as a sacrifice. Even so, the probability of successfully obtaining a unique skill from this book is less than 10%. Moreover, even if it succeeds, depending on the completion rate, the unique skill will disappear sooner or later. In other words, there is a time limit for it to be used. Moreover, the Book of Schemes can only hold one unique skill at a time, and it can't be abandoned. Unless the unique skill reaches its time limit and disappears on its own, there is no way to seize it again. The limitations of this book are very high. Just like now, the unique skill recorded in the Book of Schemes can only be used for less than a year. After that, it will disappear completely and never appear again. At this point, Donna's revealed a smile again. Fortunately, the unique skill recorded in the Book of Schemes is very useful to me now. It can ignore any conditions and increase the power of magical beings by several times. Back then, I spent a lot of effort to obtain this unique skill. Now, it's a good chance for you to test its power. Donasi's smile suddenly turned cold. Let's go, magic gladiators. Let me see your power. Following Donasi's command, the 4 magic gladiators suddenly raised their heads. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the 4 demon gladiators disappeared from where they stood at the same time. Sean's face froze, and he did not hesitate to raise the holy sword in his hand, letting the holy sword with the demon sword slash past, sweeping around him. Swoosh! 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 The 4 magical gladiators suddenly appeared around Sean as if they had teleported, and once again surrounded him. While rushing towards Sean at an astonishing speed, they spread their hands and spread out a magic defensive wall in front of him. Dang 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 dang! Shuren's holy sword swept past like a windmill, cutting through the magic barrier in front of the 4 magic gladiators one after another. However, it was not able to break through the barrier as easily as before. Instead, it was fiercely bounced off in the midst of the sound of metal clashing. Immediately afterward, while Shuren's attack was still ongoing, one of the magic gladiators suddenly sped up and flashed behind Shuren. He opened his hands again and actually threw out a magic whip that instantly wrapped around Shuren's body. Be careful. Oh no. Seeing this scene, both Oz and Maffei's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the other 3 magic gladiators also flashed around Shuren. Their hands under their black robes shook, and each of them held a thorn-like spike and stabbed it mercilessly at Shuren's body. These 4 magic gladiators chose to use physical attacks to kill Shuren when they knew that he had the magic resistance skill. Therefore, the spikes in the hands of the 3 magic gladiators stabbed Shuren's throat, heart, and head respectively. Unfortunately, clang! In the next second, in a neat and crisp collision sound, 3 sharp spikes fell on Shuren's vital position, but it was like stabbing a piece of steel. Sparks splashed and the spikes bounced off from Shuren's body. What? Donas, who originally thought that the outcome of the battle had been decided, saw this scene and his pupils shrank. He still has a high-level, physical resistance, skill? Is this a joke? It wasn't like Donas had never seen resistance skills before. Donas had also seen high-grade resistance skills before. To be able to ignore the attacks of 4 magic gladiators above level 80, this kind of resistance skill must be at least above level 9, right? However, most people only had one such skill. This was because resistance skills were different from defense enhancement skills. The way to learn it was to withstand a certain degree of attack. If he wanted to learn the physical resistance skill, he would have to endure a sufficient number of physical attacks and a certain degree of strength. In order to learn the magic resistance skill, one would have to endure a certain amount of magic attacks and withstand a certain amount of magic attacks. Due to such conditions, many people would never be able to learn resistance skills in their lifetime. Firstly, they didn't have the talent in this area. Secondly, it was because the attacks that were strong enough for them to learn resistance skills would usually cost them their lives before they could learn the skill. Resistance. Resistance. It was because one had withstood enough attacks that the body had the ability to adapt and resist. Only then could it be called resistance. Therefore, the attacks that one withstood had to be withstood with one's body. One couldn't defend or block it. Under such circumstances, how many people would be able to learn the resistance skill? Those who were able to learn resistance skills had all survived from hell. Who knew how many fatal injuries they had suffered in their lives? Who knew how many times they had escaped from the gates of hell? Only after they were successfully rescued did they finally learn resistance skills. It was not that there were no such people in the 3 realms, but they at most got one kind of resistance skill. 2 kinds of resistance skills. How many times did one have to escape death in order to learn it? Shuren clearly looked so young, but he had mastered 2 kinds of resistance skills, and even upgraded them to the point where they were close to the maximum level. This human, Donaz's expression became more or less dignified. On the other side, Oz and Muffy were also surprised. There are actually 2 high-level resistance skills? Oz's face was full of astonishment. Is he a monster? Muffy could not keep calm at all. On the other hand, Shuren had no idea how much shock he had caused to others. He ignored the 3 magic gladiators who were shocked on the spot because their attacks were ineffective. He struggled with all his might while being speechless. This kind of binding ability, even resistance skills can't work? Thinking about it, it made sense. The effect of resistance skills was to weaken damage, and it naturally had no effect on the power that would not cause damage. If it was an abnormal state, it would be fine. With abnormal state resistance, Shuren could offset the interference and influence brought about by the abnormal state, but this kind of direct binding, no resistance skills would have any effect. Shuren could only use brute force to break free. No, that's not right. Give to. Dispel. Shuren used a new, give to, magic and gave the characteristic of dispel to the long whip wrapped around his body. Bang! The long whip on Shuren's body immediately shattered. The 4 magic gladiators finally reacted and did not give Shuren a chance to escape. They threw out their chains and let the chains wrap around Shuren's body. Give to. Dispel. Shuren repeated the old trick and continued to dispel the binding around his body, then suddenly turned around and used celestial body magic. Flying star. Countless tiny meteors descended from the sky, turning into a rain of light that fell on the bodies of the 4 demon gladiators. Bang 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 bang. As the meteors continued to fall, a burst of explosions occurred one after another, causing smoke and dust to rise. The dust gradually enveloped the battlefield where Shuren and the 4 magic gladiators were. The battle between Shuren and the 4 magic gladiators became more and more intense, magic and magic intertwined, sword and stab flickered with each other, constantly setting off shockwaves and roars, telling others that the battle had entered a white-hot state. So powerful, Muffy couldn't help but murmur. Humans are still as cunning as ever. Obviously, most of them are very weak, but occasionally there will be some powerful guys. No matter what era it is, there has never been a lack of strong people. It's really incomprehensible. Even Oz was speechless and said such words. Obviously, the fact that the power of the four magic gladiators has skyrocketed several times, and Shuren was still able to fight with them was too surprising and shocking. Of course, this situation was not what Donnas wanted to see. It seems that I still underestimated this human aristocrat. Donnas furrowed his brows tightly. Donnas had heard a lot about Shuren, but he never thought that the other party was so difficult to deal with. It was just a crusade against a declining, slaughterer faction. Although this caused a lot of trouble in the old demons faction, in fact, not many people really cared about it. Slaughterer faction used to be a little interesting, but since its power was greatly reduced 10 years ago, it was completely at the bottom of all the old demons faction forces, and few people looked up to it. Beidou was quite powerful, but the extent of his power was very limited. Compared to him, many leaders of the old demons faction, including Donnas, paid more attention to Killian, who was young but had great potential. Therefore, when they were suppressed, it would at most make many of the forces of the old demon clan sigh that a once insufferably arrogant force had disappeared, and let some people remember Shan's name. Apart from that, there was no other use. After that, whether it was taming Adol's black dragon or destroying nearly half of the kingdom's knights, although many old demons faction were surprised, there were still not many people who really regarded Shuren as a threat. It was not until there was news that Shuren was in contact with the dragon demon, one of the 6 great demons, and also received the attention of the moon demon, that he seemed to have a little relationship with these demons in private, that many people really remembered Shuren's name and paid attention to him. But this attention was paid to the power behind Shuren, not Shuren's own strength. If Shuren's own strength could only be used to crusade against a declining, slaughterer faction, it could only be said that he had a little bit of skill. The same was true for destroying nearly half of the kingdom's knights' combat power. After all, the kingdom's knights were full of small fries who were less than level 70. If Shuren had destroyed nearly half of the royal knights' combat power, then it would be worthy of the old demons faction's attention. To sum up, many people, including Donnas, were actually only interested in the various things that Shuren had done, but basically, no one felt that Shuren's strength was a threat. But now, Donnas felt that he had to change his perspective. This human noble is definitely a scourge. Murderous intent began to surge out of Donnas's eyes. Shuren was too young. He was only a few years older than the kingdom's most precious treasure and the empire's Valkyrie, but he had such strength. In addition, he had Adol's black dragon by his side, and he had connections with the demons. If he was allowed to grow in the future, it was inevitable that he would become a great threat to the old demons faction. I must keep him here. Donnas raised the book in his hand and injected magic power into it, hoping to increase the power of the demon gladiator. The unique skill recorded in the book had not been activated to the limit yet. Although if it was activated to the limit and the effect was increased too much, the time limit of this unique skill would be shortened by a lot, causing it to disappear prematurely. Daneth was a decisive person. When it was time to pay a price to achieve his goal, he would pay the price without hesitation. This was the reason why he was able to climb all the way to his current position with his weak strength. However, at this moment, an accident happened. Cyclone. A feminine shout suddenly sounded, and a whirlwind appeared in Donnas's hand. With a sweep, the book of schemes was taken away. Who? Donnas's face changed, and he suddenly turned to the ceiling of the temple. There, the skylight that was previously broken was still there. Therefore, a figure appeared there, standing on the ceiling, stretched out her hand, and took the book that was rolled up by the whirlwind into her arms. Seeing this person, Oz and Muffy were overjoyed. Lady Elise! Lady Elise! The two couldn't help but shout. The person was Elise. Success! Success! On the ceiling, Elise, who had successfully snatched the Book of Intrigue from Donna's, revealed a joyful expression. No one knew that Elise did not actually enter the temple. Instead, after arriving here, she chose to climb up to the roof of the temple and sneak in here. She had been observing the situation inside the temple through the skylight. She had no choice. There were always evil creatures roaring and running out of the temple. Even if Elise could spy on the activities of the evil creatures through praying, she did not dare to enter the temple from the entrance. Xianxia and the others thought that Elise had already entered the temple, but they had forgotten that this saintess was actually very timid. How could she enter the temple openly knowing that there were so many evil creatures in the temple? Wasn't that equivalent to delivering herself to her doorstep? No way. Therefore, this timid saintess had a flash of inspiration. She climbed up to the roof of the temple and waited for an opportunity to strike. It had to be said that Elise's timing was indeed very good. Thanks to this, Donna's book of intrigue fell into Elise's hands, causing the dark light on the magic book to dim and lose its effect. Seeing this scene, in the temple, Donna's eyes flashed with a touch of sharpness. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the shoulder of the little demon beside him. The little demon's body suddenly emitted a weak magical fluctuation, causing several black shadows to suddenly rush down from the sky above the temple. Be careful, Lady Elise. Oz and Maffy, who were originally pleasantly surprised, saw the situation on Elise's side and immediately became shocked and angry. Ah! Elise let out a cry of surprise. The main body of the black shadows that rushed down from the sky were a few flying monsters. With violent and sharp roars, they pounced on Elise in unison. In a panic, Elise wanted to use magic on them. It was a pity that Elise's level was not high. She was only at level 40 and was no match for the monsters between levels 50 and 60. Bang! Not long after, with a crash, Elise was knocked down from the ceiling by a monster and fell into the temple. Lady Elise! Get lost! Maffy and Oz's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they screamed. They broke through the evil creatures that surrounded them and wanted to rush toward Elise. Ah 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 ah. Ah 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 ah. However, the evil creatures that surrounded the two seemed to have received instructions. Not only did they increase in number, but they also became fiercer and fiercer. They directly used their bodies to block the path of the two orc priests, causing them to be even more shocked and angry. Just like that, Elise fell into the temple and smashed into the floor of the temple, becoming covered in dust. A sharp pain struck Elise's entire body. It hurts, Elise sobbed with tears in her eyes, but she still hugged the book tightly in her arms. So, I didn't expect us to meet in this way, Saintess Elise. A figure arrived in front of Elise and looked down at her, who was lying on the ground, causing her body to stiffen. I'm sorry. Can I trouble you to return what belongs to me? Danasi said calmly. He looked so gentle and refined, but Elise felt a chill run down her spine. Not only did she not comply, she even hugged the demon book in her arms even tighter. Seeing this, Donna's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand at the little demon warrior beside him, and one by one, the evil creatures began to slowly surround Elise. Elise finally could not suppress the fear in her heart. She hugged the book and screamed. Elise could no longer suppress the fear in her heart. She screamed as she hugged the book. Bastard! Maffy and Oz desperately wanted to rush over, but they were blocked by the evil creatures again and again. They could only show anxious expressions. Maffy and Oz desperately wanted to rush over, but they were blocked by the evil creatures again and again. They could only show an anxious look. Daneth ordered without any emotion. The evil creatures roared and rushed towards Elise. Donna's gave an emotionless order, causing the evil creatures to roar and pounce towards Elise. Just like that, Elise was drowned by countless evil beings. Ah 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 ah. Ah 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 ah. Both Maffy and Oz's eyes turned red, and their faces were filled with madness, causing them to roar hysterically. Their minds were greatly shaken, and the demonic aura finally invaded their souls once more, causing them to walk towards madness. Donna's only watched the scene unfold mercilessly as he waited for the evil being to cut the saintess into pieces. Then, he would take the book of intrigue from her corpse. Donna's didn't notice that a second before the army of evil creatures drowned Elise, a streak of light rushed over and arrived at Elise's location first, hugging her in his arms. Boom! An astonishing amount of magic power erupted like a volcano, gushing out from the army of evil creatures. The magic power was like a storm, blowing away countless evil creatures and even the ceiling of the temple. It was like a pillar of air, shooting up into the sky. Ah ah ah. Daneth did not have time to react, and was blown away by the storm of magic power. He rolled on the ground like a piece of trash, looking extremely pathetic. The evil creatures were also like pieces of trash, either smashing into the walls of the temple or being blown out of the temple. In the end, even Oz and Maffei were not spared, and were thrown to the ground by the storm of magic power. However, not only did they not feel angry, but they were also shocked and overjoyed. In the center of the storm of magic power, the figure holding the beast-man Xianxia appeared. When the evil creatures rushed over, Elise had already closed her eyes with a pale face. When she came to her senses, she found that she was not torn to pieces, but fell into a familiar and warm embrace. Elise slowly opened her eyes. In the next moment, the face that she had secretly hated to the point that her teeth itched and her heart trembled in fear was imprinted in her eyes. I say, Xianxia, actually, you don't have to spend so much effort to snatch that book. Instead of using this rare opportunity on that book, you might as well kill those disgusting old demons with magic. Holding the flashing red holy sword in one hand and holding Elise in the other, Xianxia glanced at the Foxman Xianxia in his arms and suddenly smiled. Well, it's all thanks to you that we've finally gotten rid of those troublesome magical creatures. I should thank you for your help. Hearing Xianxia's words, Oz and Maffei, who were thrown to the ground, looked around the entire temple subconsciously, and immediately found 4 wounded and dying demon gladiators lying on the ground in a corner of the temple. Without the enhancement of the Book of Plunder, the 4 demon gladiators were in a situation where their power had plummeted, and Xianxia seized the opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop. When we go back, I'll ask Xianxia to cook a delicious meal for you as a reward. Xianxia smiled at Elise, and Elise looked at his face in a daze. After a while, her pretty face actually turned red. This scene, Xianxia did not have the opportunity to pay his respects. He had already retracted his gaze and cast it on Donna's, who stood up shakily and only had the little demon with him. My demon gladiator. Donna saw the 4 dying demon gladiators lying on the ground, and his expression changed dramatically. But then, Donna's was suddenly pushed down by the little demon beside him, and fell back to the ground again. Clang! Before Donna's could react, a sword light suddenly flashed from the place where he stood a second ago, bringing with it a clear sound. Donna's only then reacted, and he was so scared that his hair stood on end. Bang! In the next second, a foot kicked heavily on Donna's, who had fallen to the ground, and he was kicked away. Donasi slammed heavily into the wall and spat out all the air in his lungs. He even spat out a mouthful of blood before sliding down the wall. The little demon still wanted to rush to Donna's side, but she was grabbed by a hand and thrown in the direction of Oz and Maffei. Oz and Maffei, who got up from the ground, quickly caught the little demon and controlled her regardless of her struggle. Only then did Xianxia put down the red-faced Elise in his arms and cast his eyes on Donna's. Quite a tough life, no wonder you can become the leader of a force of the old demons. Xianxia came in front of Donna's and said with a smile, I just don't know, does the great old demons have any other means? Huh? Xianxia raised the holy sword in front of Donna's and pointed the tip of the sword at Donna's head. Donna's, who was lying on the ground, did not move. It was not until a while later that he smiled faintly. It was not the kind of chuckle that seemed to be in control of the whole situation, but a kind of sneer that made people's hair stand on end. Then, I really do have one. Donna's laughed as he let the voice ring out. I didn't want to use this method at first. After all, Mirage doesn't have as many members as Slaughterer faction, but now, it's time for them to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Donna's words made Xianxia's eyes narrow, and a bad feeling emerged in his heart. Sacrifice. But at this time, Donna suddenly raised his head and roared in the direction of the seal. Over there, the group of old demons, who had been chanting incomprehensible spells around the crystal and had been ignored by everyone, suddenly took action. They took out a small knife engraved with magical runes and stabbed it into their hearts without hesitation. Poochie! Neatly piercing sounds, the knife sank into the chests of the old demons. Those old devils didn't even make a sound as they slowly fell to the ground, causing the chanting to come to an abrupt stop. But the knives in their chests suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, and the blood that flowed out of their chests turned into a dark air flow that was much thicker than before, and it rushed towards the crystal at an astonishing speed. Kacha, kacha kacha kacha. The crystal cracked in response, causing countless cracks to appear in everyone's panicked expressions. Boom! Terrifying magical power once again gushed out from the crystal. That day, the sky of Cosmos changed. Rumble, at some point in time, the sky above Cosmos suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. The dark clouds flowed like a whirlpool, and there seemed to be lightning flashing in it, causing a series of suppressed buzzing sounds. The air became extremely heavy. The ground also began to tremble from time to time. The phenomenon grew more and more intense, causing the citizens of Cosmos to tremble with fear. They were constantly on tenterhooks. Strange things had happened in Cosmos. Many times, and now, more and more strange things were happening, causing many people to begin to break down. If someone were to look in the direction of Cosmos City Gate, they would realize that at this moment, no matter which city gate it was, there were many people causing trouble with their families and bags of all sizes. Let us out. We want to leave the city. We'll die if we stay here any longer. I can't stay here any longer. Hurry up and let us out. The people kept pushing and shoving each other, trying to rush out of the city gate as they shouted at the top of their lungs. However, the city gate was firmly guarded by the Knights of the Knighthood. Go back. All of you, go back. The Duke has ordered that Cosmos has been locked down, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. If you gather people to cause trouble again, we'll execute you on the spot. The knights roared angrily. At first, they did scare many people, but when they saw that the phenomenon in Cosmos was getting more and more intense, the people were really scared out of their wits. Therefore, no matter which city gate it was, there were knights and people arguing loudly and even pushing and shoving each other, causing noises, roars, curses, and screams to resound together. This was the first time in 1,000 years that the fortress city of Cosmos had experienced such a huge chaos. Judging from the trend, it would not be surprising if there were riots at any time. Under such circumstances, there were even large and small battles taking place in the city. No one noticed that at the top of an extremely tall building some distance away from the land of demonic aura, two figures had been observing the situation. They were two goddesses. No, to be precise, they should be called a goddess and a maiden of the demons. The goddess had long hair, was tall, and wore a solemn robe. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were tightly shut as if she could not see anything, yet she could clearly see the situation in the deepest part of the land of demonic aura. She looked extremely tranquil and mystical. The young demon girl had long, black hair that reached her waist, and her eyes were dark red. Although she was not as tall as the former, she also had the height and figure of a model. In addition, she was also extremely beautiful. Just by standing there, she had become a beautiful scenery. One had to admit that it was a pity that these two extraordinary beauties were standing in such a place without anyone knowing. However, if anyone recognized the origins of these two, they would be greatly shocked and would no longer be able to appreciate them. This was because one of them was one of the three goddesses who stood at the top of the Protoss race, while the other was an old demon criminal who had been wanted by the Mitra kingdom for a whole decade. At some point, the demon race girl couldn't hold back anymore. Goddess Anima? The maiden of the demons said in a bitter tone. The demon race girl spoke in a bitter tone. We've been here for a few days. At first, you came with the idea of quickly resolving the situation. Why did you suddenly choose to watch from the sidelines and observe in the dark? Why did you ignore the matter of the darkness shrine? We've been here for a few days. At first, you came with the idea of quickly resolving the matter. Why did you suddenly choose to watch from the sidelines and observe in secret? Why did you ignore the matter of the darkness shrine? The two of them had been in Cosmos for a few days. It had been a few days since the two of them arrived at Cosmos. When Anima sensed the abnormality in the divine realm, she and Xianxia had already descended to the human realm. With the help of Xianxia's space magic, they arrived at Cosmos in a very short time. At that time, it was also when Xian broke the seal of the evil god Lilith. The two of them saw with their own eyes the scene of Xian using the holy sword to cut open Lilith's seal. They even saw Xian defeating all the orc priests. They even saw Sanctus Elise being taken away by Xian, but they didn't show up to intervene. Xianxia was perplexed. At the beginning, she clearly saw that when Xian broke the seal, there was a moment when Anima's expression turned cold, and she was about to intervene. If the goddess had intervened at that time, it would have been impossible for Xian to abduct Elise even if he had great abilities. It would have been good enough if he could have escaped unscathed. However, in the end, Anima managed to restrain herself and chose to watch from the sidelines. She had been watching from the sidelines until now. No, Anima did do something. For example, when the old demons sect began to break the seal and release the evil aura and evil creatures, Anima used a revelation to warn Elise, who was her saintess, so that Elise would be aware of the situation in the darkness shrine. In other words, the reason why Elise ran out of the hotel and became more and more anxious during this period of time was because Anima was giving Elise a revelation and letting Elise know about the situation there. After Elise entered the land of evil aura, the reason why she could avoid so many evil creatures along the way was also because Anima had guided her when she was praying. In other words, Anima didn't do anything else other than this. That made Xianxia very puzzled. She did not know why Anima would do that. Anima had never explained anything about this before. Until this moment, you don't have to be puzzled, do you? Anima glanced at Xianxia. She did not open her eyes, but it made Xianxia feel like she had been seen through. That made Xianxia tense up. She was not sure if she had really been seen through by the goddess in front of her. This goddess was the mother of almost all life, and her understanding of life was unparalleled. In this world, if the goddess in front of her claimed to be the second best in understanding the nature of a person, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Even though Xianxia was a demon and not a human created by the goddess, she was not confident that she would not be seen through. However, Xianxia's lack of confidence naturally could not be hidden from Anima. Anima seemed to take a deep look at her before retracting her gaze. If I'm not wrong, based on my observations these days, I can infer that you should know the human noble who has a way to break Lilith's seal with a sword, right? Anima said softly, then you should know that I chose to stand by and do nothing because of that human youth, right? Really? Xianxia did think of this possibility, but she could not be sure, so she said, just because of a young human noble, you chose to stand by and do nothing about Lilith? If this fell into the ears of those who did not know Shuren's true identity, they would definitely not be able to understand Anima's actions. Unfortunately, Xianxia knew Shuren's true identity. Therefore, she was very clear that Anima had doubts about Shuren's origin. I watched him for a few days, and now I can finally be sure that the life aura on him does not belong to this world. Anima said so. Apart from the hero, only the descendants of the hero have that kind of life aura. Because the descendants of the hero were also equivalent to the descendants of the people from another world, it was understandable that their life aura did not belong to this world. However, his magic power is very strong, and even the child that the goddess of destiny dotes on seems to be inferior. Moreover, his level is not high, but he has such strength, which proves that he is extraordinarily talented, and even has a very powerful unique skill. If such a person was born in this world, the three goddesses, including me, should be able to sense it and come to give him a blessing. Anima said as if she was talking to herself. But this person seems to have appeared out of thin air. He clearly has a blessing, but that blessing does not belong to any of us three goddesses, but he seems to be able to sense the power of our blessings. It is really somewhat contradictory and strange. Anima discovered these things. Apart from that, she also discovered something very important. The sword that the child used to break Lilith's seal, if I saw correctly, seems to have a holy sword seal ring on it that can only be made by the god of forging. At this point, Anima's tone became solemn. And Xianxia knew. She knew that Anima had probably discovered Shuren's true identity after a few days of observation. After all, in terms of understanding the hero, the three goddesses were undoubtedly the best. Although the hero's summoning arcana was created by the supreme goddess Omnis, in the past, the hero summoned through the ritual was all received by the three goddesses and blessed by the three goddesses. The supreme goddess herself did not participate in any hero summoning. Almost no hero in the past had even seen the supreme goddess. Only in the final battle 1,000 years ago, the hero Mitra had seen the supreme goddess once. Because of this, it could be said that the three goddesses were the ones who most often interacted with the hero, and they were the ones who understood the hero the most. The hero of the past had all been blessed, assisted, and guided by the three goddesses. Anima had also guided several hero, and she was also the goddess of life. It would be strange if she did not recognize Shuren's identity. The problem was that Anima knew very well that the hero's summoning arcana had been sealed, and it was impossible for it to be activated again to summon a new hero. Even if it was activated, it was impossible for the hero to appear without them noticing. Now, a hero that no one knew had suddenly appeared. How could Anima not be suspicious and shocked? It was precisely because of this that Anima resisted the idea of intervening and observed Shuren. With this observation, Anima became more and more shocked. A life aura that did not belong to this world. The Holy Sword seal ring. A miraculous blessing. As well as excessively powerful potential and abilities. Anima saw all these signs on Shuren, and was sure that he was definitely a hero. However, the summoning of the hero had clearly been sealed, and there were no signs of the summoning ritual being used. Why did such a hero suddenly appear? What exactly happened? Because of this shocking discovery, Anima could no longer care about the evil god Lilith. After some internal struggle, she decided to observe for the time being. But now, I can only stop here for now. Seeing the shocking demonic power suddenly surging out of the land of evil aura, the evil aura and evil beings became even more frenzied, and the commotion became even more intense. Anima knew that she could no longer stand by and watch. If she continued to do nothing, the evil god Lilith's seal would be removed, and hell would descend upon her once again. So, no matter what, let's first reinforce the seal and banish the temple before we talk about other things. Anima was prepared to act. Unfortunately, since you've already chosen not to intervene, then continue to watch here, goddess of life. When a young voice reached Anima's ears, Anima's body stiffened and she could no longer move. That familiar voice was like a dragon's roar that she had not heard for many years. It shook Anima's heart, causing her to turn her head abruptly and look to the side. Who? Naturally, Xianxia also heard this voice. Her expression changed slightly, and she looked towards the source of the voice. Seeing this, Xianxia was first shocked, and then delighted. Because, at the same time, the person who could surprise and delight her had appeared here. Long time no see, Anima. These words came from the mouth of a young girl who suddenly descended from the sky. The petite girl, who was hugging a pillow in her arms, retracted her pair of dragon wings, and landed on the top of the building with two beautiful girls, imprinting themselves in front of Anima and Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim in delight when she saw the maid who looked exactly like her brought over by Kirin. It's great that you're alright, eldest Mississippi. Xianxia held Feitsui's hand, and looked at Xianxia, who was standing beside Anima. Although her face was still expressionless, there was a rare trace of relief in her eyes. Feitsui looked at Anima, as if she knew who she was, and remained silent as always. Anima's gaze naturally fell on the petite girl hugging the pillow. She seemed surprised and spoke in a stiff voice. Demonic dragon Aie, aside from Aie, who else could it be? Why are you here? Anima was slightly shaken. On the other hand, Aie was looking at Anima with a calm expression. You've been observing my men for a few days, yet you didn't notice that I'm here? Nima said. Aie come. However, these words were like a bolt from the blue to Anima. So you've always been by that human side? Anima's words told everyone that she had not discovered Aie's presence. Aie had been sleeping in her room for the past few days, and she had not taken a step out of her room. Even Elise, who had been kidnapped, had not seen Aie, so how could Anima have discovered Aie? Secondly, Aie had been sleeping in her room for the past few days, and she had not taken a step out of her room. Even Elise, who had been kidnapped, had not seen Aie, so how could Anima have discovered her? Secondly, I knew that you would come, and I knew that you would target my people. So, I have been hiding my life aura and falling into a deep sleep for the past few days. Aie said as if she didn't care. If it was someone else, they might have discovered my existence with the naked eye. But for you, who can sense the life aura of all living things in the world, this method of concealment is surprisingly effective, isn't it? Aie's words made Anima speechless. Just as Aie had said, as the goddess of life, she did not see things with the naked eye. Instead, she used her senses to sense the life aura of all living things in the world. Thanks to this, nothing could hide from Anima. Anima could easily see through any existence, understand the essence of any life, and not be confused by falsehood. Elise had prayed to get Anima's vision, and thus could see the location and existence of all living things in the world. It was also because of this power that she could see Shuren and the rest who were riding Yulin to Cosmos. But there was a weakness in this ability. That was, anima would ignore or even ignore existences that had no life aura, just like how ordinary people would not pay attention to stones on the roadside. Therefore, anima did not discover AIE, who had hidden her life aura and was in a state of suspended animation. After understanding this, anima was silent for a long time. Then, she sighed and calmed down. I didn't expect Lady AIE to come to the human world, anima said. Because you haven't paid much attention to the human world recently, right? AIE said noncommittally. I've been in the human world for some time. This matter has probably spread to all the countries in the human world. You actually don't know about it. What a dereliction of duty. This is a misunderstanding, Lady AIE. Anima smiled bitterly. The guidance of humans has always been the responsibility of the goddess of destiny. The goddess of nature is in charge of the elves and dwarves. The race I'm in charge of is the orcs. So, I really don't know much about what's happening in the human world recently. Then you've missed out on a lot of interesting things, anima. AIE glanced at anima and said with a faint smile, many interesting things have happened in the human world recently. Is that so? Anima seemed to squint her eyes and said softly, is it because of that human called Shuren? More or less. AIE neither admitted nor denied. There are more and more people who have noticed him like you. Then, can you allow me to ask a question? Anima looked up as if she was looking at AIE. She asked bluntly, that human is really a hero, right? Don't ask me. I won't answer your question. AIE said rather coldly, if possible, I would also like to ask what exactly is going on. Anima understood the meaning behind AIE's words. Simply put, if Shuren was really a hero, then the questions about him should not belong to the Protoss, but the demons. No matter what, the hero was the trump card of the Protoss's secret. The Protoss was the one who truly understood the hero's questions. Therefore, if Anima wanted to ask about the Bravehearts, she should ask herself instead of AIE. I understand. Anima was silent for a while, then said, but, from the looks of it, you seem to have a close relationship with that human who is suspected to be a hero. Am I hallucinating? Of course it was not a hallucination. After all, AIE had said it from the beginning. He's my person. Just take it literally. AIE said to Anima in a frank tone, in other words, I'm the one taking care of that guy now. His words made Anima's heart filled with thousands of questions and astonishment. She really wanted to ask what exactly did that mean. What did she mean by, I'm the one taking care of him now? Also, why did that human become one of the dragon demons? Could it be that the appearance of the hero this time was not because of the Protoss's summoning device, but because the demons had mastered some method to summon the hero? But how was that possible? Apart from the overgod Omnis, no one else could interfere with another world. Not to mention the demons now, even when the Demon King was still alive, she could not interfere with the other world. The demons' strength was reflected in their strength, but they could not be like the Protoss, who had all kinds of incredible powers. And among the Protoss, the only one who could achieve true omnipotence and interfere with the existence of another world was the supreme god Omnis. If that was the case, what was going on, what exactly happened? Anima could not help but feel a little confused. However, compared to these questions, Anima now wanted to know what AIE planned to do. It's really hard to imagine that an existence like Lady AIE would be interested in a human and protect him. Anima took a deep breath and asked, Lord AIE, what is your purpose for coming here? Can you tell me? Why? AIE raised her brows slightly, looked at Anima, and said, are you suspecting that it was me or the demons who ordered that guy to destroy the evil god Lilith's seal? Regarding this question, Anima only had one thing to say. I really hope that things are not like this. Otherwise, this matter would really be troublesome. Don't worry, this is what that guy decided to do. I'm just watching from the side, and when necessary, I'll be his fighter. AIE did not beat around the bush as she said such words. Fighter? Anima was shocked by this statement. Let the dragon be a fighter, in this world, other than the Demon King, who else could do such a ridiculous thing? Anyway, that's what happened. Ai seemed to be too lazy to explain too much to Anima, and said very straightforwardly, "Since this is what he decided to do, I hope that you'd better not disturb him." At this point, Anima finally understood the purpose of Ai's appearance here. It was to restrain her and not let her disturb the situation. "Are you threatening me?" Anima's expression was not very good. "You can think so if you want to." Ai snorted coldly and said, "Of course, you can choose not to listen, but when the time comes, I hope that you can bring out much more power than you had 1,000 years ago." Anima was speechless. The atmosphere suddenly began to tremble, causing this region of the world to seem as if it was about to tremble. It seemed to be extremely oppressive and heavy. Ai and Anima faced each other. One was expressionless, while the other was silent. However, a terrifying aura rose from their bodies at the same time. The aura was like a star that was about to explode or a black hole that was about to collapse. Only the people present could sense it. It made Xianxia and Xianxia hold their breaths. They knew very well that once this aura exploded, it would bring about terrifying consequences and shocking disasters. Since Xianxia and Xianxia knew about this, Ai and Anima naturally knew about it. Especially Anima, who could not be as unscrupulous as Ai. On one side was one of the 3 goddesses. On the other side was one of the 6 great demons. If a battle broke out between the 2 of them, not to mention the Mitra kingdom, even the neighboring Ragnar Empire would be dragged into it. This was what a battle between people of their level meant. Of course, the most important thing was that if they really fought, the one who would lose in the end would definitely be Anima. After all, in the final battle 1,000 years ago, it was Ai who single-handedly suppressed 2 of the 3 goddesses and almost killed them on the spot. And the goddess of life was one of them. Therefore, Anima knew very well just how terrifying this young girl, who looked like she had yet to reach adulthood, was. She was currently one of the top demons. She surpassed the concept of demons and was extremely close to the Demon King. Among the demons who were known for their strength, a demon like her meant that she was the strongest. On the other hand, Protoss had a high status, but it did not mean that they were strong. Although Anima was much stronger than the average Protoss and humans, in terms of power, she was actually not at the top of the Protoss. Among the 3 goddesses, the only one who could truly reach the pinnacle and even overshadow the demonic humans was the goddess of fate, Lidas. As for the goddess of life and the other goddess of nature, they were definitely not the 2nd or 3rd place in terms of strength. Among the superior gods, the goddess of justice Artemis, who was known as an exceptional existence, was stronger than Anima and the goddess of nature. She was so strong that she could even rival the demons. There was also the evil goddess Lilith, who was born at the same time as Artemis. She was also not weaker than Artemis. Strictly speaking, these 2 goddesses were the 2nd and 3rd place of the Protoss, followed closely by the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. In the war 1,000 years ago, when Anima and the goddess of nature were crushed by Ai, Artemis fought to a draw with the ghost demon Duo Ma with her own strength, which could be seen. This was evident. Therefore, Anima knew very well how powerful the demons were and knew that she was not Yi's match. This. Apart from the Demon King and the Supreme God, only the goddess of fate, who was regarded as the strongest in the 3 realms, could defeat them in a one-on-one fight. In the war, if it were not for Artemis's astonishing power, which allowed her to block Demon Duoma alone, the goddess of fate, who was the strongest among the demons, the Moon Devil, and the Succubus, the 3 Protoss goddesses who controlled time together and were regarded as a trinity, joined forces to fight against the poison demon, and the hero's companions joined forces with the various powerhouses of the human race to form a coalition of 13 legendary powerhouses above level 95. If it were a group battle against the demon beasts, the Protoss and the human race would have long been destroyed by the terrifying power of the demons. As for Anima and the other 3 goddesses, they were suppressed by the dragon demon Ai the entire time. It could be said that they had experienced a narrow escape from death. Under such circumstances, Ai said, "I hope you can bring out more power than 1,000 years ago." Otherwise, Anima would really be threatened by Ai. And if Ai intended to cause trouble, Anima did not dare to imagine what the consequences would be. Although the evil goddess Lilith was terrifying, Ai's threat was definitely not weaker than hers. Moreover, Ai had the demons and 5 other demons behind her. If they really fell out with her, it would be a disaster for the three realms. Even if the war 1,000 years ago ended with the Protoss and the human race's victory, and the demons were just losers, now that the supreme god had retired and the hero had passed away, if a war really broke out, the Protoss and the human race would probably return to the original situation where they were suppressed by the demons. Therefore, when the demons pursued peace and did not want to be seen as enemies by the Protoss and the human race, how could the Protoss and the human race, including Anima, not hope that the demons would stop looking for trouble and starting a war? Peace was never something that could be achieved by the maintenance of any single force. The reason why peace could be achieved was because of the balance between all forces, as well as mutual restraint. When the Protoss and the human race restrained the demons were actually restraining the Protoss and the human race. It was precisely because of this that Anima did not dare to act rashly. She only had one question. What exactly are you planning to do? Anima was really puzzled. It could not be helped. If the evil goddess Lilith broke out of the seal, it would not only be good for the Protoss and the human race, but it would also not be good for the demons. It was an evil goddess that did not distinguish between friend and foe, and would turn all living beings in the world into crazy demons. Presumably, the demons would not want to see this evil goddess break out of the seal and cause harm to the demons, right? Then, why did AIE want to restrain her here? What was she planning to do? What was the human race that she was sheltering and suspected to be a hero planning to do? Anima really could not figure it out. However, AIE had no intention of explaining to her. Just stay here and watch, Yizichan said. After AIE said this faintly, she turned her gaze to the side. There, Emerald only glanced at Anima at the beginning, and then she kept looking in the direction of the temple. Only at this moment, when AIE cast her gaze on her, did Emerald turn her head and look at AIE. AIE and Emerald looked at each other. After a while, go. AIE said so. Emerald nodded and immediately jumped down from here without hesitation. Wait. Anima naturally recognized who Emerald was, and she had even been watching her in the dark. Seeing her leave, she hurriedly wanted to stop her. However, as soon as Anima moved, a gaze that made her heart cold pierced over. Anima suddenly froze, and then she smiled bitterly. She knew that she could not stop what was going to happen next. I hope you won't regret it later. Anima could only say such words to AIE in a deep voice. AIE curled her lips and smiled. This is a special class seat. You just have to watch carefully. AIE's voice slowly spread out. Watch carefully and see to what extent a true hero, whom even Mitra could not compare to, can achieve. AIE's words formed a storm in Anima's heart, but no one knew what kind of storm it was. Lesia and Xianxia looked at each other, and then immediately chose to remain silent, looking in the direction of the temple. The dark temple seemed to have become even darker and scarier. The evil energy that gushed out from inside had become unprecedentedly thick, causing the black fog-like evil energy to spread out at an alarming speed. The evil creatures were all roaring loudly, and finally, they dispersed towards the residential area of Cosmos and other places where there were people. A disaster was bound to befall here. Crack, crack, crack. The cracking sound of the crystal was still echoing in the hall of the divine temple, as if it had broken the hearts of everyone present. The crystal that was sealing the scarred girl began to crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, it was covered in cracks and was on the verge of collapse. Seal. Damn it. Maffy and Oz had completely lost their cool. One's face was ashen, while the other roared anxiously, but there was nothing they could do. Ah. Elise also exclaimed with a pale face. Just as she was about to rush over, she was pulled back by Shuren. No, it's too late. Shuren stared at the sealed crystal, watching it shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. He sighed with mixed emotions. Hee hee. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Donna's, who was lying on the ground, could not help but laugh, and his laughter became louder and louder, more and more crazy, and finally became a burst of laughter. Hell is coming. Everyone. Donna stared at the broken crystal seal with a rather scorching gaze, laughing and shouting loudly. Next, please enjoy. Enjoy the beginning of this new world. Ha 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 ha. Donna's laughed loudly. Then, Poochie. The holy sword slashed down, and in the crisp sound of cutting, a large amount of blood splattered. Donna's head flew into the air, and when it rolled on the ground, his face still maintained the expression of laughter. And the headless corpse stiffened for a while, then fell to the ground, and slowly lost its temperature. Xian ended the life of the leader of the Fata Morgana. He brought Elise, whose face was pale, and looked in the direction of the crystal seal. Bang! With a shattering sound, the crystal finally broke completely, allowing the scarred girl to see the light of day again. The amazing magic power stirred the dark clouds above the lookout into a whirlpool. The horrifying evil energy made gusts of black fog surge like a storm, covering the surroundings. The girl who was originally lying on the ground directly floated up, and under everyone's gaze, slowly put on the clothes formed by the evil energy. Boom! In the next second, the evil energy also gathered behind the girl, making 12 pitch-black wings suddenly spread out. That was the fallen goddess. That was the ruler of darkness and chaos. The ultimate evil god had finally reappeared in the world. Endless evil chi surged out of the temple, rushing out of the land of evil chi and towards Cosmos. It was even about to surge out of Cosmos and cover the entire world. That scene looked like doomsday. Rumble. This was neither the sound of thunder nor the sound of an earthquake, but the sound of the evil aura surging violently. On this day, like a flood or an avalanche, the dark mist-like evil chi finally rushed out of the divine temple, out of the land of evil chi, and surged towards the whole of Cosmos. Ah! What is this? No. Help! Many people could not help but leave the buildings due to the terrifying commotion. When they saw the evil aura surging towards them like a flood or an avalanche, they fell into panic and shock and immediately began to flee for their lives. On the streets of Cosmos, countless people were panicking, screaming, and fleeing in panic. Scenes of being chased by the dark avalanche were everywhere. It really looked no different from the end of the world. The most terrifying thing was that within the evil aura, there were countless demonic creatures that had lost their minds and rushed out, roaring and pouncing on the people. The people could only scream in fear, flee, and even cry bitterly, turning the fortress city into a purgatory. It was a disaster. It was a nightmare. Those who witnessed this scene would never forget what happened on this day for the rest of their lives. This day would even be recorded in history. The horrifying scene caused the knights guarding the city gates to lose their composure. In the end, they could not suppress the fear in their hearts and chose to flee. Thanks to this, the people who had gathered at the city gates and were clamoring to leave the city rushed out without saying a word, causing the densely packed crowds of people to swarm out of Cosmos' city gates like ants rushing out of their burrows. It was a rather spectacular sight. They were unfortunate. But at the same time, they were also fortunate. Although the evil aura and the avalanche were still chasing after them, attempting to devour the world outside Cosmos, at this critical moment, beams of light suddenly rose from every corner of Cosmos, straight into the clouds, and turned into a huge transparent barrier that enveloped the whole of Cosmos. What's that? Lesia, who was still watching from the top of the building, revealed a surprised expression when she saw the barrier above Cosmos. What a powerful demonic force, Anima murmured. At this moment, a ripple-like halo of light was protecting the girls, preventing them from being touched by the surging demonic aura and falling into madness. The halo was black and white. The black one was caused by AIE, and the white one was naturally caused by Anima. Just as the evil aura surged over, the two waved their hands at the same time, summoning the black and white halos to block the evil aura outside. Therefore, they were able to clearly see what was happening in Cosmos. Now, under the effect of the huge transparent barrier, the surging demonic chi in Cosmos' body was blocked, preventing it from rushing out of the fortress city. It was the same for the evil aura and evil creatures. Originally, they should have rushed out of the city and spread out on the ground to create a real disaster, but they were blocked by the barrier. Just as they were about to be caught up by the evil aura and evil creatures and were about to meet with misfortune, the innocent citizens in Cosmos suddenly disappeared. They were transferred outside the city, or rather, they were transferred outside the barrier. They looked at the rampaging evil aura and evil creatures inside the barrier in bewilderment, their faces filled with lingering fear. AIE looked at all of this and understood something. This is that guy's doing, right? AIE looked at Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia was the only one who was not surprised by this scene. This was because she knew very well why such a thing had happened. After learning about the evil goddess Lilith from Miss Elise, Mr. Shuren made preparations for this moment. Xia told him the reason behind it. Ever since he learned of the seriousness of the matter and made the decision to simply destroy the seal if he had no other choice, Shuren had prepared this backup plan in order to prevent Cosmos from taking the blame. In the past few days, Mr. Shuren has actually been asking me to bring him to various corners of Cosmos and set up magical properties there. Xianxia explained expressionlessly. The effects of those properties are all different, but generally speaking, when they are activated, they will directly form an independent barrier that can isolate the entire cosmos and expel the individuals within the barrier. This was not an easy thing to do. However, Cosmos had always been randomly shifting because of the appearance of the Darkness Shrine, and there was an independent space where the Seal Shrine was hidden in the fortress city. Hence, if he could make use of the environment and the conditions that had already been formed, and use magic to reconstruct the Seal Shrine, he would be able to achieve that easily. For this reason, Shuren squandered his mana wantonly and exerted his massive and almost endless mana to the extreme to set up such a large-scale barrier. In this way, even with the power of the evil goddess Lilith or the powerful ancient creatures, it would not be easy for them to break through the barrier and escape. We can continue to stay here now because the mana of the two of you is not much weaker than Mr. Shuren. When the two of you cast the protection, the barrier cannot expel us unilaterally. Xianxia said. By the same logic, as the creator of the barrier, Mr. Shuren, who has mana no less than that of the barrier, and Goddess Lilith, who has broken out of the seal, are probably still in the shrine and have not been expelled by the barrier. In other words, now, Shuren was facing the evil goddess Lilith alone. In the entire Cosmos Kingdom, there were only 4 bystanders left. No, not 4. There seems to be one more person who unexpectedly stayed behind. Ai seemed to have seen something. While looking in the direction of the shrine, she said to Anima, "It seems that it's because your mana is protecting that little girl, so she hasn't been expelled by the barrier, right?" "That should be the case." Anima sighed, and said, "I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for her." Anima's words did not affect Ai much. As if she was not interested in the girl at all, Ai continued to look at the shrine, causing Xianxia to fall silent. Naturally, Xianxia felt the same way. However, looking at the huge barrier that enveloped the entire cosmos, and thinking of the once slightly inexperienced hero, Xianxia had mixed feelings. Has he already grown to the point where he can even build such a large-scale magical barrier? She still remembered that when she was still secretly observing Shuren was just preparing to learn new magic, and could only rely on his massive mana to cast elemental spells that had been forcibly enhanced in power to fight against enemies. It had only been a few months, yet this newbie mage had already attained such a level of attainment in magic. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Xianxia seemed to have sensed her master's thoughts. "This is Mr. Shuren." For some reason, Xianxia said this to Xianxia. "Xianxia?" Xianxia was stunned, and looked at Xianxia in surprise. However, Xianxia did not seem to be paying attention to Xianxia anymore, and also looked in the direction of the shrine. There, an earth-shattering collision was just about to begin. Boom! The storm-like demonic chi swept out in all directions like a dark explosion, ravaging everything in its path. The shrine had already collapsed. All the demonic beings were blown away by the demonic aura, and disappeared without a trace. The goddess with 12 black wings on her back floated in midair, like the center of a pitch-black storm, like the core of a whirlpool in hell, constantly releasing a shocking demonic aura. This was no longer the demonic aura that was left over from thousands of years ago, but the true power of the evil god, the endless demonic poison that could cause all living beings in the world to go mad, fall, and turn into madness. It was the deepest darkness, the most fundamental chaos. There was no life that could remain rational under this demonic poison. A will that could resist the demonic aura was also not something that an individual could possess. It was not a sin that humans could bear, and even gods and demons would fall for it. It was extremely terrifying. Under such circumstances, in the midst of the demonic storm, there was actually a figure carrying a young girl, and while resisting the storm-like demonic aura, he exclaimed in astonishment. "Why are you not expelled by the barrier?" Shuren hugged Elise, and his expression was not very good. Gurgle. Ah. Elise seemed to be moaning in pain, her face twisted, and a hint of madness flashed in her eyes from time to time. This told Shuren that she had been eroded by the power of the evil god Lilith. If not for the power of the goddess of life still working in her body, Elise would have lost her rationality and become a demonic being. Only Shuren was unscathed in the storm of demonic aura, and he was not affected in the slightest. However, Shuren did not feel very good now either. Boom! The demonic storm was still raging, and its power was very shocking. Shuren, who was carrying Elise, did not know how many times he was sent flying, and like a cannonball, he crashed into the outer wall of a building. For a moment, rubble and debris flew everywhere, and smoke and dust also rose, causing Shuren to be directly smashed into the interior of the building. The power of the evil god Lilith did not work on Shuren, but it could still cause physical phenomena like this, affecting Shuren. Of course, Shuren was not injured. Boom! With an explosion, Shuren punched away the stones and debris that covered him, and with Elise in his arms, he jumped out. Damn it! Shuren spat out a mouthful of saliva that was stained with dust, and he put Elise on the ground. Hey, holy maiden, work hard and hold on. If there is a way, then leave this place as soon as possible. Shuren could only shout at Elise. What are you going to do? Elise could not help but grab Shuren, and she spoke with some difficulty. Shuren replied with one sentence. I'm going to stop her. I'll stop her. When these words came out of Shuren's mouth, Elise's heart couldn't help but tremble. It couldn't be helped. Shuren's tone was too natural, so natural that it was as if this was a matter of course, which made people's hearts tremble. But Elise still wanted to say it. Don't go. Elise seemed to have unconsciously grabbed Shuren, her face pale, as if she was still struggling in the erosion of the evil aura, and she shook her head desperately. That's the strongest evil god. An existence that can rival the demons. You'll die. Elise shouted at Shuren. Unfortunately, die? Shuren blinked and suddenly smiled. Don't worry, Shuren said again in an extremely natural tone, I've already died once. Elise was stunned. Shuren took advantage of this moment to release Elise's hand that was holding him tightly. Maybe I won't win, but I probably won't die. You can rest assured. Shuren said to Elise, your situation is worse than mine. Think about what to do first. Shuren tried to heal Elise with star-blowing breath, but it didn't work. Unlike the remnants of the previous thousands of years, Elise was eroded by Lilith's authority itself this time, and it was really difficult to rely on the power of magic alone. The authority of a god was equivalent to the unique skills of ordinary people, which was a power that violated common sense. The goddesses of the Protoss had no unique skills, or rather, their authority was their unique skill. It would have been fine if this unique skill wasn't powerful, but the title of the strongest evil god wasn't just for show. The evil aura that Lilith released with her power was not even effective against unique skills that specialized in dispelling negative statuses, let alone a single spell. If that wasn't the case, why would the three goddesses seal all those ancient creatures that had fallen to evil? It was because the authority of the evil god Lilith was so powerful that once the erosion was successful, it was equivalent to being unable to save this situation, which was why people were so afraid. In view of this, I have to use extreme measures. Shuren stared at Elise for a while before saying with a smile, don't tell anyone, okay? With that, Shuren raised the holy sword in his hand. Hirisu. With a short incantation, the holy sword in Shuren's hand began to shine brightly. This is... Elise's eyes widened. She watched helplessly as a layer of steel on Sean's holy sword suddenly fell off the blade as if it had a mind of its own. It retracted and finally turned into a sword ring, which was sheathed on the hilt of the holy sword. A resplendent radiance blossomed from the holy sword that suddenly turned golden, causing Elise, who was bathed in the radiance, to shudder. The negative emotions that kept surging in her heart faded away at an astonishing speed. As the saintess, Elise knew very well what this sacred radiance represented. No, it should be said that as long as it was someone from Omnipotensen, they would know where this light came from. It should be said that anyone who was Omnipotensen would know where this light came from. This was a miracle that could only be achieved by a hero from another world. It was the natural enemy of the demons. It was also the trump card and the most reliable partner of the Protoss and humans. Holy sword, Elise looked at Shuren in shock. At the same time, at the top of the building, everyone saw the dazzling light. Everyone was shocked. That is, Lesia murmured. Holy sword, Anima also seemed to see the light. She couldn't hide her complex emotions and nostalgia. Are you finally willing to take it out? Ai's lips curled up into a rare happy smile. As for Xia, she quietly looked at the holy light. Her ruby-like eyes flashed with emotions that others couldn't understand or detect. You are, Elise looked at Shuren, and her voice trembled. Shuren just shrugged at Elise. Without saying anything, he stood up. Bang! In the next second, Shuren crushed the floor under his feet, causing a strong gust of wind. He dashed out of the building and dashed toward the direction of the evil goddess Lilith at an astonishing speed. Elise could only watch this scene in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Elise didn't notice that in another direction, a girl was running forward at a speed no different from that of an ordinary child. Wherever she passed, the evil aura automatically went around her. Even the evil creatures seemed to be making way for her, allowing her to pass directly. Boom, above where the darkness divine hall originally stood, the tiny goddess with the 12 black wings on her back was still unscrupulously releasing evil aura, causing it to become more and more violent and turbulent. With a series of rumbles, it attacked in all directions. The scene was like a surging tsunami, an undulating flood, an avalanche, and a torrential waterfall. The momentum was very shocking. The release of such a shocking evil aura had already formed a true natural disaster, causing everything around the goddess to be destroyed and leveled to the ground. Woo! Shuren originally planned to rush in with his speed, but he was stopped by the waves of evil aura. He felt like he was going against the wind in a typhoon, or more like a small boat traveling on a stormy sea. He was swaying left and right by the storm of evil aura, and he was on the verge of collapse. No matter how strong the momentum was, he couldn't rush in. It's like a real storm. Shuren was speechless. He didn't expect the evil aura of the evil goddess Lilith to be released in such a terrifying way. It was no wonder that the evil goddess's evil aura could envelop the entire continent. It was imaginable how fast it would spread if it spread in such a way. At least, Shuren believed that if he hadn't prepared for it, the entire Sterling Dukedom would have been devoured by the evil aura. Not only could it corrode souls and make people crazy, but it could also affect everything around it in such a way. It was like a super destructive typhoon that was wreaking havoc. Moreover, every gust of wind that formed this typhoon contained deadly poison. It was too horrifying. Is this an existence that can rival the demon dwellers? Shuren finally understood how powerful an existence of this level was. With his current strength, he couldn't even get close to it. One could imagine that ordinary people would definitely die if they came here. It seems like I really have to go all out this time. Shuren tightened his grip on the holy sword. Unseal, Hirisu. With a command, the second layer of steel on the holy sword in Shuren's hand began to fall. He retracted the sword ring and appeared behind the first sword ring. Shuren unsealed the second seal of the holy sword and released more power from it. Clang, the radiance on the holy sword instantly became even more dazzling. 2/3 of the sword's blade was exposed, causing the gorgeous sword to shine in the pitch-black evil aura. Shuren only felt a huge surge of power surging into his body, making him stronger. This way, Shuren could finally stabilize himself in the storm of evil aura. Evolve. Then, Shuren let magic power flow through his body and used the ability of Ultimate Evolve. Only then did Shuren feel much more relaxed. His body felt more at ease, and he plunged into the depths of the evil aura without hesitation. He saw the figure of the evil goddess Lilith. At this moment, the evil goddess Lilith still had her eyes closed as if she had not woken up. She was only wearing a robe and had black wings on her back as she floated in the air. However, Shuren knew that it was not that the evil goddess Lilith had not woken up yet, but that she had no rationality or consciousness to begin with. She only had instincts and power left. She was like a doomsday device that emitted darkness and chaos. Unless someone attracted her attention, she would only follow her instincts and continuously release evil aura, turning the world into hell. Shuren narrowed his eyes. Since you chose to ignore me, don't blame me for being rude. A huge amount of magic power rose from Shuren's body. Apply. Amplify. Apply. Strengthen. Apply. Expand. Apply. Maintain. Shuren used 4 kinds of magic in one go. However, they were not used on Shuren himself, nor on Lilith. They were used on the magic that he was about to cast next. With the vast magic power, attract the stars beyond the heavens, Shuren chanted the magic incantation. Light is intertwined, flames are everywhere. Listen to the command of the one who controls the night sky. At this moment, show the mystery and trajectory of the gods. That's light, that's the powerful power of heaven. So, shine, stars, then, come down. Lightning. The familiar magic incantation sounded, turning the vast magic power that swirled around Shuren into waves of starlight. It was the high-level celestial magic that Shuren had once used on Capeline. Star arrays. The starlight shone, causing celestial bodies to suddenly form and appear around Shuren. Each of those celestial bodies was bigger and brighter than the one that Shuren had used before. This was because this time, not only did Shuren unlock the 2 layers of seals on the holy sword, but he also used the apply magic to increase the power and effect of the magic, causing the star arrays to become unprecedentedly strong. Many celestial bodies gave off bright starlight. With a flash, they arrived around Lilith's body and surrounded her. Attack! Shuren pointed the holy sword in his hand, and the celestial bodies immediately released dazzling light ribbons that blasted toward the evil god Lilith. Bang, 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 bang. Thunderous explosions rang out one after another. The light ribbons blasted directly on the evil god Lilith's body, as if there were bursts of light explosions, giving off a beautiful feeling. However, Shuren's expression changed. Bang, 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 bang. As the light explosions continued to appear, in the center of the evil aura storm, Lilith raised her head. A pair of amethyst eyes slowly opened. At this moment, Shuren had a feeling that he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying existence. The pair of amethyst-like eyes opened amidst the bursts of light, and they immediately looked at Shuren, causing Shuren to shudder. Because there was no luster or emotion in those eyes. There was only boundless darkness. Being stared at by those eyes was like being stared at by a pair of insect eyes, making one shudder. Ai once said that in the past, even if he only met the evil goddess Lilith's gaze, he would immediately fall into madness and turn into an evil creature. Now, Shuren finally understood what it was like. Looking at those eyes, he really felt as if he was looking at a bottomless abyss, as if his soul had been taken away by some great horror. If not for the Supreme God's blessing and the protection of the Holy Sword, perhaps Shuren would have already gone crazy. Just as Shuren was trembling involuntarily, the fallen goddess moved amidst the bursts of light. Boom! In contrast to the gorgeous bursts of light, an extremely strange and dark evil aura surged from Lilith's body. If the celestial bodies were white bands of light and bursts of light, then the evil aura that Lilith stirred up was a black halo and black bursts of light. The deepest darkness was summoned by Lilith, and it turned into a terrifying black hole. Not only did it instantly devour the burst of light, but it also devoured the bands of light that swept over. In the end, it directly covered the celestial bodies, causing them to tremble. Bang! 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 The celestial bodies could not even hold on for a second, and they were all crushed by the deep darkness. That scene made Shuren's pupils constrict. That was a high-level magic among celestial bodies, and its power was astonishing. When it was cast by someone like Shuren, who had almost infinite magic power, the effect of this magic could be imagined. It was definitely quite powerful. Coupled with the enhancement of Fuyu's magic and the enhancement of the Holy Sword, it could be said that if this magic were to hit the ground directly, it would only be a matter of the blink of an eye to raise the fortress city of Cosmos to the ground. But now, in the hands of the evil goddess Lilith, they could not even hold on for a second before they were broken. This made Shuren's heart ring with alarm. Without any hesitation, he turned into a stream of light and retreated as fast as he could. This was the right choice. Boom! Just as Sean retreated violently, the evil aura in the place where he was a second ago suddenly became violent. It also turned into deep darkness, setting off a burst of black light that engulfed the space there. If Shuren were still there, one could imagine what would happen. Of course, he was not out of danger yet. Boom, at this moment, all the evil aura became violent and turned into a horrifying black hole that kept spinning and stirring. Crack! Crack! Crack, the ground was stirred into pieces. Bang! 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 The building was twisted into a fried dough twist and instantly exploded. The entire cosmos, which was covered by the evil aura, welcomed an apocalyptic disaster at this moment. Under the violent movement of the evil aura, it was completely razed to the ground. Oh no! At the top of the building, Anima's expression changed. She stretched out her hand, and a dazzling halo immediately bloomed into a dazzling light, blocking the horrifying evil aura that was stirring. Xianxia and Xianxia were also shocked. They could not believe that such a destructive scene had actually befallen them. That lunatic! Even Ai could not help but curse under her breath. With a jolt of her magic power, the halo carried everyone present and floated into the air, leaving only the building. Under the devouring of the evil aura, it could not even hold on for a second and directly turned into dust. Such a scene appeared in every corner of Cosmos, turning this fortress city with a long history into history, no longer existing. F***ck. Naturally, Shuren also saw the scene and could not help but curse. He knew that with the power of a demonic person, the evil god Lilith could even sink a continent. Destroying a city was just a matter of minutes. However, he really did not expect that this evil god did not even have the slightest bit of hesitation. Once she made a move, she actually directly destroyed a city. Even if others had such power, they would control it and vent it on the enemy, concentrating it in order to cause the greatest damage to the enemy. Otherwise, they would deliberately restrain it and subconsciously pay attention to their surroundings, so as to not cause such large-scale destruction. However, the evil god Lilith did not have such scruples at all. She did not even have the slightest bit of consideration. Once she attacked, she directly destroyed the world, venting her power in the surroundings. It was as if the enemy was not just Shuren, but everything in this world. It was as if she did not have the slightest bit of humanity. Shuren even felt that if she really wanted to destroy the barrier that enveloped Cosmos and let the evil aura and evil beings continue to spread, it would only be a matter of a thought. However, in this aspect, Shuren should be thankful that the other party was a fallen goddess without humanity and emotions. She would not deliberately do such things, and would only be like a doomsday device, minding her own business and emitting darkness and chaos. Therefore, unless the demonic aura in Cosmos's body was constantly being released to a relatively strong level and was strong enough to break the barrier, Lilith would not take the initiative to break it. Of course, if that happened, the evil aura accumulated in Cosmos would be like a dam that had been released. The evil aura would instantly explode, and the entire STRYM territory would collapse, right? In other words, I can't drag it out for too long, right? Feeling the evil aura crazily attacking his body, making him feel like he was being stirred in a blender, and a tearing pain came from all over his body. Shuren gritted his teeth. Then let's go all out. With that, Shuren raised the holy sword in his hand high. Hirisu. The last layer of steel on the holy sword's blade finally fell off. Clang, an unprecedented radiance shone in the endless evil aura, like a beam of light in the darkness. The light was extremely dazzling. The light was extremely holy. With the appearance of the third sword ring on the hilt, Shuren's holy sword finally revealed its true form, and all its power was awakened. Not only did that power penetrate the darkness, but it also dispelled the demonic chi, causing the demonic chi stirring in Cosmos to seem to be suppressed. It suddenly became weak and powerless. Ha! With a cold shout, Shuren slashed down with the holy sword in his hand. Pfft! As if something had been cut open, the holy sword's sword light cut open the evil aura, allowing the beam of light in the darkness to slash down and completely sever the darkness. The demonic chi in Cosmos' body instantly dissipated. Shuren had cut open the evil aura that shrouded the entire fortress city. You must be kidding. In the air, shrouded in a halo, Xianxia cried out involuntarily when she saw the scene. That holy sword. Even Anima couldn't help but look at the holy sword in Shuren's hand in astonishment. As expected, the power of that holy sword is even stronger than that bastard Mitra. Aie also had a solemn expression. The true power of Shuren's holy sword shocked everyone. Of course, it also attracted the attention of the evil goddess Lilith. The fallen goddess raised her head and looked in Shuren's direction again. Her eyes were calm but chilling. However, at this moment, Shuren had already rushed over. The fully liberated holy sword's power ran in his body, making Shuren unprecedentedly powerful. It was not until this second that Shan finally exerted all his strength and exerted his combat power to the limit. Lilith raised her hand at Shuren, causing waves of evil aura to surge around her and transform into waves of darkness. Immediately, the darkness surged toward Shuren like a flood. At this moment, the flood-like darkness undulated continuously and transformed into roaring beasts that pounced at Shuren with bared fangs and brandished claws as if thousands of beasts were galloping. Swoosh! With a slash of the holy sword in his hand, Shuren slashed a dark evil beast that pounced at him into two. Then, without slowing down, he charged into the galloping beast horde. Swoosh! 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 The sounds of slashing were like continuous thunder, appearing continuously in this part of the world. Shuren turned into a stream of light and charged straight through the beast horde. The holy sword in his hand carried a holy radiance as it danced in the sky, slashing the dark beasts one after another. The dark beasts were formed by Lilith's evil aura. They had no life or consciousness, so naturally, there was no such thing as death. They should have returned to their original state in an instant and continued to attack the enemy. However, the holy sword had the effect of expelling and purifying evil power. With every slash, the darkness that was sliced apart would disappear without a trace without exception. This seemed to make the evil goddess, Lilith, feel threatened. Boom! Hence, with an earth-shattering roar, Lilith released an even more terrifying evil aura, causing it to fill the entire cosmos once again. With an even more terrifying power than before, she attempted to completely destroy this part of the world. The sky trembled. The earth trembled. The barrier enveloping cosmos began to tremble. In the end, even the sterling dukedom was shaken, telling everyone that the fallen goddess was about to make her move. Don't even think about it. Shuren finally rushed out of the endless darkness and arrived in front of Lilith. In his hand, the radiant holy sword slashed down. Pfft! When such a clear cracking sound rang out, the evil aura in the sky above cosmos that was like a storm suddenly stagnated and no longer surged. Waves of evil aura turned into a wall of black fog in an attempt to block the slash, but it was cleaved cleanly by the radiant holy sword. Lilith, who was protected by the evil aura, naturally took the brunt of this brilliant blow. Drip! In the silent air, the sound of blood dripping was so ear-piercing that it caused blood to flow out of the evil goddess Lilith's chest. The holy sword sank into Lilith's chest and came out from her back, giving the evil goddess a real fatal blow. Feeling the sensation of hitting the target, the first thing that Shuren felt in his heart was not joy, but rejoice. Indeed, he should rejoice. Although Lilith had no rationality and consciousness, and thus did not know how to be merciful and would destroy everything in order to unleash her power without reservation, she also had a huge weakness. At least, if Lilith had rationality and consciousness, she would not instinctively only use her power to fight. Because this evil goddess only knew how to use her power to fight, Shuren, who could rely on the effect of blessing, to prevent himself from being interfered with by the Protoss's power, could ignore the power brought by her power. If Lilith had rationality and consciousness, she would never use evil aura to defend herself against the holy sword that could destroy all evil. Leaving everything to her instincts would naturally result in her being unable to adapt and be targeted by others. Under such circumstances, Shuren's attack hit the target. The radiance of the holy sword continuously purified the evil aura on Lilith's body, suppressing the dark and chaotic power, causing the evil aura that enveloped cosmos to tremble and shake. Until, bang, in midair, a muffled thunder-like impact sounded. While Shuren was rejoicing, he did not even have time to react before he was blasted away by a terrifying force. Like a meteorite, he crashed into the ground and smashed it into pieces. This attack came from Lilith's black wings. One of Lilith's wings suddenly blasted over and blasted Shuren away. However, Shuren's holy sword was still on Lilith's chest, causing blood to continuously flow out of her chest. She could not help but fall from midair and land on the ground. Cough, cough. Shuren pushed away the rubble that buried him, coughing as he climbed out of the deep pit. Upon a closer look, there was a trace of blood at the corner of Shuren's mouth. Yes, Shuren was injured. Although the injury was not serious, he was indeed injured. Although it was not serious, he was indeed injured. Sean smiled bitterly as he felt the faint pain coming from his body. Lilith's attack had already been weakened by 99% due to the protection of the Holy Sword. Coupled with the protection of various resistance skills, she still managed to injure him. How terrifying would it be if he were to completely take on that attack? Shuren did not dare to continue thinking about it. Of course, this level of price seemed to be a matter of course that should be borne. The most terrifying moment for a truly ferocious existence was definitely not during normal times, but the counterattack right before death. Lilith was now like a wounded beast. She seemed to be completely out of control. Boom! 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 Amidst the roars, Lilith's body continuously stirred up a storm of evil aura, destroying everything around her. However, the holy sword in her chest was still working, continuously purifying and expelling her evil aura. She could only let the evil aura rage and ravage the surroundings, but could not produce such a shocking scale. If not for this, Lilith would have definitely destroyed the boundary after losing control, sinking the Sterling Dukedom and even the Mitra Kingdom into the ground. Now, the Holy Sword had suppressed her power to the greatest extent, reducing her from an invincible destroyer to a destroyer whose threat was greatly reduced. However, even so, under the bombardment of Lilith's terrifying evil aura storm, Cosmos trembled repeatedly, causing the area thousands of meters around Lilith to be hit and shattered again and again. So, what should I do next? Shuren stood up, clutching his chest, and looked at Lilith, who was going crazy and destroying everything. His mind was racing. It was also at this moment that a figure quickly dashed over from the side. Wha? Shuren successfully discovered the figure, and his expression changed. Before he could react, he was thrown into the other party's arms. Immediately afterward, Shuren felt a pain in one of his arms. Because, without any explanation, the person raised his hand and fiercely bit him. This bite completely ignored Shuren's resistance skills, leaving a clear bite mark on Shuren's hand. However, in the next second, the tooth mark suddenly changed into a somewhat ancient pattern imprint. Shuren did not react to all this at all. He was stunned as he looked at the girl in his arms who had done all this. In fact, it was not only Shuren who was stunned, but also the girls who were watching everything from a distance in midair. What? Seeing the girl throw herself into Shuren's arms and leave that pattern mark on Shuren's hand, all the girls were stunned. Especially Anima. She actually entrusted the true seal to someone else? Anima was stunned and could not believe what she was seeing. Not to mention Anima, even Aie, Lesia, and Xianxia had their eyes wide open. Naturally, Shuren did not know any of this. Jade, you, Shuren looked a little confused and caught off guard. In response, Jade, who suddenly flew over and threw herself into Shuren's arms, just looked at him deeply, and then immediately turned around and rushed in the direction of Lilith. Lilith seemed to have discovered Jade's existence. Laia. From the beginning to the end, the goddess who was like an emotionless doomsday device actually let out a terrifying roar as if she had fallen into a frenzy. The roar was like a crying girl. It was sharp and ear-piercing, causing waves of evil aura to surge violently. It was like the sky had collapsed, and it blasted toward Jade. Stop. Only then did Shuren finally react. His expression changed again, and he immediately wanted to rush over. However, before Sean could rush over, the evil aura that seemed to be collapsing the sky suddenly stopped in the air above the emerald and did not move anymore. There were waves of weak magic fluctuations on Jade's body, allowing her to restrain the evil aura. This was a matter of course. Even the magical life created by Jade could control evil aura and evil creatures to a certain extent. How could Jade herself not be able to do so? She was the other half of the evil god Lilith, and she was the evil god's rationality and personality. To her, controlling evil aura was the same as controlling her own power. The so-called rationality was used to control one's consciousness and understanding. The evil god Lilith did not know how to restrain herself, and she only knew how to vent her power, ignoring the enemy and herself. And Jadeite was born to control this power. Thus, Emerald rushed in front of Lilith and pounced on her. Lilith naturally reacted. The black wings on her back spread out, and with a shocking sound of air explosion, she was ready to blast in Jade's direction. Once this blast hit, Jade would definitely be blasted by the terrifying power on the spot, leaving only splattering blood and minced flesh. Holy sword! Shuren could not bear to watch all this happen. In the situation where it was too late to rush over, he shouted loudly. Clang! The holy sword that was stabbed in Lilith's chest suddenly shone brightly. The light dispelled the darkness and blew away the evil aura, and it also suppressed the power in Lilith's body to the greatest extent. The black wings that shot out from Lilith's back suddenly stopped. Thanks to this, Jade pounced in front of Lilith. Finally, there was contact. The atmosphere suddenly trembled. Amidst the tremors, the emerald seemed to have turned into a ray of light that fused into Lilith's body and disappeared. No, she didn't vanish, but rather fused with Lilith. After nearly 10,000 years, Jade finally returned to her body, no longer a ghost wandering alone. However, Lilith suddenly screamed with a painful expression. She hugged her head, flapped the black wings on her back, and flew into the air. Rumble, evil aura surged out of her body uncontrollably, turning into waves of terrifying power. While causing tremors and roars, it swept around, forming the largest evil aura storm so far. The holy sword was ejected from her body, flying like a stream of light and falling into Shuren's hand. Jade. Shuren, however, did not care so much. He wanted to rush in Lilith's direction. However, someone rushed out a step faster than him. Swoosh, swoosh. With two air-piercing sounds, two figures, one big and one small, appeared in front and behind Lilith, surrounding her. Boom, an astonishing amount of magic power rose from the bodies of those two people. Okay, it's time to calm down, little guy. Ai spread her dragon wings in front of her. Her small mouth opened and closed, and she actually spat out a scorching dragon's breath. That dragon's breath was terrifying, extremely terrifying. Its appearance instantly raised the temperature of heaven and earth to an astonishing degree, as if this area had turned into the center of a volcano. Even the atmosphere was twisted and swaying. Anima's face was solemn. She opened her hands, and a wave of holy light full of life energy descended. Aie and Anima used dragon's breath and holy light respectively. They evaporated the evil aura and enveloped Lilith, making her disappear. The dragon's breath and holy light wrapped around her, turning her into a light source. She floated in the air, motionless. Sean stopped and stood there in a daze. Are you okay? Mr. Shuren. Another two figures appeared beside Shuren, imprinting themselves in Shuren's eyes. Xianxia? Shuren looked at the twin girls, falling into a daze. What was going on now? At this moment, in midair, Aie and Anima had already completely enveloped Lilith in the light source, and everything had returned to normal. If not for the transparent boundary above Cosmos, everything on the ground would have been razed to the ground, leaving only a wasteland and ruins. If one were to tell others that this was not a dream, perhaps they would think that all the disasters that had happened so far were just their own imagination. Haven't you gone missing? Why are you here? At this moment, Shuren cast his gaze on Xianxia, his face still blank. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled bitterly. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Xianxia changed the topic and said to Shuren, I didn't expect you to appear here, and even get involved with the evil goddess Lilith. Xianxia indeed did not expect this. Therefore, when she first arrived and saw Shuren, Xianxia could not help but be shocked. But now seemed to be not the time to care about that. Are you all right, Mr. Shuren? Xianxia asked Shuren. Xianxia wasn't the only one beside him. There was another young girl as well. I thought I was dead for sure. Elise had unknowingly appeared with Xianxia and the others. Her face was still pale, and she still had lingering fears. Obviously, in the disaster caused by the evil goddess Lilith, Elise had almost gone through a narrow escape. In the end, she seemed to have been saved by Xiaxia's people, which was why she was brought here. I'm fine. Shuren shook his head. After replying to Xianxia, he did not care about anything else and turned his gaze to the sky. Over there, AIE and Anima had already landed. Not bad. AIE praised and said, to be able to do this in the face of that lunatic, you are more capable than I thought. It seemed that this dragon demon was very satisfied with Shuren's performance. On the other hand, there was another person whom Shuren did not know. His eyes were clearly closed, but he seemed to be staring at Shuren, allowing Shuren to clearly feel that the other party's gaze was on him. You are? Shuren frowned and asked. Although he did not know who the other party was, Shuren could feel a very astonishing magical power and extremely powerful life aura. He did not dare to underestimate the other party. Of course, the other party would not underestimate Shuren either. After all, it wasn't just AIE and the rest who saw Sean's performance just now. Anima had also seen it. Thus, Anima solemnly bowed to Shuren. I'm Anima, please just call me by my name. Her attitude was as if she was facing a very distinguished guest. Shuren did not mind. However, the other party's name made Shuren instantly know who she was. You mean Anima? Shuren was stunned. You are the goddess of life? WH. What? Elisa's body trembled as she looked at Anima in shock and excitement. Without a doubt, this was the first time Elise had seen the goddess of life, the person she believed in. As the saintess, although she was the spokesperson of the goddess of life in the human world, because she had not received blessings and had not been to the divine realm, Elise had never seen the goddess of life in person. Rather, many people actually did not have the opportunity to see the god they believed in. Gods would basically only appear in the human world when they needed to bestow blessings. Otherwise, they would always stay in the divine realm and rarely appear in other worlds. Therefore, other than going to the divine realm, if one wanted to see a god, they would only have the opportunity to receive blessings. As the saintess of the beastmen race, Elise had met a few goddesses by chance and coincidence. However, it was rare for her to meet the three goddesses who stood at the pinnacle of the Protoss race face to face. Not only her, but even the Pope of the Temple and the King of the Empire rarely had such an opportunity. Because of this, Rosie, who was allowed to go to the divine realm at any time and was even recruited by the Protoss to live in the divine realm, was so special. Under such circumstances, Elise was naturally shocked and excited to see the god she believed in and prayed to for the first time in her life. You've worked hard this time, Saintess Elise. Nima did not neglect Elise, she stroked Elise's head lovingly. Ah, Elise's pale face immediately regained its color. She obediently let Anima caress her face as she was so touched that she almost shed tears. The goddess she believed in and offered everything to was right in front of her. She even greeted her personally. This alone made Elise feel that she had no regrets in her life. Anima treated Elise like her own child, and then smiled at Sean as she spoke. Perhaps this is the first time you've seen me, but I've been paying attention to you for a few days. So, please don't be too polite to me. Anima's words contained many things that Shuren wanted to know. Compared to those things, what Shuren was most eager to know now was the current situation. What did you do to Lilith? Jade? Shuren could not help but ask, did you seal her again? Shuren could not help but worry about this matter. If things really turned out this way, all his efforts would be in vain. Don't worry. AIE seemed to have read Shuren's mind, so she simply explained, that's just a temporary isolation, just like what you did in this city called Cosmos. Shuren used a boundary to isolate Cosmos from the outside world and turned it into an independent area. AIE and Anima had merely done the same thing. Of course, what they did was not on the same level as the boundary that Shuren cast. After all, it was a joint effort of the 6 demons and 2 of the 3 goddesses. The mystery behind it was not something that Shuren could understand at the moment. But hearing that it was only temporary, Shuren was relieved. As for the other half, it was still too early to let it go. Now, the goddess Lilith should still be in the midst of a struggle. Anima's smile faded as she said this. Struggle? Shuren could not help but be attracted. That's right. Anima nodded and said truthfully, the rational half has now returned to her true form. However, as the controller of darkness and chaos, the evil god's instincts would not allow her to be rational so easily. That is why the rational half wants to reclaim her body and power and become a true goddess. She must fight against the instincts of darkness and chaos. Only by succeeding in this struggle could Emerald take back everything and completely control her body and power. But if she failed, it will be very dangerous, right? Shuren was silent for a long time, then asked in a low voice. Anima did not answer, only nodding her head. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat depressing. Everyone was silent and looked at the light source in midair, not knowing what to say. So was Shuren. That fool, Shuren said helplessly, he could have waited a little longer. If he had waited a little longer, Shuren could have found a way to weaken Lilith's power a little more, so that Emerald's return would have a better chance of success. This result is actually very good, Anima said. Originally, it was almost impossible for the rational half to return to her body. Now, at least there is a turning point. It is not as hopeless as before. That's true. AIE also said lightly, the power of the evil god cannot be weakened just because you want to. Otherwise, when Lilith wreaked havoc on the ground last time, the Protoss could have already done this and helped the other half return, right? Yes. Anima sighed and said, no matter how badly injured she is, the evil god Lilith will not care, let alone be affected by it. I can guarantee this. If that was not the case, Lilith, who was sealed in the crystal, would not be as scarred as Shuren saw. Those injuries were left by the Protoss when he tried to stop her from wreaking havoc. But the result was completely useless, leaving the Protoss completely helpless. In the end, they could only gather the power of the three goddesses and seal her. This time, there was a turning point. Because of the power of the Holy Sword, this time, the evil god Lilith is not only injured, but even her power is indeed suppressed and weakened. That's why there is a glimmer of a chance, right? Next to her, Xianxia expressed her opinion. If not for the power being weakened by the Holy Sword, with only the rational half without any power, even if there is a way to return, it will be very difficult to take back her body, right? Xianxia said expressionlessly. That's what happened, Anima said softly. The rational half is now constantly trying to fight against the weakened evil god's power. Looking at the situation, it seems that there is hope. But the hope is not very high, right? AIE glanced at Anima and said, if that wasn't the case, the halfling wouldn't have entrusted the true seal to this kid. AIE's words made Xianxia and Xianxia silent, and it also shocked Elise. Miss Jadeite entrusted the true seal to Mr. Shuren. Elise was astonished by this, and it could even be said that she was shocked. True seal? Shuren, however, frowned. Thinking of something, he rolled up the sleeve on his arm. On it, the pattern marks left by Jadeite before she returned to her body were still there. What is this? Shuren couldn't help but ask. It was Anima who answered Shuren's question. That is the root of us Protoss, a kind of core of existence. Anima turned her head, and her closed eyes seemed to be staring at Shuren. We Protoss are being split from the body of the goddess Omnis, and we are also the only race that can be immortal. This was something mentioned before. The number of goddesses of the Protoss was limited, and at the same time, it was fixed. Even if they died, they would be reincarnated after a period of time and come back to life. Unless our paramount god dies, the god race will never disappear, Xianxia said with a smile. Anima said so. The reason we can do this is because even if our bodies and souls are destroyed, our core of existence will remain, and with it as the center, we can rebuild our bodies and souls. These words made Shuren's heart skip a beat. If that was the case, didn't that mean, what the halfling entrusted to you is her core of existence, true seal? Anima's voice slowly came to Shuren's ears. Once it is destroyed, she will disappear completely, and she will never be able to reincarnate and resurrect again. According to Anima, the true seal of the Protoss would usually not be revealed to the outside world. After death, it would immediately hide and slowly move to another place, waiting for reincarnation. However, this did not mean that the true seal would not be discovered. If the enemy had a special ability to know the existence of the true seal in advance and discover its location, then they could completely destroy the true seal, making it impossible for the Protoss goddess to reincarnate. Therefore, since ancient times, the Protoss goddess had a habit, that was to entrust her true seal to a truly trustworthy person, and let the other person protect the safety of her true seal. That way, no matter how the Protoss goddess fought outside, even if she died, there would be a day when she would reincarnate beside this person. However, this also meant one thing. That was, to entrust her life and death to this person, and even to the extent that she was completely bound to this person. If she trusted the wrong person, then handing over her true seal to the other person was courting death. Even if she trusted the right person, if the other person did not have the ability to protect the safety of the true seal, or her own safety, then once the other person died, she would also die with him. There would not be the slightest bit of luck. Because of this reason, the Protoss goddess would not easily entrust her true seal to someone else. The more powerful the goddess, the more it was so. After all, rather than entrusting her life and death to others, it was better to protect herself. Wouldn't that be more worrisome and safer? Because of this, the act of entrusting a true seal would normally only happen to the Protoss that was weaker or had no fighting strength at all. Those that had the ability to fight and protect themselves, or those that did not trust others, would usually not do such a thing. Especially now that the war between the gods and demons had ended, the factors that threatened the life of the Protoss goddess had greatly reduced, and there would be even less people who would choose to entrust their true seal to someone else. In addition, once the true seal was entrusted, it could no longer be retrieved, and would even be completely integrated with the other person, and could not be separated. This was a matter that would decide one's life, and now almost no one would choose to do so. But Emerald had entrusted her true seal to Shuren. What did this mean? It was very simple. She wants you to deal with the aftermath. AIE bluntly said what Jadeite was thinking. If she fails in the end, then you can directly destroy the true seal, and then the evil goddess Lilith will completely disappear. And will not bring harm to this world. That was it. For a moment, Shuren could not help but feel a mix of emotions. He could not help but touch his hand. On that hand, the markings known as the true seal were not too obvious. If one did not pay close attention to it, it would be hard to discover. But it was this small mark that decided the life and death of a goddess who was comparable to the demons. Sean spat out all the complicated emotions in his heart, raised his head, and looked at the light source in the sky. Shuren to him, seal, and true to the true seal. Except for Xia, who had been watching Sean. I'll leave the rest to Miss Emerald to settle. La Xia intentionally or unintentionally said indifferently, now, even if Mr. Shuren rushed in, he should not be able to help. I know. Shuren bitterly smiled, but still stared at the light source in the air. Thinking back, it really was a little unbelievable. I am not a good person. Shuren could not help but suddenly say such words. Although I was inexplicably summoned to this world, and obtained a second life, a chance to live again, and even obtained the strongest holy sword and the strongest cheat, but I actually did not want to do anything special. Shuren's sudden self-narration caused everyone to be startled, and then they all fell silent. No one spoke, but they were all listening attentively. Whether it was Anima and Elise who did not know Shuren's identity and existence, or AIE, Lesia, and La Xia who knew Shuren's identity and existence, at this time, they all focused and listened carefully. Because this was the first time they heard Shuren talk about himself, and it was a good opportunity to understand Shuren's thoughts and current situation. Under such circumstances, Shuren slowly spoke. I do not have any great ambition to save the world. I also do not have any great ambition to conquer the world. I don't know if it's because I've always been like this, or if my values have changed after dying once. I just objectively accept the fact that I'm alive again. Although I'm curious about it and I feel emotional, I'm not too happy or too excited. Reincarnating into a different world and becoming a hero. If this happened to others, they would definitely be excited, fearful, at a loss, and even lost for a long time. They would also have all sorts of thoughts, thinking that their lives were completely changed, and in the end, they would be determined to leave something behind and do something in this world, right? But Shuren did not have any of these. I am very adaptable to circumstances. I also like to follow the waves. Apart from wanting to repay the goddess who summoned me and revived me, helping her achieve her goal of summoning me as the price for being reborn, there is nothing else I want to do. Of course, I don't feel empty because of this, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this, because my thoughts are also very ordinary. I just want to live in this world peacefully without too much trouble, and see interesting things again. Interesting things, that's all. To be honest, choosing a person like me as a hero is probably a mistake, right? Xianxia said. Because of this, I know myself very well. I am not a warm-hearted person, nor am I someone who cares about others. I am not a good person, but I am not a bad person either. I am just a very ordinary person. Most people were like this. Not all of them were warm-hearted, and not all of them cared about others. They only cared about themselves. Xianxia was like them, so he had always thought of himself as a very ordinary person. Because of this, if I can do something effortless and help others, I will still do it. After all, it won't affect me too much. But, a little girl was thrown into my place for no reason, and all the people on the other side even committed suicide. Later, all the signs showed that she is not an ordinary person. Once she is related to her, it will definitely be a big problem. Such a big problem, according to my style, I will definitely avoid it. Even if I can't just throw the little girl away, I will definitely find a way to entrust her to someone else. However, in the end, Xianxia actually broke his usual style. Not only did he bring the jade, but he also volunteered to help her. For this, he revealed his identity, and even broke the seal at the cost of causing trouble, offending the orc clergy. It was really unimaginable. Xianxia had always thought that this was an inexplicable premonition in his heart. But now that he thought about it carefully, if that premonition was really the guidance of fate, then it was not luring Xianxia to do something, but it was letting Xianxia do what he wanted to do. Rosie also said that the premonition and revelation given by the goddess of fate was a kind of ability that when something that must be solved by oneself appears, through the guidance of fate, through various coincidences, it will finally touch upon the problem itself. In other words, if it was not closely related to the person, or if it was something that the person's personality could not ignore and had to solve, the premonition and revelation would not appear. So, what does the matter of the jade have to do with Xianxia? Why did Xianxia break his usual style and actively help the jade, even at the cost of causing trouble and making such a big scene? The reason was actually very simple. She is very similar to me. Xianxia finally understood this point. I was inexplicably reincarnated, summoned as a hero, and came to this world. She was inexplicably born, became an evil god, and also came to this world. The difference is that when I was chosen as a hero, I got almost all the benefits, but when she was chosen as an evil god, she got almost all the disadvantages. Not only was she rejected by her own body and power, but she also inexplicably became a ghost. When I went with the flow, she also went with the flow, but I chose to go with the flow, while she was forced to go with the flow. She had no choice but to watch her other half get into trouble, and was even sealed. In the end, even she was sealed. Then, I only had one goal, and that was to repay a debt of gratitude, so I wandered everywhere. She also only had one goal, and that was to return to her original body, but she wandered on this land for almost 10,000 years without seeing any hope. At this point, Xianxia was a little sarcastic. We are simply two sharp contrast. Obviously, we had such a similar starting point, such a similar beginning, and even the process and direction were somewhat similar, but the development and consequences were worlds apart. This is simply telling me that if I take a wrong step, or if my luck isn't too good, then I will end up like her. Therefore, how could Xianxia not be touched and not do something? But if he waited until he knew all of this and did these things, it might be too late. Therefore, the revelation of fate appeared, allowing Xianxia to choose to bring along the emerald and lend a helping hand to the emerald. This was the real reason why Xianxia did everything. At this moment, Xianxia realized this. Moreover, he had done all that he needed to do. Since that was the case, you should stand at the starting point again, stand at that beginning, and choose what to do next, little girl. Xianxia said to the light source in the sky. Don't fail, okay? Xianxia's words ended just like that. The girls listened to these words, but they didn't say anything and remained silent. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, only they themselves knew. This was a realm that no one could reach. This was a world that no one could reach. In this realm, in this world, only Jade wandered in it like a soul. This was because this was the body of the evil god Lilith, the interior of the goddess, the depths of her consciousness, or rather, the soul itself. And here, Jade felt that she had become in a trance, and even her existence itself was extremely unstable. I'm going to collapse. I'm going to collapse. I'm going to disappear. I can't hold on anymore. She obviously didn't feel uncomfortable, but similar feelings kept surging in Jade's mind, making Jade understand how bad her current situation was. It was like soaking herself in poison and losing the sense of pain. Not only would it not be fine, but it would also be more dangerous. This was Jade's current feeling. Under such a feeling, Emerald began to recall her memories. She could not speak. She could not be considered mature. Even though she had lived for nearly 10,000 years, in terms of personality and rationality, although Jade had grown, it was going in a direction that was not quite right. She wanted to improve her rationality and enhance her personality strength in order to resist the rejection of her main body. However, the chaos attribute that the main body controlled had always been suppressing the growth of her personality and rationality, causing Jade's rationality and even her intellectuality to grow in a somewhat strange direction. In some fields, she understood and understood very well. She seemed to be more knowledgeable than an old man who had lived for 100 years, and could be said to be transcendent. But in some fields, she seemed to understand but not understand, or even didn't understand at all. She was inferior to a child. Such a contradictory and abnormal ideology had been maintained for nearly 10,000 years. Sometimes, it would make Jade feel anxious, and sometimes it would make Jade feel collapsed. She was really about to be unable to bear it. She did not know how to blame the heavens and others, nor did she know why fate treated her like this. Therefore, in order to eliminate this anxiety and sense of collapse, she kept wandering on the ground, wandering and wandering. In Emerald's memory, that was really all. After all, from the moment she was born, as the rational half of her body, she was excluded from the main body. Immediately after the main body caused a great disaster, she was sealed together with the other party. After that, she began this extremely long wandering journey. During this journey, she met people who pitied her and took her in. On this journey, she also met people who had evil intentions towards her and wanted to do something to her. She tried to live with the former, but found that they had their own families and their own daily lives. There was no place for her in it. She even had a problem communicating with the other party. There was a great estrangement. Therefore, she finally chose to leave. She had also been taken away by them and sold as a commodity. Even when they tried to do bad things to her, she didn't choose to resist. Fortunately, no matter what, she was still the master of darkness and chaos. Even if she was just a half-body without any power, those who came into contact with her with dark and evil negative emotions, or even those who intended to harm her, would eventually fall into insanity and die on the spot. In the past 10,000 years, the Jadeite had always been like this. It was either accepted first, and then left because of the estrangement, or it attracted those evil people, causing them to die suddenly. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Jade was alone. People called her a wraith in search of happiness, but she didn't even know what happiness was. She didn't even know what happiness was. Otherwise, when the old demons sent people to destroy the space node, break into the temple in the present world, and take her away, she would have resisted. That time, for Faitsue, was just an inconspicuous experience in a long journey. The only difference was that because someone was eyeing the seal of the main body, it was very likely that the main body would be released. At that time, Jade had an idea. That was, to treat this journey as the final destination. She didn't want to continue like this anymore. She didn't want to wander like this anymore. Therefore, even if she knew that the final result would be destruction, she planned to take advantage of this opportunity to return to the main body. Until she met that person. Hello. This was the first sentence that the other party said when he saw her. It was very ordinary, without any highlights or special words. At that time, Jade didn't think that she would have much involvement with the other party. That was, like those people in the past, meeting her and having a connection with her. In the end, either she would take the initiative to leave, or the other party would die like those people who died suddenly. That was all. But for some reason, the other party's eyes at that time left a very deep impression on Jade. It was as if he was looking at a big trouble. He obviously didn't want to come into contact with it, but his body and heart went against his will, so he had to come into contact with it. His eyes were full of entanglement. That gaze made Jade quite concerned. In the past, those who saw Jade were either full of sympathy and love, or full of desire and darkness. She had never seen such a strange person. Because she was very concerned about that gaze, that night, Jade even got into the other party's bed, wanting to take a good look at that pair of eyes. But because the other party's embrace was too reassuring, she fell asleep unconsciously. Jade didn't know why she felt warmth and peace of mind from the other party. She also didn't know that Xianxia held the blessing of the Supreme God. Otherwise, she might understand that the reason was because Xianxia, who held this blessing, had the breath of the mother of the Protoss, so she, as a Protoss, had a sense of security like staying in the arms of her parents. What really changed Feitsui's state of mind was what happened the next day. "Little guy, do you want to go with me?" When that person looked directly at her and said such a sentence to her, Feitsui felt that it was quite inconceivable. It was not because no one had ever said so to her. In the past, the people who had taken him in and adopted him had said the same thing. However, the look in their eyes was completely different from that person's. In the past, those who intended to take her in and adopt her only regarded her as an abandoned child of unknown origin. Out of sympathy, pity, and love, they intended to bring her into their lives. But this person was different. This person's eyes were not trying to bring her to his side, but he intended to enter her side, intervene in her life, her life. These were two completely different things. The former wanted her to abandon her past and live with them, but Feitsui couldn't do it, so she left. The latter, on the other hand, let her face her own problems, and the other party would intervene, interfere, and face it with her. Especially the kind of emotion that the other party would show from time to time, as if looking at a person in the same boat, made Jade feel different from those people she had met in the past. Perhaps even the other party himself didn't know that he had shown such emotions, so, at that time, Jade nodded. It was not based on the choice of going with the flow, but the first time in history, she nodded out of her own thoughts, loyal to her heart, and nodded. From that moment on, everything was destined to change. Later, Jade found out that the other party was a hero, and he had the holy sword. Not only could he help her break the seal and return to her body, but he could also help her weaken the power of her body and increase her chances of success. "Don't worry, I will help you." The other party was obviously not a person who would say such warm-hearted words, but when facing her, he naturally said such words. "Don't forget, it was me who asked you to choose whether to follow me or not, and it was also me who asked you to say anything and said that I would help you. Since you have made a choice, I will definitely help you to the end." For such a reason, the other party broke the seal regardless of the consequences, or rather, he chose to do so even though he knew that he would cause trouble. He was really impulsive and reckless. But don't be anxious, we still have time. Let's slowly think about what to do. Okay? At that time, these words unbelievably soothed the anxiety and sense of collapse in Jade's heart, causing her imperfect rationality to suddenly have an idea. That was, he shouldn't have given up on himself to die. Yes. Before this, Jade's thought of returning was nothing more than abandoning herself to despair. The result she pursued was not success, but to end everything. In other words, in the end, it did not matter whether she succeeded or failed. She just didn't want to go on like this anymore. It was only at that time that Jade gave birth to the idea of success for the first time. Even though the hope was still very slim, with the nature of the existence of the evil god Lilith, it was a difficult and even problematic matter to let her obtain the rationality and understanding she should have, but Jade still wanted to give it a try. If she failed, then forget it. But if she succeeded, this time, she must eliminate the estrangement she felt in the past, enter the life of others, and let her rationality truly grow. Of course, Jade only wanted to enter the life of one person now. That was him. "My name is Xianxia, what about you?" This was also what he had said when they first met. At that time, her answer was, Jade. But this time, she wanted to answer like this. "I am Lilith. Returning from the darkness, born in chaos, with the help of the brave, I successfully obtained the existence of rationality." Evil god? No, no. I am a goddess, Goddess Lilith. Just like that, the girl's swaying soul body, which seemed like it could collapse at any time, quickly stabilized. Rumble. This was the roar of the sky. This was the trembling of the earth. In the sky above Cosmos, within the bright light source, a dazzling radiance pierced through the darkness like sunlight, illuminating the surroundings. It's coming. Seeing the strange phenomenon of the light source in the sky, everyone on the ground immediately trembled and held their breath. Anima even approached Shuren and whispered to Shuren. If that child fails, please do not hesitate. Shuren naturally understood what she was referring to. Lilith, who has completely lost the possibility of restoring her rationality, is only a cruel evil god, a disaster to the world. So, you don't need to have any psychological burden. Anima said this in Shuren's ear. Her voice was very gentle and kind, giving people the feeling of a mother tolerating him. However, Shuren did not respond to Anima's words. He himself did not know, if the jade really failed, whether he could harden his heart and destroy the true seal that she had entrusted to him. Of course, in essence, Shuren was still a very objective person with a strong ability to accept. So, if the jade really failed, then he would accept the consequences, and would not make some last-ditch struggle because he was unwilling to believe in reality or because he did not want to give up. However, accepting was accepting, and not making a last-ditch struggle was a last-ditch struggle. That did not mean that Shuren would directly give up and destroy the true seal. Perhaps, at that time, the jade really would not exist, and Lilith would become a real disaster. But as long as there was the true seal, Lilith could be reincarnated and resurrected beside Shuren, right? At that time, perhaps Lilith's rationality would also be resurrected, and would be rejected by it, allowing the jade to reappear. In view of this, Shuren made up his mind. If she really fails, then I will kill Lilith here, but I will not destroy the true seal. As Shuren said such words that made Anima speechless, he looked at Aie beside him. And Aie, who had received Shuren's gaze, naturally knew what he wanted to say. Okay. Aie said very decisively, at that time I will act. Shuren was relieved. It was very difficult for him to defeat Lilith on his own. But if he had Aie as a helper, it would be easier. After the previous confrontation, Shuren already knew that Lilith, who had lost her rationality, had a serious weakness. Once she fought, she would only wantonly squander her own strength without reservation, and did not know how to be flexible. With such a weakness, it shouldn't be impossible for him and Aie to work together to subdue her. Just like that, everyone stared at the light source in the sky and did not speak. As for the source of light, the radiance that penetrated through it grew brighter and brighter, causing whirlpool-like dark clouds to appear in the rumbling sky. In the vortex of the dark clouds, a beam of light shone down, and shrouded the light source. Not long after, the light source trembled violently, and at the light, as if it had reached its limit. Thus, the source of light was like snow melted by the sun, like flying snowflakes, gradually disintegrating. Inside, the little goddess with 12 black wings on her back and wearing a magical robe appeared once again. Looking at the little goddess, everyone present widened their eyes. This was because they realized that the originally violent and turbulent evil aura was actually like a silent and gloomy darkness, undulating around the little goddess's body, appearing extremely obedient. If the evil aura before was a natural disaster, a storm, a flood, and an avalanche, then the evil aura now was the beautiful scenery after the storm. Quiet, peaceful, clear, and incredible. Those were the portrayal of them now. Everyone had the same feeling. This is a goddess. Yes, this is a goddess. Sacred and inviolable. Untainted by dirt. Isolated from the world. Beautiful, pure, and natural. This was the current Lilith. Swoosh, all of a sudden, Lilith disappeared from midair. She turned into a dark shadow, as if she had passed through the limits of time and space, and appeared in front of Shuren in an instant. Because it was too sudden, everyone could not react in time. Including Shuren, he only felt that his vision darkened, and then the girl appeared in front of him. Bang! In the next second, with a muffled sound, the little goddess crashed into Shuren. Cuckoo! Shuren screamed and fell to the ground. Hey! Mr. Shuren! Lesia and Lasia's expressions changed at the same time. Danger, danger! Elise, who was the most timid among them, let out a cry of alarm and fell to the ground. Only Ai and Anima seemed to have sensed something. One relaxed her face, while the other revealed a look of joy. Under such circumstances, Shuren also felt that he was hugged by a small body. Shuren quickly understood what was going on. His heart was finally at ease, causing him to lower his head and look at his bosom. There, the little goddess hugged him tightly and raised her head slightly. While letting her long, resplendent hair flutter in the wind, a pair of large amethyst eyes were still staring at him. That pair of eyes, just like in the past, was very calm and obedient, but it clearly reflected Sean's face, as if Sean was the only one left in his eyes. Jadeite? With his arms around the little goddess, Shuren hesitated for a moment and called out tentatively. In response, the goddess still stared at him. After a long while, she opened her red lips slightly. Lilith, the voice that he had only heard once came out of the mouth of the little goddess. My name? Lilith. It was difficult to pronounce, a pleasant voice, and other than that, there was nothing special about it. However, this sentence made Shuren smile. Everyone around him looked happy, and they laughed one after another. It's a success. Elise was the first to exclaim. It's really a success, Lesia still couldn't believe it. Congratulations. Huaxia spoke in a concise and comprehensive manner. That's great. Anima couldn't hide the gratitude on her face. She seemed to feel gratified for the return of the Protoss, their compatriot who had come 10,000 years late. Even Ai said something. It seems that the strongest Diablo has returned. This Diablo, who had caused the largest disaster and turned the earth into purgatory, had finally returned to the appearance that it should have had when it was born. This also meant that a goddess who could rival the demons had appeared in this world. I really don't know if I should be happy or not. Ai said this, but looking at her relaxed expression, she probably didn't really think that this was a bad thing, right? Unfortunately, what she thought now seemed to be unimportant to Jadeite. No, it should be said that it was Lilith. Lilith just looked at the human man in front of her, looking at his heartfelt smile, as if she wanted to remember it forever. His face was imprinted in her amethyst eyes. It didn't disperse for a long time. At this moment, the transparent barrier that enveloped Cosmos slowly disappeared. Oh my God, Cosmos, gone. The people who had fled out of the city finally saw the situation inside the barrier. Looking at the wilderness that had been reduced to ruins, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. They also wouldn't understand the cause and effect of everything. They could only stand there in a daze. They didn't know how long had passed, but they still couldn't come back to their senses. No one noticed that at the top of a tall mountain some distance away from Cosmos, there was a person standing at the edge of a cliff, taking in everything that had happened before his eyes. It seems that it's over. Wearing only a white robe, she stood barefooted like a ghost. Her skin was fair, and she had long, straight black hair. She seemed to have been disappointed, and her face was filled with displeasure. In the end, after such a big commotion, only one city was destroyed. There weren't even any serious casualties. This operation was a complete failure. The woman seemed to be very dissatisfied with this result. A voice replied to her. It was indeed a failure, but it wasn't without serious casualties. My Mirage was almost destroyed, and all the members were sacrificed. Not a single one survived. With that said, a gentle and elegant man from the demon clan appeared behind the woman. If Shuren and the others were here, they would definitely be surprised, right? Because this gentle and elegant male demon was Donna's, who had been beheaded by Shuren. Donna's, with his 4 demon gladiators, appeared here leisurely. I told you before that leaving that rational halfling behind might lead to accidents, but you didn't believe me. Now, you've made a wedding dress for others, my ally. Donna spread his hands and said helplessly. Hearing this, the woman puffed up her cheeks and said in dissatisfaction. It's all because the magical life form you lent me is too useless. I told them to find a random noble of the Mitra kingdom and throw the halfling to him so that the orc priest would become enemies with the Mitra kingdom. Who knew that they would actually find such a troublesome target? The woman was throwing a tantrum, but her words were extremely cold. You still hate the hero and his kingdom so much. Donna's didn't seem to be able to do anything about the woman's behavior. Don't you hate him? The woman's expression changed, and she looked at Donna's. I know. You're not the leader of the Mirage at all, right? Wrong. I am indeed the leader of the Mirage. There's no doubt about that. Donna's looked at the woman and chuckled. However, this is the identity I use when I'm outside. It can be considered a personal force that I built when I'm outside. No wonder. The woman smiled as if she suddenly realized something. I was wondering why the son of the leader of the original demons would randomly wander outside with a mirage. What's more, I didn't expect that I would meet you, who was betrayed by the hero. Donna suddenly smiled and said, so, this is quite rewarding, isn't it? Indeed, it's not completely fruitless this time. The woman turned around and looked in Cosmos's direction. At least we know a good secret. Yes. The gentle smile on Donna's face turned cold as ice as he said indifferently, who would have thought that even now, a hero would be summoned into this world? Yes. The woman still had a smile on her face, but just like Donna's, it became very cold and ruthless. Not bad. There's another target that I have to take revenge on. Let's go. Donna said to the woman, we agreed that after this mission, you'll have to come to our side. Don't worry. I remember it. The woman looked indifferent. To her, this was indeed something that didn't matter. As long as I can destroy the Mitra kingdom and the hero, I'll follow you even if I have to go to hell. The woman's voice shook the atmosphere, and even the mountains started to tremble. Very good. Donna's cold smile finally brightened. Only then did the two of them leave together, as if they had never been there. This day, for Cosmos, for the dukedom of Stringham, or even for the kingdom of Mitra and the Ragnar Empire, it was not a good day. Because the disaster had inexplicably happened. Cosmos was destroyed. The fortress city was gone. Although the people were well protected and there were no casualties, the disaster that had occurred and the damage that had been done had made it impossible for many people to continue sitting around. A fortress with a long history that had guarded the border of the kingdom of Mitra for nearly 1,000 years was destroyed just like that. This was something that no one could easily accept. This was especially so for the kingdom of Mitra, or rather the dukedom of Stringham. When they heard the news, all the higher-ups felt as if they were going to faint. At least, when they heard the news, Anchi could not help but stand up from his throne. Barry even smashed his desk in anger and cursed loudly. In the end, he could not sit still anymore. He directly prepared the best long-distance carriage and rushed over. The reaction of the Ragnar Empire was also very intense. The fortress city that had been blocking their way in the past was now gone. How could they not react fiercely, but they couldn't honestly be happy about it. Because, in the situation where Cosmos had encountered such a great disaster, their goddess of war, the second princess of the empire, was also missing along with her broken blade knights. This caused the higher-ups of the empire to be in a mess. Even the current emperor was anxious and sent people to investigate the situation that very night. It could be said that the two countries had fallen into a huge turmoil because of this incident. Even the commoners, after learning that Cosmos had been destroyed, were all shocked. They felt incredulous and shuddered at the same time. They began to talk about it, causing all kinds of rumors to spread in both countries. The only thing to be thankful for was that this time, the two countries would no longer suspect each other. It could not be helped. Both sides had suffered great losses, and these losses could not be easily borne. Under such circumstances, no one would suspect that the other was behind it. Of course, the most important thing was that the realm of gods had conveyed one thing to the kingdoms and empires through the temples of the two countries. Everything that had happened this time was actually caused by an ancient seal. The person who had done such a thing was naturally Anima. After the incident with Cosmos, the goddess of life had to take the initiative to reveal the secret of the evil god Lilith in order to calm the turmoil caused by this incident and the possible future troubles. This was also the responsibility of the Protoss. The Protoss would not easily intervene in the struggles of the human race, but they would not allow themselves to become the reason for the human race's struggles either. After learning the whole thing, the two countries completely let go of their suspicions of each other and began to worry about a series of subsequent problems. The kingdom had lost a fortress guarding the border, and the 1st Knight Regiment of Duke Stringham was also lost. This was a huge blow to the kingdom and Dukestringham. At first glance, the empire had only lost a princess and her private knight group. However, this princess had also inherited the imitation holy sword and was seen as the #1 genius in the empire in the past 1,000 years. She was the bargaining chip to fight against the kingdom's most valuable treasure in the future. Losing her was also a huge blow to the empire. Of course, the native residents of Cosmos suffered even more. Of Cosmos. They had directly lost their homes and homes. This was undoubtedly a very serious problem. Anima said that because the Protoss was partly responsible for this, she would order the Protoss to assist the two kingdoms in overcoming this crisis as one of the three goddesses. However, Anima did not return to the realm of gods directly. Firstly, Elise made a request to Anima, hoping that Anima would grant her a favor and help her find her companions, as well as the orc priests and the orcs who had been transferred. Anima agreed. After all, these were her spokespersons in the human world and her most devout believers. Moreover, the orcs of Cosmos had followed her orders and guarded Lilith's seal for 1,000 years. Logically speaking, as the main god, she should express her condolences and reward these meritorious subjects. Secondly, Anima was rather concerned about the situation with Shuren. Before she figured it out, Anima could not return directly. Hence, after that, the group moved to the nearest city to Cosmos, Utri. Under Xianxia's arrangement, they checked into a high-class hotel and stayed there for the time being. Shuren also had a good sleep there until all his fatigue was dispelled. Only then did he feel refreshed again. Everything felt like it had happened yesterday, as if nothing had happened. It made one feel emotional. Of course, there were some changes around Shuren. The most obvious change was the addition of a very clingy little fellow beside Shuren. "Come, Miss Lilith." In the hall, on the dining table, Xia carried a bowl of soup, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to Lilith. Lilith opened her mouth obediently and enjoyed Xia's feeding just like before. However, not only was Lilith wearing the black robe that symbolized nobility, but she was also sitting on Shuren's lap and hugging Shuren's neck, looking like she was completely unwilling to get off Shuren. "She's really clingy to you." Xianxia watched this scene from the side, and she could not help but sigh. It was not only Xianxia. Other than Elise, who went to reunite with the orc priests under Anima's guidance, everyone involved that day was there to witness this scene. "Ever since Cosmos left, the child hasn't left him, right?" Aie said as she ate her breakfast. "After all, she's the one who entrusted the true seal, too. It's not incomprehensible." Anima also smiled bitterly, looking a little distressed. Shuren did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. To be able to be clingy to an awesome evil god, to have a soft body in his arms, and to hold a little girl's fragrant and warm body for a meal was simply one of life's greatest pleasures. Shuren even made a speech about his life. Sure enough, a hero saving a damsel in distress is what a hero should do. It's quite heroic. I don't dislike it." This remark left everyone speechless for a moment. Anima was the only one who had no choice but to admit it after seriously observing Lilith for a while. "It seems that it's impossible to bring Goddess Lilith back to the divine realm." This was what Anima was worried about. Lilith's strength was above hers, and she was ranked top 3 among the Protoss, and she was comparable to the demons. Of course, Anima wanted to bring her back to the divine realm to strengthen it. Back then, the Protoss had great expectations for this. They hoped that Lilith could become a force to fight against the demons and bring an advantage to the war. Who would have thought that Lilith would lose control on the battlefield, and they could only helplessly seal this top combat power? This made the entire Protoss very upset. Now that this evil god had finally returned to normal, the Protoss must want her back to the divine realm, right? Anima felt the same way. If possible, she really wanted to bring Lilith back. However, when she expressed this wish, Lilith looked at her. That look sent chills down Anima's spine. It was as if she had seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. She almost lost her composure. If it wasn't Anima but someone else, they would probably have gone crazy after being looked at like that by Lilith. After returning to her original body, Lilith had perfect control over her own power. She had the true strength of a demon, and she could use her authority very easily. Anima, whose strength was inferior to Lilith's, had angered her. as a result, she had suffered quite a bit. From then on, Anima knew that Lilith didn't want to return to the divine realm. She just wanted to follow Shuren. Whether it was walking, eating, sleeping, or bathing, she would stick to Shuren's side. Even Xianxia couldn't separate the two of them. Under such circumstances, Anima had no doubt that if she tried to be forceful, Lilith would definitely not mind starting a war with her. Even though Anima was one of the three major goddesses and had a much higher status than Lilith, who was a superior goddess, and Lilith should listen to her orders, Lilith was originally an evil god. She didn't care about the orders of the three major goddesses at all. In view of this, Anima had already realized that it was impossible for her to take Lilith away. Unless the supreme goddess Omnis personally gave the order, Lilith, who was the Protoss, wouldn't dare to disobey. Otherwise, even the goddess of destiny, who was the strongest in the three realms, probably wouldn't be able to take Lilith away by force, let alone the goddess of life. Shuren did have something to say. I'm also very helpless. I can't do anything about it, but this is Lilith's own will. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. When he said this, Shuren was full of smiles, and he didn't hide it at all. It made Anima want to beat him up. Perhaps she couldn't beat Lilith, but it shouldn't be a problem to teach a hero who had yet to grow up a lesson, right? However, speaking of this, it was another headache. Are you really not hiding anything from me, Mr. Shuren? Anima stared straight at Shuren. Her eyes were not open, but one could feel her serious and intense gaze. You really don't know why you were summoned to this world, right? Anima asked very seriously. Shuren also gave an answer. I really don't know, goddess. Shuren had a helpless look on his face. However, this was a lie. Looking at the extremely serious Anima in front of him, Shuren couldn't help but recall the night before, when he came to this hotel, returned to his room, and was about to fall asleep when something suddenly happened. Should I congratulate you for getting an evil god as a pet, my brave one? In the familiar temple, the beautiful goddess stood in the center as usual. She looked at Shuren, who was suddenly summoned, and revealed a somewhat unhappy and even somewhat sarcastic smile. Shuren was silent. At this moment, he was lying on the ground. The reason was very simple. It was because he was summoned by this hateful goddess the moment he fell to the bed. Therefore, Shuren, who suddenly appeared here, naturally fell to the ground on the spot, and his head was knocked silly for a moment. Shuren could only silently stand up and look at the goddess in front of him expressionlessly. Wait. The goddess named Nian suddenly froze and hurriedly said. Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have summoned you in that situation. Don't knock me out like last time. Ah. Before Nian could finish her sentence, it was immediately replaced by a sorrowful wail. Unknowingly, Shuren appeared in front of Nian. He stretched out a hand, grabbed Nian's head, and exerted an extremely powerful claw force. It hurts. Quick. Stop. Nian hugged Shuren's hand that was grabbing her head, struggling while screaming in pain, and tears were about to flow out. However, Shuren was unmoved. While maintaining the state of clear mirror, to prevent his thoughts from being read, he continued to use the iron claw technique. It seems that the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough, my goddess. Shuren said expressionlessly, in that case, let me give you a very profound lesson and let you know what the correct posture of a goddess is. See, posture? Nian stopped struggling and raised her head, which was tightly grabbed by Shuren. Although there were tears in her eyes, she no longer cried in pain. Instead, she said happily, let go of me first. Don't worry, I know what posture you like. I've already learned it, and I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Shuren's face darkened on the spot. Don't think that I don't know that you're driving. Also, when did you find out what my favorite position is? This is an invasion of privacy. At this moment, Shuren increased his strength without hesitation. Aha! I'm going to explode. My head is going to explode. Nian immediately cried out in pain, completely losing the holiness and perfection of the past. She became extremely miserable and useless. Sigh, only then did Shuren sigh and let go. Woo. That's too much. Nian held her head and took a few steps back, muttering as if she felt wronged. It made people feel as if her image was about to collapse. Alright, stop pretending. Sean was rather annoyed. This is not your role. Hurry up and come back. Hearing this, the grievance on Nian's face instantly disappeared without a trace. Don't you like this kind of girl? Nian looked equally annoyed. Shuren. Shuren crossed his arms and did not deny it. He said calmly, at least bullying a weak girl gives me a sense of accomplishment. It's much better than those guys who don't care about other people's opinions and forcibly drag them over when they encounter something good or need a rest. Are you still holding a grudge for what happened last time? Nian immediately gritted her teeth and said, you obviously succeeded. Instead, I did so much, but in the end, I went for wool and came home shorn. I even suffered a double loss. You still have the nerve to hold a grudge against me? Where did you learn so many words from my world? Shuren laughed and said with a smile that was not a smile, besides, even if I succeeded, it doesn't mean that you haven't done immoral things. That's a different matter. Don't even think about doing it half-heartedly. Who has done immoral things? It's clearly you who has done immoral things, okay? Nian snorted and said, if the goddess of fate finds out that you have done such things to her most beloved well-wisher, you're dead. The goddess also cares about this kind of thing? Shuren immediately complained, then does that mean that all the people who have been blessed can't do something they love to do? Of course others can't compare with her royal highness who has eaten everything up. Nian looked at Shuren, as if she had even seen through the clear mirror, causing the goddess to smile meaningfully and say, how about it? After obtaining Lilith's true seal, you should have a lot of doubts about your little lover, right? Hearing this, the expression on Shuren's face disappeared. Unconsciously, Shuren stroked his arm and the mark on his arm that was covered by his sleeves. However, that was not the mark that Lilith left on Shuren's arm. The true seal that Lilith entrusted to Shuren was integrated into Shuren's left arm. At this moment, what Shuren was stroking was his right arm. Yes. On Shuren's other hand, there was also a mark. That was the mark that Rosie had left behind when she had bitten Shuren when she obtained the Podet family's mansion. At that time, Shuren even thought that he had been cursed by her royal highness. But she did not mention a word about it, and only emphasized one sentence. In this way, you won't be able to run away in the future. What did that sentence mean? Before, Shuren had never understood. But now, perhaps Shuren understood a little. Is this really the true seal? Shuren had to be suspicious. There was no other way. The mark that Rosie left behind was really too similar to the true seal that Lilith entrusted to Shuren. Therefore, after knowing the existence and meaning of the true seal, Shuren really began to feel bewildered. It was not until this moment that Shuren got the answer. Don't doubt it, that is the core of existence called the true seal. Nian did not seem to be very happy. If I hadn't already entrusted the true seal to you, and decided to become a community of destiny with you, do you think that you could really rely on a hoodlum to take down the kingdom's treasure, the favored child of the goddess of destiny, the extremely lonely and lonely Her Royal Highness? Shuren had nothing to say. He really thought that he had relied on his thick skin to rub against Her Royal Highness. But thinking about it carefully, if she did not give him a chance, then Shuren would not even be able to be so thick-skinned, right? Perhaps Rosie herself did not expect that she would lose her chastity when she followed Shuren home. But there was something wrong with her following Shuren home, which proved that Her Royal Highness really did not guard against Shuren. In view of this, Shuren could succeed. But, that's not right, right? Shuren frowned and said, Rosie is clearly a human, not a goddess, why would she have something like the true seal? Wasn't that the unique life form of the Protoss goddess, a manifestation and characteristic of the Protoss's immortality? Why did Rosie, a human, also have something like the true seal? It was because of this doubt that Shuren was not sure whether the seal that Rosie left on his hand was the core of existence of the true seal. On the other hand, Nian seemed to know something. That Her Royal Highness is quite special. Although she is a human, she can be treated as a goddess. It is the first time in history that she is in such a situation. Nian said and reminded him, if not for this, why do you think she, a human, could be respected by the goddesses of the God realm, and even be accepted, and almost live in the God realm and become a resident of the God realm? What Nian was implying was that the reason for this was because of Rosie's uniqueness. The gods were high above, and they were the people's faith. Under normal circumstances, how could a human want to live in the god realm and be accepted by the goddesses? As for the rest, you can ask that little lover of yours yourself. I can only tell you that the true seal of Her Highness the Princess is not something that can be easily obtained. When you go back and see her, don't be shocked. Nian said as if she had stopped at the end of the sentence. Hearing this, Shuren could not help but roll his eyes. Shocked? I've already been scared a lot. Okay, that damn princess fish catching, she gave me such an important thing, but she did not explain it properly. Let's see how I will deal with her when I go back. Compared to the correct posture of a goddess, I know more about the correct posture of a princess. Well, why did you call me here? Shuren stopped thinking about this matter and said impatiently, you didn't call me here just to say a few words of sarcasm, right? Of course I want to say a few words of sarcasm, Nian said. It hasn't been long since you came to this world, and you have already obtained 3 true seals. Who else would I be jealous of if not you? Shuren was stunned. 3, isn't it 2? While Shan was still in a daze, Nian changed the topic. But other than being jealous of you, I do have something serious to tell you. Nian looked straight at Shuren and said, this time, you exposed your identity in the process of dealing with Lilith, right? Shuren restrained his expression and nodded. His identity had indeed been exposed. Not only Elise, but even Anima knew about it. This was not a trivial matter. Although the moon demon also knows your identity and has begun to investigate this matter, she is a demon, and it is not easy for her to investigate the hero summoning, Nian said seriously to Shuren. But the life goddess is different. As one of the 3 goddesses and one of the top Protoss, with Anima's status and authority, it would not be too difficult for her to investigate the hero's summoning. Of course, she won't be able to easily discover the truth. This is a forbidden area that no one except the supreme gods can enter. Only you can enter under my summon. Apart from that, so far, only a little mouse has sneaked in through a little gap. Nian said as if she was implying something. And she will definitely ask you, wanting to know from your mouth about the situation of your summoning. Shuren somewhat understood what Nian meant. You want me to hide it from the life goddess and not tell her about the hero's summoning? Shuren suddenly understood. That's right, Nian admitted. Now is not the time to let the Protoss know of my existence. Shuren was silent. Shuren agreed. Although he did not know what Nian was thinking, nor did he know Nian's true background, and why the Protoss did not know of her existence, and he did not want the Protoss's goddess to know of his existence, Shuren trusted Nian more than Anima. Therefore, Shuren agreed without much hesitation, and Nian finally showed a satisfied smile. As expected of the goddess who looked exactly the same as the supreme god Omnis and was on par with the number 1 human Rosie, her smile was so beautiful that it was enchanting. However, the words that the other party had said before he left had caught Shan's attention. I've learned enough, and I've also found the perfect way to seduce you. Just wait and see, I won't fall behind anyone, and I won't be surpassed by your little princess. After saying this, Nian sent Shuren away. Naturally, Shuren did not know what she meant. When he found out about it, he realized that this was the greatest enjoyment in life. The memories ended here. Looking at Anima, who still seemed to be staring at him, Shuren faced her calmly. He did not need to feel guilty because this was his business. Because this was his business to begin with. Whether the divine race cared or not had little to do with him. Therefore, even if he lied in front of the goddess of life, Shuren would not feel the slightest psychological burden. The only thing he cared about was that more and more people now knew about his identity, and those who knew about it were all big shots who could decide the policies of a race. As one of the 3 goddesses and the top of the Protoss, Anima was already prepared to investigate the summoning of the heroes. According to Nian, Scylla was also investigating the summoning of the heroes, hoping to know why the heroes would still appear after 1,000 years. They knew very well that this was a very big hidden danger. Once the world knew about it, the turmoil that would occur would definitely be very terrifying. Phew, it was unknown if Anima had seen through Shuren's lies, but after a while, she let out a sigh of relief and looked at AIE. Since Madame AIE already knows about Mr. Shuren, does that mean that the demon's higher-ups know that the heroes have appeared? Anima's expression was still as serious as ever. On the other hand, AIE still looked indifferent. If the demon's higher-ups knew about it, do you think the three realms would still be so peaceful? Aie took a bite of dessert and said calmly, if they knew about it, they would definitely suspect that the Protoss rebooted the summoning of the heroes to use the heroes' power to deal with the demons. But the Protoss doesn't know about this. Anima frowned and said, since even I don't know that the hero has appeared, it means that no one in the divine race knows that the hero has been reactivated. This has nothing to do with us. Is that important? Aie retorted, you claim that you are innocent. Do you think we have to believe you? I know it's very hard to believe. Anima was silent for a while, then sighed and said, but there are many mysteries in this. I hope the demons can give us some time to investigate this matter. Obviously, Anima was also a little worried that the demons would become wary of the Protoss and attack the Protoss, or even start a war. She knew very well that for the demons, the heroes were an extremely sensitive existence. Because the power that they were proud of was enough to overwhelm the Protoss, but it was completely restrained by the hero's holy sword. Even the power of the evil goddess Lilith could be restrained by the holy sword, let alone the demons. Therefore, the heroes and the Protoss were two completely different threats. The Protoss were only enemies in the past. The brave ones, on the other hand, were undoubtedly their natural enemies. The word natural enemy was a very sensitive word that could easily arouse excessive fear and vigilance. The supreme god Omnis created the great summoning of the heroes precisely because the demon king Claudius was her natural enemy. She was clearly an omnipotent goddess who was indifferent to everything, but she could not ignore the existence of the demon king. For this reason, she did not hesitate to personally take action 1,000 years ago and joined forces with the heroes to fight against the demon king. When the demon king was defeated, the supreme god, who lost her natural enemy and only threat, immediately returned to her indifferent attitude and directly fell into a 1,000-year-long sleep, which she had not woken up to this day. The natural enemy of the demons was the heroes. The heroes of the past had posed a huge threat to the demons countless times, causing the demons to suffer many huge losses. Even the demon king had fallen under the hero's holy sword. It could be seen how much vigilance and hostility the demons had towards the heroes. Even Aie had killed 2 heroes in the past without any explanation. If it wasn't for the fact that after the war, this dragon demon highness had realized that violence could no longer solve everything. What people longed for was peace, and the hostility in her body had decreased a lot. If it was her in the past, when she saw the appearance of the hero, Shuren, she would probably be the first to attack and kill Shuren on the spot at all costs. In view of this, if the demons knew that the heroes had appeared, they would definitely be shocked and angry, and then target the Protoss. At that time, even if war broke out again, it was not impossible. In order to prevent things from becoming so bad, Anima had to quell the signs of trouble no matter what. Of course, you should talk to my sisters about this matter. Aie didn't seem to be interested in this. The other big sisters don't know about the existence of this hero, but big sister Sala already knows. With her personality, she will definitely investigate this matter to the bottom. At that time, Aie looked at Anima, smiled, and said, if it wasn't for the Protoss, there would still be room for turning things around. But if it is confirmed that you are secretly plotting something, I'm afraid things will not be so easy to solve. His words caused the atmosphere in the hall to become heavy. Anima's expression was also very heavy because she knew that what Aie said was the truth. But from Aie's words, it was not that Anima did not get any good news. That was, although the moon demon, as the supreme demons, already knew about this matter, she did not become wary of the Protoss because of it. Instead, she chose to investigate first. The supreme demons definitely did not want to see the peace that had been maintained for 1,000 years be broken, right? In addition, there was obviously something fishy about the summoning of the hero. If the Protoss really had any plans, it was absolutely impossible for them to let Shuren mess around outside. With the resourcefulness of the chief demon, it was impossible for her not to notice these suspicious points. In other words, the moon demon also had some doubts about the summoning of the hero. If that was the case, after going back, I will discuss with the goddess of destiny and the goddess of nature to investigate this matter and give the demons an explanation. Anima promised Aie with a solemn expression. That's for the best. Aie nodded and said, of course, I'm not interested in this. What I'm interested in now is the hero himself. His words caused everyone's gazes to shift to the side. There, Shuren looked like it had nothing to do with him and was playing with Lilith, who was equally indifferent. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Sensing everyone's gaze, Shuren raised his head and blinked, looking confused and innocent. This made everyone speechless. Don't you care about such a big thing at all?" For some reason, Xianxia, who had been silent since the mention of the summoning of the hero, spoke helplessly. "Don't you want to know how the Protoss and the demons will deal with you? As the target of the summoning of the hero, the existing hero himself could cause a war between the three races and break the peace. At this time, it would not be surprising at all if the demons and the Protoss took Shuren away. The demons didn't want to see their natural enemy wandering around outside because they didn't know what he would do and whether there was a conspiracy behind him. They definitely wanted to control or even kill Shuren. The Protoss also didn't want the hero to show off outside and touch the sensitive nerves of the demons. Because they were the completely innocent party in this matter, it was very likely that they would hand Shuren over to the demons and push him out as a sacrifice to settle the dispute. In addition, both races wanted to investigate the cause of the hero's summoning, so it was normal for them to start with Xian, who was the person involved. All these problems would cause Shuren's future life to be completely controlled by the higher-ups of the various races. The lightest punishment would be losing his freedom and life. In the end, in such a situation, Shuren actually played around as if it had nothing to do with him. How big of a heart did he have to be to do this? However, Shuren just smiled. "I can't help it. I'm just a small viscount of a kingdom. The top of the two races are discussing important matters. Do small characters like me have any right to speak?" In exchange for Shuren's words, Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Don't you have the right to speak?" Xianxia said angrily. "Who do you think the demons are afraid of? It's not the Protoss, but you, the hero. Now that the evil goddess Lilith is on your side, who can ignore your threat?" As soon as these words came out, Shuren immediately smiled faintly. Seeing Shuren's expression, Xianxia and the rest of the people present understood. They knew that Shuren was fearless. "Sure enough, look, aren't you all very clear?" Shuren's smiling words made everyone speechless. That's right, everyone was very clear that even if they wanted to do something to this hero, it would not be an easy thing. With Lilith by his side, and even AI would protect him, what did he have to worry about? At the very least, Nyan would make a move. "If it really comes to a desperate situation, I will directly summon you here and let you take refuge here. So, you don't have to worry about anything. Do what you want to do boldly." These were the words that Nyan left for Shuren. Moreover, Shuren believed that with his current strength and the protection of the Holy Sword, even if he could not win, he could run away. "Therefore, I don't care about complicated things. You big shots can decide for yourselves," Shuren said carelessly. "I'm just a traveler in a different world. I just want to play some aristocratic games, enjoy the scenery, and learn magic. That's all." Leaving these words, Shuren got up and left with Lilith. Xianxia and Xiao looked at each other, speechless. On the other hand, Aie and Anima watched Xian's back as he left. After a while, "This Braveheart seems to be different from the previous Bravehearts," Anima murmured. Aie agreed. "If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have liked him so much." Next, Anima looked for Shuren again. However, this time, not only did Anima want to fight for a chance to take Lilith away, but she also suggested to Shuren whether he should go to the realm of gods as a guest. "Please rest assured. Although there are indeed many doubts about the summoning of the heroes, there is no doubt that you are a hero, and we, the Protoss, will not harm the heroes. Please believe this at least." Perhaps she was worried that Xian would have unnecessary suspicions and worries, so Anima added these words at the same time as she invited him. "Of course, I hope to get Mr. Shuren's help. If you can help us investigate the summoning of the heroes, the Protoss will be very grateful." Anima said these words very seriously. This goddess of life's attitude was rather sincere, and she put herself in a very low position. She did not have the arrogance of a top Protoss at all. She treated Shuren with courtesy, and it could be seen that she respected and was friendly to the heroes. Shuren had also heard that among the Protoss, the three top goddesses had very good personalities. Whether it was the goddess of destiny, the goddess of nature, or the goddess of life. They were all very kind and friendly, and they would not put on airs. Therefore, Shuren had a good impression of Anima's sincerity and respect. Thinking of this, Shuren did not say anything definite. If there is a chance in the future, I will go, but for now, I still have some things to deal with. That was what Shuren said. Originally, Shuren also had a lot of questions about his summoning. Xian had always been concerned about whether there were any immeasurable dark secrets and whirlpools behind the scenes. Although Rosie was helping Shuren investigate this matter, she was already very busy, and there seemed to be many secrets behind this matter. So far, there had not been much progress. Therefore, Shuren also wanted to take this opportunity to personally go to the realm of gods in the future to investigate this matter. In that case, we will wait for you in the realm of gods. Anima seemed to be mentally prepared to be rejected before she made the invitation, but in the end, Shuren did not reject her outright, which really surprised Anima. Therefore, Anima gave a token to Shuren and said that as long as he brought this token to any shrine in the human world, he could go to the realm of gods. Could it be that every shrine in the human world has a passage to the realm of gods? Shuren took the token and was very curious. Anima gave Shuren an affirmative answer. Because the temple itself is a large sacred place, its layout, composition, and environmental elements can be used as a magic ritual to communicate with the divine realm. Every temple in the human world has a gate leading to the divine realm, unless the structure of the temple does not meet the requirements. According to Anima, the reason why children of the human race had to go to the temple to receive blessings was because the goddesses of the god realm would pass through the gate and come to the human world. They would choose children who had the talent that matched their profession and bless them. In addition, the temple that sealed Lilith could actually communicate with the divine realm and open the gate to the divine realm. Its purpose was to allow the divine race to descend at any time and solve the problem when the seal had a problem. Unfortunately, the structure of the temple was destroyed when it appeared in the divine realm, causing it to be unable to communicate with the divine realm. That was why Anima had to spend some time rushing over. Anima also said that this might be the old devil sex doing. Otherwise, she could have descended directly from the darkness shrine and stopped everything, or sent another goddess to take charge of this matter. Things wouldn't have become so troublesome. That being said, although this matter had been blown out of proportion, the final outcome was definitely not bad. In any case, the return of the jade was successful, and the evil goddess Lilith was finally complete. This was a huge problem that had been solved, and the Protoss had solved a problem that had lasted for nearly 10,000 years. As for Xian, needless to say, his reward was obvious. It was the evil god Lilith herself. The evil goddess could not speak yet, and her rationality would not be fully developed. However, looking at how clingy she was, Shuren felt that she would not leave even if he chased her away. Anima had no choice but to give up and let Lilith stay with Shuren for the time being. What do you mean for the time being? AIE said straightforwardly. This girl has even entrusted the true seal to someone else. Do you still expect her to go back? That was the logic behind it. Anima was left speechless. In the end, Anima could only sigh. Forget it. It's not rare for Protoss like me to follow the hero. Anima finally let it go. She prepared to leave and go back to deal with the aftermath of this incident. She sent someone to discuss with the Mitra Kingdom and the Ragnar Empire while planning to return to the Divine Realm. Before she left, Anima seemed to have taken a deep glance at Xianxia, who had an anxious look on her face. I'll let you off this time, but it won't be so easy if you break into the Divine Realm again. These words made Xianxia look sullen. So, you disappeared without a trace during this period of time because you ran to the God Realm? Shuren was quite surprised. Who would have thought that Xianxia would glare at Xian with a hateful gaze? Who do you think? You're to blame for this? For some reason, Xianxia's tone was full of resentment and resentment. What exactly happened? Shuren didn't care, but he was very curious. After all, according to Xianxia, the reason why Xianxia went missing was because she seemed to have discovered something when she was spying on Xian in the dark, which was why she left in a hurry. This young miss had gone straight to the God Realm. What had happened there, and what had she discovered? Xian couldn't help but be curious about it. Xianxia opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she closed it again. You'll know in the future. Xianxia left such a gloomy sentence and said nothing else. In this regard, Xianxia only wanted to say, I hate people like you who keep me guessing. The plot is dragged out because you guys don't talk about this and that all day long, and you even think that the heavenly secrets can't be revealed. Xianxia wanted to slam a punch on Xiaoxia's head. Believe me, you'll feel happier if you don't know such a heavy thing. Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. After throwing such a sympathetic sentence at him, she held Xiaoxia's hand and turned to leave. I'll be happier in sex? Xianxia pursed his lips and muttered, I want you to be happier in sex. Just wait and see. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn when your child is old enough to buy soy sauce on the streets. After that, Anima left. Xiaoxia stayed for the time being. It seemed that there was no further arrangement. It was still the same. She would show up from time to time out of the blue to make Xiaoxia tense up, but she was sleeping all day long. As for Xianxia, he began to feel a little melancholy. Because he found that since Xiaoxia reappeared, Xiaoxia began to follow him all day. She would no longer be his considerate and omnipotent maid like before. Although Xiaoxia was still in charge of everyone's meals and various chores were also handled by Xiaoxia, the daily ritual of waking up, appearing at the bedside without anyone noticing, as well as washing and changing clothes, etc., was directly gone, which made Xianxia very sad. Sister, are you going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Xianxia showed a pitiful expression to Xiaoxia. Unfortunately, Xiaoxia was not the kind of person who would fall for it. It was because of Missy's order that I treated Mr. Shan as my master and served him. Now that Missy is back, the first person I serve is naturally Missy. Xiaoxia said faintly. This made Xianxia put away his pitiful expression. He turned his head and stared at Xiaoxia, who was teasing Lilith, with bright and piercing eyes. Woo! At that time, Xiaoxia shuddered. Lilith, who was completely uninterested in Xiaoxia's teasing, tilted her head to show her confusion. No. I'm fine. Xiaoxia shook her head and muttered in a shuddering voice, why do I feel like someone had a murderous intent toward me just now? It seems like someone wants to kill me so that they can snatch the things around me. Could it be that someone was eyeing the things I stole from the palace of the Mitra kingdom again? Well, I have to be more vigilant these days. Just like that, when the people outside were making a big fuss about Cosmos, only Xianxia was still calm and indifferent. Until the appearance of Elise. It seems that you have found all the treasures around you. On this day, looking at Oz and Maffei, who accompanied Elise to visit, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said this with a faint smile. Yes, it's great that everyone is fine. Elise looked very happy as if the pressure on her had been lifted. Beside her, Oz and Maffei also spoke up. Thanks to the guidance of Goddess Anima, we not only found our companions in the team of priests and saved them from the danger of being eroded by evil aura, but also found our lost clansmen. Maffei showed a rare smile. I didn't expect that Madame Emerald actually returned successfully and became the goddess Lilith. Oz, on the other hand, was observing Lilith, who was glued to Xianxia, with a complicated look on his face. It could not be helped. Lilith was the evil god that their race had guarded for 1,000 years, and they had suffered a lot because of her. Now that the evil god had been unsealed, she had returned to her original appearance. They did not know if they should be happy from the bottom of their hearts. What do you plan to do next? Xianxia asked as he held Lilith in his arms. Lilith had been unsealed, and Cosmos had been destroyed. What should the orcs, led by Elise, do next? This was not a small problem. Fortunately, their Lord God seemed to have made arrangements. With the coordination and assistance of Goddess Anima, the Empire has no longer pursued this matter and returned to the borders. The kingdom will also rebuild Cosmos. Maffei answered Xianxia's question. The clansmen have made contact with the orcs scattered across the human world, and finally decided to migrate the entire clan to the nearest orc tribe for the time being. They will live together and wait for Cosmos to be rebuilt before moving back. This was also a solution. But, we orc priests are preparing to investigate the mastermind behind this incident who has been hiding behind the scenes and has never shown his face. Oz knocked his fist and said fiercely, this is also the instruction of Goddess Anima. There is actually a human among the humans who cooperated with the old demon's faction and committed such a big mistake. He must be found out. Shuren quite agreed with this approach. Speaking of which, Shuren also had a score to settle with the mastermind behind the scenes. Although he didn't know why the other party would order Donna's magic life to disgust him, throw the jade on his side, and even make the magic life collectively commit suicide, and involve him in this incident, as the saying goes, repay kindness with kindness, and repay enmity with enmity. Not only him, but also the good things that the other party had done to Lilith. If he didn't find him and teach him a lesson, he wouldn't feel at ease. In addition, I am friends with Her Highness Capeline of the Empire. Elise's tone became depressed, causing her to whisper, now, Her Highness Capeline is missing. If we want to find her, perhaps we can only investigate along this route. This was also a very big matter recently. In this incident, the people of Cosmos did not suffer much loss or harm, but the 1st Knight Regiment led by Duke Stringham and the Broken Blade Knights led by the 2nd Princess were missing, and no one knew where they went. Some people thought that they had been sacrificed and turned into ashes along with the rest of the evil creatures in this disaster, along with Cosmos. But there were also people who held hope and were unwilling to believe this, so they had been searching for their whereabouts. I once warned them not to get close to the sacred hall. Since they refused to listen, they deserve such a fate. Sean did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Do you still have any human feelings? Elise felt indignant about this, but after being glanced at by Shuren, she was immediately shocked and hid behind Maffy. It's always been, this instant cowardly saintess was still saying such words, causing Oz and Maffy to smile bitterly. But after a wry smile, Oz cast an unclear look at Elise again. His eyes were full of love and love. Maffy noticed this scene, and her face tightened as if her mood had become very bad. Ho ho, when Shuren saw this scene, he revealed a playful smile as if he was gloating. This is a love triangle, let's hurry up and fight. Shuren, who was gloating, did not notice that Elise, who was hiding behind Maffy, secretly peeked her head out. Seeing his naughty smile, her pretty face could not help but blush. Suddenly, Oz looked at Elise, Maffy looked at Oz, Shuren looked at Oz and Maffy, and Elise secretly looked at Shuren. This caused their eyes to crisscross back and forth without anyone noticing, forming a very strange scene. The pure little goddess tilted her head in Shuren's arms, looking puzzled. By the way, Mr. Shuren. At this moment, Maffy seemed to have suddenly thought of something important, and her expression became rather serious as she spoke to Shuren. Actually, there is one thing that we want to tell you. Maffy said such words. What is it? Looking at Maffy's rather serious expression, Shuren cast his gaze on her. In the next second, Maffy said a piece of news that made him frown. These few days, when the orcs were cleaning up the battlefield of Cosmos, they found some broken bodies and limbs. Maffy said, I've smelled it, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be the leader of the old demons faction, Mirage, that Mr. Shuren had crusaded against, the old demons called Donnas. As soon as this was said, everyone stopped talking and looked at Maffy. Elise and Oz didn't do so, as if they knew what Maffy wanted to say, and their expressions didn't look too good. Donnas? Shuren narrowed his eyes, looked at Maffy, and said, what happened to him? Shuren didn't think that this think tank among the orc priests would mention such an unimportant topic for no reason. Since Maffy mentioned this matter, it proved that something must have happened. Sure enough, we collected those broken bodies and found that those broken bodies and limbs didn't belong to the demons, but the remnants of life signs of magical life. Maffy's words made everyone's eyes narrow. Especially Shuren. Magical life, Shuren murmured. In other words, that Donna's was actually not a demon's, but a magical life. Doesn't that mean the mastermind of this incident is someone else? Lesia was a little surprised. If Donna's was a magical life, then it proved that he had his own master. Since there was a master, it meant that this master was the one who ordered Donna's to bring Fata Morgana to Cosmos to cause trouble, so there was a high chance that the master was the one who gave the order to Donna's. Could it be the mastermind who had been hiding behind the scenes? Everyone was deep in thought. However, at this time, Xianxia also spoke. I don't think so. Huaxia's sudden words caused everyone to be stunned. Why do you say that? Shuren also looked at Xianxia and asked curiously. It's very simple. If this Donasi is truly a magical life form, then he wouldn't have been able to establish an old demon faction as an old demon, Huaxia said faintly. Everyone didn't quite understand Xia's words. Only Ai frowned and agreed with Xia's words. There are many forces in the old demon's faction. Although they can't be called companions, and most of them don't interfere with each other, they don't even care about humans and the Protoss. They view the current demons as traitors and arrogantly believe that the demons should return to 1,000 years ago and follow the last wish of the Demon King and not associate with other races. Such a group of people would never agree with a magical life to establish an old demon's faction and allow humans to dominate and use the name of the old demon's faction. Elise had said before that the mastermind was not a demon's, but a human. If he was Donna's master, then, Mirage, the old demon's faction, would never be able to establish. Even if it was established, within a few days, this faction would be torn into pieces by the other angry old demon's faction. Based on this, Donna's master couldn't be the mastermind. He could only be the real old demons. Of course, what if this Donna's keeps hiding his identity and doesn't let others know that he's a magical life? Xianxia put forward a different idea. But the one who refuted her was none other than Xianxia. Maybe he can hide it temporarily, but a magical life is a magical life after all. Others may not be able to discover the existence of a magical life, but there is a faint resonance between magical life and magical life. Xianxia said indifferently. This is based on the nature of magic. It's similar to resonance because we are all individuals created with the same kind of magic. Even if the types were different, some were used to create monsters, some were used to create demons, some were used to create specific existences, and some were randomly generated, but the magic used to create magical life was all unified into one system, biological creation. Therefore, there was a faint resonance between magical life that others didn't know. Others might not be able to discover the identity of a magical life, but the existence of a magical life wouldn't. This was also the reason why Xianxia could recognize that the people who committed suicide were all magical life. As a magical life, Xianxia could instantly discover the identity of the other party. Other than magical life, even the messengers of the goddess of life like Elise, Oz, and Mafi couldn't immediately identify the existence of a magical life. After all, magical life forms were created by imitating life forms such as demons and monsters. To identify them, it would take some time and keen senses. And it was obvious that there were magical life forms in the old demons, and it was impossible for them not to discover Donna's true body. In other words, the owner of this magical life can't be a human, but a demon's. Ai said expressionlessly. The other party has been hiding behind the scenes with the mastermind, only sending a magical life to represent himself. He even used his own magic to create a replica of himself to impersonate himself and cause this incident. These words made everyone fall silent. However, this was not the only bad news. In addition, when we cleaned up the battlefield, we didn't find any traces of the 4 magic gladiators. It is estimated that they were not involved in the outbreak of the evil god, but took the opportunity to escape. Mafi said in a deep voice, we did bring the magical life created by imitating Lady Emerald with us and controlled her, but not long ago, we found that she suddenly died. She died directly without leaving a word. Everyone was speechless. Lilith's eyes flickered a few times, and in the end, she leaned into Shuren's arms without saying a word. Elise explained. Perhaps it's because the magic created by the other party to create demigods is not perfect. Or perhaps it's because the principle of biological creation magic really can't be applied to the Protoss. There is a very big flaw in the magic life created by imitating Lady Emerald. Therefore, there must be a problem with the lifespan of this little demon, and it was not surprising that she suddenly died. Not to mention a demigod magical life, even if it was an ordinary magical life, if something went wrong during the creation, it would lead to similar problems. Biological creation magic was not a power that could be used to create magical life at will. At least, it was not easy to create a satisfactory magical life. It was very difficult for Donna's to create a replica of Emerald by collecting the magic power of her. Otherwise, all the biological creation mages would frantically collect the magic power of those powerhouses to create their replicas. Once again, there were many conditions to create a magical life form that matched one's desires. Qualified materials, qualified imagination, qualified skills, and qualified talent. All of these were indispensable. Even Xianxia had problems when she created Xianxia, which caused Xianxia to be unable to have any combat power. If it weren't for the fact that Donna's biological creation magic had been maxed out, and he was also an expert in this field, as well as the rare materials that he had collected for a long time, it would not be so easy for him to successfully create the little demon. Didn't he say that he was already mentally prepared to fail, and was prepared to spend another few decades to complete the creation of this magical life? This could be seen. So, after all this time, we haven't even caught a single culprit? Xianxia was instantly depressed. The others felt the same, and they all felt a little unhappy. Especially Aie, her bad mood was almost written on her face. After all, Aie's purpose in coming to Duke Stringham this time was to crusade against the old demons. Now, only a few tools used to break the seal had been taken care of, but the culprit had disappeared. It would be strange if this dragon demon highness could be in a good mood. So, Aie turned to Elise. "Can't you use Anima's power to think of a way?" Aie said in an overbearing manner, "You used that power to search for our tracks before. I'm sure you've done the same thing many times, right?" What she meant was for Elise to use the power of the goddess of life to find the signs of life of these masterminds, find their whereabouts, and drag them out. I can't do it." Elise hurriedly shook her head and said aggrievedly, "That power can only be used to find the source of the signs of life left in front of me or around me, which means that I have to have the other party's life aura as a reference. In essence, it's not searching, but tracking." Back then, Elise could use this power to see Xianxia and the others, all because Xianxia and the others had just left Teratelli not long ago. Elise could still find the remaining life aura of Xianxia and the others on the corpses of the magical life in the cemetery. But this time, Cosmos was directly razed to the ground, and the mastermind had never appeared, so how could there be any remnants of life aura? If not for such a restriction, Elise would have found traces of Capelin long ago. Why would she wait until now to worry about how to find her? Anima herself might be able to do it, because she was the goddess of life, the mother of all humans. Her power itself recorded the life aura of all the lives she created. Even without a reference, she could find the location of all humans, which was why she could guide Elise to Oz, Maffy, and the other orcs. But this also meant that if it was not the life created by Anima, then there was nothing she could do. It just so happened that demons were not the life created by Anima. In addition, the human mastermind had never shown up, and no one knew who he was. In the vast sea of people, even Anima would not know who to lock onto and find this person, right? In addition, Madame Elise also can't use the power of the goddess of life casually. Oz said loudly, "This will cause a burden on Madame Elise's body, and the further away the target is, the stronger the power, and the thinner the life aura left behind, the greater the burden on Madame Elise who uses the power. Once she uses the power of the goddess of life casually, she will die." Oz tried his best to protect his master, and even glared at Aie. However, Aie just glanced at Oz, and Oz immediately felt a chill from the soles of his feet straight to his skull, making him almost kneel on the ground. Only then did Oz remember the identity of the person in front of him. Anima had once personally instructed the Orc clan in a serious tone. The little girl beside the young human aristocrat is one of the 6 great demons, the demon's dragon demon. When you come into contact with her, be careful not to annoy her, otherwise the consequences will be more serious than the goddess Lilith breaking the seal. Do you understand? Thinking of Anima's expression and tone at that time, not only Oz, but even Elise and Maffy began to break out in a cold sweat. "Do you have a problem with me, puppy?" Aie smiled coldly at Oz. Oz was already sweating profusely. Normally, if anyone dared to call him, a noble werewolf and orc priest, a puppy, he would have already turned hostile and punched them. But to punch this little girl in front of him, he was definitely tired of living. Oz's words rolled back and forth in his mouth, but he was unable to say them out. Not to mention Oz, even Maffy, who was usually calm and collected, froze there and did not have the time to lend a helping hand. As for Elise, she looked as if she was about to faint. Even Xianxia and Xianxia did not dare to speak and kept their mouths shut. Until, enough. Xianxia said to Aie snappily, "Is it fun to bully a few little guys in your eyes?" That mocking tone, as well as the impoliteness towards the dragon demon, made people tremble with fear. However, Aie retracted her gaze and snorted softly, as if she had been persuaded. Oz and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Shuren, on the other hand, acted as if he had intervened in a trivial matter. He did not even mention it and said directly. Since we can't find them, then forget it. Shuren curled his lips and said, anyway, this enmity has been formed. I don't believe that they won't appear in front of us again in the future. When the time comes, we can settle the score. This matter, just like that, was revealed here. Now that it's over, let's prepare to return to the capital. Shuren turned to Xianxia and said, what are your plans? Eldest miss? Me? Xianxia was startled. After pondering for a while, she sighed and said, I don't know either. I haven't decided yet. This young lady had a confused look on her face. It was unknown what kind of stimulation she had received during her disappearance, causing her to not know where to go next. In this regard, Shuren only wanted to say one sentence. Good opportunity. Shuren's eyes lit up as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. In that case, you can come with us first. After saying that, Shuren also added. It's settled then. Everyone was speechless. Shuren naturally did not care. After all, he was still thinking about the omnipotent maid beside him. He would not let her slip away. In the end, Xianxia agreed to follow Shuren to the capital. As a wanted criminal in the kingdom, she should stay far away from the imperial city and not get close to the imperial city so as not to lose her footing. However, with Xian around, she was not worried at all. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to protect Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was one of the old demons who participated in the large-scale assassination 10 years ago. She even stole all the important items from the palace. Once discovered by the people of the kingdom, even the royal family would not be able to protect her. If it were not for the fear of the item Xianxia had stolen, perhaps the kingdom would have long sent the royal knights to suppress Xianxia. Under such circumstances, whoever wanted to protect Xianxia would have a death wish. However, if this person was Shuren, it would be a different story. Firstly, Shuren had Aie by his side. Secondly, Shuren had Lilith by his side. Thirdly, Shuren had Rosie by his side. Moreover, the identity of the hero had been exposed to the Protoss. Presumably, existences like Anima would not be stingy to help him in secret. Would the kingdom dare to offend such a person who was protected by the three great figures of the gods, humans, and demons? Of course not. Moreover, as a space mage, Xianxia was confident in her skills. Even if she could not win, she could just run away. No one could stop her. She was not afraid of this trip. Of course, Shuren was not afraid either. However, it was not because there were people around him, beside him, and behind him, and they were all women, that he was so unscrupulous. He was confident that even if Xianxia's existence was discovered, he would have 10,000 reasons to get away with it. Otherwise, would he really think that he was a scapegoat for nothing? Besides, it was not that Shuren was interested in Xianxia. I just want her maid. If that was the case, then it should. Probably. Maybe. Probably. Not a problem. Because of this, before he got his hands on her, Shuren could still protect this young lady. Xianxia did not know about this. Otherwise, she would definitely turn around and leave, cutting off all contact with Shuren. Unfortunately, by the time Xianxia found out about this, it might already be too late. Just like that, the group accomplished their goal and prepared to return to the capital. However, on this day, an unexpected person came to visit Shuren. What brings you here? Duke Barry? Looking at Barry who appeared outside the door, Xian raised his eyebrows. He was surprised, but he laughed again. The newcomer was the patriarch of Duke Stringham's family, the lord of this territory, Barry Stringham. Barry appeared with 4 knights of high levels, and looked at Xian expressionlessly. I should be the one saying that, Barry said calmly. Barry said calmly, I didn't know that Viscount Potter would come to my territory and participate in Cosmo's incident. Hearing this, Shuren knew that they did not come with good intentions. He didn't know if it was a coincidence that Xian was the only one here. Aie was sleeping in her room. It was unknown if Xianxia and Rija had sensed the arrival of the nobles of the kingdom in advance, but in order not to expose their identities, they had used spatial magic to leave the inn. Their magic power and auras could not be sensed at all. Lilith also happened to be asleep and had not woken up. Only Shuren woke up from his bed after discovering Barry and a few powerful magical forces. He left his room and welcomed the Duke. Thus, Shuren sat down and looked at Barry, who was standing outside the door. He smiled faintly and said, "What do you want to say, Lord Duke? You don't have to be so sarcastic." His words completely tore apart the pretense and politeness on the surface. He did not give Barry any face at all. Barry was still expressionless. It was unknown if he did not want to fuss over such a trivial matter, or if he had realized that Shuren was no longer the adventurer that he could crush as he pleased, so he suppressed his emotions. However, the Duke didn't stand on ceremony and walked in as well. Behind him, the 4 knights immediately followed. However, bam, along with an abrupt roar, a meteor suddenly shot out and blasted the 4 knights away. They screamed in pain as they fell to the corridor outside the door. "You." Barry's footsteps paused, and his expression finally changed abruptly. He looked at Sean with a mixture of shock and anger. Shuren was still smiling as he retracted his hand that was surging with magical power. "Sorry, I overstepped." Shuren shrugged and said, "The entourage around Lord Duke doesn't seem to understand the rules. He actually stepped into someone else's hall when the nobles are talking. It was so rude that I couldn't help but teach him a lesson on behalf of Lord Duke. I hope Lord Duke won't think that I'm nosy." Hearing this, Barry's face was gloomy, and his heart was even more furious. He knew that Shuren was giving him a show of strength. Because of his aggressive relationship, the other party realized that there might be an uninvited guest, so he completely did not intend to give face. "I was actually taught a lesson by a viscount in my own territory." This was definitely the first time Barry had experienced such a thing in his life. However, Barry could not do anything to the other party. What could he do? The other party had the powerful demons behind him. Before figuring out the relationship between the two parties, no one dared to offend this viscount, right? Including Barry, it was the same. At that moment, Barry could only suppress the anger in his heart and sit in front of Shuren. It had to be said that this Lord Duke was indeed a person of high status. His sitting posture was straight, his expression was cold, and his whole body emitted an iron-blooded and ruthless aura that was enough to make an ordinary person's legs turn to jelly. However, Shuren was naturally not one of them. "I wonder why Your Excellency the Duke has come all the way to this place to find me." Shuren said this indifferently. Barry did not put on too much superficial effort, or perhaps he was not in the mood to do so, so he directly went into the main topic. "I have already gathered information." Barry said indifferently, "It is said that Minister Borstad arrived here before the incident in Cosmos and entered Cosmos. He had quite a conflict with Princess Capeline of the Empire, and even met the 1st Knight Regiment and the Broken Blade Knights." It seemed that Barry did learn something about what had happened in Cosmosli. Indeed, there is such a thing. Shuren did not deny it and instead agreed readily. "Then, I have 3 questions. I hope you can answer them for me." Barry squinted his eyes and said, "Oh?" Shuren seemed to be interested and asked curiously, "What questions?" "First." Barry raised a finger and asked calmly, "Why did you suddenly leave the Imperial City and come here, Minister?" "This is your question?" Shuren seemed to find it a little funny, but also very thought-provoking at the same time. He said, "I was asked by Her Highness to come and find out about the old demon's faction that appeared in the Stringham Dukedom. When I arrived at Terratelli, I have already told Captain Triss of the Stringham family's 2nd Knight Regiment about this matter. I have also mentioned this matter in front of the guards at Cosmos. I believe that Lord Duke must have found out about this matter, right?" Shuren's meaning was very simple. He was mocking Barry for asking the obvious. Then, the second question. Barry's expression did not change and he did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he continued to ask, "Since you were in Cosmos during the incident, then I would like to ask, what were you doing at that time?" "This is another question that you already know the answer to, huh?" Shuren's tone became even more thought-provoking. He said with a smile, "I believe that the Protoss must have told you, Lord Duke, about what happened in Cosmos through the kingdom, right?" Through Anima's narration, the world already knew that the reason why Cosmos was destroyed was because an ancient evil god was sealed there. However, it was released by the old demon's faction, which led to a great disaster. However, Anima did not tell the world how the evil god was dealt with. Therefore, the world thought that the evil god was subdued by the goddess of life, one of the three goddesses. The people in Cosmos were safe because of this goddess. On the other hand, Shuren was not mentioned. This was to protect Shuren's identity and Lilith's identity so that they would not be suspected and exposed. Therefore, according to the explanation, Shan was like the people in Cosmos. After the incident, he was moved to the outside of Cosmos and was protected. If it weren't for that, Shan wouldn't have been able to live so comfortably in this hotel. Someone would have come looking for him long ago. So, Lord Duke, if you want to doubt me, that is your freedom, but can you please not ask so many questions in a roundabout way? As if he had already seen through Barry's intentions, Shuren finally said sarcastically, just say what you want to say, Lord Duke. His words were no different from an insult. Then I'll be straightforward. Barry was silent for a while, then looked at Shuren coldly and said in a deep voice. My son, my younger brother, and my first order of knights, where are they? Barley finally revealed his true purpose for coming. Here. Yes. Barry was here to look for them. Before the incident, you met with the 1st Knight Regiment and the Broken Blade Regiment, and you even advised them to stay away from the place where the demonic aura was spreading. I received this information. Barry seemed to be suppressing his emotions as he said, in other words, before the incident, you might have already known the inside story of this incident, but not only did you not leave Cosmos, but you also seemed to be close to the center of the incident. Barry had gathered this information, which was why he came looking for Kieran. Since Shuren knew some inside story from the beginning, Barry certainly would not believe that this little fox, who had made him suffer more than once, would be so easily moved out of Cosmos and not participate in the center of the incident from the beginning to the end. Rather, compared to Shuren's passive departure from the center of the incident, Barry was more willing to believe that there was some unknown inside story. And Shuren was one of the insiders, or even a participant. I want to know what happened here that no one knows, and I want to know where my son, brother, and the best knight regiment have gone. At this point, Barry could not hide his impatience anymore. Tell me. I want to know everything. Barry gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. One could imagine how much of a blow this matter was to the Duke. Limcho was the future heir of the Stringham family, and the family had high hopes for him to lead them back to the center of power in the kingdom. Yuri was also the strongest person in the Stringham family, the #1 expert in the territory, an important pillar of the Stringham family, and the symbol of the highest combat power. Needless to say, the 1st Knight Regiment was the #1 Knight Regiment in the Stringham territory, the most important elite warriors of the Stringham family, and the most important combat power. Now that this power had disappeared without a trace, how could Barry not be anxious? This was definitely a disaster that would cause the Stringham family to suffer great losses, and could even cause the Stringham family to fall from the pedestal. Barry could even imagine how the neighboring countries would be eyeing them covetously after this battle, and how the lords of the surrounding territories would be tempted to take a bite out of the Stringham family. This made the entire Stringham family feel like they had encountered a nightmare, and for the past few days, they were in a panic every day. Barry was the same, he could not maintain his ruthlessness in the past, and fell into the greatest anxiety and uneasiness of his life. If not for this, Barry would not have come looking for them. He even suspected that what happened to Limcho and the others was caused by Shuren. This was the so-called villain. He had been thinking of ways to harm others, and in the end, he took it for granted that others would think of ways to harm him. If this was not a villain, then what was? Sean understood the meaning behind it, and the smile on his face could not help but disappear. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Barry sneered, and clenched his fist tightly. To this, Shuren only wanted to say, I really have too much time on my hands, why would I want to bother with a guy like you? This time it was Shuren's turn to be expressionless, and he even began to mutter to himself. And Shuren's expression undoubtedly made Barry even more anxious. Answer me. Barry stared at Shuren, and roared with red eyes, was it you? Obviously, Barry was cornered and would do anything. One could imagine how much pressure this matter had put on Barry. The heir, the pillar, the strongest fighting force, and the hope of the family's future, all these things collapsed in one go, and this made the Iron-Blood Duke, who was feared by many, lose his rationality. Shuren could not be bothered with this homeless dog. It's a waste of time to argue with people like you. As if he had completely lost interest, Shuren got up and left. At this moment, an accident happened. Bang! This was the sound of glass shattering. A group of figures suddenly appeared from outside the windows. They broke through the glass and quickly surrounded Xian in the middle. Buzz! Mana surged from the bodies of the figures, causing them to cast their spells one after another. In an instant, Shuren's feet sank into the floor as if he had fallen into a quagmire. His feet were imprisoned, and his body was also bound by chains. Even layers of transparent barriers rose around him, trapping him within. An extremely strong pressure surged from within, as if it wanted to push Shuren to the ground, causing Shuren's body to sink heavily. At this moment, at least 10 kinds of binding and confinement magic were used on Shuren's body. There were even magic used to seal Shuren's mana, causing him to be heavily restrained. Shuren seemed to have not reacted, silently watching this scene. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Barry. There, Barry had already slowly stood up, his face was gloomy. "You forced me to do this," Barry said coldly. Shuren had to admit. "It seems that I overestimated you." Shuren seemed to not realize what was happening, and his tone did not change. "I thought that a so-called ruthless duke like you would be very clear that I am not someone you can casually touch. But it seems that you are not as smart as the rumors say. This is what they mean by reputation, right?" He really didn't think that the duke would dare to openly attack him. Even though he had already discovered that there were many mana reactions around the hotel, and there were even some hostile reactions, Shuren still thought that they were Barry's guards and not an ambush. The reason why they were hostile towards him was because of Barry's attitude. He saw him as an enemy and did not really dare to attack him. Who would have thought that Barry would actually make a move on him, knowing that he had the support of demons and the kingdom's treasure behind him? Barry did not take Shuren's sarcasm seriously. "Backing, so what? Don't forget, this is my territory, Barry said coldly. "The old demons have just attacked here, and the incident here has just ended not long ago. With a little preparation, it is easy for the Stringham family to pretend that it was the old demons who attacked you." This was also the reason why Limjo and the others were not too afraid of Shuren's arrival, and even wanted to attack him. It was not that they were not afraid of the people behind Shuren, but here, they had too many ways to get away with it. When they were in Cosmos, if it wasn't for Ai's presence which prevented Limjo and the others from acting rashly, they would have attacked Xian long ago. No matter how big and strong the deterrence on the surface was, it was still difficult to guard against some secret tricks. This was the reality. So, if it was in other places, Barry really did not dare to offend Shuren, but here, in the Stringham dukedom, everything was up to him. "Don't blame me. At this point, I don't want to openly fall out with you, but this matter concerns the future of the Stringham family, I have no other choice." Barry looked straight at Shuren and said, "You tell me the whereabouts of Limjo and the others now, and this matter will be over. We can mind our own business in the future, and write off the past." "Is that so?" Shuren glanced at Barry, disregarding his own restraints and his own condition, and said sarcastically, "What if I don't agree?" "Then you've made an unwise choice," Li Yao said. Barry said expressionlessly, "Actually, we don't have any deep hatred. It's just some small conflicts that can't be any smaller. It won't go to this extent. I believe you can understand." Indeed, on the surface, Xian and Barry did not seem to have much of a grudge against each other. Although Barry and Limjo had been plotting against Xian in the dark and planned to get rid of Xian, who was a thorn in their side that had touched their interests, on the surface, the only conflict between the Stringham family and Xian was that Barry had denied Xian's credit when they met the king for his meritorious service in the crusade against the Slaughterer clan. That was all. At that time, Limjo even personally went to the king to apologize, and wrote off the grievances between the two sides. In view of this, the conflict between Xian and Barry was limited to the surface. That was the only conflict between Xian and Barry. "As long as you tell me the whereabouts of Limjo and the others, and let them come back in one piece, then the grievances between us can be completely cancelled, and you can even gain the friendship of the Stringham family." Barry said, "You know the status of the Stringham family in the kingdom. With our support, it won't take long for you to become a count, a superior noble, or even a marquis. You will become a real big noble, and your name will be remembered for thousands of years. Threatening and enticing, Barry had used all the methods he could think of. Little did he know that the sarcasm in Sharon's eyes was getting more and more intense. Cancelled? Sean took a look at his surroundings, and then at the dozens of binding spells that had been cast on his body. I'm already in this state, and you still think that the grudge can be completely offset, he said. Sharon only wanted to ask one question. Who gave you the confidence to think that this is a grudge that can be cancelled out? Sharon's calm words made Barry anxious again. As I said, this isn't a very wise choice. Barry's tone was scary. But, you have indeed made an unwise choice. Sharon raised his eyes and looked at Barry, no longer hiding his disdain, and said, Congratulations, you have successfully forced yourself into a desperate situation. When these words came out of Sharon's mouth, the entire hall was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying pressure. It was an aura that could shake the atmosphere. It was a magic that could shake the heavens and earth. Everyone from the Stringham family, including Barry, had a drastic change in expression. Their faces turned deathly pale in an instant. They wanted to scream, but found that they could not make a sound. They wanted to escape, but found that their legs would not listen to them. Their bodies trembled, their hearts trembled, their brains were boiling, their bones were shaking, and even their blood seemed to have stopped flowing, making them feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. There was no doubt that it was an instinctive reaction, fear. In the next second, everyone saw it. Kacha, kacha, accompanied by the sound of two doors opening at the same time, two little girls slowly walked out from two different rooms. When they saw the two little girls, everyone trembled in fear as if they had seen demons. Especially Barry, when he saw the two little girls, his eyes bulged out, and his heart was filled with an intense fear that he had never felt before. This was because Barry had met one of the two girls not long ago in Borstut's mansion, and he knew the other party's identity. Not only did you disturb my sleep, you even dared to touch my people under my nose. You should be mentally prepared to not walk out of this place alive, right? Aie, who was hugging her pillow, looked at Barry expressionlessly, causing the fear in Barry's heart to erupt. At this moment, Barry only wanted to shout. Why is the demonic dragon here? The Duke didn't know that Aie had actually come along as well. No, Barry had received information that Sharon had brought two little girls with him. However, Terry, the commander of the 2nd Night Regiment, had already told Barry that one of the two little girls was Sharon's sister, and the other was very likely to be the vengeful spirit that the Duke had been rumored to be. This caused Barry to make a mistake in his judgment in a moment of desperation. He did not expect that the sister that Sharon had mentioned was actually the demonic dragon in disguise. From his point of view, one of the top demons would not disguise as the sister of an ordinary human, right? Moreover, Terry did not intentionally describe Aie's appearance, so Barry was misled by this information. He did not judge that the little girl beside Sharon was a demonic dragon like Limju did. In addition, Barry arbitrarily thought that an existence like the demonic dragon would not follow Sharon everywhere and even come to his territory. This Lord Duke had become a typical example of being too smart for his own good, and he had pushed himself into hell. While Barry was afraid of Aie's appearance, on the other side, Lilith saw Sharon, who was heavily bound by magic. For the first time, a strong emotion emerged in her usually calm eyes. That emotion was called anger. Boom, a shocking evil aura exploded from Lilith's body. Boom, the evil aura instantly shook the group of mages who were binding Sharon, sending them flying with screams. It also seemed to break the layers of restraints on Sharon's body, allowing Sharon to regain his freedom. Barry was also sent flying by the impact of the evil aura. He crashed into the wall and howled in pain. However, this degree of pain was just an appetizer. The real hell was still waiting for them. Aha! Help, help! No! No! With extremely painful screams, the mages who were attacked by the evil aura struggled and begged for mercy. Gradually, their eyes turned red, and they fell into madness. You. Barry was also bathed in the evil aura. While holding his head in pain, he looked at Lilith in horror. According to the information he had gathered, this demonic aura that could cause people to go crazy was the power of the evil god that had destroyed Cosmos in a single day. In other words, this little girl in front of him was the evil god that had turned the earth into purgatory and had been sealed for nearly 10,000 years. Now, the punishment of the evil god had befallen him. No. 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 Feeling that his soul was gradually falling, Barry let out a final cry. Then, Barry's consciousness disappeared completely. Just like that, the head of the Stringham family lost his sense of self and his life. Amidst the low growls, with Barry as the leader, the Stringham family members all turned into evil beings with bloodshot eyes and ferocious faces. They had completely fallen into madness. However, these evil beings did not fight on the spot. Instead, they lowered their heads in Lilith's direction, as if they were insignificant ants that had seen a god. However, Lilith ignored these evil beings and threw herself into Sharon's arms. Her amethyst eyes were filled with worry. Xian caught Lilith and could not help but laugh. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Sharon patted Lilith's head and comforted the little girl who seemed to have been frightened. Although he felt that Lilith's reaction was a little excessive, and even if she did not come out, Sharon would have been able to deal with the situation just now. Her actions and worries were unnecessary, but this little girl cared too much about his performance, and Sharon did not have any opinions about it. On the other hand, Aie just stood there without moving, and her expression did not even change. "What are you playing at here?" Aie reprimanded Sharon. "You shouldn't have fallen for this level of sneak attack, right?" Evidently, Aie also felt that with Sharon's ability, this level of threat was not worth mentioning at all. "I just wanted to see what this guy would become when he was forced into a corner." Sharon shrugged. "Actually, you guys didn't have to come out. To deal with this level of trash, letting the demons and evil gods that were comparable to demons take action was really making a mountain out of a molehill." Originally, Sharon wanted to deal with it himself, but he did not expect that after he was attacked, these two little girls would wake up instantly and stand up for him without hesitation. Lilith was fine. After all, he and this little goddess had a shared destiny. If something happened to him, who held her true seal, she would be in trouble too. Moreover, this girl was especially close to him and did not hesitate to stand up for him. This was understandable. However, Aie actually woke up without hesitation and appeared for him. This was still quite surprising to Sharon. This girl, did she care about me that much? Sharon really wanted to ask. Unfortunately, Aie did not give him this opportunity. Humans are really getting bolder. Knowing that you're mine, but still dared to attack you so openly. Seems like I haven't appeared for too long, and not many people remember me. Aie looked at Barry, who had turned into an evil being, and her little face was full of displeasure. If it was a fool who knew nothing about Xian and Aie's affairs, she would not bother about it. But knowing the implications, the other party still dared to attack Xian. In Aie's view, this was clearly a deliberate provocation to her. Sharon rolled his eyes. "You still haven't given up on the I'm your setting?" Sharon said unhappily. "That's the truth." Aie said disapprovingly, "At least, that's what many people think now." "That's the truth." Aie said disapprovingly. "At least, that's what many people think now." Whether it was the royal kingdom, the demon race, or Anima and the others, they all seemed to view themselves as Aie's people, which was why they were protected by Aie. So, he had unknowingly been living off a woman, so. "I'm actually living off a woman a lot." Alright, why not? Not only did Sharon not feel ashamed, but he also felt very happy. It wasn't because he wanted to live off a woman, but the feeling of someone hugging his thigh was too good. Mainly, it could avoid a lot of trouble, which was what Sharon wanted. Of course, Sharon didn't get along with Aie for this purpose, but since things had developed this way, Sharon didn't feel bad about it. Still, Sharon's ability to accept things was very strong, and this was just a child's play. But then again, I've already decided to go back to the royal capital, but this guy came looking for me. Is this the legendary Seeking Death? The way Xian looked at Barry became very thought-provoking again. Originally, Xian had another purpose for coming to Duke Stringham's territory this time, in addition to fighting against the old demons who were causing trouble here, and that was to teach the Stringham family a lesson. However, because of Lilith, Sharon didn't have the mood to find trouble with the Stringham family, and even forgot about it. In the end, even though he had forgotten about it, they still came looking for him? What a good person. Shuren sighed, his tone full of schadenfreude. Especially when he saw Ai's dissatisfied look, Shuren felt that he could already see the tragic future of the Stringham family. As expected, this isn't over. Ai didn't have any intention of making peace. What are you going to do? Shuren asked curiously. Make a trip to this so-called Stringham family's base camp. Ai said this without any expression, and then turned to leave. So impulsive? Shuren quickly pulled her back, and said, Don't tell me you want to exterminate the entire family? Why? Ai looked at Shuren suspiciously, and asked, Is there a problem? What problem? Shuren was speechless, and said, Do you think there's no problem? I think there's no problem. Ai looked at Shuren, and said, Or do you think this is too cruel? If it was someone else, they would probably think that Ai was too cruel, right? This was clearly the fault of some people, but she killed the entire family. If this wasn't cruel, what was? As a hero, it was only natural that he would stop Ai in the face of such a cruel act. But Ai knew that this hero was different. Do I look like a good person who compassionate the state of the universe? As expected, Shuren said this. You don't look like one. Ai answered without hesitation, as if she had expected it. However, Shuren wanted to give Ai a taste of his own medicine when she answered without hesitation. I'm indeed not a good person, but I can be more tactful, and there's no need to answer so resolutely. Forget it. Shuren carried Ai up, and said casually, Just get rid of the culprits, and don't bother about the rest of the Stringham family. Why? Ai asked doubtfully, They're already looking for trouble with you, and you're not going to care about them? I just don't think there's a need to deliberately go there, Shuren said indifferently. If they're all here, then it's settled. Didn't Shuren take care of the Galuoli family in one go with the Aurora meteor shower, but Shuren wasn't interested in dealing with the remnants of the royal city. It wasn't because it was a different matter, nor was it because of the principle of not implicating the family. It was just that he had read too many idioms in his previous life. If you don't get rid of the roots, it will grow again when the wind blows, and the plot of the protagonist slaughtering the entire family of his enemy, so he wasn't interested in this kind of thing. If Limcho was in the Stringham family, then Shuren would still have the motivation to go there. But Limcho was missing, and Barry was left here. The Stringham family had directly offended him, and both of them had tasted the bitter fruit. Shuren didn't want to look for trouble anymore. Moreover, you're a dragon demon. Just send an order back to the demon realm, or complain to the kingdom, and the Stringham family will be finished. There's no need to go there. As Shuren said this, he shifted his attention to the girl's delicate body in his arms. Still so fragrant and soft. No wonder she's the first legal loli I met in this world. Ai, who didn't know that Shuren was thinking about this, seemed to have calmed down. Then forget it. Ai simply stopped paying attention to this matter. She only glanced at Barry and the others, and suddenly let out a breath. That breath was very, very subtle, but it turned into a scorching dragon's breath, blasting towards Barry and the others. Bang! Without any suspense, Barry and the others were all vaporized by the scorching dragon's breath, leaving nothing behind. In the room, the temperature suddenly rose to a point where it made people sweat profusely. F***ck. Shuren was startled by this sudden attack and cursed. This? What's going on? Xianxia and Xianxia came back just in time. Maybe they calculated the time, but they were shocked by the high temperature and the raging magic power in the room. Lilith, on the other hand, had a calm expression, as if she was saying, This is what you should do. It was conceivable that even if Ai did not make a move, this little evil god would not leave such an eyesore evil creature alive. Only then did Ai's expression ease a lot, and she broke free from Shuren's embrace. Really, looking at the corner of the hall that was roasted black because of the small dragon's breath, Shuren smiled bitterly. He was the one who was picking on him, but why did these two little girls seem to have a deep hatred for him? Shuren mocked in his heart. In fact, Shuren was quite touched. This was because, with Ai's and Lilith's personalities, they were not the type to get to the bottom of people that they were not interested in. In other words, whether it was Ai or Lilith, they were doing this to avenge him. Hence, Shuren threw the existence of Barry and the others out of his mind and turned to the girls. Since everyone is here, let's set off now and return to the capital. Hearing this, the girls did not have any objections, and nodded one after another. Only then did Shuren blow a loud whistle, letting the whistle resound through the sky with magic power. Roar! A pitch-black dragon suddenly descended from the sky. Not long after, the dragon flew away under the panic and commotion of the entire town, flapping its wings in the direction of the capital. End of chapter 398. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.